Chapter 1101. Fishman Patrol Team. Dense schools of white bonefish formed a vortex underwater. The helmsman jammed the ship's wheel, yet the ship still spun with the vortex, uncontrollable. Bang! Bang! The nearby ships collided with each other, and crew members were thrown into the sea like dumping dumplings. What's happening? Go and fix the hull, why have the fishmen gone mad? Yoshikawa Uchida, standing at the staircase of the cabin, shouted loudly. Clearly, they were on the perimeter, why had the fishmen suddenly gone mad and launched an attack on them? Boom! Another violent impact resounded. The ship's body swung drastically to one side, and the people inside instantly toppled over. Uchida, what is that? That's not a fishman, how can this possibly be fishmen? Someone shouted loudly. Yoshikawa Uchida scrambled up awkwardly, looking in the direction of the voice. Just one glance, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw a large hole on one side of the hull, a thin white bone with serrated edges was stuck in the hole, wriggling and struggling. Salt water continuously poured into the ship through the gaps around the hole and the bone saw. Not fishmen? Fishmen didn't look like this at all. Everyone's faces looked rather grim. Fishmen pecking at the hull wouldn't cause the ship to tilt like this. Quick, what are you waiting for? Kill it! Yoshikawa Uchida shouted loudly. Those around him immediately snapped out of their stupor. They picked up long spears and blunderbusses, and attacked the monster at the hole directly. Pop pop, bang bang. The sounds of stabs and blunderbusses firing echoed. Crack! The bone saw that had pierced the ship's bottom snapped. The white bone giant fish left behind the broken part and swam away. Not waiting to pick up the broken bone for examination. Boom boom boom. Dull thuds began emerging from all around the hull. Crack crack. More and more bone saws pierced through the bottom and the sides of the ship. Everyone panicked, as the ship would not last much longer at this rate. Fix the damage, don't stop, hurry, Yoshikawa Uchida continued shouting. Urging the remaining people not to give up hope. People struggled to move inside the swaying ship like weebles, attempting to repair the damaged areas. Yet more damage kept occurring. The entire hull was riddled like a honeycomb, badly damaged. Seawater surged inwards. No matter how the crew tried to patch it, they couldn't keep up with the speed of the monster attacks. Not to mention plugging holes, if this continued any longer. The entire ship would disintegrate. Yoshikawa Uchida staggered onto the deck, holding onto the railing on one side and looking around. Around him, ships continuously capsized and sank. The sea was full of people loudly begging for mercy. And white bone giant fish that surged up, pulling people into the sea. Shattered limbs floated alongside blood on the surface of the sea. Damn it! These were the undead. The undead of the sea. Yoshikawa Uchida again looked to the west, where a Federation ship kept its distance far away. It wasn't attacked by the undead and was calm. He could vaguely see several figures standing on the deck, looking this way. Remembering the sight of fish bones being thrown into the sea earlier, it wasn't hard to guess that these undead were their doing. After thinking quickly and realizing there was no strategy, Yoshikawa Uchida shouted directly, "Raise the white flag, quick, change the flag." Everyone was stunned. A white flag meant surrender. Were they surrendering to fish bones? Still, someone quickly climbed the mast and raised the white flag. But even with the white flag raised, the undead horde continued their relentless attacks. There was no sign of stopping. In the World Channel, suddenly a message appeared, interrupting the original content. Thornfin Sea, which gentleman's ship is this? Please show mercy. At Baixien, Miss Baixien, is it your ship? We admit defeat and surrender, please give us a chance to compensate. Transmigrators of the 100 Cities Federation, we were wrong, please spare us, we are willing to compensate. Everyone here is a transmigrator, please let us live. We have nothing to do with the Sea Tribe. This time, there weren't many people in the World Channel. The sudden flood of pleas for mercy quieted the entire channel instantly. Messages of pleading scrolled continuously upwards. The rest were baffled. What's happening? Has a border war started? Only when two different regions are at war would they plea in the World Channel. Otherwise, it would be a regional channel. Who is at war with whom? They mentioned the 100 Cities Federation, is it the humans or the orcs? Haven't heard that before. They mentioned Baixien, I don't know what kind of battle it is. If you can't win then run, what use is begging for mercy, don't you know how to run? After the begging. The discussion was mainly among a crowd of onlookers. The world region was too large. Federation forces were definitely plenty, and everyone had their own speculations for a time. It was only known that a group of people seemed to have been blocked by some force. And the battle was exceptionally fierce. On Fang Hao's side, the distant white flag didn't make him plan to spare those people. It wasn't he who started the trouble, but seeing his ship approaching, the others swarmed over. Moreover, there wasn't enough space on the ship to keep so many captives. Ding! At this moment, the Book of Lords sent a notification. Bai Xian. Fang Hao, did you beat up the Japanese? Fang Hao was startled. Were there surveillance cameras on the ship? What do you mean? The World Channel, someone had mentioned me, begging for mercy, and there are a lot of them. Begging for mercy on the World Channel. He immediately switched to the World Channel to have a look. He could see people discussing the matter, but the messages Bai Xian mentioned about begging for mercy were already gone. Fang Hao replied to Bai Xian, I took your ship out for a spin, and they swarmed over, so I ordered an attack. Why, do you know them? No, I'm just asking. Can you take a couple of photos for me later? I want to show them to the members on the Alliance channel. Bai Xian replied. Sure, okay. He ended the chat. Fang Hao continued to watch the battle ahead. Crack. After struggling for some time, a thunderous cracking sound emanated from the ship's structure. At the ship's waist, the massive skeletal fish wreaked havoc, and a huge fissure formed at the breaking point. Seawater incessantly penetrated the interior of the ship. Even though everyone was busy, they could no longer repair the battered hull. Yoshikawa Uchida, his face ashen, regretted not leaving earlier with the Sea Tribe, which would have spared him the current dire situation. Mr. Uchida, what do we do now? What should we do? Someone frantically approached and asked. What can we do? Every man for himself. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, the ship's structure disintegrated instantly. Everyone fell into the sea like dumplings, dropping in. Yoshikawa Uchida hastily climbed up the mast. Finding a relatively safe spot, he watched as the ship slowly sank. All around were the crew's cries and pleas for help. But at this moment, no one could do anything. Maintaining his balance, Yoshikawa Uchida quickly pulled out several magic scrolls from his backpack and tore them up. Having mingled with the Sea Tribe for so long, he naturally had some reserves. Streams of water elemental magic wrapped around him. Even in the sea, he could ensure that he swam faster and held his breath longer than others. If he could find a safe spot and secure another ship, he could escape safely. With this plan in mind and the magic taking effect around him, he jumped into the water as the ship sank. Splash! After a brief moment of blindness, a wave of relief washed over Yoshikawa Uchida's heart. These magic scrolls were indeed effective. The resistance from the sea was minimal, and he could also breathe in a special way. But that relief disappeared as soon as he adjusted his posture and adapted to the underwater visibility. What followed was terror, panic, and a feeling of desolation. The sea was red. All around were densely packed and hideous white-bone fish. They swarmed in the water, circling in a vortex, attacking and devouring any living creature that fell into the water. They tore their bodies apart, armor and all. Gurgle. In front of him, several white-bone fish charged straight towards him. Yoshikawa Uchida's heart tightened, and he turned to flee in the opposite direction. But even with the aid of magic, he couldn't outswim the natural fish. Soon, one of the giant fish bit into his leg. Then, 3 or 4 more white-bone fish rushed over and lunged at his body. In painful struggle, the white-bone fish devoured him completely. Limbs floated up, and the seawater turned even redder. After devouring their target, the giant fish quickly moved on to the next one, continuously repeating their hunt. The entire sea area was dyed red with blood. The red surface of the sea was littered with broken wood and limbs. Sharks and sea monsters attracted by the scent of blood, faced with so many white-bone undead, could only end up dismembered as well. Splash! Just then, an ancient blood devotee attendant surfaced. My lord, the fleet ahead has been cleared, no survivors. Fang Hao nodded. Salvage the items, collect everything useful. Yes, my lord. The ancient blood devotee attendant dove back into the water, leading the white-bone WIRM guard and the bone fish to start salvaging all the sunken items. Actually, the ships also had high value. But capturing ships was too difficult and a waste of time. So, they simply sank them all. After all, as a transmigrator, he could directly create ships. The White Gauze Queen also began to move closer, waiting while the skeletal soldiers salvaged the spoils of war. Meanwhile, the ancient blood devotee attendant resurfaced, stating, "My lord, there is a merfolk army approaching." Indeed, the battle had drawn the merfolk over. "Let the undead army return, do not attack the merfolk just yet," Fang Hao immediately said. "Yes, my lord." The ancient blood devotee attendant dove back in, issuing orders to the undead soldiers. The White Gauze Queen, after changing the figurehead totem, now gained a status called Merfolk Notice. In not attacking the merfolk would not attack either. But how effective it was still needed testing. Once all the undead had returned to the vicinity of the ship and assumed a defensive posture, one by one, merfolk heads surfaced. Like budding sprouts, they cautiously eyed this way. "Gulrakyu Begu, go ask them what's going on," Fang Hao said. The ancient blood devotee attendant nodded and approached. When the merfolk saw the ancient blood devotee attendant, they were clearly startled, then simultaneously exclaimed a few times and made a gesture resembling a salute. Then, they began talking with the ancient blood devotee attendant. But the distance was a bit far, making it difficult to hear clearly. Before long, the ancient blood devotee attendant swam back and said, "My lord, they are a merfolk patrol team, attracted by the scent of blood. They wish to speak with you and inquire about the situation." Chapter 1102. The fishmen of the Thornfin Sea evidently possessed a higher intelligence. Not only did they exhibit courtesy, but they also wished to have a conversation with Fang Hao and inquire about certain situations. It seemed there was no difference from any ordinary power. Fang Hao even suspected that these fishmen had been watching the battle from afar and only came over to ask questions after it concluded. "What did they just say to you?" Fang Hao asked. "They asked about my origin, whether there was any news of the Father God, and the force to which I am currently loyal," the ancient blood priest replied in a muffled voice. Priests and clerics, in races that have faith in deities, always held very high status. The appearance of a long-lost priest naturally drew the attention of these fishmen. Even though the ancient blood priest was now merely a living dead retaining a fishman form, they're able to communicate. They can communicate. "I informed them that I had been dead and lacked the information they required, and that it was you who revived me, and I now serve you," the ancient blood priest continued. Undead heroes crafted had their memories altered. Clearly, Nelson had erased the part where Fang Hao attacked the temple and fought with him, replacing it with Fang Hao reviving him. Fang Hao nodded, continuing, "Well, have the person they want to talk with come over. I am also willing to maintain peace with the fishmen." Even the ship's bow had been changed, indicating no desire for a war with the fishmen. At least, unsure of whether there were treasures at the location of the rumored chart, he did not want to engage in war with the fishmen. There was no need, and after all, the ocean was not the development direction he intended. "Yes, my lord." The ancient blood priest left, returning shortly with a fishman across the ranks of the undead. With a leap, he sprang from the water onto the deck. "Kots General Glokiro, Purple Tier 4 Hero." Purple Hero. This Kots General bore no overall difference from the fishman encountered previously. The scales were more vibrant, and its back had spines protruding one by one. The body was slightly larger compared to ordinary Kots fishmen. The upper body was mostly bare, with only two round heart-preserving mirrors on the chest. They looked somewhat like women's lingerie. In the sunlight, they glittered. Yet, it was certain that this fishman was definitely male. The lower body equipped with a skirt armor, holding a trident in hand with hammer and nail-shaped tools hanging at the waist. They seemed purposely designed to hammer the ship. Fang Hao further suspected that if he hadn't dealt with that fleet, these fishmen might have come to hammer holes in the ship. "I'm Fang Hao. What does this commander wish to discuss with me?" Fang Hao spoke first. The fishmen opposite also took a moment to study Fang Hao and the few heroes beside him. For fishmen, lizardmen and orcs were still rather rare to see. "Glokiro, welcome, human friend," the fishman expressed amicably, then continued, "We heard fighting and came to verify the situation." The fishman's tone was peculiar, but the system provided a translation. Fang Hao nodded and said, "That fleet saw I only had one ship and tried to plunder me, so I had to teach them a lesson." "Recently, there have often been battles between ships occurring here," the fishman commented. "Yet, The Fishman General continued to ask, "Where is the destination of your journey? We may escort your sea vessel over." Possibly, the Bao totem played a role. The Fishman showed ample friendliness, even offering to escort their sea vessel across. In Bai Xian's intelligence, Fishmen typically did not engage with foreign forces in any exchange. If any fleet entered the Thornfin Sea, they would get attacked. Such inquiries like this would never occur. Therefore, the Federation and the Sea Tribe believed Fishmen were an uncivilized race, impossible to communicate with. Fang Hao smiled and said, "Actually, our purpose for this journey is to go to the Thornfin Sea to discuss cooperation with you." Cooperation. This reply was evidently beyond the Fishman General's expectations. Fishmen were known never to contact the outside world, let alone cooperate. "Yes, I have some equipment that you can use and would like to trade with you," Fang Hao explained. It had been somewhat unwise to straightforwardly say he came to the center of their territory looking for treasures. A simple and reasonable excuse was to see if there really were treasures, then make further decisions. The Fishman pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "I will convey your message back. You can wait here for my news." "Sure, these 2 sets of equipment I intend to sell, you can take them back." Fang Hao handed 2 sets of gear from his storage space. One was the blue agile white steel set, usually Fishman equipment. The second was the purple wanderer's set, also obtained from a treasure chest in the Fishman temple. "All right, don't leave this area." The Fishman took the 2 sets of equipment, said another sentence, then jumped back into the sea, leading the Fishman troop away. Fang Hao could not leave for a while. After all, the items in those sunken ships had not yet been salvaged. Gulrakyu Begu, continue having people salvage items of value, bring them up before the Fishman return. Watching the Fishman General depart, Fang Hao continued to give orders. "Yes, my lord." Splash! All the ocean undead immediately dispersed, proceeding to the location of the sunken ships to continue salvaging items. Very soon, the deck was piled high with assorted goods. Over 100 field cannons, various types of gear, weapons, and even fire shot pellets covered the entire deck. Additionally, there were gold and silver utensils, chandeliers, carpets from the ships, water barrels, mops, and even various vegetables and foods. The variety was truly vast. Field cannons salvaged were immediately exchanged by Fang Hao as soon as they were brought up. After all, the deck space was limited. Dimitrija and Angia were tallying the quantity of trophies. Meanwhile, Fang Hao turned his attention to the Book of Lords beside him. During a transmigrator's death, the Book of Lords wouldn't vanish immediately. Fang Hao hadn't tested the exact duration. But clearly, the time had not yet arrived for these dead ones to disappear. Without hesitation, he began to devour the books one by one. Capable of devouring 52 Books of Lords. Then, a stack of Books of Lords transformed into stars and merged into Fang Hao's Book of Lords. You have gained decisiveness over 52 territories. Occupy/abandon. Occupy, it will become your subsidiary territory and can continue to develop. Abandon, you will gain 50%-80% of the territory's resources, and the territory will be abandoned. Fang Hao glanced at the positions indicated on the map. It was in a further southern location, according to the nautical chart in Captain Bai Xian's cabin. It should be the location of Giant Claw Island. He chose to occupy one of them. All the other 51 were abandoned. You have occupied one subsidiary territory, owning the territory and its affiliated city rights. You can establish deputy governor in the Book of Lords. You have abandoned 51 subsidiary territories, gaining 80% of their territory resources and 50% of their building resources as a return. A massive supply of goods was transported over from the direction of Giant Claw Island, directly into the main city's warehouse. On the Book of Lords map, those abandoned territories were shrouded in mist once more, making them unobservable. Book of Lords elevated to level 11, marching speed plus 8%, resource exploitation plus 10%, unit attack plus 5.5, regional/world channel speech plus 110. Though the levels of these people's Books of Lords weren't high, the sheer number made up for it. It elevated Fang Hao's level from 8 directly to 11. New blueprints unlocked: Dark Reef Fortress Construction Blueprint, purple; Pearlescent Fish Pond Farm Construction Blueprint, blue; Coral Aquatic Prison Construction Blueprint, blue; White Steel Katana Construction Blueprint, blue; Hard Silver Katana Construction Blueprint, blue; Sailboat Construction Blueprint, blue; Large Sea Tribe Vessel Construction Blueprint, purple. Blueprints were unlocked one by one. With the advantage in numbers, the quantity remained quite sufficient. From buildings to weapons and armor, and even sea vessels, sails, and various tools. But it was also evident that they were all related to the ocean. Dark Reef Fortress, hard and resilient wood 1500, fine crafted bricks 850, reefs 450, cast iron blocks 220, metal parts 150. Description: the looming and concealed reef becomes the strongest fortress, blocking enemy navigation. According to its description, the Dark Reef Fortress was an obstacle designed to impede ships' progress. Yet, with its purple rating, it likely had some special uses. Pearlescent Fish Pond Farm is a building for culturing marine life, corresponding to the land's farms and ranches. Effect: growth plus 15%, reproduction plus 10%. This blueprint was quite decent, at least functional for him. Coral Aquatic Prison corresponds to buildings like blood prisons or dungeons. The inclusion of coral walls in the materials signifies its function to imprison underwater captives. As for land captives, imprisoning them in coral aquatic prisons would lead to their drowning. It was unnecessary to go through that trouble. Having looked through the building blueprints, Fang Hao quickly scanned through a few equipment blueprints. Ultimately, his attention fell on the two katana designs. White steel katana, hard and resilient wood 2, cast iron block 5, white steel ingot 5, metal parts 6, linen 3. Hard silver katana, ironized wood 1, cast iron block 8, fine iron 3, mithril 2, metal parts 5, soft leather 1, linen 3. The white steel katana belonged to the blue weapons category. It could be manufactured and sold on the channel. Hard silver katana had already reached purple quality, with the addition of fine iron and mithril in the materials. The weapon itself increased sharpness by 7%. It was suitable to equip Biahu with two katanas, as she didn't bring any weapons or equipment when summoned. After glancing at the ship blueprints, Fang Hao also looked at the remaining household items. They were not particularly interesting. These were little things he had no use for and couldn't sell well on the channel. They were merely items that were neither here nor there. During the wait for news from the fishmen, Fang Hao exchanged for several fishing rods, sitting with Enjia and others on the railing to fish. Not that they really aimed to catch anything. Just to pass the time. If they truly wanted to eat fish, the simplest way would be to have the underwater units catch some, filling several barrels quickly. If they fancied shark, it could be arranged too. Splash! The ancient blood priest emerged again from the water. My lord, the fishman who left has returned. Let him come over then. Soon, the departing Kot's general leaped back onto the deck, saying, Come with me then, I'll lead you in, but make sure to restrain the surrounding undead. Upon hearing the agreement, Fang Hao also smiled. The plan proceeded more smoothly than anticipated. All right, let's go. The fishman dove back into the sea, leading a group of fishmen ahead as guides. With a wave of his hand, Fang Hao directed the White Satin Queen to move slowly, following closely behind the fishmen. The journey delved deep into the Thornfin Sea. More and more fishmen gathered around the sea vessel, gazing downward. Everywhere he looked was a dense swarm of dark shadows. The number of fishmen exceeded his expectations by a large margin. Soon, the leading fishman lightly knocked on the boat's side. We're here. Come down with me. Go down? Fang Hao was about to say descending might be inconvenient for him. But that fishman splashed down at once. He had to release the Diem doll, then followed suit into the sea. Gulrakyu Bagu, come along and have a look. Fang Hao controlled the Diem doll, saying to the ancient blood priest. Chapter 1103. He had just thought of going underwater with the fishman. But he stopped again. Then, he released another warrior-class demon doll and made some changes to its attire. After the upgrade of God's presence skill, not only could he control multiple demon dolls, but the distance of his control had also improved. The priest doll with bat wings donned a long robe, while the warrior doll still wore a set of defensive armor. It looked like a master and a guard. Controlling the two dolls, he leapt into the sea. The leading fishman warrior stopped and curiously looked at the two obviously undead demon dolls. Fang Hao explained through the priest doll, I am human and not skilled in swimming. This is one of my avatars which can communicate underwater, and these two are my guards. If it were necessary to go underwater, the orange necklace blessing of the sea god could provide the effect of underwater breathing. But it was not necessary. He didn't want to take the risk. Moreover, if there were any danger, he would have enough time to leave with his people from the ship. The fishman warrior glanced with confusion but did not say much. He turned and led the 3 persons toward the depths of the sea. The 2 demon dolls, dragging the body of the ancient blood servant, were not slow. They could completely keep up with the speed of the fishman. As they delved deeper into the ocean, the light dimmed. Meanwhile, more and more fishmen appeared within sight. Thousands, tens of thousands, even more. Their numbers were quite impressive. The rich resources in the ocean, along with the absence of large-scale battles, allowed the fishmen of the Thornfin Sea to reproduce normally. Finally, they reached the seabed. Colorful marine plants and caves adorned with corals and seashells appeared within sight. Fishmen peeked out from the stone caves, casting curious glances their way. Human constructions are based on the ground, while fishmen's are more like buildings, with a large reef containing many caves providing homes for many fishmen. Fang Hao looked around. From afar, he saw the underwater mountain featured in Bai Xian's photo. It was immense, the surface covered with numerous barnacle-like entities, its original appearance unrecognizable. But to call it a ship really seemed a bit far-fetched. The fishman warrior stopped in front of a large reef building. The entrance of the reef was blocked by a familiar curtain of water. This kind of water curtain, which Fang Hao had seen before in the fishman temple in the lake, could isolate sea water. "Come with me," he said. "Wait," Fang Hao, controlling the priest doll, stopped him and said, "Can you arrange for someone to show him around? To understand what items you need that we could cooperate on." The fishman warrior glanced at the warrior doll on the side. Finally, he nodded, "Wait at the door for a little while." After speaking, he led the way into the light curtain. "You wait for me at the door," Fang Hao told the ancient blood servant. Although reef dwellings were tall, they could not accommodate the body of the ancient blood servant. And the warrior doll had other tasks later. "Yes, my lord," the ancient blood servant nodded in response. Its tall figure stood by the side. Fang Hao did not delay and controlled the priest doll to enter the water curtain. The water curtain caused a faint ripple. As the vision cleared, they had entered inside. Inside the reef, was a space similar to a clan leader's hall, adorned with metal chandeliers and nightstones. This made the hall relatively bright. At the front, a visibly burly fishman with a fierce head sat on a coral throne. A pair of round bulging fish eyes were goggling at him. Thornfin Lord Guktuk, Orange Tier 5. The strength of the fishmen in this Thornfin Sea was truly formidable. No wonder even the sea tribe didn't want to provoke them. Fang Hao observed him, and the fishman leader was also observing the demon doll. "Lord, humans cannot breathe underwater, this is his avatar, which can also converse," the Thornfin warrior took the lead to explain. He then added, "He hopes you can arrange for someone to take one of his subordinates to have a look outside." The Thornfin leader glanced at the demon doll and, listening to his subordinate's explanation, then withdrew his gaze. "All right, take him around nearby." The Thornfin warrior nodded and turned to leave. The fishman leader then refocused his attention on Fang Hao. "You are a human? From the 100 Cities Federation?" His tone was strange, but still understandable. "Yes," Fang Hao did not deny. It was evident that the fishmen were not as primitive and chaotic as the Federation records suggested. They simply preferred not to engage with the outside world. The fishman leader continued, "Recently, your human ships have been frequently engaging in battles near the Thornfin Sea. Do you know why?" "He wants to probe for information through me." Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, "The 100 Cities Federation and the Sea Tribe have had disputes, and the forces they support have started the battles at sea. Why then, does it frequently happen near the Thornfin Sea?" "I understand that there are clashes in many places, perhaps it's just more frequent here," Fang Hao casually said. The fishman clan leader fell silent and then accepted the reason. After all, both fleets hadn't really entered the core area. Now that they have either sunk or retreated, pursuing this matter was meaningless. After asking about this, the fishman clan leader then continued, "We are in great need of these 2 pieces of equipment, what do you want to exchange for them from me?" The fishmen greatly needed the equipment. Unlike the sea tribe, they didn't have fixed islands. Always living underwater and not interacting with other races, the sea dwellers of this region were always consuming their own resources. They basically had no intact equipment left. Their armor was in tatters, and their weapons, even if frequently honed, were no longer sharp due to the erosion from seawater. The best equipment they now had were those that had fallen into the sea during battles between the Federation and the Sea Tribe, which they had collected. Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, Warfire coin settlement. We don't store warfire coins, the Fishman clan leader shook his head. Fang Hao continued to ask, then what do you use for settlement? The Fishman clan leader threw over an object resembling a seashell. It had no properties. It only had some patterns carved on one side of the shell. Mainly, this kind of thing was of no use to him. Then I can exchange some resources with you, such as ores, various pearls and coral crystals, Fang Hao continued. Possible, I can provide these things on my end, how should we exchange them? The Fishman clan leader looked at him again. Each material is priced differently, and I am not sure what you want to exchange, or maybe mix and match. After briefly thinking, he said, how about this, you list all the items you want to sell, and I will calculate the price according to the trade alliance's rates, and exchange the equipment of corresponding value with you. The Fishman clan leader thought for a moment, and it indeed seemed like a solution. Otherwise, both parties really wouldn't be able to trade. All right, then come back here at this time tomorrow, I will have some materials tallied up. Sure, I will bring someone who is good at accounting to come over and help with the tally, said Fang Hao. The Fishman clan leader nodded, sure. After discussing serious matters, Fang Hao didn't want to leave. Outside, another demon doll, under the leadership of the warrior, was still wandering nearby, searching for what might be treasure marked on treasure maps. Just as he was thinking of topics to possibly delay time. On one side of the hall, an ordinary fishman came out. Clan leader Gaktuk, priest Gaksute requests this gentleman to come over, the fishman said softly. The leader nodded, human friend, since the priest wants to see you, please go and see him, nothing unpleasant will happen. Fang Hao didn't want to leave and naturally nodded in agreement. He followed the fishman towards a room on the side. It was passing through another water curtain. Fang Hao entered another room. The lighting was even dimmer, an old fishman in a long robe sat cross-legged on a coral cushion. Tiny, long barbels flanked by his nose hung down from both sides to the ground. Priest Gaksute Purple Tier 6. Yet another priest, who had already reached the Purple Tier 6. The presence of orange and purple tier heroes already proved that the fishmen of the Thornfin Sea weren't weak. Please sit, the priest said. Fang Hao looked around and then sat down on another coral cushion nearby. He began, just now, I had a chat with your god's servant, he serves you. God's servant, Fang Hao paused for a moment, then quickly realized he referred to the ancient blood god's servant. It appears, while talking business with the Fishman clan leader, he had a chat with the ancient blood god's servant. In a temple, I found him and added him to my dominion, Fang Hao briefly explained. The Fishman priest, gently stroking his long barbels. The tone also grew more respectful, welcome, chosen son of the gods. Saying this, he also slightly bowed his head as a greeting. Chosen son of the gods? Fang Hao was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why a new title had suddenly emerged. The last time a similar situation had occurred was with Dimitrija. These fishmen wouldn't also be introducing a female fishman, intending to bear pure bloodlines with him, would they? Yet, while fishmen satisfied the conditions in their lower half, their upper half was rather hard to look at. What does that mean? Just to be clear, I don't accept loveless unions. Outside. Another warrior doll, in the role of a guard, led by warrior Kuktish, toured the fishman's area. After going round and round for a long time, finally they fairly and squarely arrived in front of the mountain in the central area. At the same time, a piece of information appeared. Ship, the King's Palace, dark gold. Type, ship, damaged. Capabilities, damaged defense level 6, magic power driven, dexterity, power level 7, load bearing level 7. Skills, damaged none. Components, none. Description, legend has it that there is a city that moves slowly over the sea. Chapter 1104. The appearance of the data made Fang Hao's heart leap suddenly. Bai Xian's guess was right, this underwater mountain really was a sunken giant ship. A dark gold level giant ship. In the Day of Grace, obtaining golden equipment or items was already considered a top-tier reward. Bai Xian had actually come up with a dark gold level reward, though it was damaged. Is this a mountain? Asked the DM doll, acting as a guard. The Sea Tribe warrior, slowing down, looked down following his gaze and replied, this is a sunken ship. Sunken ship? Did you guys smash it down? The Sea tribe had left the deepest impression on humans for smashing ships. Any ship, battered indiscriminately, would be sunk by them. Hearing that these Sea tribe knew it was a sunken ship, one subconsciously assumed it was they who had sunk it. Not us, it's been here for a very long time. According to the Sea tribe warrior, this giant sea ship had been here even before the Sea tribe. And the reason the Sea tribe settled here was because the sunken ship contained amazing resources. These sustained their livelihood all this time. Of course, now the inside had been basically emptied, leaving behind nothing of value. Only an empty shell remained. Oh, the Diamdal nodded and continued to follow the Sea tribe warrior, swimming forward. The god has chosen you. The Sea tribe priest stood up, his slender catfish whiskers fluttering. I still don't quite understand. What do you mean chosen me? Fang Hao shifted his gaze away from the whiskers and asked softly. The priest offered a simple explanation. It meant that their god had broken contact with this world long ago. The god guided him to find the temple, and arranged for an ancient blood attendant to serve as his guard. Everything was the arrangement of the god. When it got to this part, Fang Hao was stunned. If it wasn't for the fact that he had attacked that temple, dismantled it, pushed down the statues, and almost believed it. What divine will! It's as if it took credit for him exploring the map and opening treasure chests. Afterward, the Sea tribe priest also mentioned that Sea tribe soldiers not attacking ships was also attributed to the god. In the words of the priest, the god knew everything. He was able to find the temple and then arrive unobstructed at the Thornfin Sea, all because of the god's arrangement. Otherwise, with human ships, it would be impossible to enter the range of the sea. Fang Hao thought about it and felt that it wouldn't hurt if the other party thought this way. So he didn't bother to explain, but conservatively said, okay, I'll tentatively accept your idea for now. Anyway, it was their own fabrication, nothing to do with him. First, see if this title holds any benefits, and if not, then go ahead and explain. If it's useful, then keep it. The Sea tribe priest nodded, my lord chosen by the god, do you have any news of the father god? Fang Hao shook his head, no more. The Sea tribe priest immediately appeared somewhat crestfallen, then continued to speak, have you come this time to trade for weapons and armor? Yes, I have some equipment that the Sea tribe can use, and I want to establish a long-term cooperation with you, Fang Hao continued. The Sea tribe priest nodded again, I will speak to the lord about this, you are a trustworthy person. Yes, thank you for your trust, priest. After obtaining the information about the dark gold ship, Fang Hao lost the mood to continue chatting with the Sea tribe priest. With a simple exchange of courtesy, he found an excuse to leave. Following the Sea tribe attendant, he returned to the coral hall they had just left. That orange Sea tribe lord was still sitting on the coral throne. This is for you, when you come over next time, you can blow it, and someone will come to meet you. Saying so, he tossed over a conch shell. The size of half a palm, shaped like a trumpet opening. It had no special attributes. But from what the other party said, it could be used similar to a shepherd's flute. Blow it, and there would be someone to respond. All right, I will come over again around this time tomorrow. Fang Hao put away the conch shell. The Sea tribe lord nodded, and Fang Hao did not delay. He directly exited the coral hall. Taking the ancient blood attendant and another Diamdal, he quickly swam towards the surface of the sea. The Diamdal returned to the ship. As soon as Fang Hao stored it in the space of the undead, he instructed Biahu to sail back, leaving the area. The ship started its return journey. Angia couldn't wait to ask, how was it? What was down there? It's all Sea tribe, in particularly large numbers. Not that. Did you find any treasure, the treasure recorded on the treasure map? Angia said, her face full of anticipation. I found it, it's a particularly large ship, a dark gold level ship, Fang Hao said. Bigger than this one. Compared to this one, it's like a little child, you tell me if that's big or not, Fang Hao described with no exaggeration. Angia too showed a look of amazement. She thought this ship was already big, at least much bigger than the pirate ship in the amusement park. So much bigger than this ship. Then why didn't you bring it back? Angia immediately said with dissatisfaction. She almost wished Biahu would stop the ship immediately and go back to bring that one. Do you think it's your house? You can't just take it. That's the Sea tribe's territory. Then we're not taking it. Of course, we are. But we can't rush, we need to take it slow, and we will come back tomorrow to see the specifics. Okay then. Angia replied and climbed the mast to relay the recent news to Lori, who was acting as a lookout. The ship kept sailing back to the coast it came from. Fang Hao opened the gate of the worlds and ordered all the undead back to the troop hiding cave. Then he activated the teleportation screen, taking Angia and the others directly back to the main city. Once again, they reappeared in the Great Hall of the main city. Ira had already prepared dinner. Angia and Lori, unable to contain their excitement, eagerly recounted the day's experiences to the others. About sea battles, merpeople, giant ships, and the like. The tales lit up the eyes of the maidens. After dinner, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and contacted Bai Xian. How are things on your end? Bai Xian quickly replied, still on our way in the air, no danger whatsoever, all is normal. From the air, there weren't many dangers that could be encountered. No fierce flight units would appear along that route. Right, I just wanted to let you know, you guessed correctly that Undersea Mountain is indeed a ship, a very large one, Fang Hao said. After pausing for a few seconds, Bai Xian responded with, what the heck? How is that possible? Even though they also suspected it resembled a ship, they still found it hard to believe after receiving Fang Hao's message. Then, another message came through. How did you find out? They had been investigating for such a long time and could only guess it to be a ship through little hints. Fang Hao had confirmed it was a ship after just one day? How did he confirm it? Fang Hao answered, oh, I had a little chat with the mer people. Then, I took the opportunity to take a peek at the center. I can't say about other treasures, but that ship is indeed quite large. Bai Xian said, you're lying, the mer people simply do not communicate with anyone. I'm not lying to you, the mer people are quite approachable. Perhaps sensing that Fang Hao really had no reason to lie to her, she pondered for a moment and then replied, what are you planning to do next? Fang Hao answered, the ship has sunk after all. Whether it can be used again is uncertain. We'll see what the situation is with the mer people. Bai Xian replied, all right, if you need any help, just say the word. Fang Hao nodded in agreement. Honestly, he didn't expect Bai Xian could be of much help. What specifically needed to be done would depend on him. Disconnecting the chat, Fang Hao headed to the Trade Alliance building. He discussed with Dejin the plan for visiting the mer people's territory the next day. They would inventory the goods prepared for the mer people, and it would require the skeleton traders to handle this process. After all, Fang Hao was unsure about the prices of many items and whether they held any value. How many people do you need, my lord? Dejin continued to inquire. Let's start with 20. We're just inventorying the goods and sorting out the types. We shouldn't need too many people, Fang Hao responded. Very well, my lord, what time shall we set out tomorrow? In the morning. I will have someone notify you in advance. Understood. Fang Hao and Dejin sat and chatted for a while. He also learned which materials and goods sold by the Sea tribe were particularly marketable. As their talk was just about wrapping up and the sky was also getting late, Fang Hao left the building and returned to the Lord's mansion. Soaking in the hot spring, easing the fatigue of the day, the maids went off to queue up for the pirate ship ride again, with only Ira left to groom the Red General's feathers. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords. He flipped to the regional channel. As soon as he opened it, he saw that everyone was discussing today's events. Bai Xian is really fierce, she made those little devils beg for mercy in the World Channel. Beg for what mercy? How did she fight? Does the Straw Hat Voyagers map still need people? I want to sail and fire a cannon too. You didn't join when they were recruiting, and now you want in when they're splitting the spoils. The World Channel is also discussing this matter right now. Alliance Hierarch Bai Xian has made us proud. Gosh, both the main and deputy Alliance Hierarchs from Straw Hat Voyagers have been chat banned, can't reach them anymore. The modern day Mulan, anyone objects? Messages flew past rapidly, all discussing the same topic. Beating up those little devils was something that made everyone in the region feel quite proud. After soaking for a while and noticing it was getting late, he took Ira back to their room to rest. The following day, in the Thornfin Sea, the White Gossamer Queen, carrying Fang Hao, Dimitrija, and more than 20 skeleton traders, entered the sea area. After blowing the conch shell, the mer people surfaced and guided them, just like the day before. Dozens of them held onto the bones of the skeleton giant fish, swimming together towards the underwater mer-people region. But this time, there seemed to be something a little different. As they dived deeper, they were surrounded by mer-people who stared unblinkingly at them with their bulbous eyes. A sense of foreboding rose within him. Why did this feel like a horror game? Nothing's going to go wrong, right? In front of the reef hall, the mer-people lord and the mer-people priest were already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Fang Hao approach, they bowed slightly. Divine child, my lord. Whoosh whoosh. The mer-people floating at various heights also bowed in respect. What the heck is going on? In that instant, Fang Hao was a bit stunned. Chapter 1105. Inside the reef hall. Fang Hao sat on the coral chair, looking with puzzlement at the fishman lord and the priest beside him. The fishman's attitude towards him seemed a bit different from yesterday. Lord Gaktuk, what's going on outside? Fang Hao voiced his confusion. It looked like the fishman bore no hostility towards him. Moreover, there was an excessive amount of reverence. The fishman lord glanced at the priest. The latter, swaying his long fish whiskers, explained, although our people's belief is devout, the long absence of a response from the Father God has led us to much confusion and obstacles. Now, with the appearance of the divine child, you have brought new hope to everyone. Fang Hao carefully analyzed the statement. The meaning was that they had not received a response from the god and were now pinning their hopes on him, a false chosen one. In fact, the god the fishmen worshipped probably no longer existed. After all, the state of the temple at the bottom of the lake was filled with an aura of death and decay. A river of blood filled the sky, with rotten corpses drifting in the river. The viscous liquid contaminated the ground, forming a dark red mire. If this god were still alive, how could the temple guarded by the god's servants have turned out like this? Right, what can I do for the fishman tribe? Fang Hao nodded in understanding, then continued. The priest went on, we plan to establish a position for the divine child within the temple. Fang Hao was taken aback. Establish a position? Did they mean to enshrine a statue of him? Then, his heart leaped with joy. Holy shit, what a windfall! This beat any dark gold shipwreck in terms of gains. He could feel his power of faith growing incrementally. If he could establish a statue among the fishman tribe, it would be a massive hall of faith. The fishmen's devotion to their god, coupled with their population, was an excellent place to harvest faith. His heart swelled with joy, but Skeleton's frame showed no abnormality. Does everyone agree to this? Agreed. After pretending to ponder, Fang Hao said, if it can help you, I have no objections. Good, the priest flicked his long whiskers, I'll arrange for someone to immediately craft your statue, we will need you to make an appearance. It's not necessary to go through such trouble, I have a ready-made one here. Just arrange for someone to deliver it, Fang Hao quickly interjected. The priest was surprised but nodded, that's also good, it can save a certain amount of time and trouble. Their conversation concluded. Fang Hao's gaze then fell back upon the fishman lord. Lord Gaktuk, about the trade. The fishman lord nodded, the items are all prepared, divine child, please follow me. The group left the reef hall. They arrived at a building resembling a warehouse. Inside was a dense pile of items, a glance revealing gems, pearls, and various corals. Messily piled into a small hill. At the bottom, one could see the edge of the dawn blue coral peeking out. This was an object that could be auctioned at the Trade Alliance, yet here it was, treated like garbage at the very bottom. All the collected items are here, take a look at what you need and tabulate the price, the fishman lord said. Fang Hao nodded and said to the skeleton merchants behind him, categorize these and estimate the prices. Yes, my lord. The skeleton merchants stepped forward, beginning to organize and tally. I heard that colossal thing is a sea ship, Fang Hao asked during the lull. The fishman lord nodded, indeed, it was already here when our tribe came. The Thornfin Sea was also a place the fishmen moved to later. It was the discovery of this shipwreck that decided their settlement here. Of course, these were things passed down orally from generation to generation of fishmen. Like humans, fishmen also have lifespans. The current group of fishmen were not the earliest to arrive. Does this shipwreck hold any significant meaning for you? Fang Hao probed further. The fishman lord shook his head. Fang Hao continued, can you take me inside for a look? Of course, the fishman lord led him toward the shipwreck. The closer they got, the more one could see the multitude of various barnacle creatures clinging to the hull. Modeled like a mountain of barnacles. Upon reaching the deck, one could see a number of houses. No different from the cities on land. After picking out a house, he walked straight in. Inside was empty, its contents long since removed by several generations of fishmen, leaving nothing behind. After visiting several houses, the interiors seemed no different from those on land. And the fishman lord, having little interest, stood aside waiting for him. Finally, Fang Hao headed towards the center area, the tallest castle-like structure. At a glance, one could only discern the outline of the castle, its surface unrecognizable. Fang Hao went straight inside. The interior of the castle was still empty. Only at the center, there sat a throne covered with an assortment of marine plants and silt. Fang Hao frowned. This layout bore an uncanny resemblance to the cities of transmigrators. Moreover, it was on the day of grace that the treasure map was given to transmigrators. This couldn't help but make Fang Hao grow more suspicious in his heart. He glanced behind, and seeing that the fishman leader hadn't followed, he sat down directly on the throne. He waited for 2 or 3 seconds. No prompt appeared. It wasn't following the rules of transmigrators. But soon, he came to realize. The body he currently possessed was just a demon doll. It was normal not to get a prompt about occupation. It seemed he needed to come here in person after all. After deciding what to do, Fang Hao didn't stay inside any longer and walked straight out of the doorway. "Are you done looking? It's actually just a large shipwreck, nothing special," said the fishman leader casually. It looked as though the fishman tribe didn't place much importance on this shipwreck. After they had emptied it of all items, it no longer had any value. "There really isn't anything special," Fang Hao said. "Such a large ship sitting here, don't you find it a bit obstructive?" "Obstructive? I mean it's so big, it seems somewhat inconvenient." The fishman leader shook his head. "Not really, we haven't noticed, and there isn't much we can do about it. It's too big to move." Fang Hao continued to probe. "What if I said I could help you remove it? Would that change the environment for the fishman tribe a bit?" "You can remove it. I can't be certain, but I can try." If he couldn't occupy it, then he would have to arrange for a large force to salvage it. But that would probably be quite difficult. Since it had been announced as a treasure map, there should be a way to remove it. The fishman leader pondered for a moment, guessing in his mind that Fang Hao was interested in the ship. In the end, he nodded his head in agreement. "Fine, if you can remove it, the shipwreck is yours to dispose of." "Great." Fang Hao immediately agreed. Everything was going very smoothly. Both the matter of the idol of faith and the shipwreck had been settled. Returning to the fishman warehouse, various items had already been categorized and counted. A skeleton merchant approached, carrying a plank of wood on which some numbers were etched. He spoke in a low voice. "My lord, the tally is complete, it all adds up to a total of 7,250,000 warfire coins. Among them, the most valuable items are dawn blue coral, coral crystals, and some others." The wooden plank was handed over, with items and quantities listed in a categorized record. Fang Hao nodded and passed the plank to the nearby fishman leader, saying, "This is what my people have tallied up. The value is quite considerable, you can arrange for someone to verify it." The fishman tribe were not members of the trade alliance and didn't have contact with the outside world. The value of their goods was not accurately priced. For example, in this collection of items, they would keep ores and gemstones separate, while things like coral crystals were piled together. Of course, perhaps in the eyes of the fishmen, those things were scarcer, and the coral crystals were more abundant. "How many of those equipments of yours can we exchange for this price?" asked the fishman leader. Having thought about it, Fang Hao replied, "If we're talking about blue quality equipment, you could probably exchange for around 60,000 pieces. Purple equipment is worth more, roughly 6 to 7,000 pieces." The fishman leader's expression showed joy. He obviously hadn't expected these widely available sea items to be exchanged for so many goods. He could gather even more with his tribe's people. "All right, then let's go with that price and exchange them all for blue quality complete sets, including weapons," the fishman leader decided without hesitation. He didn't insist on getting someone to check the prices. Of course, the skeleton merchant's tally was not done with the intention of undervaluing either. The pricing was based on the market rate. Either way, his side was making a profit. There was no need to deliberately deceive them. "Deal. I'll come back tomorrow with the statue and the corresponding equipment." "Good." After the agreement, Fang Hao left with everyone and returned to the White Gauze Queen. Satisfied, he returned to the main city. Fang Hao started to prepare the items that needed to be delivered to the fishmen the next day. Whether it was for trade or the collection of the power of faith, he needed to maintain a good relationship with the fishmen. Moreover, the fishmen were primitive and barbaric to the outside world, but they were quite decent to him. Pleasant to talk with, and with long whiskers. They made qualified partners. After dinner, Fang Hao went to check the channels. Bai Xian and the little imp's matters were no longer being discussed. The messages were mostly about forming teams for adventures and selling equipment. There wasn't much interesting in the regional channels. So, he switched to the world channels to continue watching. While he was looking, a sales message caught Fang Hao's attention. Orange item selling orange quality item law mark, orange, exchange for orange quality equipment/items, interested parties PM. An orange quality item? Currently, where purple was considered top-tier equipment, orange quality items were very rare. To see one for sale in the world channel was uncommon. With that in mind, he clicked to take a look. Law mark, orange. Category, restraint equipment. Effect, can bind the basic thoughts of the wearer, making them follow the fundamental rules of the golden laws. Description, based on the sensing of laws, this golden mark can restrict the basic behavior of the wearer. Chapter 1106. Orange-colored shackles? In the realm of props, that's quite an obscure item. It's essentially useless. Whether it's weapons, armor, or accessories, orange items usually hold high value. But orange-colored shackles, in the hands of a transmigrator, are hardly of any use. Powerful enemies can't be overcome with them, and those that can be defeated don't require such items. Only nations or forces with well-established systems would use shackles to temporarily control enemies while awaiting their final judgment. On Fang Hao's side, if it weren't for the fact that there were no losses and that Beato was among them, they would not have used shackles and would have just killed the captives. Hence, compared to these kind of props, they ended up being put up for sale on the channel, where they couldn't be sold. According to the law mark description, this item differed greatly from the binding bands he had acquired. The effect of the binding band was clearly described. It was to restrain a person, making them unable to escape. This mark, however, described something quite magical. It constrains the wearer's fundamental thoughts. It sounds like it can alter consciousness or hypnotic effects. Opening this person's store. The law mark was indeed listed for sale. The exchange condition was any orange-colored equipment of any kind. With such a condition, it's likely no one would ever trade an orange item with him. Otherwise, Fang Hao probably wouldn't have seen his sales message in the channel. After thinking it over, Fang Hao decided to try private messaging the seller. Are you there? Can the orange-colored prop you're selling be exchanged for something other than items? After sending the message, there was no reply for a while. It took a long time before a message came through, depends on what you have. If it's anything below purple, don't bother. It seemed as though there were probably quite a few people asking about the price and it must have been quite bothersome. There was also something else, seemingly they hadn't noticed Fang Hao's identity, otherwise, the tone wouldn't be like this. Fang Hao thought for a moment and sent over 2 purple-grade finished equipment. Flytrap urn, purple, fine iron Valkyrie longsword, purple, dot. This time, the response came quickly, mine is orange, and you think 2 purple items will be enough to trade? What are you thinking? Fang Hao considered his words, this orange prop of yours doesn't hold much value to transmigrators, you should be aware of this yourself. The other side continued, 200 purple pieces of equipment, by the trade alliance's pricing for orange props, 200 purple pieces certainly won't be a loss. With your number 1 status, it shouldn't be difficult, right? Looking at the reply, Fang Hao's brow furrowed. It's not that the orange prop wasn't worth the price. It's just that this particular orange prop was of little use to transmigrators. On the contrary, purple equipment held significant value amongst transmigrators, and 200 pieces could be enough to assemble a squad. The strength of his territory could also be significantly enhanced. Fang Hao lost interest in continuing the conversation with the seller who was asking for too much. He simply replied, goodbye. After that, he closed the Book of Lords. He took a sip from his teacup. Outside, laughter and chatter reached his ears. Then, several figures came rushing in playfully. Seeing Fang Hao seated on the chair, they stopped their antics, gave a slight salute, and called him master. Fang Hao looked at the maids. In their black and white maid dresses, they revealed fair thighs, complemented with black leather boots. Especially the bunny ears and fox tails, which made them particularly adorable. It must be thanks to the dragon meat soup. The maids' physical attributes had improved significantly. They had mostly reached the 7th and 8th tiers now. At this rate, it won't be long before they arrive at the 10th tier. When that time comes, the Lord's mansion would have its own maid army. Master, Angia said the Fishman tribe chose you as a god, is that true? The maid Yuan tiptoed and leaned on his leg, asking in a delicate voice. Fang Hao encircled her with one arm and replied, what god, you can't just say things like that. It can easily cause trouble. The Fishmen are planning to establish a statue of me in their tribe. Oh, Yuan nodded. Master, can you take us to see the Fishmen someday? Angia made it sound so interesting, another maid chimed in. The Fishmen are under the sea, you can't go down there, he replied. Then how about going out to sea? In the future, you could take us to see the sea too. Fang Hao thought for a moment, going out to sea is fine. When it's safe, I'll take you out to have a look. Yay! The maids crowded around, soft and gentle, asking about things related to the sea. It wasn't until Ira and Little White came back that the maids went off to attend to their own business. Back in his room, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords only to see that he had received several private messages. They were all from the person selling the orange prop. The last message read: Where are you? Just tell me how much you can offer. If it's reasonable, I'll sell it to you, and we can make friends. Seeing this reply, Fang Hao found it amusing. That orange prop seems to be harder to sell than imagined. Probably waiting for someone like him to buy it. Trading 2 purple items for 1 orange would obviously not happen. Anyone, rather than trading, would rather use it as a doorstop. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then directly said, 20 pieces. I don't have that many purple items on me. Trade Alliance purple equipment, each priced over 2,000 Warfire coins. Chapter 1107. Some transmigrators, by pinching pennies, could still manage to buy a few items from the Trade Alliance. An orange equipment or items, even the less sought after ones in the Trade Alliance, could fetch hundreds of thousands, or even millions, in price. The one he had was probably hard to sell in the Trade Alliance. No. Your pricing is really too low, how could 20 pieces of purple equipment possibly get you 1 piece of orange? The other party started again. The orange piece is of no use to me either. Just say how much you want. Fang Hao continued. 100 pieces, and I'll trade with you right now. 25 pieces, if you agree we'll trade, if not there's nothing to discuss, go find another buyer. Fang Hao said directly. He wasn't planning to dawdle with the seller. The item effects were vaguely described. The other party fell into silence. After a while, just as Fang Hao was about to rest under Little White's teasing, the reply suddenly came from the other side, fine, but I want all weapons. Dude, I'm scraping together whatever I can, you think I have everything here? Fang Hao replied. Okay, I've changed the method of trade in my shop, just go ahead with the transaction. Fang Hao selected a hodgepodge of weapons and armor from the warehouse, totaling 25 pieces of purple items, and traded them. Transaction complete. The next second, an item appeared in Fang Hao's hand. It was a gold-colored square seal. Palm-sized, it somewhat resembled the official seals of ancient China. Fang Hao immediately checked the attributes, thinking he had exchanged the wrong item. Law mark, orange. Category, shackles. Uses available, 3. Effect, capable of constraining the basic thoughts of the wearer, forcing them to comply with the basic rules of the Golden Law. Description, based on the sensing of law, the golden mark can restrict the wearer's basic behavior. No mistake. The attributes and name displayed were all correct. When he flipped the seal over, the bottom was covered in intricate symbols. The method of use seemed to be by stamping it on like a seal. How do I use this? Fang Hao sent the message. The other party has set a friend authorization. NMD. This damn thing, was he afraid I'd change my mind, or what? He deleted him right away and set the friend chat permissions. Without messages from the other party, Fang Hao had no choice but to figure it out on his own. Having received the item, he noticed an additional number of uses available. It meant that it could still be used 3 times. He'd asked Nelson when the time came. With so many long-lived heroes on his side, surely someone would find a use for it. Little White, with her smooth and delicate body, wriggled in, blinking her big eyes, and called out softly, "Master." I know, I know." A silent night passed, and dawn light rose from the east. Fang Hao extended his hand to block the sunlight that was falling right on his eyes, and slowly opened them. A new day had begun. He didn't want to disturb Ira and Little White, but they clung tightly to him. He wriggled his arm free. Ira on his side was the first to open her eyes, glanced at the sunlight outside the window, and then turned her little head to snuggle up. She stuck out her tender red tongue and brought it to her mouth. After a moment of tenderness, Fang Hao gently tapped her, "Get up, we'll continue tonight." Ira gave a strong kiss, "Okay." The two got up and started dressing. Little White was still fast asleep and undisturbed as they quietly stepped out of the room. Exiting the Lord's mansion, Dimitrija immediately came up to greet him and said, "Sir, the statues and equipment have all been moved to Troop Hiding Cave, we can set off at any time." Last night, Fang Hao had the skeleton traders prepare all the equipment they had promised. Besides the blue suit, there was also a large quantity of white steel harpoons. The harpoons were spoils of war from the last time they killed the lake murlocs. They weren't easy to sell in the channel, and now were being sold in sets to the thornfin murlocs. Of course, the harpoons had been repaired by a blacksmith. There was no question about their quality. "All right, once Angia comes down, we'll head over." Soon after, Angia and Lori, both groggy, came downstairs. Fang Hao activated his light screen, vanishing on the spot with the others. The speed of the White Silk Queen was not slow. Before long, they once again arrived at the center of the Thornfin Sea area. They didn't even have to blow the conch. One by one, murloc heads popped up from the water around them. All around, they stared intently at the ship. Being watched by so many eyes was actually quite oppressive. Splash! A murloc leaped directly onto the deck, an old acquaintance, a murloc warrior. "Divine Son, the Lord ordered me to wait for you here." Fang Hao nodded, clearly understanding the intentions of these murlocs. "I've brought the equipment I promised you. It's enough for all your people to take back." After speaking, he directly released the Gate of the Worlds. The ancient stone door opened, and complete sets of equipment were thrown directly into the sea. Among them was a huge stone statue. With a splash, it hit the water. The sound startled Fang Hao, fearing he might crush a few murlocs and cause some trouble. Fortunately, that didn't happen. The murlocs were very agile in the water. Once all the murlocs had grabbed the equipment thrown into the sea and dived to the ocean floor. Fang Hao put on the Blessing of the Sea God necklace, and along with the ancient blood divine servant and 200 skeleton WIRM guardians, leaped into the sea. They swam downward. As his entire body entered the water, the Blessing of the Sea God necklace transmitted a special energy. In the next second, gills grew on both sides of his lower jaw. Instantaneously, he felt able to breathe, and the ocean's rejection of him was no longer as strong. He grabbed a skeleton WIRM guardian and swam together towards the bottom of the sea. In front of the coral hall, the Murloc Lord and Priest were still waiting. Seeing the humans suddenly come down, they were slightly stunned. Then, they realized it was Fang Hao. "Divine Son, both still maintained their etiquette. The equipment has been delivered, you can inspect the quality." Underwater, he could speak like a Murloc. Instead of bubbling sounds. The Murloc Lord did not refuse and immediately arranged for people to check the equipment. Fang Hao then said, "Lord Guktuk, may I take another look at that sunken ship?" "Of course." Accompanied by the Murloc Lord. This time, Fang Hao personally arrived in front of the sunken ship's central, ancient castle construction. Whether it would work, it all hinged on this time. If the sunken ship could not be acquired through the transmigrator's approach, then the difficulty of salvaging it was too great. Fang Hao would consider whether it was worth salvaging the giant ship that had sunk and was not of great help to him. After deciding, he directly entered the sunken ship's central ancient castle. Sitting on the throne covered in silt and sand. The moment his backside hit the chair, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. "The King's Palace has become your subsidiary special city, you may rename it here, you may control all resources on the ship." Chapter 1108. Hearing the system notification appear, Fang Hao felt pleased. Just as he had guessed. If the transmigrator was really expected to salvage this ship, then the difficulty would be too great. With the transmigrator's current abilities, it was basically impossible. To delay for 5 or 6 years and then salvage it, the reward would lose its significance. However, after occupation, appearing in the form of data, the difficulty was much reduced. Ship, the King's Palace, dark gold. Category, ship, damaged. Hull repair, hardwood 127,505, ironized wood 85,657, iron 78,520, iron plates 15,252, cast iron blocks 5,252. White steel ingots 4,520, white steel plates 12,550, metal parts 15,220, precision parts 2,580, marks of the ocean 15, deep sea essence 8, essence of magic 5. After occupation, the option to repair was now displayed. Even for the repair of the ship's body, the amount of material had reached an exaggerated extent. The quantity of hardwood had reached 120,000, enough to build several lords' mansions. Moreover, these were just materials for repair. It was not difficult to guess how many resources had been spent during its original construction. Looking at the exaggerated quantity of materials and the diverse variety, Fang Hao hesitated again. It wasn't that the materials were insufficient. The materials in the main city had reached a point where there was nowhere to put them, they were mostly being sold off or supporting the development of subsidiary cities. It was just that he was weighing whether it was worth spending so much material to repair this ship. What help would a successful repair bring him? His territory was not near the sea area, nor did he worry about threats from the sea. What would he need such a ship for? To catch fish? Or to prepare for an attack on the little devils in the future? He did not rush to choose. Instead, he opened the Book of Lords and checked the map. On the map, the position of the sunken ship had already appeared, revealed as if it was a city. This meant that he could use this ship as a teleportation target in the future. That was indeed a good use. A movable target point. How goes it? How do you plan to take it away? The sea creature leader walked in and asked. Yesterday, the two had discussed the matter of the sunken ship. The sea creatures had no interest in this sunken ship. After emptying the items inside, no sea creature had built a nest in the interior of the ship. If Fang Hao wanted to take it away, they would not stop him. They even hoped to move this huge thing away. It's a bit difficult. Fang Hao stood up from his seat. Not enough personnel? I can arrange some people to help you with that. The sea creature leader walked over. If we're going to repair this ship, we'll need a vast amount of materials. Fang Hao explained straightforwardly. The sea creature leader nodded its huge head and continued, being able to use it will yield far greater returns than the current investment for your human clan. I'll think about it. The two returned to the warehouse. The sea creatures had already finished taking inventory of the equipment. It was entirely equipment made by transmigrators, with no difference in quality. Even the slightest fluctuation was absent, as every stitch and line were identical. After confirming there were no problems with the goods under their subordinates, the sea creature leader nodded in satisfaction and said, "The goods I promised you yesterday are in the warehouse, I'll arrange someone to deliver them to your ship." Okay. A large group of sea creatures began to move, picking up the sea creatures' tribute from the warehouse, heading towards the shore to swim. The two entered the coral hall. Sitting down on the coral chairs, the sea creature leader continued to ask, among the items exchanged, what do you value more? Or rather, what is of value to you? Coral crystals, dawn blue coral, and other materials, or marks of the ocean, tears of the ocean, these materials, all hold great value, along with pearls and sea scale stones as well. Fang Hao shared what he knew with the sea creature leader. These materials were not necessarily scarce, but they had always been mainly supplied by the sea tribe. There was a feeling of monopoly over pricing. For Fang Hao, the sea creatures represented a good place to procure goods, which he could sell to the trade alliance if he didn't need them for himself. The sea creature leader listened, memorizing these details. Then it continued, we also want to order some purple sets. Of course, how many sets would you like? Fang Hao asked. 2,000 sets. Fine, I will bring the equipment tomorrow. There's no need to rush, we also need time to prepare the goods. How about 2 days from now? 2 days from now. After setting the date for the exchange, they chatted for a while about other areas they could cooperate in, such as some special tools or everyday items. Walking out of the Coral Hall, passing through a wide square, Fang Hao stopped in his tracks. In the center of the square stood two statues. At the feet of the statues lay numerous tributes. One was a blurred outline of a towering giant, and the other was the recently erected king statue. That was the statue brought by Fang Hao. Whenever a sea creature passed by, they would earnestly bow to the statues in reverence. A statue was not merely a stone erected. It could represent oneself in collecting the power of faith. Though no explicit values were displayed, he could feel the increase in his power of faith. Soon, his divinity would be able to upgrade. At that time, he didn't know what effects would be added. Crossing the square, Fang Hao once again reached the sunken ship. He still decided to take the ship with him, even if the materials needed were somewhat extensive. Not for any other reason, but even if his main city were to be truly taken by the Dragon Clan, he could bring Ira and the others to live on this ship. The sea was no smaller than the land, if not larger. A movable city was not easy to find. Perhaps, the original owner of the ship had built this giant ship with the same idea in mind, and hence named it the King's Palace. After deciding, he directly leaped onto the sunken ship. Fang Hao said to the fish people leader, "I plan to take this sunken ship with me. Have everyone else move a safe distance away in case any danger arises." The fish people leader paused and asked with some confusion, "Take it away? Don't you need our help?" They lived in the deep sea, an environment even transmigrators had not touched, let alone fully understood. So, hearing Fang Hao say he could take it immediately was quite puzzling. Didn't they need to salvage it up? Fang Hao nodded, "Yes, you'll understand in a moment. For now, take your people and retreat a bit further back." Seeing his serious tone and considering he was the newly appointed godson of the fish people, the leader had no choice but to order his people to collectively move back and maintain a distance. The ancient blood servants stood guard by Fang Hao's side. In case any issue arose, they would be ready to protect him immediately. Seeing that the preparations were nearly complete, Fang Hao once again sat on the muddy throne. Ship repair: hardened wood 127,505, ironized wood 85,657, iron 78,520, iron plates 15,252, cast iron blocks 5,252. White steel ingots 4,520, white steel plates 12,550, metal parts 15,220, precision parts 2,580, traces of the ocean 15, deep sea essence 8, essence of magic 5. The system prompt appeared once again. This time, Fang Hao didn't hesitate. Instead, he immediately chose to repair. Whoosh! Beams of light enveloped the ship, beginning to repair the damaged parts. And where the light dispersed, the repairs were already complete. The pristine surface stood out starkly against the original ship covered in barnacles. Whoosh! Upon witnessing this scene, the fish people all fell to their knees in unison. They raised their hands high, crawling and shouting something indecipherable. Boom! As the final repair was completed, a dark gold glow began to circulate on the surface of the ship. All the water inside was drained out. And amidst the deafening roar, the ship began to struggle violently. The reef nests built around the ship started to collapse. Thick sea dust rose like a towering wave, frightening the fish people into a retreat, keeping a safe distance. Rumbling! Amidst the great rumbling noise, the ship, bulky as a mountain, suddenly broke free from the seabed. Like a bottle filled with air, it shot straight up from the ground, soaring towards the sky. Fang Hao, sitting on the ship's throne, was also quite startled. He released a teleportation barrier, standing it before himself and the ancient blood servants, ready to dive through at any sign of danger. The sound of howling waves rang in his ears. The sea water scraped against his skin painfully. The upward momentum was still strong, showing no sign of slowing down. The White Veil Queen. The ship was waiting in place for Fang Hao's return. Around it, a large number of skeleton troops were gathered, protecting the ship's safety. Angia and Lori sat board on the deck, fishing with rods. After the third time, the excitement of the first two visits had faded. It even seemed that there was nothing of interest anymore. "Do you think Fang Hao will be successful this time?" Angia asked on the side. "Successful at what? Isn't there a treasure down there?" Lowry, not overly interested, replied, "Didn't they say it was a sunken ship? What kind of treasure is that? A ship that's bigger and more powerful than this one, how is that not a treasure? If it was so powerful, how could it sink?" "Angia, you're getting less smart. Such a simple question, and you can't even figure it out," Lowry said, sitting on the railing and resting her chin in her hand. "Who says a big ship can't sink? Maybe it was sunk by some powerful enemy. Fang Hao said it's much bigger than this one. You believe whatever he says? Besides, the way you eagerly asked him, he probably exaggerated a bit. I think it's just a slightly bigger ship. How could it be bigger than a mountain?" Lowry continued to speak as such. "No way, want to bet?" Fang Hao wouldn't lie. "Let's bet, the loser eats." Before she could finish, there was a loud rumbling, and the previously calm sea surface suddenly began to boil. Waves churned, and the ship began to swing violently. Angia grabbed Lowry and brought her back onto the deck. And Biaho immediately started to control the ship, planning to leave the area first. But as they moved, a giant wave rose across the sea. Then, everyone felt the ship abruptly shooting into the sky. As if something had lifted it up. Chapter 1109. In the midst of earth-shaking tremors, the White Veil Queen finally came to a halt in mid-air. Several heroes exchanged glances and immediately drew their weapons from their belts, quickly approaching the deck's railing and peering below. What they saw was no longer a calm ocean surface. Instead, the deck was caked in mud and covered with various marine life. The deck was strewn with flopping fish alongside bewildered undead creatures who had also been elevated from the sea. Swarms of skeleton giant fish flapped incessantly, their skeletal tails smacking the deck with resounding slaps. The skeleton WIRM guardians were equally perplexed, surveying their surroundings with confusion. Moments ago, they had been in the ocean. How did they suddenly appear on land? At that moment, Fang Hao emerged from one of the nearby structures. He caught sight of the White Veil Queen resting on the deck and froze in astonishment. "Damn it! Who parked the ship on the deck?" Before he could voice his confusion, Angia's jubilant cheers rang out. "Fang Hao! Fang Hao! Is this the sunken ship you were talking about?" Angia called out from afar. "Yes. Awesome." Then she glanced at Lowry to her side. "You lost." Lowry widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the massive ship below. "What kind of ship is this? It's more like a city drifting on the ocean." "No, it'd be more accurate to call this a ruin." Gigantic as it was, the ship's current state was undeniably miserable. Upon hearing Angia's remark, Lowry crossed her arms and retorted defiantly, "Fine, I lost. Besides, we didn't bet on anything specific." "What do you mean we didn't? You did say so." "I didn't say such a thing." Crash! The sound of water breaking erupted. Silhouettes emerged one after another from the ocean, leaping onto the massive ship's deck. It was the fishman leader and his retinue who had been following closely behind. "How did you manage to do it? You actually made it float," the fishman leader exclaimed in astonishment. Fang Hao smiled and replied, "Some special abilities. It's not something easy to explain. It must be divine power." "The priest was right. God is watching over you," the fishman leader said excitedly. Fang Hao smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate on such matters but instead said, "Well, I'll take this ship with me. I'll return in 2 days with the purple set you asked for." "Agreed. When you come back, if it's the old ship, blow the conch I gave you. But for this ship, there's no need. I'll issue orders to let you pass." The ship was distinctive enough that anyone who saw it could immediately recognize Fang Hao's identity. "All right." The fishman leader said no more, giving the colossal vessel one last glance before diving back into the ocean with his followers. They vanished. The fishman hero had left. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords to review the ship's condition. Though it was afloat, for now, it resembled little more than a ruin. Steering room repair, hardwood 782, cast iron blocks 224, copper blocks 71, mithril 11, metal components 178, precision parts 79, finished helm 1. Meeting hall repair, hardwood 850, stone bricks 552, fine stone bricks 371, cast iron blocks 127, metal components 78. Mainmast repair, ironized wood 122, iron plates 220, white steel plates 181, metal components 120. Secondary mast repair. Armory repair. Line after line detailing the necessary repairs appeared in the notifications. It seemed even though rebuilding would require fewer materials, the sheer volume was overwhelming. Fang Hao kept scrolling downward. One particular repair caught his attention. Magical energy supply room repair, iron 171, cast iron blocks 78, copper ingots 27, precision parts 121, magical energy essence 3. The supply room appeared to house equipment that provided propulsion to the ship. For such a massive vessel, relying solely on sails was undoubtedly impractical. After thoroughly inspecting its various sections, Fang Hao experimented with the teleportation screen. One thing was certain, this enormous ship could act as a viable teleportation destination. As long as he activated the screen, it could take him directly to the castle hall. Gulrikyu Bagu! Fang Hao shouted. The ancient blood god servant emerged from the sea, landing on the deck with a resounding thud. The massive ship was more than sturdy enough to withstand the servant's weight and size. My lord, your orders. This ship is ours now. Take the skeleton soldiers and clean it up, Fang Hao instructed. The undead heroes had no physical burdens. Additionally, the ship couldn't yet be sailed back to port, so it would remain here as a temporary teleportation hub. Using it as such would allow easy access whenever needed. In the Fishman's waters, there was little danger of any threats arising. Neither the Federation nor the Sea Tribe dared venture near. Understood, my lord. We'll require some tools from you, Gulrikyu Bagu replied. Fang Hao nodded, storing the treasures swapped with the Sea Tribe into the Gate of the Worlds, then opened the Book of Lords to craft various tools. He instructed the skeleton soldiers to clean the mud and slime-laden vessel. Main City. Outside the Viscera Museum, Nelson led the final skeleton hero out. Cold Priest, Purple Tier V. This hero was the Fishman priest killed previously at the Lake Temple. Due to his Purple Tier V rank and limited physical durability, he couldn't be turned into a living dead. Now, he was simply a skeleton hero. His human-shaped frame was topped with an enormous fish head. It was slightly comical. My lord, this is the last hero, Cold Priest, Nelson announced. Fang Hao nodded. Welcome aboard. Gladly at your service, my lord, Cold Priest said with a slight bow. Good. Pick out some suitable gear from the warehouse. I'll assign your tasks later, Fang Hao said. Understood, my lord. Cold Priest departed. Fang Hao turned to Nelson, pulling out the square gold stamp obtained the previous night law mark. He inquired, Scholar, do you know what this is? Nelson took the stamp, examining it briefly. What's its function? He countered. It's described as a restraint tool. Apparently, it restricts the wearer's fundamental thoughts, forcing them to adhere to the basic rules of the Golden Law. What exactly do you want to ask? How does this thing work? The idea of restricting fundamental thoughts, what does that mean? Fang Hao laid out his doubts. Nelson pondered for a moment before explaining, you can think of it as a totem-cursed mental spell. It restricts the core thoughts essentially, deep within their subconscious, they can't think beyond certain predefined boundaries. So if I want someone to serve me, will it work? The restriction works by controlling their thoughts, preventing them from exceeding a certain scope. For instance, you could prohibit them from killing humans, and their subconscious would accept it as wrong. However, you can't command them to kill for you. Fang Hao carefully absorbed the explanation. The distinction was somewhat clear, though it felt subtly nuanced. To sum up, this tool restricted actions someone shouldn't do, not things they should do. A bit convoluted, but he could understand it. So how is it used? Fang Hao asked further. If it could restrict behavior, it was certainly worth his trade of a purple set. Nelson examined the tool again and answered, it lacks any complex requirements. Simply imprint the first drop of blood from the person you wish to restrict onto their upper body. Whose blood? The restricted person's blood. This will only work on living beings. Undead creatures' physical forms no longer influence thoughts or awareness, so it's likely ineffective. Fang Hao nodded. Got it. He carefully stored the golden square stamp away. He and Nelson continued discussing recent dealings with the Fishman. Additionally, he told Nelson about the colossal ship salvaged from the ocean, which could serve as a secondary city in case the main city faced significant danger. It would not only remain mobile but also provide for their survival needs. It was an excellent option. Nelson silently listened, occasionally offering insight or ideas. The Dragon Clan, the universally acknowledged strongest race. Dragons required no rigorous training or tedious study, their tiers naturally advanced with age as their power and wisdom grew. Among races with such supreme strength and wisdom, it inevitably fostered arrogance or perhaps dominance. No matter the other races, they both envied the Dragon Clan's power and feared their methods of operation. Thus, few sought interactions with the Dragon Clan, avoiding trouble altogether. Blood Prison. At present, the Blood Prison appeared even emptier than before. The captured dragons had signed contracts and been released. Even the human, Aragon, had been sent to a webweaver camp to mine. Only the silver dragon Beata and the dragon hero Ashburn remained locked up within the Blood Prison. Several skeleton heroes monitored them daily. "Ms. Beata, do you know Fang Hao?" Ashburn asked. "No." "Why?" Beata replied decisively. "Strange, then. Why does he insist so much on us surrendering?" Now Ashburn voiced his inner doubts. With the personality of this human transmigrator, he would never tolerate factors that were out of his control. The Dragon Clan hero Spencer, turned into an undead, was proof of this. Given such a nature, why hadn't he simply killed them to create obedient undead heroes? Why push so hard for their allegiance? And even offer a 50-year agreement? Beata didn't quite know how to answer. She understood why Fang Hao hadn't killed them. It was merely out of consideration for past circumstances. "How would I know? He's probably just crazy." Ashburn fell silent for a moment but refrained from dwelling on the matter, moving on instead. "Actually, 50 years isn't an unreasonable condition for dragons. With his human lifespan, he may not even live that long." "What are you implying?" Beata turned her head, asking sharply. "Ms. Beata, you're still growing. Staying confined like this will hinder your progress. 50 years is a short span for us, don't you think?" Ashburn advised gently. "He killed so many dragons, and you want me to listen to him? I can't accept that." Beata bit out angrily. "Think about it, it's not entirely unreasonable. We led troops here, how could he not counterattack? The fact that he hasn't killed us already is somewhat surprising," Ashburn continued reasoning. Their imprisonment had now stretched nearly a month. The Dragon Clan showed no signs of intervening, and they had no viable means of escape. Dragging this on benefited no one. If anything, the human might decide one day to kill them and turn them into undead warriors. "I don't care. I'll never agree to this." Beata remained determined. "It's not solely about serving him. His power has already exceeded our expectations. Should more dragons attack him in the future, we'll be free to warn others not to walk blindly into death," Ashburn pondered aloud, continuing to persuade. This time, Beata didn't counter but seemed lost in thought. At that moment, the faint sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the Blood Prison. Both instantly fell into silence, ceasing their discussion. A gold-armored lizardman strode forward with measured steps. He glanced over their states and spoke flatly, "Lord Fang Hao decrees that a significant portion of main city forces will be redeployed. To ensure the city's safety, only one of you will remain alive, while the other will become an undead hero. Discuss among yourselves, decide who lives and who dies." After finishing, he turned and left without waiting for a response from either of them. Chapter 1110. The golden-armored lizardman, without any lingering, after speaking those words, turned his head and walked straight out of the Blood Prison, leaving behind only the stillness and chill of the dungeon. The sound of footsteps gradually receded, then disappeared. Ashburn spoke softly, "Ms. Beata, it seems that the other party has run out of patience. I hope you can survive. Whether you can return to the Dragon Clan or not, you must at least survive." Beata's face was pale, and she did not respond. In reality, she was well aware of the situation. The one Fang Hao wanted to kill was Ashburn, otherwise, he would have already turned the two of them into undead heroes. She could not accept, nor did she wish to see, the one who had always been by her side growing up, finally becoming an undead. The voice of Ashburn was still in her ears. But she was no longer listening. Her mind was focused on strategies, how to ensure that Ashburn too could survive. Time passed, indiscernible in length. Once more, footsteps sounded outside the door. Fang Hao, accompanied by Dimitrija, descended. He glanced at the two and asked, "Well, have you made your choice?" "Human sir, Ms. Beata will stay, and I." Ashburn had just begun to speak when he was abruptly interrupted by Beata's cry. 50 years, you said just work for 50 years, and then you would let us leave. Fang Hao frowned at her, that was before, now the territory. You promised me, you said 50 years, you are a man, you cannot go back on your word, Beata said hurriedly, with a hint of crying in her tone. Fearing he would directly order Ashbourne to be taken out and beheaded. Fang Hao sat down, seemingly lost in thought. After hesitating for a while, he finally said, it's still not possible. The powers of your dragon clan are too great. Once there is a problem, I simply cannot control it, especially the two of you, orange heroes. Beata quickly said, we won't cause trouble, I can assure you of that. Fang Hao looked at her intently and said, just your word, now it's worth something, now it's not, I trust least of all you who would pledge such assurances to me. Beata, thus addressed, did not know how to respond. Ashbourne continued, human sir, we can swear to work for you wholeheartedly for 50 years. Fang Hao still shook his head but turned to Dimitrija and said, go and ask the trade alliance if there is any way to ensure they won't do anything detrimental to the territory. Yes, my lord, Dimitrija quickly left. When he returned, he held a square seal in his hand. Dimitrija explained, Lord, Mr. Djinn has found this item. The act must be played out thoroughly. Otherwise, given Beata's character, she would continue to drag this matter on. Fang Hao took it over and examined it closely. Then he said to them, this item is called the Law Mark, and it can restrict your actions. After saying that, he looked at their expressions and asked, well, do you accept it? There was a moment of hesitation. It was Beata who spoke up, we accept. This was their only chance to survive. If she did not accept, she feared they would be immediately taken out and executed. All right, Fang Hao nodded, stood up, and went in front of Beata. He took a drop of blood from his fingertip. Then, he touched the binding band lightly and a gap opened up significantly at the chest. Fang Hao pulled his clothes apart slightly, revealing a familiar expanse of fair skin. What are you doing? Beata's cheeks instantly reddened, her eyes blazing. Endure it for a moment. Saying so, he pressed the square seal onto her chest. The seal emitted a stream of light, converging at the point where it met her skin. When he lifted it again, an intricate mark had formed on the surface of her delicate skin. A notification appeared before Fang Hao. Silver Moon Spear Beata has been added to the territory through the Law Mark. The unit will be under the constraints of the mark, abiding by the fundamental rules of the Gold Law, unable to harbor negative base thoughts towards this power and its leader. The Law Mark can be used to cancel the effect of the mark. After the mark was used, Beata was directly added to the territory, and the constraints took effect. It wasn't as complex as imagined. According to the notification, it had already begun constraining her fundamental thoughts. Silver Moon Spear Beata's current loyalty to you, 47. Glancing at the loyalty. A loyalty of only 47 points. Not high, but higher than expected. He remembered that when Rolina was released, her loyalty was only 23 points. At that time, Fang Hao had to deliberate on how to issue orders to her. Although Beata had been locked up for over a month, a loyalty of 47 points indicated that perhaps she wasn't as full of hatred as she seemed. Okay, now I'll let you out, but you must not cause trouble, Fang Hao said. Beata glared at him, but still nodded. Fang Hao reached for the back of the binding band and gently lifted it. The sound of clicks resonated, and the binding band quickly retracted, releasing the confined individual. Beata's body suddenly lost control, almost falling to the ground. But the physical control of an orange hero allowed her to steady herself at the last moment. She didn't appear too disheveled. All right, come with me. From now on, you'll live in the city. Actually, it's not worse than where you've lived, Fang Hao said and headed outside. As he turned to leave, Beata called out hastily, what about Ashbourne? You said you'd let us out together. The metal wrapped around him requires someone special to unlock it. She'll be here shortly, and I'll release him then, Fang Hao explained. The metal on the surface still needed Amanda to unlock it. You have to keep your word, Beata said. Don't worry. Beata whispered a few more instructions to Ashbourne and then followed Fang Hao out. As they walked, Fang Hao casually mentioned, my promise still stands. Work faithfully for me for 50 years, and when that time comes, if you want to leave, I won't make it difficult for you. All right, you said it, just 50 years. All right. The pair passed through the undead area. then walked past the central square. At this moment, the sight of the city still left Beata with many surprises and curiosities. Undead in leather aprons sat around in stone pavilions, engrossed in playing bones, with a stick of incense burning white smoke at the corner of the stone table. Beast women with rabbit ears and martial arts attire hee-hee-hoo-ha-ed as they punched and kicked in the training grounds. And there were muscular women lifting iron blocks while chatting. How strange this territory was. She remembered this place being full of unconscious undead with stiff behaviors. What's with this tranquil and peaceful atmosphere? You, a human, have undead, orcs, and lizardmen in your domain, but no humans. It's too abnormal. Beata looked around curiously, while Fang Hao kept his distance, observing her. If the law mark wasn't effective, he needed time to hide behind Dimitrija. But along the way, this youthful dragon clan girl only showed surprise and curiosity towards her surroundings. She didn't make any move to fight desperately with him or try to find an opportunity to escape. Gradually, Fang Hao wasn't so worried anymore. Here, our domain is mainly divided into two areas, undead and living. The majority of those living in the undead area are undead craftsmen and undead heroes, whereas living creatures, maids, and other heroes reside in the living area, Fang Hao introduced casually as they walked. Beata's face was stern and she didn't respond. They eventually reached the living area. Rows of orderly buildings. It was becoming more and more like a neighborhood from his past. Let's build you a house here, after Ashbourne comes out, I'll arrange for him to stay next to you, Fang Hao said, stopping in front of an empty plot. Beata remained unresponsive. Anyway, it's just 50 years. I'll sleep through it, and anywhere will do. Fang Hao didn't argue with her. He directly opened the Book of Lords, built a house in a hot spring. Then he said, the warehouse has all kinds of furniture. Just direct the skeletons to move them here later. Beata didn't reply but went straight into the house. After Fang Hao left, Beata came out again. She looked at a patrolling squad of skeletons. Tentatively, she said, "You several, come here." Clack! The skeleton soldiers all turned their heads in unison, looking towards her. Then, they stepped forward, standing in front of Beata. Her eyes lit up. For the first time, she felt that undead weren't disgusting and filthy but actually quite amusing. "Come, follow me to the warehouse." With that, she strode towards the warehouse's direction. A row of skeletons trailed behind her. On their way back, Dimitrija still had some concerns and opened up, "Lord, isn't it a bit risky to let her out directly? This law mark is an orange grade item, and even Bachelor Nelson confirmed there's no major issue," Fang Hao responded softly. The rules of transmigrators could still be somewhat effective. Since the hint said she'd joined the domain, and her basic thought patterns were constrained, there shouldn't be any major issues. "Do we need someone to keep an eye on her?" Dimitrija continued to inquire. Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, "We can have the harpy pay attention to her, just don't be too obvious about it." "All right, I'll arrange it later." Back at the Lord's mansion, Ira and a few maids returned to prepare dinner. Fang Hao had just sat down on the white bone throne. The Book of Lords happened to send a private message notification. It felt as if this chair had some sort of switch that would trigger a notification whenever he sat down. He opened it to see it was a message from Li Rong. "Are you there? Arrange someone for me." Fang Hao replied, "Who? Are you looking to place someone in the council?" "No, I've got a really good mage here who's fed up at home and doesn't want to stay in Silverwing City anymore. Help me find a place for her, she's a widow, you know the kind," said Li Rong. "I know your kind of bull crap. What's her strength? Is she looking to stay temporarily or permanently?" Finding a place for her wasn't an issue. There was silence from the other side, then she said, "A purple grade water mage, if you can provide her with a house, she's thinking of staying long term." Chapter 1111. A purple mage hero, rare and powerful even among heroes. The skills they released were capable of causing devastating damage. Among the Merman communities, the Merman priest was essentially a water mage. Their status was no less than that of the Merman lord. In fact, for many matters, the Merman lord had to consult with the priest. According to the social rules of the 100 Cities Federation, a mage of this level must be from a noble lineage. Why would they still choose to run away from home? Finding her a place to live isn't a problem, but are you sure she's trustworthy? Our secrets here absolutely can't fall into the hands of the Federation, Fang Hao reiterated. Setting up a residence for her, or even fully taking care of her, wouldn't be an issue. But Fang Hao had deep doubts about her true motives. Oh, don't worry. She's definitely not a spy from any faction. Back when the Mage Association opposed the undead, she joined me during the battle. She has long expressed her desire to leave her family behind, Li Rong replied once again. A teammate from the last battle against the undead? It seemed familiar, didn't Li Rong mention this person before? Back then, she seemed to take extra care of her. Since Li Rong spoke up, Fang Hao felt obligated to handle the matter. He asked again, where do you plan to place her? Here, or in the nearby human cities? Are you crazy? She'd terrify people over there. What about Lyss City? Rebecca is rather assertive in the council, and her family wouldn't be able to meddle in that region. Fang Hao suddenly thought about the school and immediately said, the schools in Lyss City are open now. Why not let her work as a teacher? She could teach students with board and lodging provided. I mentioned that to her before, but she seemed resistant, Li Rong responded. Tell her we can make her an honorary teacher. If she feels like teaching, she can, if it doesn't suit her, she can drop it, Fang Hao persisted. Li Rong went silent for a while. Finally, a message came through, she agreed. She plans to pack her things and head over tomorrow. You'll need to arrange everything for her. Seeing her agreement, Fang Hao felt genuinely happy. A purple mage, someone with remarkable knowledge and abilities. It would be a significant asset to the school in Lyss City. All right, tell her to come over. I'll notify the authorities there in advance, Fang Hao immediately promised. Love you. Ending the conversation, Fang Hao delivered the news to Rebecca through the sound-transmitting shell. A purple mage hero. Even if she didn't want to teach, she remained a powerful force. Rebecca readily approved after hearing the details. Learning that the mage came from the aristocracy of Silverwing City, she even made a point of asking for her name. Fang Hao could only admit that he hadn't asked. Rebecca chastised him thoroughly. Putting down the sound-transmitting shell, Fang Hao carefully recalled what he had planned to do earlier. Ah, right, checking the attributes. He opened the Book of Lords and examined Beata's attributes. Silver Moon Spear Beatrice, Orange rank, Tier 9. Faction, Dragon Clan. Template, Gold. Species characteristics, Living creature, Dragon Clan Scale Armor, Thunder Elemental Immunity, Dragon Clan Physical Form, Flight, Dragon Clan Casting, Dual Forms. Legion Vice Commander, Dragon Clan Hero, Air Fleet Commander, Lightning Aura. Skills, Terrifying Dignity, Lightning Breath, Thunder Elemental Magic Proficiency, Heavenly Thunder Law. Innate Skills, Domain Combat Mastery, Domain Magic Mastery, Domain Flight Mastery. Dragon Clan Scale Armor, Physical Defense plus 55%, Magic Resistance plus 35%. Thunder Elemental Immunity, immune to all negative effects of Thunder Elemental spells. Dragon Clan Physical Form, possesses the formidable body of the Dragon Clan, Long Range Resistance plus 25%, Elemental Resistance plus 50%. Flight, this unit is adept at flying. Dragon Clan Casting, this unit is a natural Thunder Elemental spellcaster, capable of casting Thunder Seal, Thunderstrike Fury, and other spells without learning or proficiency, while having exceptional capacity to learn magic. Dual Forms, this unit can freely switch between human and dragon forms. Dragon Clan Hero, this unit commands Dragon Clan troops, all attributes plus 45%, magic resistance plus 25%. Air Fleet Commander, this unit leads flying units, defense plus 15%, avoidance from long-range attacks plus 40%. Lightning Aura, this unit boosts army flight speed plus 20%, thunder resistance plus 20%. Terrifying Dignity, Dragon Form, passive nearby living creatures have a 55% chance of being paralyzed with fear and a 90% chance of a morale drop by 15%. Lightning Breath, Dragon Form, active a furious stream of thunder, covers a linear area and inflicts damage to all creatures within, with the lightning effects spreading throughout. Thunder Elemental Magic Proficiency, Human Form, passive mastery of most Thunder Elemental spells. Heavenly Thunder Law, Dragon Form, active unleashes violent lightning, transforming into countless thunder spears that descend from the sky, engulfing and incinerating all enemies within range. Description: the Silver Dragon is still in her youth, she is not like her race's other dragons, who slumber in caves deeply arrogant and stolid. She actively engages with the trade alliance, embraces new ideas, and passionately believes she can spark change in her clan's barren traditions. Beatrice's attributes, while impressive, didn't surprise Fang Hao too much. After all, he had witnessed most of her skills firsthand, and under the fury of her lightning breath, he'd even lost one of his demon dolls. It was a stark reminder of the dragon clan's unparalleled power. The strongest race isn't mere hyperbole. In the hero's residential area, Millie listened to the tinkering sounds coming from the neighboring house. Stepping on a rock, her small head peeked over the wall to look across the yard. The courtyard that was previously closest to the edge now had a new house built, marking the arrival of a new neighbor. "Hey! Are you one of the new arrivals?" Beatrice looked up at the sound and saw a girl with white rabbit ears leaning against the wall, speaking to her. "Yes," Beatrice replied coolly. "My name's Millie. What's yours?" Millie's face was brimming with curiosity. Beatrice, who had been imprisoned in the blood prison alongside others, noticed the maids hadn't seen her human transformed appearance. Plus, within the main city, girls like earth spirits also possessed spiraling beast horns, so their outward appearances weren't all that dissimilar. Beatrice didn't intend to entertain her, but looking at Millie's smiling face, she felt it would be rude not to respond. After a brief pause, she replied, "Beatrice. Beatrice, your hair is so beautiful. It sparkles like it's glowing." "Thank you. Did you just move here today? Have you ever gone on the pirate ship? Want me to take you there? It's really fun. First-timers even get to cut the line." "Pirate ship? There's an ocean here." At the Lord's mansion, a golden light shined across the room as the gold-eating queen, Amanda, slowly stepped through. She wore a golden crown and held a golden scepter. Her regal demeanor made her look more like a true leader than Fang Hao, the actual lord. And this was without an entourage. With her full ceremonial guard, her presence would have been even more imposing. "How many dragons are left? I remember you released all of them last time." Amanda's voice echoed beneath her golden mask. Previously, Amanda had worried about retribution from the dragon clan. By now, her frequent visits had acclimated her. They could do whatever they wanted, she couldn't control it anyway. "Just one left. Let's release that dragon hero. The blood prison will finally be empty," Fang Hao said as he stood and descended from his throne. "You intend to let him out? Aren't you worried about potential dangers?" Amanda's tone sharpened. She had agreed not to kill the silver dragon in hopes of preserving a negotiating channel with the dragon clan. That didn't mean she supported letting him roam free. Unrestrained, the dragon could wreak havoc with consequences beyond imagining. Fang Hao smiled confidently. "Don't worry. I've got a tool to restrain him, and it's already been tested quite successfully, in fact." Seeing his unwavering confidence, Amanda relented. She swallowed her remaining doubts and simply said, "Let's go." The two left the Lord's mansion and headed toward the blood prison. Inside the blood prison, Ashburn lay face down as usual, sprawled on the ground. Hearing their footsteps, Ashburn remained expressionless and silent, showing no reaction. Fang Hao took out the law mark and said, "Open a small gap in the space around him, I need to apply this tool." After waiting 2 or 3 seconds and seeing no changes in the golden block, Fang Hao turned a questioning gaze to Amanda, only to find her eyes fixed on the seal in his hand. "Amanda, is there an issue?" "Oh, no." Amanda replied, snapping out of her thoughts and gesturing with her hand. The metal surrounding Ashburn's back flowed like liquid, forming an opening the size of a bowl. First, Fang Hao let bead-sized drops of blood onto the mark. Following that, he tore apart the remnants of Ashburn's tattered clothing, revealing the skin underneath. With the law mark firmly pressed onto his back, Fang Hao heard the notification. "Dragon Lord Ashburn has joined your territory through the law mark. This unit will now be restrained by the mark and adhere to the fundamental rules of the Golden Laws, unable to generate any negative thoughts toward the realm or its leader. The effect of the mark can be removed through the law mark." Once the glow from the mark seeped into Ashburn's body, Amanda waved her hand again. The gold encasing Ashburn melted into a liquid, disappearing into the space necklace on Amanda's neck. Amanda now appeared completely unfazed, as if the possibility of him causing trouble no longer concerned her. Without needing Fang Hao's instruction, Amanda directly released Ashburn from captivity. Dragon Lord Ashburn, current loyalty 35. His loyalty was even lower than Beatrice's. Still, it didn't matter. With the law mark binding him, there was no way he could act against them. Ashburn, you may rise. From now on, as long as you serve the territory faithfully for 50 years, I'll grant you your freedom, Fang Hao declared. One shouldn't push people too hard, they need hope. Fang Hao believed that in 50 years, he could elevate Ashburn's loyalty to a suitable level. Ashburn stood, his attitude respectful. Thank you, my lord. These 50 years, we will honor our commitment and serve you wholeheartedly. Good. Let's go, I'll introduce you to Beatrice and arrange a residence for you, Fang Hao said. Chapter 1112. Return to the Lord's Mansion. Fang Hao checked the attributes of Ashburn as soon as possible. The attributes of the Dragon Clan are actually quite similar. The difference lies in their attributes and power. Ashburn was a dragon who had advanced to a hero, possessing distinct skills like Dragon's Might and Giant Dragon Breath. There were differences in attributes compared to Beata's terrifying dignity and lightning breath. From the perspective of a transmigrator, it meant that Beata's skills had higher numerical values. Moreover, Beata had the attribute of lightning, which brought effects such as spreading and paralysis. These were not possessed by the dragon heroes. But even if Ashburn was not as skilled as Beata, it didn't mean he wasn't strong. Orange heroes of the Dragon Clan were absolutely ferocious in combat power. He examined these attributes. At the doorway, Little White walked in, gently swaying as she held a child. This was He Yui's baby, who was already 6 months old. Usually, when He Yui was busy, the maids in the city would help take care of the child. Is He Yui busy again? Yes, she went to Mr. Digen's, Little White said, carrying the child and pacing back and forth in the hall. Seeing how adept she was, Fang Hao smiled and said, now, everyone in the city can take care of children. Humph, what's the use of just being able to take care? You have to work hard too, Little White said with a roll of her beautiful eyes, glancing at him. I am working hard. Perhaps the conversation disturbed the child. First, the baby wriggled, and then cried out with a wah. Little White hurriedly soothed in a low voice, lowering one shoulder to feed the child. The next second, the crying stopped. That stops the crying, I don't know why. Seeing Fang Hao watching her, her cheeks turned a bit red, and she held out the other side to him, pushing it forward, here. Fang Hao smiled and shook his head, the child is here, later in the night. Returned to the room. Began to review the day's gains in his mind. Firstly, the relationship with the Fishman tribe had improved again. After selling them tens of thousands of sets of equipment, he was also given the status of a godchild. In the Fishman's territory, a statue of his own was erected. He could obtain the faith of the Fishman tribe through the statue. Although it was only an adjunct position, the father god of the Fishman had disappeared, and there was no difference between the main and the adjunct positions. The second point was that he obtained the treasure from the Bai Xian treasure map, the King's Palace treasure ship. A city that could act as his second base. Whether doing something at sea or seeking refuge later, it could be effective. Tomorrow, go over and repair some parts, let's use some materials, money should be spent where it needs to be. The last item. It was the addition of Beata and Ashburn, the two. The addition of 2 orange aerial heroes was a huge boost to the domain. But the use of these 2 heroes required caution. Although he had applied the law mark, it was best not to let them engage in direct combat with the Dragon Clan, as they were not like the undead Spencer with 100 points of loyalty. Problems could easily arise. Later, he could assign them missions on open maps. With their status as members of the Dragon Clan, it was doubtful any race would dare to provoke them. The door creaked open. The door was pushed open. Ira and Little White walked in, one after the other. Glancing at Fang Hao, who was leaning against the headboard, they crawled into the thin blankets. 2 days later, Fang Hao, along with several heroes, and skeleton merchants, appeared directly on the King's Palace through the teleportation screen. The ship's body was extremely stable, with only a slight rocking sensation felt. Arriving on the deck, he saw a large number of skeleton soldiers holding various tools, engaged in cleaning operations. Scrapers removed barnacles and overgrown organisms from the surface, piling them up with mud into a small hill. Plop! The ancient blood retainer jumped onto the deck from the sea, saying, "My lord, you have come." "Yes, I brought the goods for the fishmen, next you take the skeleton merchants and these equipment to the fishmen," Fang Hao instructed. "Yes, my lord." The gate of the worlds opened, and pieces of purple gear were thrown out. The ancient blood retainer immediately summoned the soldiers to carry the equipment and skeleton merchants to swim towards the fishman's underwater realm. With the last trade, they both recognized each other well. The ancient blood retainer, going down with the skeleton merchants, could directly complete the transaction between the two parties. In the future, even if Fang Hao didn't visit, the trading operations could continue. After giving instructions about trading with the fishman, Fang Hao immediately opened the ship's attributes. King's Palace was probably the name translated by the system, a bit too pompous. Thinking it over, he changed the name of the ship to the Sea City. Ship, Sea City, Dark Gold. The name was simple and also easier to remember. Then, he continued to open the repair page. Steering room repair, resilient wood 782, cast iron blocks 224, copper blocks 71, mithril 11, metal components 178, precision parts 79, finished helm 1. Council hall repair, resilient wood 850, stone bricks 552, fine stone bricks 371, cast iron blocks 127, metal components 78. Magical power supply room repair, iron 171, cast iron blocks 78, copper ingots 27, precision parts 121, magic essences 3. Main mast repair. Fang Hao confirmed one by one for repairs. Bursts of light enveloped the shabby buildings around. As for the collapsed houses at the back, they were completely out of the reparable range. Those areas would be cleared later for new constructions. Fang Hao walked along with Dimitrija, heading down the stairs towards the ship cabins. Apart from a series of vacant rooms, on the third level below, there was a huge magical device that filled the entire deck. At the center of the device was a spherical facility with a diameter of nearly 7 or 8 meters, surrounded by a dense array of various lines. But most of the lines were already damaged, it seemed the fishmen had cut them and used them as resources. The entire cabin was immediately filled with a sense of magical technology. The light of repair enveloped the facility, beginning to fix the lines around it. After a tour, the repairs were completed. Fang Hao also discovered its information. Magic Supply Room. Category, Conversion Core. Placement, Mage 0/2000, same attribute Mages, dot. Effect, can be converted into the power that drives the ship. Description, magic slaves carry heavy shackles, kept imprisoned under the gloomy decks, providing energy to the core incessantly, until death. Seeing the description of the conversion core, Fang Hao also understood the purpose of the device. It was somewhat like the magic towers inside cities. Mages could be placed inside to convert magical energy. However, unlike the magic towers that converted attack magic, this device turned the energy into kinetic energy for a ship. Whoever designed this device was quite daring, enslaving a large number of mages. If this were the present Federation, the Mage Association would flip tables and go straight to war with you. Additionally, the number of mages that could be placed reached 2,000. That was enough to participate in a large-scale battle. But these were not issues for Fang Hao. He didn't need to capture any slaves, nor did he have anywhere to capture them from, he could just transfer over undead mages when the time came. Not to mention 2,000, even 20,000 could be satisfied. After visiting the core facility, Fang Hao continued to look around in the various rooms within the cabin. Most of the rooms were empty, cleared out by the fishmen. From the traces, one could distinguish the storage rooms, armories, kitchens, rest areas, and many other types of rooms. After touring the cabin, Fang Hao ascended to the deck and headed towards the aft section of the ship. The structures on the deck looked more like modular constructions. Fixed paths were delineated, and on both sides of the paths were blocks of vacant land, suitable for building constructions. Although limited, it saved time considering the layout. Fang Hao looked at the cleared plots of land and began to build. Burial ground, skeleton transformation field, firing range and several other undead faction buildings began to slowly take shape from the light, outlining each structure. Furthermore, Fang Hao attempted to build a trade alliance building on an adjacent empty spot. Even though it was just an attempt, it was still constructed within the light. This was still quite exciting. They could build a teleportation array connected to the trade alliance there when the time came. Watching as all the buildings slowly took form, Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction, waiting for all the construction to be completed. Once the environment of the ship was further improved, Ira and the others could be brought over. After decorating the central castle, this place would become a fully mobile city. Then, whether enjoying the seas here or using it as a second backup city, this giant ship could meet all the prerequisites. You can bring Queen Anastasia here to see this place sometime. The air and humidity here should be very suitable for the lizardman, Fang Hao said softly. Beside him, Dmitrija nodded, "Thank you, my lord. I will convey your goodwill. I am sure she would also like to come here to relax." Dmitrija followed Fang Hao during the day and still returned to live with the lizardman at night. It was almost like going to work. Fang Hao nodded. At this moment, Angia came running over quickly from not far away and shouted loudly, "Fang Hao, the fishman leader has come." "All right, I'll go and see," Fang Hao replied. The group walked over and saw the fishman lord, accompanied by several fishmen, standing on the deck. They were also curiously inspecting the ship. After repairs and construction, the ship was no longer the dark, sunken ship it once was. The changes were indeed vast. The fishman lord began, "We are very satisfied with the equipment you brought. Our people are also checking the goods we have prepared according to your requirements. We have gathered various corals, pearls, and sea scale stones." Fang Hao also showed a smile, "Even if the fishman tribe offers other items, we are willing to trade with you normally." The fishman lord nodded. He continued, "Furthermore, we will continue to trade with you to supplement our clan's needs. Whatever you need, you can also purchase from us." "Of course, no problem." Skeleton soldiers brought over chairs. Fang Hao and his companion sat down on the side, chatting while waiting for the skeleton merchants to tally the fishman's goods. Elsewhere, Deep Reef Outpost. As the first line of defense guarding the north of Giant Claw Island, it held considerable significance and function. As long as this station held, it meant that the Sea Tribe's Giant Claw Island was safe from any danger. Once it fell, it signaled that the enemy had the capability and power to launch an attack on Giant Claw Island. And it posed a threat to the entire security of the Sea Tribe's archipelago. Su Yuanhang, standing on the deck of the aerial ship, shielded his face with his hand, gazing down below. When he caught sight of the Sea Tribe standing watch on the reef rocks below, as well as several ships flying the insignia of the Little Devils, he immediately shouted excitedly, "Target spotted, load the shells, prepare for an attack." On deck, all the soldiers sprang into action, beginning to load the shells. The aerial ship no longer pressed on at full speed but began to adjust direction, aiming its cannons at the target. These two aerial ships had been assigned a task by Haber. They broke away from the group and headed directly, according to the map, to the Sea Tribe's defense line at this Deep Reef outpost. Haber's orders to them were simple. Destroy all buildings and targets in sight. The presence must be strong, the noise loud. Caw caw caw. Amidst the sound of cannon turrets turning, they aimed toward the targets below. Chapter 1113. The patrolling fleet also noticed the aerial ship that suddenly appeared above. Transmigrators had a convenient way of passing messages. They had received the message very early. The Federation's army had launched an attack on Giant Claw Island with aerial ships. At this moment, seeing the huge ship above, they immediately thought of the Federation's army. Everyone on the sea ships was in a frenzy, loudly issuing orders. The ships began to turn around to avoid the range of the enemy's cannons. However, the roaring sound in the sky had already begun. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. A barrage of shells fell directly into the sea near the fleet and on the deck. Waves rose and wood splinters flew. Explosions and cries filled the entire area. Under the intense bombardment, the sea ships disintegrated, with fragments of the ships and crew members floating all over the sea. It wasn't just the patrolling ships. Behind them, the Deep Reef Station, which the Sea Tribe prided itself on being able to hinder any ship's passage, also suffered intense bombardment. The watchtower built of reefs was directly turned into ruins under the shelling. Even the parts buried in the sea were penetrated by shells that smashed onto the semi-covered outpost. Shells fell relentlessly, as if releasing the Federation's pent-up rage. The cannon fire continued incessantly, turning all visible and invisible into debris. The Sea Tribe's Jiaowei could do nothing in face of this attack. They could only dive deep into the sea to dodge the shells, helplessly watching the station turn into a pile of ruins. The bombardment lasted for half an hour. The sky filled with smoke enveloped the hot air balloons overhead, covering the sky like dark clouds. Su Yuanhang glanced below at the sea surface covered in debris. He issued the order to cease fire. He had the accompanying transmigrators take a few photos of the scene below and send them to the Alliance channel. Soon, he received Bai Xian's reply, "Good, quickly regroup." Received. The others, upon seeing the photos, also became energized. Holy cow! I want to fire the cannons too, this trek has numbed me. We've reached the outpost, I guess it'll be another day or two till we reach Giant Claw Island. Let those little bastards rage, kill them outright. With our current strength, beating them is like crushing ants. Channel members, upon seeing the content of the photos, got fired up. Looking forward to the upcoming Giant Claw Island battle. Silverwing City, Council Hall. The southern coastal area, fishermen dare not go out to sea, and we face significant issues with the economy and food. Trading groups also cannot use the sea routes, many goods spoil on the deeters, becoming unsellable. Lyss City, when can you resolve this issue? The sea is a weak point for the Federation, and our poor relation with the Sea Tribe brings no benefits. Member Palmer, I want to ask if the two powers go to war, can Lyss City bear this responsibility? What will you use, Lyss City, to recover the losses this time? Ever since Lyss City began attacking the Sea Tribe, similar situations would always arise in the routine meetings of the Federation. Report the losses of the coastal areas and then follow it with a reprimand to Lyss City. As if, it wasn't the Sea Tribe causing all this but the resistant Lyss City. With the tacit approval of the upper house, this situation had become the norm. And the representative of Lyss City, Palmer, remained indifferent. Rarely speaking out to refute these issues. I propose, to remove Lyss City's position in the upper house, and re-elect the sixth member of the upper house. Suddenly, someone stood up and declared loudly. Upon this statement, a brief silence ensued. I second that, since Lyss City entered the upper house, it hasn't brought any significant help to the council, instead, it acts unilaterally. I suggest re-voting on the position of Lyss City in the upper house. Another member stood up in agreement. I second that, please, Chief Doherty, elect new members for the upper house. I second that, if Lyss City lacks the ability, then someone else should replace them. I also second. One member after another stood up, expressing their support for removing Lyss City's position. Calm and indifferent Palmer frowned at this moment. Removing a member from the upper house at the lower house was unprecedented. Position in the upper house. The Archbishop still had a gentle smile, waiting for the scene to quiet down a bit. Then he spoke, Chief Doherty, since we still have some time, why not hold a vote to determine if Lyss City still qualifies for a position in the upper house? Wow! Upon his statement, the scene instantly became noisy again. The Archbishop speaking was a signal. The upper house also wanted to bring down Lyss City, of course, this wasn't the first time. The Archbishop makes sense, let's have a vote today. Chief Doherty, Lyss City decided to go to war on its own, threatening the security of the entire Federation, we should re-decide whether they should retain their position in the upper house. With the Archbishop coming forward, more and more voices criticized. Some even stood up, pointing at Palmer, cursing them as the sinners of the Federation. They should be directly locked up in the prison of Silverwing City. Doherty's brows also furrowed slightly. These days, in the meetings of the upper house, there had been multiple mentions of holding Lyss City responsible. However, he had listened to Rebecca's plan and felt it was still worth a trial. At least, if successful, it would benefit the Federation, if failed, the blame would fall on Lyss City. But he did not expect this to end up being discussed in the council. The upper and lower houses acted simultaneously, seizing the opportunity to bring down Lyss City. Bang bang! Doherty slapped the table, and the whole room fell silent. Just as he was about to speak. From a corridor on the side, attendants from the Hall of Justice, the church, and other city lords continuously walked out. The whole room instantly fell silent. What's going on? Had something important happened? On the stage, Doherty and Milton, among others, listened to the attendants' words, their eyes shifting from confusion to surprise. After confirming the source of the news several times, they finally nodded slightly. The messengers who brought the message all walked down. Lyss City's representative, Palmer, puffed out his chest a bit more, looking down with a disdainful expression. Not waiting for the representative from the lower house to speak again, Doherty directly said, Lyss City has sent back word, Haber's team has already destroyed the Deep Reef outpost on Giant Claw Island. Wow! As soon as the words were out, the whole room erupted into a buzz. The Federation had not reached Deep Reef outpost for many years. And the past few times, it was attacks made in conjunction with the strength of the entire Federation against the Sea Tribe, so how had Lyss City managed it themselves? Was this still the same unremarkable border town? All the council members' expressions turned extremely grave. Even the Archbishop felt as if he had been slapped in the face. The very targets he had just rebuked had suddenly become heroes. They had accomplished what the Federation hadn't achieved in years. And they were still being called delusional and criminal? The hall fell silent, no further words were spoken. At this moment, Doherty spoke. Put the coastal defense lines on pre-war alert, be wary of the Sea Tribe's retaliation. All military requests from Lyss City are to be complied with promptly, without any excuses for delay. After speaking, he didn't wait for others to respond, and declared the council meeting over. He hurried back to discuss the next steps in detail with Rebecca. Whether the Federation could change the current circumstances actually depended on this battle by Lyss City. On the sea. Having just seen off the merfolk lord, he took out the sound-transmitting shell and contacted Ira in the main city. He asked her to bring the maids and cleaning supplies to gather at Troop Hiding Cave. Even though the undead had already cleaned up here, it still required a thorough cleaning by the maids to meet living standards. After all, people would need to live here in the future. About half an hour later, Ira sent a message that preparations were complete. Fang Hao immediately opened the Gate of the Worlds. The ancient stone gate opened to reveal the expectant faces of bunny and fox girls. Not waiting for Fang Hao to speak, a daring few immediately rushed out. Behind the maids followed a large group of skeleton craftsmen. Everyone on the deck looked around curiously. Is this the sunken ship? Can we eat what's up there? The sea, wow! It's so vast, endless. The air smells fishy, just like the fish soup we made last time. The maids scattered in every direction, forming groups and chatting. No one was concerned about what work there might be. Their curiosity was their first priority. Ira and Little White, after looking around for a while, quickly came over. Master, is this the giant ship? Fang Hao nodded with a smile. Yes, you'll take them to mainly clean up those buildings over there, which we'll live in soon. Oh, okay, Master, the two replied and nodded. Then they ushered the scurrying maids around to start allocating cleaning tasks. After the maids left, Fang Hao called over Cullen and several other craftsmen. Cullen, lead the team to secure these cannons in the designated cannon positions in the ship's hold. The second, third, and fourth levels of the hold were all designed to house cannons. However, the original cannons had probably been moved by the merfolk, leaving only the empty spaces. Now, Fang Hao had brought cannons to add some defensive armament to the ship. Yes, my lord. Cullen agreed, signaling the skeleton soldiers to move the cannons into position in the hold. All hands were on deck, getting to their tasks. At dusk, Fang Hao and everyone returned to the main city. The undead, not needing rest, went directly to their places to continue working. Although the maids looked disheveled, they were still quite spirited. They couldn't stop talking about the sea and the giant ship. Fang Hao stretched his limbs. He sat down at the Lord's residence, waiting for dinner. Ding! The system notification sounded again. By Xian, Lord Fang Hao, every morning, the fleet is expected to arrive over Giant Claw Island. Commander Haber has already issued the order to prepare for battle. It had been a week since Lyss City's troops had set out. They should be arriving at Giant Claw Island now. Chapter 1114. Is there any danger? Fang Hao asked. The Air Force attacking the Navy appeared to have the upper hand. But after all, they were facing an entire race, how could there be such a significant vulnerability? The other side hesitated before responding. Today, Leader Haber has organized an attack on the Sea Tribe's Deep Reef outpost. It confirmed the enemy lacks effective anti-air defenses, so for now, it's relatively safe. They had already attacked a stronghold. It seemed the Sea Tribe truly lacked defensive measures against aerial attacks. That made sense, considering most species resided on land. How many were like the Dragon Clan, primarily focused on flight? As long as they didn't provoke the Dragon Clan, other species really had no good way to deal with the Sea Tribe. Just be careful, falling isn't a joking matter, Fang Hao still warned. If Fang Hao deployed troops, there would be bone dragons and winged dragons accompanying them. If someone fell, they could still be rescued. If Bai Xian and the others fell or plummeted, it really wouldn't be a joke. No worries, I'm prepared with a flexible parachute. It's all sea below, so falling won't matter if rescue is timely. Bai Xian sent another message. Flexible parachute. Category, parachute. Description, invented by humans longing for the sky, a safeguard for themselves. Damn! Where did she get that from? Did you invent it? No, I got it from the World Channel before we left, not sure who invented it or if it's reliable, just in case. Bai Xian replied. Women are often more meticulous in their thoughts. She had thought of all these beforehand. Unlike Fang Hao's side, who first thought of using aerial troops to catch them. Sure, do you need anything else? Fang Hao leaned back on his white bone throne and continued asking. Bai Xian answered, Leader Haber wants you to send over some ammunition. We'll bombard the central area of Giant Claw Island early tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll send it to you now. Fang Hao did not refuse. This battle was Lyss City's fight, and Bai Xian and the others acted more like messengers or communications officers. Connecting each vessel together allowed for clear and quick passing of orders. This was much more convenient and clear than using semaphore. Okay. Bai Xian replied. Then, Fang Hao traded them a large amount of cannonballs and bow arrows. If this battle were won, it would be hugely beneficial for Lyss City and even Rebecca. It could fully stabilize her position in the Senate, rather than constantly feeling the threat of being sidelined. After the transaction was completed, Fang Hao didn't forget to instruct, tell Haber to be careful, if things go south, just fire a couple of shots and come back. Understood. Bai Xian replied. After the chat, Fang Hao continued browsing the channel, waiting for dinner. The next day, early morning. Standing on the deck of the aerial ship, one could see the alluring morning sun amidst the clouds, casting a reddish glow. After several days of travel, they were finally approaching the airspace above Giant Claw Island. Looking down, one could clearly see the island shaped like a crab's claw. Straw Hat Nautical Group, Alliance Channel. Damn, it's freezing, I need to pee. Pee downwards, don't hesitate. The island below is Giant Claw Island, really looks like a crab's claw. People in this era aren't very cultured, usually naming things based on their shapes. I wonder if the Sea Tribe has made any preparations. That negotiating Sea Tribe chieftain was still in Federation Sea territory before, right? Our aerial ship is definitely faster. That's hard to say, if the message gets back, the nearby islands will surely reinforce. So, we might get ambushed. Hard to tell, the Sea Tribe's attacks surely can't reach the height of the aerial ships. Damn, the wind direction is wrong, blowing right in my face. The rapid scrolling of messages. It helped relax the transmigrators a bit before the battle. Giant Claw Island Port. A Sea Tribe hero, clad in heavy armor, watched the approaching airships with a cold gaze. The island master, Hirosh, on his way back. He had been assigned to defend Giant Claw Island. The orders from the Sea Tribe were simple. Hold Giant Claw Island and resist the aerial ships. The Federation's aerial ships were surely limited in number, and the Human Federation wasn't necessarily adept at this kind of air combat. If they could hold Giant Claw Island long enough, they could gather an army and launch an attack on the Human Federation. By then, all losses would be blamed on the Human Federation. Yet, he thought the Sea Tribe's orders were too conservative. Or maybe they thought the Federation was confident enough to attack. But in his view, it was just a foolish attempt. Humph! A bunch of fools, thinking they have the upper hand in the air? I can't deal with you. The Sea Tribe hero smirked, exposing his sharp teeth. SSSSSH. The sound of crawling arose as several merfolk serpent guards rushed over. They saluted and said, Leader, everything is prepared. The Sea Tribe leader nodded, no rush, have everyone concealed well until they enter range, in case we scare off these fat fish, I want to trap them all, not let a single one escape. The serpent guards nodded, yes, we'll get right on it. The leader nodded. The serpent guards' figures receded and dove directly into the sea. On the middle aerial ship, Haber and Bai Xian stood on the deck, looking downward. The soldiers behind them, all armored and loading cannonballs, made their final preparations. How much longer until we reach above Giant Claw Island? Haber asked. Giant Claw Island seemed already close at hand. But there was still a distance to cover. Even if they entered the island's airspace, they could only bombard the central area. Though it was called an island, it was not small in size. Bai Xian checked the map, about 2 more hours. Okay, pass the word along, start with attacking the port. Haber was cut off mid-sentence as a woo-woo horn sound suddenly came from a nearby aerial ship. It was a signal they were under attack. Everyone paused for a moment. The Sea Tribe had been unable to deal with the aerial ships all along. How could they possibly be attacked now? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Before Haber and the others could ask any questions, the sound of something cutting through the air had already resounded from below. People looked down and saw the sea surface beginning to boil and churn. From high above, one could hear the crackling and popping sounds. Countless dense shadows emerged from under the water. Like the howling anti-aircraft crossbow bolts, they shot straight toward the fleet of aerial ships. Haber and Bai Xian were both startled. What on earth could shoot up from beneath the water so high? Even arrows couldn't reach this altitude. Ding! A sound of something penetrating the wooden board rang out. A fish, shaped like a ribbon and with 4 fins on each side, was stuck on the wall of the steerage room. A fish? What was happening? Yan Needle Ray, Tier 3. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Dense swarms of flying fish emerged from the boiling water below. Flapping their wings and swinging their tails, they fearlessly surged into the sky, dinging and clanging into the sides of the ships. Order everyone to counterattack, protect the airbags, Haber commanded. Yes. The attendant received the order and began directing everyone to counterattack. Bai Xian also started relaying orders through the alliance channel. Each ship began to react quickly. The cannons, crossbow bolts, and firearms began to target the area below. And the airbag protection was nothing more than a few wooden boards protecting the hot air balloon overhead. But soon, everyone was somewhat reassured, these Tier 3 flying fish couldn't pierce the airbags overhead. The outer leather was tougher than it looked. The airbags were covered in the bodies of flying fish, but there were no burst or leaking incidents. Just as everyone was starting to feel slightly relieved, the sound of horns blared once again. This time, grey hawk-like creatures swarmed in from all directions toward the aerial ships. Sea Eagle, Tier 5. So, the Sea Tribe also had air units. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. No need for Haber to command, nor was there time to check commands relayed through the channel. On both sides of the deck, everyone picked up their weapons, attacking the Sea Eagles swarming from all around. Continuously, people were yanked off the planks and torn into the air, thrown downward. Yet more Sea Eagles' bodies hung on the sides of the ships, their blood staining the hull. And many more Sea Eagles. Their targets were not the humans, but the aerial ships' airbags and side wings. Everyone wore grave expressions, as if facing a formidable enemy. If they were to fall, even if they were lucky enough not to die, they would be captured and killed by the Sea Tribe. Commander Haber, what should we do next? Bai Xian, stabbing a Sea Eagle in the neck with her sword, asked sharply. Haber grimaced and continued, advance, reach the port's airspace, and bomb the port. Bai Xian frowned. Still fighting? But she still opened the Book of Lords and issued a direct order, everyone enter the airspace above the port, bombard it. Received. Reci. 1. The aerial ships began to advance. The sides of the ships, covered in the bodies of humans, flying fish, and sea eagles, resembled a moving mountain of corpses as they moved closer to the airspace above the port. Below, the Sea Tribe's commander, smiling widely, suddenly changed his expression. The Federation's people were still approaching, they were insane. Changing his thoughts, he realized their intent. He shouted loudly, get away from here, quick! Boom boom boom! All the aerial ships spit out flames. The barrage of cannonballs directly smashed into the Sea Tribe's port. Thunderous booms. The entire land trembled, with the sturdy city turning into piles of rubble under the barrage. The Sea Tribe, unable to evade in time, lay among the debris, moaning in agony. After the bombardment, the Fishman commander emerged from under the water and looked up. The Federation's aerial ships began a difficult retreat eastward. Lyss City. City Lord's Hall. Rebecca sat at the head of the long table on the right, with the city officials beside her. Opposite her sat Doherty and several important members of the council. It wasn't for any other reason, they were all waiting for news. The latest news from the front. Rebecca, according to the plan given by Haber, there should be results by now, right? Doherty spoke. He didn't consider Rebecca a competent city lord. But undeniably, during this period, she had achieved some feats that others previously couldn't. She was a daring and lucky person. Rebecca picked up the teacup and slowly sipped. Don't worry, we should have news very soon. I hope you bring back good news, otherwise no one in the Senate can shield you, Doherty said bluntly. I've always relied on myself, when did I need your protection? Doherty didn't say any more, and the accompanying council members refrained from inserting any remarks. After all, everything depended on the outcome. The aerial ships had penetrated the core of Giant Claw Island. Even if they fired just one round showing the Sea Tribe that the Federation had the power to strike, it would mean Rebecca was a meritorious figure in the Federation. If the mission failed halfway, they wouldn't need to mock her, the entire council's scorn would drown her. Everyone silently waited. Time also slowly passed by. At that moment, a maid hastened in and whispered something in Rebecca's ear. Rebecca listened, maintaining a smile on her face, but a flicker of anxiety passed through her eyes. Even if the change in Rebecca's expression was minute, it couldn't escape the discerning eyes of Doherty. After the maid left, Doherty's expression turned stern as he asked, "How did it go?" Chapter 1115. Hearing Doherty's question, Rebecca immediately realized that her expression had already been noticed by the other party. Saying everything was going smoothly would clearly not fool anyone. Her brain quickly responded, and her expression became serious and solemn. Just now, it indeed was news from Haber, and the situation is not very smooth. Everyone furrowed their brows. Doherty pressed further, what exactly happened? Don't beat around the bush, just tell us. Rebecca nodded and explained, just now, the aerial ship fleet from Lyss City launched a surprise attack on the port of Giant Claw Island, successfully destroying the port of Giant Claw Island. At this point, she picked up a glass of water and gently sipped it. This is good news, Doherty said. Rebecca put down her glass and continued, but the fleet also came under attack from the enemy. Haber has ordered the fleet to begin recuperation, and once the ammunition and supplies are transported over, they will launch a new attack on the central region. This. Doherty and others were somewhat surprised by the news. The battle to attack Giant Claw Island seemed to have failed, but they still held the advantage and had not completely failed. After pondering for a moment, Doherty shook his head and said, we have already lost the best opportunity. The Sea Tribe will have enough time to reinforce Giant Claw Island. Going directly through the air to bomb their island seemed more like a raid. The best moment had passed, and it would be difficult to push in now. Rebecca shook her head and said, the enemy's anti-air facilities are not complete. Haber also expressed confidence in securing victory this time. I think we should give it another try. The other accompanying council members all looked toward Doherty. Ultimately, it would depend on what this Federation leader would say. After pondering for a short while, Doherty nodded and said, fine, we are in this situation with no way back now, let's go with your plan. Rebecca smiled and nodded, her demeanor still graceful and composed. Doherty and the others sat in the city for a moment longer. Then they opened the scroll and returned to Silver Wing City, bringing the news back to the council. Once Doherty and his group completely disappeared, Rebecca, carrying her skirt, turned and ran toward the room upstairs. She hurriedly entered the room, picked up the sound-transmitting shell, and placed it to her lips. Fang Hao, there's a problem on Haber's side, do you have any solutions? Elsewhere. On the deck of the giant Sea City ship, rabbit women and fox women dressed in black and white maid outfits were lined up on the deck. It's my turn, it's my turn. The particularly plump and upright Yuan took the necklace from the previous maid, and hung it around her neck. Then she jumped into the sea. Upon entering the water, Yuan's lower jaw sides immediately grew 2 gills. Her body became more agile as she swam underwater, chasing fish schools and teasing gigantic turtles. What's happening here? The Merman Lord stared with his bulbous eyes, curiously asking. Suddenly, so many people appeared, leaping into the sea in batches. If he hadn't discovered it in time and instructed his people not to attack those jumping down, probably those who went down would have turned into corpses long ago. They have never seen the ocean, so they are quite excited, Fang Hao explained. The Merman Lord shook his fin, what's there to be excited about? Well, it's a kind of reverence for the sea. Seeing it suddenly, they got quite excited. They indeed are the descendants of the sea god, Having special feelings towards the sea, the merman nodded with satisfaction. Well. All right. Fang Hao grinned, saying nothing. Do you want me to arrange for someone to show them around underwater? The merman lord continued. He was quite fond of these humans with large ears and fluffy tails. No need, let them play around here, it's not safe to go too far. Fang Hao shook his head. All right then, I'll be going back. If there's a cargo trade or anything, blow the shell, and someone will come to meet you, the merman lord said as he walked toward the edge. Okay, I'll remember that. The merman lord nodded, directly leaping into the sea, swimming downward. Nearby, Yuan emerged from underwater, and Jia pulled her ashore, like a lifeguard, handing over the sea god necklace to the next one. Not forgetting to admonish, don't swim too far, or we might not be able to find you if you get lost. The maid with the necklace nodded several times, then dived straight into the sea, swimming underwater. Watching the maids laughing and playing, Fang Hao also felt quite happy. It was like taking kids to the amusement park. At that moment, the Book of Lords signaled a notification. It was the sound of the sound-transmitting shell. He found a quiet place, put the shell to his ear. Immediately, Rebecca's voice came through. When you have time, come over, there's a problem on Haber's side. Do you have any solutions? Something happened on Haber's side? Okay, I'll come over soon, Fang Hao said. Yes. Rebecca replied. He put away the sound-transmitting shell. Fang Hao clapped his hands at the maids. All right, we are heading back to the main city now, we'll come back to play tomorrow. The maids, upon hearing this, seemed a bit unhappy. Pouting, they returned through the Gate of the Worlds. In the study of Lyss City. What news do you have? Rebecca asked sternly. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and found the information Bai Xian had sent. He explained, the transmigrator reported that the fleet was attacked by two types of creatures, one being the third-tier swallowtail ray, a fish capable of soaring from the sea into the sky, and the other being the fifth-tier sea eagle, which primarily inflicted the damage on the fleet. Saying this, he flipped through the images of both species for Rebecca to see. Before coming here, he had contacted Bai Xian to inquire about the situation. According to Bai Xian, the fleet's casualties were not insignificant. 3 aerial ships were lost, and the fate of the transmigrators and soldiers on board was unknown. Even though they were over the sea and the transmigrators were equipped with parachutes, most likely they wouldn't have survived. She was also retreating at the time and did not inform Fang Hao immediately. I didn't hear that the Sea Tribe had the capability to command sea eagles, Rebecca regretted aloud. It had never occurred to her that the Sea Tribe would have aerial troops. She figured they would, at most, purchase some anti-aircraft devices from the dwarves and was unprepared to counter from the air. Don't worry too much, these things can't be rushed, Fang Hao consoled. Rebecca sat down beside him, then said, with the current state of the aerial ships, any further attack would be suicidal. Do you have any ideas? How would you define success? Fang Hao continued to ask. This move from Lyss City could make him a hero of the Federation if it succeeded, solidifying his position. But if it failed, he'd be the culprit for sparking a war between two nations. Especially since Rebecca's reputation was already quite controversial in the council. Thus, for Rebecca, failure was not an option. To occupy Giant Claw Island, Rebecca said, her gaze fixed on him. What happens after we take it? That area belongs to the Sea Tribe's archipelago, we couldn't hold it even if we took it, Fang Hao continued. If it gets taken back, it doesn't matter, as long as both the Sea Tribe and the Federation know that we have the capability to attack the Sea Tribe at any time, Rebecca seriously stated. Fang Hao thought for a moment, analyzing the potential risks he might face. If it had been before. Without a huge ship, it would have indeed been difficult for him to attack Giant Claw Island. At most, he could have let the Bone Dragon fly a long distance to harass it once. But now with the huge ship, he had a base of operations close by that met the conditions for an attack. As long as he didn't expose his identity or catch the attention of the Dragon Clan, the impact on himself would be minimal. All right, leave this matter to me. Fang Hao said with a slight smile. Rebecca's expression brightened, and she stepped forward to hold his face and kissed him hard. I knew you'd help me. Fang Hao smiled, wrapped his arms around her waist, and replied, I'm your man, of course I'll help you. Rebecca squirmed and hugged his neck. Should I have Haber pull back then? Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, let them hide and rest for a few days in their current location. Once I've made arrangements, they can come over. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. After returning from Lyss City, it was just past 4 in the afternoon. The maids continued training at the training grounds, and the entire Lord's estate area was deserted. Fang Hao thought for a moment and directly went upstairs. In front of the room, he knocked lightly on the door. Knock, knock. Come in. He pushed open the door and saw a black lacquered coffin slightly open at one end. An eye was staring at him through the slit. Is there something? Rolina asked from inside the coffin. Fang Hao closed the room door and sat down on a soft chair nearby. Haven't seen you for a few days, missed you a bit. Avoiding sunlight and deep sleep were traits of the blood clan. Rolina was relatively lively and didn't sleep much. Typically, members of the blood clan could sleep for decades or even longer. The coffin lid opened, and Rolina sat up, wearing a purple lace nightgown. A Rolina talisman pendant hung delicately around her pale, delicate neck, draping over her beautiful collarbones and down to her chest. Is there trouble in the city? Or did the dragon clan find you? Rolina stretched her neck and asked casually. What are you talking about? I just missed you and came to see you. Tired of rabbits and foxes? Want to try something different? Rolina's expressionless, cold face did not change. Fang Hao was momentarily at a loss for words and didn't know how to respond. He simply stood up, grabbed her hand, and pulled her out of the coffin to sit beside him. Changing the subject, he said, guess what we found? What? A ship as large as a small city. Fang Hao gestured broadly with both hands, describing the enormity of the ship. As he did so, his hands accidentally rested on her shoulders. What's that good for? You don't have any seas here, Rolina continued to inquire. Think of it as our second city. For instance, we could go there to bask in the moonlight by the sea, fish, vacation, or even seek refuge and continue to thrive there if there's any danger in this city, Fang Hao explained. Rolina seemed uninterested, but she nodded anyway. That sounds pretty good. Feeling that the conversation was wrapping up, Fang Hao went on, these next few days, I need to help Rebecca attack Giant Claw Island, so I'll need you to oversee the main city for a while. Chapter 1116. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Rolina's finely arched eyebrows knit together. She withdrew her hand that had reached into her collar and asked, what's wrong with Rebecca? Fang Hao explained, Rebecca plans to attack Giant Claw Island to solidify her position within the Federation. Some complications arose along the way, and she needs my forces to help resolve them. Rolina was well aware of Rebecca's dealings in the council. Just by bringing it up, she too understood the general situation. She nodded and said, very well. I'll take care of things here while you're gone, but tonight I'm going to visit her in Lyss City and will return tomorrow morning, Rolina continued. You're leaving tonight? Fang Hao took her hand and caressed it. Rolina yawned, glanced at the dusky sky outside the window, and said, you still have time before it gets dark. Damn, you heartless woman. The evening's twilight streamed into the room. Rolina, her cheeks slightly flushed and annoyed, picked up her scattered clothes from the floor and redressed one piece at a time. Fang Hao sat on the side, drinking water, admiring her as she dressed. Truly a pleasant sight. Suddenly, he noticed a white jade stone underneath a garment, and upon taking it in hand, he examined it closely. I thought you had thrown this away. This was a peace token that Fang Hao had given Rolina long ago, when she had just been saved and her emotions were still overshadowed, symbolizing safety and security for the future. It was made of the same material as the pendant he had given to Rebecca. Snatching it back, Rolina said with a cold face, didn't you say it represents safety? Of course, I'm going to wear it. Fang Hao smiled, took her leg, now covered in a black silk stocking, and placed it on his knee to gently stroke it. Rolina glared at him with a warning, if you dirty this pair again, see how I'll deal with you. After letting him touch for a while, she stood up and continued to put on her last outer garment. She said, escort me to Lyss City, I'm coming back tomorrow morning. Before you go, you need to pay some toll, he added. Fang Hao approached her, embraced her slim waist, and kissed her moist lips again. After seeing Rolina off, Fang Hao began to prepare. He had the heroes of the city called over for a meeting, where he briefly discussed the matters regarding Giant Claw Island. The city's heroes were divided into two groups. One group, led by Rolina, would remain in the main city, while the other, accompanying Fang Hao, would head to the giant ship to attack the sea tribe. Of course, with the giant ship present, they could attack with the ship during the day. At night, they could still use the teleportation screen to come back. It was like finding a convenient teleportation spot. The Silver Dragon Beata and Ashburn did not participate in this heroes' meeting. They would be told what they should do when the time came, no need for excessive explanation to avoid the risk of information leakage. After the meeting was over, all the heroes left and went to prepare. The next day, on the giant ship Sea City, Fang Hao, along with several heroes, walked out from the screen of light. On the deck, the skeleton soldiers were still clearing the slime. On both sides of the ship, ropes hung with skeleton soldiers cleaning off various barnacles and marine life. The whole giant ship was still in the midst of cleaning. No help for it, the ship was too large, making the cleanup a huge endeavor. Fang Hao, accompanied by Dimitrija, went towards the construction area at the rear of the ship. They arrived at the Undead Mage Tower to conduct recruitment. Now, they could recruit directly on the giant ship, without the need to repeatedly open the Gate of the Worlds to transport troops. Recruitable, Undead Mages, cost, 5 wriggling spines, 1 death trace. Will you recruit? The number was set to 20. Recruit. 100-fold amplification triggered, recruited 20 undead mages. Brilliant flashes of light appeared, and 2,000 undead mages manifested at various locations around them. Due to the spacing of the ship's buildings not being as open as in the main city, many undead stood atop the rooftops, staring blankly at him. Collect on the deck. Fang Hao ordered, pointing. A flurry of skeleton soldiers fell from the roofs and walked toward the deck. Then, Fang Hao proceeded to the firing range and the skeleton conversion field for more recruitment. 100-fold amplification triggered, recruited 10,100 bound spirit guardians. 100-fold amplification triggered, recruited 20,200 skeleton archers. 100-fold amplification triggered, recruited 5,050 skeleton engineers. 100-fold amplification triggered, recruited 10,100 skeleton WIRM guardians. 100-fold amplification triggered, recruited 30,300 skeleton giant bats. In the trade with the Sea Tribe, there were many materials for recruiting marine troop types, including sea scale stones, which could now be used for expanding troop types. A vast number of troops appeared and gathered on the deck. The bewildered skeletons crowded the entire deck densely. Their bodies swayed gently with the motion of the ship. Fang Hao continued to manufacture a large amount of weapons and equipment and commanded the troops to arm themselves. Once everyone was fully equipped, Fang Hao ordered, skeleton WIRM guardians, to be led by the ancient blood servants and sea tribe priests. A rush of skeleton WIRM guardians turned and uniformly walked behind the ancient blood servants and skeleton sea tribe priests. Dimitrija, take the skeleton engineers into the hold and assign the cannons. Yes, my lord. Dimitrija led the skeleton engineers down below. Angia, take the skeleton archers and also stand by in the cabin, Fang Hao continued. Angia nodded, leading the skeleton archers carrying rifles into the cabin. They were unarmed. The skeleton archers weren't suited to standing by on deck either, a single big wave could wash several of them away. The WIRM guards and skeleton fish could keep up with the ship's speed. But these land-based skeletons, if they fell into the sea, 9 times out of 10 would remain in their standing position, stiff in the water. Even if they knew to chase after the ship, they wouldn't be able to catch up in the water. He continued to make sure the skeleton giant bats were also properly arranged. Fang Hao then gave a sweeping command, Undead Mages, follow me to the cabin. The undead mages, dressed in robes and wielding magic wands, followed Fang Hao to the cabin. Arriving on the 3rd floor, they opened the magic energy supply room device and positioned 2,000 undead mages inside. The remaining 20 stood by nearby. Once in place, the undead mages orderly moved to a specific area, condensing clusters of magical energy. As if guided, the energy converged into the large central sphere. The originally empty sphere began to accumulate energy gradually. Machinery started operating, and the ship began to vibrate slightly. It seemed the energy segment was complete. After handling the undead mages, he walked back onto the deck. Glancing at the empty deck, Fang Hao finally released the Gate of the Worlds and revealed the 200 bone dragons he had prepared the night before. The bone dragons, massive in size, weren't afraid of being washed away by the waves. 200 bone dragons were arranged, like large warplanes, on both sides of the deck, waiting for their next order. Make the final preparations, and also tell the merfolk lord that we will be leaving temporarily and will return after some time, Fang Hao said. The ancient blood servant nodded, understood, my lord. After issuing a couple of orders to the skeleton WIRM guards, they dived back into the sea to convey the message to the merfolk lord. Ding! At that moment, a private message notification came from the Book of Lords. By Xian, Lord Fang Hao, Commander Haber has ordered us to continue moving east. We'll find a safe place to recuperate and wait for your message. She then shared a map. Fang Hao opened it for a look. The location was indeed quite to the east. It had even left the territories of the Federation and the Sea Tribe. It seemed like the Sea Tribe was indeed pursuing them quite seriously. Fang Hao replied, okay, I can leave today and will inform you guys then. How is the situation with your people? By Xian, last night, a few more were seriously wounded and died. The remaining injured have used herbs and potions, and the situation has mostly stabilized, there are no major issues. Good, due to certain issues, you currently can't show yourselves in the Federation. Rest up for a while, then you'll be able to return, Fang Hao continued. Understood, Commander Haber has explained everything to us, and we will persevere until the end, Bai Xian replied again. If there's anything you need, contact me anytime. Sure. Ending the chat, Fang Hao then exchanged a large amount of ammunition, as well as fresh water and food through the trade channel from Zhongbin. He continued to direct the soldiers to transport these munitions to the weapon storage. Busy from morning until noon. Biahu was still in charge of the helm. On the crow's nest were members of the Blackfoot Cat tribe, led by Lori. These small feline orcs were more adept at climbing those tall masts and were also more alert. Feeling that everything was more or less ready, Fang Hao then gave the direct order to set sail. The ship began to move, following a slight vibration. To Angia and Lori's chorus of ooze, they headed toward Giant Claw Island. After 3 days of sailing, they had finally entered the region of Giant Claw Island. They could see the silhouette of the port from afar. Giant Claw Port. It had a distinct Sea Tribe architectural style. However, the port seemed a bit battered at the moment. The walls were full of cracks, with collapsed ruins evident everywhere. Presumably, this was the aftermath of the bombardment by Haber and his forces, and the cleanup had not yet been managed. Thud. Thud. At that moment, a dull drumbeat came from outside the room. Since the undead couldn't blow conchs or horns, the warning signal was changed to drums. The thudding drumbeats indicated the approach of enemies. Thump. 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 Quick footsteps followed as the bound spirit guardians rushed in. They reported loudly, "My lord, large numbers of enemies have been spotted in the sky and beneath the sea." Fang Hao nodded but wasn't particularly nervous. Having arrived here, it was natural for the Sea Tribe to react. Inform the ancient blood servant to lead the marine troops against the underwater enemy, Fang Hao swiftly directed. Angia, get the skeleton archers up here to attack the aerial enemy. Yes, my lord, the bound spirit guardian replied, quickly leaving. Angia nodded as well and hurried down to the cabin. Fang Hao released 2 demon dolls. The warrior doll entered the cabin, while the priest doll with bat wings walked directly onto the deck and looked into the sky. From the southwest, swarms of grey birds were flapping their wings in their direction. The Sea Eagle, Tier 5. They were indeed the sea eagles Bai Xian had mentioned. It was these creatures that caused severe damage to the aerial ships. Do you need me to lead the bone dragons to meet the enemy? Beata asked, coming over. No need, our regular troops can handle them. As he spoke, Angia, leading a large number of skeleton archers, came up from below deck. Gathering on deck, they took up steady shooting positions. As the sea eagles entered range, fire! Angia ordered immediately. Chapter 1117. Dense bullets, like a vast orange net, enveloped the sea eagles. Although the sea eagles were agile and flexible, due to their type as a unit, they could not wear armor. Thus, their own defense was their weakness. Faced with the oncoming bullets, bodies fell like dumplings, pitter-pattering downwards. This directly slowed down the sea eagles' advance. With just one encounter, so many had died, and the sea eagles dared not charge straight ahead any longer, beginning instead to circle above the ship. Many sea eagles gave up on the undead on deck and directly attacked the Blackfoot cats in the crow's nest. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Seeing that the sea eagles didn't come down to attack, Fang Hao did not release the skeleton giant bats. Once the skeleton giant bats joined the battlefield, the shooters below would no longer be able to attack freely. Otherwise, it would result in friendly fire. Below the sea, the ancient blood retainers and skeleton fishmen priests, along with the skeleton troops, also engaged in battle with the sea tribe forces. Skeleton giant fish, skeleton sawfish, and skeletal iron-toothed sharks initiated the attack first. Like wild bulls, they charged straight into the enemy's ranks. They began to tear and bite at the soldiers of the sea tribe. Behind them, even more skeleton WIRM guardians and skeleton fishmen launched their attacks, fearlessly charging at the enemy. In an instant, the sea surface was dyed red with blood. Corpses and white bones floated to the surface, drifting with the waves. Soon, with the absolute advantage of numbers, the sea eagles and the sea tribe, leaving behind a great many bodies, began to retreat. They maintained a distance, not daring to continue the attack. The sea tribe was confused. They had no idea where such a large group of undead had suddenly come from. The numbers were somewhat exaggerated. "Lord, the sea tribe is retreating, but they have not left," reported an ancient blood retainer, poking his head out. Fang Hao nodded, "Stay alert and arrange for some to clean up the battlefield." "Yes, my lord." The undead began to move. Some were on the lookout for the enemy, while others were salvaging bodies, tossing them into the conversion fields for transformation. Picture giant ships appear in the Sea Island region, preliminarily confirmed as undead forces, gathering troops and launching an attack on the sea tribe. Holy shit! Weren't the undead supposed to be in the desert? How do they have a navy too? Sea tribe? Who can beat the sea tribe at sea? The undead are no match. Is that a ship? Its size is too big, isn't it? Selling purple rings, PM if interested, hurry. High price for a flying mount, PM if interested. Why are the undead fighting the sea tribe? Is it because of the sea tribe and Federation incident a few days ago? In the Morning World channel, there weren't many people. Fang Hao had just logged in and saw someone posting photos in the World channel. The words even carried a hint of boasting. There was no helping it, this was a common problem among transmigrators. Anything new and topic-worthy, they'd risk their lives to take a photo and share it. And these photos of the giant ships and undead certainly did spark quite a discussion. Fang Hao clicked on the pictures and took a closer look. From the angle of the shots, it was in the direction of Giant Claw Port. In the corner of several photos, one could see a large number of sea tribe soldiers gathered, human militiamen, and some siege crossbows. The sea tribe was considered a faction that had integrated well with the transmigrators. They even used transmigrators for ocean patrols and city defense. Of course, this also included using them as cannon fodder and underlings. At that moment, there was new movement from the priest doll. In the distance over the sea, a small boat approached head-on. On the boat stood several members of the sea tribe, shouting and waving their hands to signify they posed no threat. "Lord, the sea tribe has sent people over," communicated a bound spirit guardian, relaying the message from the lookout tower. "It must be for negotiations. Let their boat come alongside," Fang Hao said. The bound spirit guardians relayed the order. The sea troops parted to create a small path, allowing the small vessel to approach. Compared to the giant ship, the sea boat was like a small grass looking up at a great tree. "I do not know which immortal king's fleet this is, but the island master invites you to visit the island as a guest, willing to apologize in person for the recent misunderstanding." Such a large-scale group of undead was clearly not a Federation fleet. If the number of undead had been small, it would be a different story. But now, with so many undead and such a huge ship, Giant Claw Island didn't dare to claim they could have the upper hand. So, since it wasn't Federation people, they didn't plan to make this enemy. They arranged for an envoy to come and apologize, saying it was a case of mistaken identity. The priest doll, looking at the tiny boat below, asked, "Who is the commanding officer stationed here?" The sea tribe member, who had just been loudly apologizing, was slightly startled. He hadn't expected the other party to suddenly ask this question. After hesitating for a moment, he answered, "It's Hirosh, the island master." Hirosh was the master of Giant Claw Island. It seemed he had hurried back in the past few days. "Are there any other heroes?" continued Fang Hao. The sea tribe's brows furrowed deeper, vaguely feeling something was not quite right. The other party was asking too many questions, with no indication of whether they wanted to resolve the conflict. Could it be that they had come to attack Giant Claw Island? That shouldn't be right. The Sea Tribe archipelago had no entanglements or conflicts with the undead. It made no sense to have a conflict with the undead at this time. This king, I am just a common member of the Sea Tribe, I am not very clear about these matters. If you are interested, you can discuss them with Hirosh the Island Master. I am sure he would be willing to answer these questions, the Sea Tribe member continued. I hear you've captured some from the Federation, how are they now? The Sea Tribe member's face changed instantly. These undead were definitely not just passing by, they had come specifically for them. I cannot answer that for you. Fang Hao did not respond, his eye sockets illuminated by soul fire, staring intently at him. The Sea Tribe member began to feel that something was amiss, as an intangible pressure enveloped him. Occasionally he turned to look behind him at the few companions on the small sea boat. Answer me, and I can let you return safely, Fang Hao's voice once again calmly transmitted over. Otherwise, you can only stay behind and become one of the undead. Several members of the Sea Tribe began to tremble. Finally, they responded, they're imprisoned in the dungeons at the port. Why haven't you killed them? The island master believes we need slaves, so they've been temporarily imprisoned in the dungeons. Fang Hao nodded and said, all right, you can go back now. Oh, okay. The sea vessel immediately turned around, heading back in the direction of Giant Claw Island. They wanted to stay here not even a second longer. Moreover, they needed to bring the message back as fast as possible. These weren't just passing undead, they were reinforcements called by the Human Federation. Beata, you lead the Bone Dragons to occupy the Giant Claw port, later I'll have the tailor make a few sets of those skirts, like the ones Millie and the others wear, Fang Hao said to someone beside him. Beata's little face was stern as she coldly said, who cares about your lousy clothes? After speaking, she still returned to the area with the Bone Dragons. Her body leapt into the air, transforming into the shape of a giant dragon, leading a group of Bone Dragons toward the Giant Claw port. In the blink of an eye, she had already surged past the Sea Tribe's ship that had just left. Charging towards the port. Fang Hao watched Beata moving away and continued to instruct the two heroes underwater, Ancient Blood Servant, lead the troops to guard the giant ship, Merfolk Priest, you lead the Skeleton Wyrm Guardians to attack the port, coordinating with Beata's actions. As you command, the two answered and began to move out. At the port. The Sea Tribe and transmigrators were watching the direction of the giant ship from afar. They saw the Sea Tribe's ships approach the giant ship and turn back soon after. Everyone's expression turned ugly. This was not a good sign. Those transmigrators also lost the desire to boast in their channels by taking photos. They were simply opening the map, contemplating which route to flee by once the battle began. Lord Hirosh, our ships that we arranged to send out have started returning, a member of the Sea Tribe with a burly physique reported. Hirosh naturally saw the returning ship as well. His face was grim. But in his heart, he was still comforting himself that the return did not necessarily mean negotiations had failed. It might be that the other party simply didn't want to come ashore. However, before he could say anything, he saw that from the direction of the giant ship, one dragon-shaped creature after another suddenly flew off the deck, heading straight towards the port. Only when they got close did he see they were all white bone dragons. Hirosh's face drastically changed as he shouted, quick, everyone get into battle readiness, man the anti-air weapons, and be careful with the bone dragons. The Sea Tribe and transmigrator soldiers instantly became a chaotic mess. These were bone dragons. At least a tier 10 troop type. Just what unlucky spell had the Sea Tribe fallen under recently, they haven't finished with the Federation, yet they've now provoked the undead. And the opponent even possessed such a powerful troop type as the bone dragons. Whoosh! A series of ripping sounds went off as a particularly beautiful silver-white dragon led the bone dragons into an assault on the port. Dragons? The crowd looked up. Behind the silver-white dragon was a whole host of bone dragons. Bone dragons, attack, bring them all down. Quick, anti-air crossbows, everyone attack. There was no more time to consider why there was a real dragon. All they could do now was to block the attack. Otherwise, everyone would die. Bang, bang, bang. The anti-air crossbows began to fire, the troops with various long-range weapons, and the Coral Witch's magic missiles also opened fire into the air. But for the highly agile dragon clan, such an offensive had little damage. Roar! After a flash of lightning dragon breath, a series of black energy beams followed. They engulfed the entire port's defensive positions. In the blink of an eye, the defensive high ground was left without a soul. All of the sea tribe and humans who participated in the attack were stripped to the bone by the dragon breath. The fallen armor and weapons, even the defensive contraptions on the wall, turned into puddles of molten iron, flowing everywhere. And the sea eagles raised by the sea tribe. When faced with the might of the dragon clan, they only dared to circle around, not bold enough to approach. How could they fight this? Forget about the sea tribe lacking effective countermeasures against the dragon clan. Even if they had some, facing so many bone dragons and the massive number of undead outside, it would be incredibly difficult to hold off. Damn it! What in the world were these undead up to? Why did they choose this time to launch an attack on Giant Claw Island? You, send out our situation here to the sea tribe headquarters, and do it fast. Hirosh dragged over a transmigrator, shouting loudly. The transmigrator, being tugged, staggered, supporting his swaying helmet, said, all right, Island Master, don't worry, I've already taken the picture, I'll send it right away. Hirosh nodded, no longer paying attention to the transmigrator. Instead, he continued to issue standing orders to the soldiers hidden within the buildings. As long as they didn't go out, those bone dragons wouldn't have much of a way to handle them. If they landed to attack, they would at least have a good chance to retaliate. Just then, a transmigrator shouted, look quick, the bone dragons have dispersed, they're flying back. Everyone immediately poked their heads out to look up at the sky. They saw bone dragons circling once before heading off, flying into the distance. The dazzling sunlight suddenly shone down. But the next second, the people discovered something wasn't right. Click, click, click. They felt a dense, piercing noise from all around. It sounded like the collision of armor, more like the grating of bones. Chapter 1118. Then, swarms of skeleton soldiers flooded into the port city, pouncing on the sea tribe and transmigrator soldiers. The cries of battle and the clashing of weapons filled the entire port. Brandishing the war halberd in his hands, Hirosh led his trusted aides, relentlessly killing the skeletons that rushed at them. But the number of undead was simply unimaginable. Kill a wave, and even more would surge forward, continuing their fearless assault. Even the mightiest of warriors. As long as they still possessed the state of living creatures, they had physical limits. Seeing nothing but skeletons before him, Hirosh, though reluctant, could only grit his teeth and order, go, follow me and break out. They're not familiar with the island, once we leave the city these low-level skeletons won't be able to follow. Yes, the trusted aides responded immediately. With their agreement, they began to break through to the exterior, carving out a path paved with white bone. Just as they were about to break free, a woman's voice sounded behind them. So you're here. Hirosh's heart skipped a beat as he spun around, sweeping his long halberd. Thump. A dull sound. A silver-haired girl with dragon horns caught the sweeping halberd with one hand. Dragon Clan. Hirosh's expression turned even uglier. Stop resisting, and you'll suffer less, the silver-haired dragon girl said crisply. You're aiding the undead, are you mad? Hirosh exerted strength in his hands, but he couldn't pull the halberd out of her grasp. The silver-haired dragon girl still held the war halberd, her expression gradually darkening. So you wish to die, is that it? Humph. Do you really think you? As Hirosh was mocking her, he saw a thunderbolt shooting along the contested war halberd toward him. He wanted to let go, but it was already too late. Zzzt. Electricity enveloped him, his body steaming as if it had been cooked, emitting waves of smoke. Then, his body, completely overpowered, began to enter a state of paralysis. Like convulsions, his slender serpent body twitched incessantly. The silver-haired dragon girl picked him up to have a look, and seeing he was not dead, held him in her hand like a dead snake. Her cold gaze turned to the remaining few of the sea tribe. How about you? If you surrender, I might not kill you. Clank, clank. Several sea tribe trusted aides dropped their weapons, choosing to surrender. The fight that followed was even simpler. Those who could escape did so, those who couldn't chose to surrender directly. Undead soldiers surrounded the sea tribe and transmigrators in the middle, crouching down with their heads in their hands, waiting for the final disposition. The port was conquered. The giant ships began to slowly approach, Preparing to dock. Bang! A muffled sound. Hiroshi's body, limp like a dead snake, was thrown directly onto the deck from the sky. His entire body charred, twitching ceaselessly. Like a belt fish out of water. Whistle Fang Island Master Hiroshi, Purple Tier 5. Fang Hao had heard about him from Rebecca, the island master of Giant Claw Island. He had ordered the sinking of all human Federation ships and the killing of Federation seafarers. To force the Federation to accede to the Sea Tribe's demands. So this was Hiroshi. A purple hero. At that time, Beata also descended from the sky, transforming back into a girl's appearance. Humph! After landing, she crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Well done, Fang Hao complimented. Beata turned her head away, expressionless. Are there any other heroes? Fang Hao continued to ask. Beata shook her head, didn't find any. They might have run away. Fang Hao nodded, took out the binding band, and fastened it directly on the fallen Hiroshi. Amidst the clicking sounds, Hiroshi with a serpentine body was twisted into a semicircle, ultimately forming a C shape with a gap preserved at the head and tail. Seeing him use the binding band, Beata instantly recalled her own past self. Getting angrier, she kicked the wooden box at her feet repeatedly. Hang him up! The skeleton soldiers on the deck immediately hung the C-shaped Hiroshi high on the mast. Like a life ring, hanging there. Soon, the skeleton fishman priest also returned. He spoke, "My lord, the battle is over, we've captured many prisoners, how should we proceed?" Fang Hao nodded, ordering, "Arrange for someone to clean up the battlefield, keep the Sea Tribe and human clan separate, identify the transmigrators, and collect all their Book of Lords for me." "Yes, my lord," the fishman priest nodded and left once more. Soon after, the skeletons at the port started to move. Cleaning up the entire port. Splash! A basin of cold water splashed directly on Hiroshi's face, making the upside-down Sea Tribe hero somewhat sober. He opened his blurry eyes. He saw the inverted world and skeleton soldiers continuously moving goods. In front of him stood 3 individuals. Leading them was an undead with huge bat wings, followed by a beast-eared girl, and the Dragon Clan girl who had defeated him. "Who exactly are you people? Giant Claw Island has no quarrel with you, why attack us?" Hiroshi attempted to struggle. The Sea Tribe recovers quickly, so much energy right after waking up. "Go, give him a couple of punches, and see if he starts talking about us," Fang Hao directed to someone nearby. Angia stepped forward 2 paces and, aiming at his stomach, thump, thump. She threw several punches. Angia, as a purple hero, certainly wasn't lacking in strength either. She almost knocked him out cold again. Seeing that he had calmed down, Fang Hao looked at him and asked, "Are there any heroes on the island? How many troops?" Hiroshi frowned and then quickly realized what was happening. He roared, "You're here to help the Human Federation. You've even joined forces with the living creatures." Thud. Angia delivered a whip kick, once again cutting off his words. His body, suspended in mid-air, swung away like a swing and then swung back. Hiroshi's entire face twisted with agony, becoming increasingly fierce. "Are there any heroes stationed in the central Giant Claw City? How many troops?" Fang Hao persisted. This time, Hiroshi refrained from talking nonsense and took a deep breath before saying, "No more heroes left, and hardly any military force." "Hit him. Beata, you too, but not to death," Fang Hao continued. Angia hammered away furiously, while Beata stood by with her arms crossed, not lifting a finger. Hiroshi, wailing, began to plead, explaining, "I'm telling the truth. We are the Sea Tribe, we would never engage in a land battle with the Human Federation. We would surely choose to fight at sea and along the coast. Giant Claw City doesn't have much military force, I've moved it all here." Well, that explanation made some sense. The hero defending this place a few days ago, it wasn't you, right? Where is that hero now? Fang Hao asked further. Hiroshi responded with a mournful face, "He was a purple hero. After I returned, he went back to Pearl Island and isn't on Giant Claw Island now. If one were to look down from the sky, the Sea Tribe archipelago would resemble a blooming lotus. Numerous islands surrounded the central island in layers. And that central island was the core of the Sea Tribe, Rainbow Pearl Island. This layout was actually similar to that of the Human Federation and the Dwarf Fortresses. Power centered at the core, with any attacking force needing to breach layer by layer from the edges, allowing some time to react. What about the defensive force? There are plenty of troops, and if you don't want to attack, I can lead you there and make them surrender, Hirosh went on. Enough talk, how many men? 2,000 in the garrison. Fang Hao fixed his gaze on him, and that's all. What about the Transmigrators' army? Be honest, or I'll end you right here, Fang Hao warned again. Hirosh's gaze flickered, but he finally said, there's no shortage of Transmigrators, I don't know exactly how many, but perhaps over 1,000. Fang Hao nodded, not planning to interrogate further. He turned and began to walk away. Seeing Fang Hao about to leave, Hirosh shouted, Your Majesty, what terms has the Federation offered? The Sea Tribe can pay you more. The Undead and the Human clan have always been at odds, they definitely won't pay your remuneration honestly. You must think it through. His loud cry made Fang Hao stop in his tracks. Turning around, he headed back. Just when Hirosh thought his words had swayed Fang Hao, the shackles on his body made a clicking sound, and his mouth was abruptly gagged. Completely silenced. Now it's quiet, Fang Hao said, turning to leave with the two women. A mass of undead tirelessly transported the spoils of war onto the deck. Armor, weapons, furniture, gemstones, even melted and deformed blocks of metal. All were hauled onto the deck. Beata and Biahu were dumbfounded. They were stripping the place bare. Even dozens of livestock were shifted aboard, tied to the mast. They looked at the upside-down Hirosh. What's next, are we attacking Giant Claw City? Beata inquired. During the interrogation of the Sea Tribe member, she had heard Fang Hao repeatedly asking about Giant Claw City's military force and heroes. It seemed he planned to attack there. Yes, and later, I will need you to lead, to directly seize it, Fang Hao nodded. Beata's brow furrowed, and she said, Won't you ask for the map? I won't be able to find the way. She could go, but this wasn't a small island. Did he expect her to fly around aimlessly, launching an assault on any city she came across? No need, there are maps in every city. You'll know soon enough, rest for now, we will rely on you later, Fang Hao continued. Seeing how confident he was, Beata couldn't be bothered to argue. In the end, it mattered little to her. The leader of Giant Claw Island was merely a purple hero, it seemed unlikely anyone could harm her. At worst, she would just have to travel a bit more. She moved aside with a cold face, watching a beast-eared, white-haired girl sift through the spoils of war, picking out some interesting items. Once the spoils were gathered, Fang Hao had all the books of lords collected together. A total of 12. Fewer than he expected, it seemed they'd fled with their troops at the sight of the bone dragon. Otherwise, there shouldn't be just 12 at the harbor. Swallowing all the books of lords, the resources of these cities were transmitted back to the main city. After devouring the books of lords, there was also a golden treasure chest among the spoils of war. But, currently in a Diem doll body, he wasn't in a hurry to open it. After the battle, he could open it all in one go. After a thorough search of the spoils, he finally discovered a huge map among them. The map indicated the location of Giant Claw City and the positions of nearby cities on the central island. Fang Hao summoned all the heroes and spread out the map, saying, Beata will lead the Bone Dragon and the Giant Batwing in a surprise attack, mainly to clear out the defense equipment within Giant Claw City, then search the City Lord's mansion for any valuable items to bring back, especially Transmigrators' treasure chests. Don't we need to take direct control? Beata asked. Fang Hao shook his head, it'll take too long for the infantry to get there, in 2 or 3 days, enemy reinforcements will arrive. Our task is just to clear out the defense equipment, someone else will handle the rest. Beata said nothing more and transformed into a huge dragon, taking the Bone Dragon and Giant Batwing covered in flesh, and departed. Chapter 1119. Sea Tribe's main island, Rainbow Pearl Island. At the center of the island lay a lavishly built, massive palace. At the top, a huge, round pearl shone brilliantly under the sunlight. Inside the palace, upon a resplendent throne sat a majestic sea king. Broad-shouldered, with dense hair and beard, he wore a golden crown and golden scale armor. His serpentine tail was thicker and stronger than those of the rest of the Sea Tribe. The scales, thick and robust, resembled more the tail of a dragon. Deep Sea Turbulence Sainsbury, Orange Tier 9 hero. The ruler of the Sea Tribe. A powerful, ambitious king. Your Majesty, the Sea King, the port of Giant Claw Island and several surrounding outposts have suffered a severe beating. The cost of repairs is basically tantamount to rebuilding. A Sea Tribe member dressed in a blue brocade robe stepped forward and spoke loudly. No sooner had this been said than many others joined in agreement. Yes, Your Majesty, this is the most substantial loss in decades, the Federation must pay a price for it. These losses must all be counted on the Federation's head. Today, a meeting of the Sea Tribe High Command was called to address the Federation's attack on Giant Claw Island. The Federation army had been repelled, and naturally, the losses would be charged to the Federation. The Sea King nodded his huge head and said, "Have the losses been tallied?" "Not yet. Hirosh has just returned to Giant Claw Island and is redeploying to prevent further aerial ship harassment by the Federation. It's estimated that the loss report will be drawn up in the next 2 days," said the blue brocade-robed Sea Tribe member. "Good, too slow, tell him to submit the losses by tomorrow." This was somewhat hasty. But it didn't matter. Just inflate the numbers a bit, after all, it was the Federation's account. "Yes, Your Majesty." The matter of compensation reached a unanimous decision. Next on the agenda was the issue of the Sea Tribe's defense security. Immediately, a Sea Tribe general came out, bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, the Sea King, this operation by the Human Federation still brought a grave threat to our islands, and I believe we should significantly fortify the aerial defense of each island." The Sea King nodded in agreement with the decision. Merely 20-some aerial ships had already reached the island areas. If the Federation were to have more aerial ships in the future, or other types of flying troops, then wouldn't all the islands be in danger? Even threatening this place. "What do you all think we should do?" the Sea King continued. "I suggest we first purchase anti-aircraft weaponry from the dwarves to quickly increase our aerial defense capabilities. We could also expand the breeding scale of the sea eagles. Cooperate with species adept at flying, provide them with housing in exchange for aerial defense." Everyone present began to speak up. They proposed their ideas and opinions. There were only so many methods of anti-aircraft defense, it was just that the Sea Tribe had not prioritized it before. Now, arranging for it wasn't too late. The crowd discussed noisily, while the Sea King intermittently interjected. At this moment, a palace guard approached. He spoke, "Your Majesty, the Sea King, a transmigrator claims to bring news from Giant Claw Island." "Hey?" Everyone was taken aback. The Sea Tribe did welcome transmigrators but only in a utilitarian sense. Messages between islands were relayed through sound transmitting shells, why utilize a transmigrator now? "Let him in." Although doubting the veracity of the transmigrator's claim, the Sea King still wanted to meet him. Soon, a male transmigrator with a sneaky appearance walked in, his eyes roaming curiously about. It seemed as if he was intrigued by his surroundings. "What news do you have? Speak," the Sea King directly commanded. The transmigrator opened the Book of Lords and said loudly, "I have a friend on Giant Claw Island. He just sent me some photos, saying the undead army has attacked the port of Giant Claw Island." "What? Nonsense, how could the undead appear here? Who told you to fabricate lies? Guards, take him down." Voices of reprimand shocked the transmigrator, and as the palace guards surged forward, he quickly said, "Your Majesty, I have the photos. Whether they are real, you'll know with a glance." The Sea King gestured to stop the palace guard and turned to look at the transmigrator. He said, "Bring them here." The transmigrator adjusted the photos and handed them to a guard, who presented them to the Sea King. The Sea King took the photos with a puzzled look, and upon seeing herds of bone dragons, his expression abruptly darkened. They truly were undead. Further, there were the castle's crossbow-toting palace guards visible in the photos. The photos were indeed real. But why? Why had the undead appeared here? And launched an attack against the Sea Tribe? "What is the situation over there now?" the Sea King asked, staring at him intently, his expression grim. The transmigrator answered at once, "They've lost contact." This kind of situation indicates that the transmigrator either died or the book has been devoured. The Sea King's frown deepened as he commanded, "Use the sound transmitting shell to inquire about the situation on Giant Claw Island." "Yes, Your Majesty." Giant Claw City. Dang dang dang. A loud and grating bell toll resonated throughout the entire city. Before the Sea Tribe soldiers could assemble for defense, flocks of bone dragons had already obscured the sky above the city. Sweeps of dragon breath cloaked the city walls and defense towers. The sea tribe, attempting to scale the walls with their devices, died in the dragon breath, turning into terrifying white skeletons. All devices were destroyed. More skeleton giant bats, like dark clouds covering the sun. They dropped a large number of thunderbolts with crackling sounds. Boom! The entire island trembled with the sounds of explosions. With no defense, the bone dragon group and skeleton giant bats, with overwhelming strength, cleared all the soldiers attempting to defend. After the explosions, everyone hid inside buildings, shivering with fear. Not a single person dared to come out to challenge the dragon breath of the bone dragons. Whoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart rang out. Beata transformed back into human form, and slowly walked into the central building. Who's there, looking for? As soon as she stepped through the doorway, 2 war halberds swept towards her from both sides. In an instant, thunderbolt flashed, and the 2 Jiao guards who had struck fell to the ground, smoking. No signs of life remained. The Jiao guards and witches blocking the way changed their expressions in an instant. They dared not approach further, instead retreating step by step following the silver-haired girl's footsteps. Your leader has been captured, if you don't want to die, just be obedient, Beata said without stopping her feet, heading towards the center of the building. No one dared to continue to seek death. Under everyone's gaze, Beata went up to the second floor, and when she came back down, she was holding a golden chest in one arm, and on her back was a huge bundle. Through the gap not completely closed in the bundle, shiny gemstones and gold coins could be seen. Carrying both items, she swaggered out. She summoned down a bone dragon, mounted its back, and soared away. It took a long time before the sea tribe hiding in the houses dared to come out. Looking at a city full of ruins, everyone's expression was grim. Soon, those who had avoided calamity by hiding in rooms, all rushed out. Carrying their belongings, they hurried towards the city gates. This place was no longer safe. They needed to head to the coastal cities, where near the sea, they could take refuge in the waters in case of danger. Rather than like now, where there was nowhere to run from the explosions. Aboard the giant ship, Fang Hao had crafted a large number of shackles. Groups of captives, with shackles on, were being taken by skeleton soldiers into the lower deck of the ship. Roughly counting, there were at least 5,000 or 6,000 people. Apart from the sea tribe, most were transmigrator soldiers. All types of soldiers, disarmed, were imprisoned together. And those transmigrators, having lost their Book of Lords, were no different from militiamen. Even less so than ordinary soldiers. With their scrawny arms and legs, many couldn't even wield weapons. The demon doll was commanding, separating the sea tribe and humans to be imprisoned. With a thud, a golden chest fell from the sky. Stopping just short of the toes, it landed on the deck. Beata leaped down from the bone dragon's back and said, "All defense devices have been destroyed, and the city has been bombed once over, there shouldn't be any forces left." "Okay, you've had a hard time," the demon doll dully took a step back, then said, "You go and rest first. After all these captives are locked up, we will head back." "What do you want with these captives?" "The territory is short of people, we just need these folk," Fang Hao explained casually. Beata did not understand, muttering, "A broken city, short of people." She then walked away to the side. The captives were successively pushed into the ship's hold, occasionally the pleas for mercy from transmigrators were heard. Fang Hao did not pay attention, ordering people to carry the 2 chests into the stone castle. His true body, instead, went directly to open the golden chest. Harvest, Battle Jiao White Steel Helmet Blueprint, blue, Battle Jiao White Steel Scale Armor Blueprint, blue, Battle Jiao White Steel Skirt Armor Blueprint, blue, Wave/White Steel War Halberd Blueprint, blue, Water Converging Bead, purple, Sea Scale Stone plus 22, Warfire Coin plus 202. Harvest, Sea Eagle Nest Construction Blueprint, blue, Ocean Believer Crown Blueprint, blue, Ocean Believer Robe Blueprint, blue, Ocean Believer Boots Blueprint, blue, Ocean Believer Gloves Blueprint, blue, Coral Crystals plus 2, Sea Scale Stone plus 18, Warfire Coin plus 199. Dazzling light flickered, covering the floor. First was the Battle Jiao White Steel set, armor belonging to the Jiao Guard set. Tier 3 defense, although only 3 pieces of equipment, but still had set attributes. Effect, physical defense plus 5%, wave/skill damage plus 10%. Adding a skill amplification, it was practically exclusive equipment. Wave/white steel war halberd was also the Jiao Guard's halberd, of blue quality. Water converging bead, purple. Category, item. Effect, attracts the convergence of lakes and seas. Description, an item made from magic pearls, often used for lake and sea water diversion. A purple-colored item. From the description, it could attract water flow convergence, usable in lake construction. If it also works for freshwater rivers, it could be used for farmland irrigation. After looking through the first chest, Fang Hao moved to the second chest. The first item was Sea Eagle Nest, Vines 2800, Tough Wood 1200, Leather 850, Soft Leather 280. Description, a special structure for raising sea eagles, within which the corresponding type of soldiers can be recruited. Sea Eagle Nest? It was a special structure. That being said, perhaps I could try building a sea eagle nest on the ship. Chapter 1120. Not in a rush to build, Fang Hao continued to look further down. The Ocean Believer set was a blue mage set comprising 4 pieces. Effect, water spell amplification plus 15%. After careful thought, it seemed to be the set for a coral witch type water mage. Of course, it would be the same for a human water mage to wear. There was a purple water mage teaching at the school in Lyss City. Perhaps, many mages could soon be trained. It could also be sold in the channel shop. With the numerous people in the world, there surely wouldn't be a shortage of lords who have water mage troops. The last item was coral crystals. It's a material, and its price in the trade alliance was also quite substantial. He could keep or sell it himself. After checking the rewards from the 2 chests, the captives were gradually escorted into the ship's hold. Skeleton soldiers guarded them. They were all standard troops and were all shackled heavily, hence there was no worry about them escaping. After rechecking that nothing was overlooked, Fang Hao gave the order to start the return journey to Thornfin Sea. The spoils of war included many living supplies used by the Sea Tribe, which definitely wouldn't sell well among transmigrators. He would see if the fishmen needed them. Even exchanging for some pearls and sea scale stones would be a gain. The ship moved backward, exiting the harbor. This energy-driven vessel was much more convenient than a sailboat. The method of control was close to that of an aerial ship. Very flexible and easy to maneuver. He retrieved 2 demon dolls. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and directly contacted Bai Xian. The port has been seized, and all of Giant Claw City's defense facilities have been destroyed. You can come over now. Soon, Bai Xian replied, Hierarch Haber is asking how many defending troops remain. Not many, and with those who fled, there's barely anyone left. Bai Xian continued to ask, is there a hero stationed on Giant Claw Island? Fang Hao replied, the island master of Giant Claw Island has been captured by me. If you arrive before the Sea Tribe reinforcements, you won't face any danger. Delay, and it could be a different story. We are nearby and can reach Giant Claw Island by tomorrow. We'll make a symbolic attack on the island then. Actually, it didn't matter whether Haber and his forces moved or not. With the capture of Giant Claw Island's island master, sending him to the Federal Conference would convince anyone of your capacity to conquer the island. But since Haber and his forces had waited for so long, firing a few shots and taking a few photos wouldn't be in vain. Alright, after it's done, you guys head straight back to the Federation, try to avoid some battles. Understood. Just as he was about to end the chat, Fang Hao added one more thing. By the way, some of your people are imprisoned in the dungeon at the port, you can take them with you when you come. Alright. Bai Xian wanted to ask why Fang Hao didn't rescue them directly since he knew. But she couldn't bring herself to say it, as the disparity in their strengths was too great, and such an accusatory tone couldn't be voiced. Both of them ended the chat. The ship entered a steady cruising state. Moving swiftly, the sea breeze whistled by their ears. On the deck, 3 figures sat next to a pile of spoils, meticulously picking through the items. These seashells picked by Angia are so pretty, we could make necklaces out of them, Lori said as she picked out a pile of seashells. Angia glanced at them, these are worthless. If you're going to make something, use these pearls. Oh, pearls are valuable, saying so, she looked for a small barrel and scooped pearls into it. Beata listened to their conversation and glanced at the items they picked out, curling her lips. Humph! You don't know what's valuable. What are you even picking? She too sat on a wooden crate, sifting through various items. Despite her dwelling being fully equipped, it paled in comparison to her cave at Mount Dragon Peak. Naturally, she picked out some items to decorate her space. Some gold and silver utensils, gold coins, and gemstones were her chosen items, neatly placed to one side. After all, a port had been emptied. There were still plenty of items. From afar, 3 small heaps piled up in front of each of them. World Channel. Between the rapidly flipping messages. But by pressing a hand over them and watching them one by one, it was evident, many were discussing about the Sea Tribe and the Undead. I heard the Sea Tribe is done for, conquered by the Undead army, even the king is dead. The Undead are moving towards the sea, they've already occupied some islands. The Sea Tribe wasn't conquered, just a small island battled with the Undead. The latest news and pictures of the Undead and the Sea Tribe have been compiled with a detailed timeline picture. Vrac. The Sea Tribe really couldn't handle it, they got wiped out by the Undead at sea. As the messages continued, they became somewhat exaggerated. Even news surfaced about the Undead capturing the king of the Sea Tribe and turning him into dried fish. Even though some tried to debunk these rumors, they were quickly overwhelmed by the flood of other messages. People still found it more interesting to believe that the Undead wiped out the Sea Tribe at sea. Aside from the battles of the Sea Tribe, another message interspersed among them. The Dragon Altar Holy Army Alliance officially announced that Alliance Hierarch Aragon had died, and Deputy Alliance Hierarch Wesley had assumed the position of Alliance Hierarch to continue leading the Dragon Altar Holy Army. Similar news had come out before. But that time, it was only an interim management of the Alliance, now he had truly taken over the position. This piece of news still surprised Fang Hao. Aragon wasn't dead, instead, he had been sent by him to the Webweaver camp to mine. It was probably because a long time had passed and they believed he had been killed by Fang Hao, so they chose a new Alliance Hierarch. One just wonders if the Sacred Army of the Dragon Temple will continue to rely on the Dragon Clan, helping them investigate themselves. When the giant ship left the waters of Giant Claw Island, with no danger, Fang Hao handed over command to the ancient blood servant, taking the remaining few heroes back to the main city. Night had fallen. Lyss City. As the light screen flickered, Fang Hao appeared in the center of the hall dragging Hirosh, who was fixed into a C shape. It was already deep into the night. The hall was bright but eerily empty. A maid passing by then spotted Fang Hao standing there, dragging the strange creature. "Ah! City Lord!" the maid exclaimed with a start. "Where's Rebecca?" Fang Hao asked. "The lady has already retired to rest." Fang Hao glanced at the captive in his hand and then said, "Tell her to come downstairs for a bit, and to dress warmly so she doesn't catch a cold." The maid smiled, "Understood, my lord, I will remind the lady." Having said that, she hurriedly trotted upstairs. Soon, footsteps were heard again. Rebecca came downstairs, draped in a coat, her shapely white legs visible beneath the hem of her dress, walking down with a puzzled look. Upon seeing the strangely shaped serpent man, her brow slightly furrowed. "What's this?" "This is Hirosh, the leader of Giant Claw Island. When you take him there, no one will question the assault on Giant Claw Island," Fang Hao immediately explained. Rebecca's brow furrowed deeper, she had not expected Fang Hao to bring the person directly back to her. "What is his strength?" "A purple hero." Upon hearing purple hero, Rebecca looked somewhat hesitant. "Without Haber here, could he possibly escape if left with me?" It wasn't that she was worried about her safety. As a purple hero and a melee fighter, it would be difficult to resist so many guards and kill the leader directly. She was more worried about him escaping after breaking free. It would be tough to capture him again if he escaped, causing chaos in the city. Fang Hao flashed a confident smile, "Don't worry, he's bound by an orange item. With his capabilities, he simply can't break free, let alone escape. Even Bayada couldn't break free, let alone him." The bound hero widened his eyes. Despite being a purple hero and an island master, he was discussed openly on how to deal with him like livestock. But his mouth was gagged, making it impossible for him to speak. He could only keep moving his eyes and twitching his gills in an attempt to catch their attention. His actions were clearly futile. Having heard Fang Hao's words, Rebecca promptly shouted towards the outside, "Someone come!" 2 silver-armored guards entered. "Take him to the dungeon of the city lord's mansion, and arrange heavily armed guards to watch him in shifts." "Yes, my lady." The guards, who had likely never seen a member of the sea tribe, looked at the strangely shaped individual with apparent wariness. They dragged Hirosh out. Once the guards had taken Hirosh away, the hall quieted down. Rebecca came over and sat beside him. Instantly, he was enveloped by her full and soft embrace. Rebecca had a full, plump figure, holding her was like hugging a marshmallow. The maid accompanying them still stood calmly on one side, her cheeks slightly flushed, her expression unchanged. Fang Hao was also somewhat embarrassed. But it seemed that Rebecca didn't mind too much. They had interacted secretly in a room in Silver Wing City with this maid just outside. She was Rebecca's most trusted confidant. "Thank you, I didn't expect you would solve it so quickly," Rebecca said softly. "It's a small matter, there's no need for thanks among family." Rebecca smiled gently, then whispered in his ear, "If you don't leave tonight, I can reward you properly." Then I'll have to see what tricks you have." Fang Hao pulled her closer into his embrace. "MHM." Rebecca's cheeks reddened and she nodded. "By the way, what do you plan to do with this Hirosh?" Fang Hao continued. "Of course, I'll take him to the conference and make a statement." Fang Hao thought for a moment, then said, "Then he can't be taken there alive." "Why?" "He has seen our army. If he talks, it would be hard for you to explain," Fang Hao said seriously. Rebecca's expression also grew stern. "Okay, as soon as Haber returns, I will execute him immediately. Going to the conference must be timed with Haber's return. Otherwise, if executed now, the body would be difficult to preserve. After the execution, make sure not to lose the shackles on him, we'll need them," Fang Hao reminded. "An orange item is always useful." "I know," Rebecca's eyes carried a hint of allure. "Shall we go upstairs? It's time to receive your reward." Fang Hao was pulled upstairs. The maid followed behind, picking up the coat that fell along the way. "Prepare some supper, and bring it to the room later." "Yes, my lady." Lightly knocking on the bedroom door, the maid entered with the supper. Upon entering the room, she immediately felt a wave of heat hit her face. Though looking down, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the scenes ahead. Instantly, her heartbeat thundered and her cheeks flushed red. Chapter 1121. On the soft couch not far away, the usually dignified and elegant city lord's wife sat up straight, her wavy long hair draped over her back, beads of delicate sweat hanging on her forehead and body. She wore only a black corset on the upper body, the roundness of her chest lifted high by the corset. On her legs, black garter stockings drew attention. The maid found it somewhat unbelievable, her face reddening, somewhat stunned in place. She knew about the lady and the city lord, she was responsible for keeping watch and providing cover. Now, she saw it with her own eyes. It was hard to believe the lady could be like this. The undulating movements continued, the crests and troughs shaking. Fang Hao glanced over and noticed the maid standing still, also slightly taken aback. His face, too, couldn't quite maintain composure. He gently patted Rebecca's slender waist as a sign to remind her. The seductive and wild city lord's wife, thinking it was time for a change of position, began to rise, but then saw the personal maid, still standing there, stunned in place not leaving. Fang Hao pulled a blanket from the side, intending to cover the two. But after a blush chased across Rebecca's face, she quickly regained her composure. Her face resumed the dignified look of the city lord's wife. She said, "Eleanor." "Ah. My lady," the maid responded, her face and ears flushed with color. She placed the nighttime snack aside and bowed her head again. Rebecca smiled slightly, her body gently twisting before she said, "Eleanor, I'm a bit tired, come and give me a hand." "Ah. My lady, the maid," her cheeks flustered, hesitated while glancing at the man lying on the couch. She often accompanied the lady to various noble gatherings. It must be said, the city lord's appearance was quite beloved by women. Now, with his upper body bare, showing off even muscle contours, Fang Hao gave Rebecca a light smack. "What are you doing? Stop messing around." Rebecca shot him a glance, signaling him to stay quiet. Without waiting for Rebecca to urge again, the maid came over, saying, "Thank you, my lady. Take off your clothes, and put on the bunny tail accessory." "Yes, my lady." The maid went to the side, rustling as she began to change her clothes. "What are you up to, bullying her for what?" Fang Hao pinched her. Rebecca, leaning over him, said, She is my personal maid, privy to all my secrets. Do you think she'd be with someone else? Whoever I'm with, she will want them too. You're making things difficult for her. Don't worry, she'll only be happy about it in her heart. Rebecca gently patted his chest to ease his worries. Before long, the maid Eleanor came over. Her figure well proportioned, her skin delicate and fair. Her hands crossed over her lower abdomen, still maintaining the professional posture of a maid. Blushing, she came over and gently pulled at Rebecca's waist from behind. Is this all right, my lady? The night passed without words. The next morning, Fang Hao and Rebecca ate breakfast in the dining hall. Eleanor still blushed, standing at Rebecca's side. Now he knew. The reward Rebecca spoke of was not about trying new positions, but rather, handing over her very own personal maid, whom she had raised since childhood, to Fang Hao's care. Rebecca, with elfish bloodline, her most trusted maids were orphans she had adopted. Eleanor was the one she trusted most. It wasn't over the top to call her the daughter she raised. According to Rebecca, such a personal maid, who knew too much of her secrets, was not permitted to marry an outsider. If Rebecca herself didn't wish for a man, she might have given her to her own trusted aide, but with a man, she would follow her man. The maid, Eleanor, was, in fact, aware of this as well. Though shy, she was able to accept. This must be the rule of this era. As the beneficiary himself, he couldn't well put his trousers on and criticize this matter. After breakfast, Rebecca promptly left with Eleanor to tend to matters. Fang Hao also left Lyss City, heading directly for Supreme Saint Golden City. The glittering Grand Hall. Fang Hao sat on a golden chair. I've come this time to bring you some people. Not even a cup of tea was offered, only the thin smoke wafting from a bronze censer. He didn't care to linger, stating his purpose straightforwardly. The sooner finished, the sooner the return. Dragon Clan. Since when do the Dragon Clan count as people? Stop it. It's some transmigrators and sea tribe captives, Fang Hao immediately said. This woman, she wouldn't be eyeing the Dragon Clan he had recruited, right? Oh, I heard from Dong Jiayu, that you attacked a sea tribe island, right? Amanda spoke blandly. The regional and world channels were discussing it. Combining that with the nearby events, it wasn't hard to guess that Fang Hao's forces were the ones who had attacked the sea tribe's island. So, even if he didn't say, Dong Jiayu and others seeing the news would guess it was him. Fang Hao did not deny, continuing to ask, can you settle sea tribe people here? Of course, we can settle them near the lakes, to establish villages, don't worry about that, Amanda quickly followed up, how many captives? A total of just over 5,000, not quite 6,000 people, including sea tribe and a large number of transmigrator soldiers, all of them, he replied. Amanda nodded, the number is okay, bring them over, I will accommodate them properly. As the extensive and sparsely populated Anglina, although Amanda was not very emotional, one could sense she was quite willing to accept these people. After all, restoring the glory of Anglina required a substantial population. All right, let's go. Arrange for someone to take over, Fang Hao stood up. Amanda was a bit puzzled, you brought them? Yes, come on. The two of them walked out. Amanda summoned a large number of undead soldiers. The soldiers on her side had a strict dress code, unlike Fang Hao's troops. The trusted aides wore one style of uniform, the guards another, and the ordinary soldiers yet another. They were dressed over their armor, which distinguished the soldiers' ranks. Once the soldiers were assembled, Fang Hao opened the gate of the worlds, revealing the captives behind it. Driven by coercion, they walked out of the gate of the worlds, appearing within the encirclement of the undead. Sir, please let us go, I will surely offer a generous reward to thank you for your kindness. Please spare us, I don't want to become undead. Hey! My cousin is the leader of the secret society, you can contact him for a ransom. Your grudge against the sea tribe has nothing to do with us, please spare our lives. No sooner had they emerged than the transmigrators among the captives started begging loudly for mercy. Some mentioned people they knew, others talked about paying a ransom, and still others simply pleaded for mercy. A complete mess. They had been frightened enough these past few days. After all, being stared at by skeleton frameworks all day, who wouldn't be afraid? Amanda nodded and ordered the soldiers beside her, take them away. Any who dare to escape, execute them on the spot and throw them into the conversion pit. Yes, my queen, the skeletons moved into action. The transmigrators were stunned. Queen? They all turned their heads and realized that among the crowd stood an undead queen. A dark gold level queen. Fuck. If this got out on the channel, it would undoubtedly be the hottest topic. Too bad they no longer had their Book of Lords. They missed the chance to create a sensation. The captives were pushed by the undead towards the dungeons. The transmigrators alone kept looking back every few steps, staring intently at Amanda. The Sea Tribe really had offended the undead, and it was a dark gold level hero. Even the Sea King of the Sea Tribe wasn't dark gold, right? Gold-eating Queen Amanda, loyalty increased by 2 points, current loyalty is 98 points. As the captives were led away, a system prompt sounded in Fang Hao's ear. Amanda's loyalty didn't rise quickly. It only increased significantly when he helped her subdue the Great Cemetery, jumping by several tens at once. Now it was just a few points at a time. But it didn't matter, it was 98 points now, almost at 100 points. What ability is this? Amanda turned around and asked casually as she returned. Are you asking about the move just now to bring people over? Yes. It's called Gate of the Worlds, but it consumes a lot of one's magic power, Fang Hao explained. Amanda nodded, walked a few steps, then continued, can I learn it? Ah, this. Fang Hao almost wanted to say, if you want to learn, I can teach you. But this skill was from a demon's fragment, similar to a transmigrator's skill, unteachable. For now, it's a transmigrator's ability. If there's a similar magic book in the future, I'll reserve it for you, Fang Hao thought about it and said. Alright, good, Amanda didn't refuse, seeming to value the ability. A few people walked back. But they didn't return to the palace, instead, they were led off to the side. Fang Hao remembered that this direction led to some special buildings like the Viscera Museum, the Court of Law, etc. Was there something else? They were led all the way to a building. The building resembled a mage tower, tall and slender without windows. The tower was engraved with various undead patterns. If it weren't for a door, it would look just like a stone pillar standing there. What are we doing here? Fang Hao looked up. Come inside and see, Amanda continued. They walked up the stone steps into the tower, where undead guards saluted them along the way. The inside of the tower was dim, and around it were various shelves holding many items. Your Majesty, the Queen, an undead clad in a robe approached. Amanda nodded, then continued, bring the marks over. The undead turned and left, and when he returned, he held 2 golden square marks in his hand. Fang Hao was shocked. Fuck. Law mark, orange. Category, restraint gear. Uses, 3. Effect, can bind the basic thoughts of the wearer, making them adhere to the fundamental rules of the Golden Law. Description, a law mark based on legal sensing, can control the wearer's basic actions. Exactly the same as what he had traded for. And there were 2 of them. How does this woman have such things? Where did they come from? Fang Hao checked and asked. I saw you use it last time, and when I got back, I asked someone to make 2, Amanda said. To make? Damn, this woman can produce orange-level restraint gear. Chapter 1122. You can make this thing. Amanda waved for the undead to leave first, then gestured with her hand for the gold to condense into 2 chairs to sit down, and said, the prison gear developed by Anglina early on, it's not surprising that I can make it here. Early on? Why did they stop using it later? Fang Hao continued to ask. Amanda looked at him puzzledly, then said, later on, I became the queen of the undead, and those who were disobedient yet capable were directly transformed into the undead, so naturally, there was no need for such things. That makes sense. It was the same for Fang Hao, in the past, they would turn them into the undead. If it weren't for Beata, they wouldn't need such things. This kind of prison gear, do other powers make it? My previous one, I obtained it from the hands of a transmigrator, Fang Hao continued. It must have been a transmigrator from the undead desert region, right? Amanda continued, the royal family members, in exchange for a ceremony with the immortal emperor, prepared a large amount of money and material gifts as a token of thanks when they transformed me, who had died, and it probably included the law mark that was gifted at that time. From what she meant, what he had collected on the outside was something they had once sent out. It's possible, but not certain. The system's missions also provide various item rewards to transmigrators. There were things that were once lost or had fallen out of circulation. Oh, how many did you make then? Fang Hao further inquired. Orange tier items are expensive to make, and they're difficult to create, so I just made 2. Making more wouldn't be necessary for you, Amanda continued. Indeed. All the enemies have been turned into skeletons, no one would waste such a thing. All right, that's good, thanks. Fang Hao casually pocketed the 2 square seals. 50,000 people. Amanda spoke up. What? For 2 orange tier items, you're bringing over 50,000 people to fill the population void in my territory. Damn, I knew this woman wouldn't take a loss. Where am I supposed to get so many people for you? That's your problem now, isn't it? Your territory is so vast, can't you spare that many people? Amanda went on. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then agreed, all right, I'll think of something. The 2 sat for a while. Amanda called back Dong Jiayu and the others who had stayed here, and Fang Hao sent them back to their respective territories. After all, they had been here for quite some time, and staying any longer would make them forget their own cities. Returning with them was the hero, Aseti. Meat Fist stayed behind, continuing to help Amanda deal with the matters of the territory. Back in the main city, after lunch, Fang Hao leaned back in his throne to rest. Not long after he had sat down, skeleton merchant Dujin came in, bowed respectfully, and said, My lord, a trade alliance shop called Firehammer has sent a message asking for you to visit. Firehammer shop. Fang Hao immediately remembered, this was his shop for making dragon-scale equipment. All right, I got it, Fang Hao replied. After Dujin left, Fang Hao immediately went upstairs to call Rolina, asking her to accompany him to the trade alliance. After all, the second set of equipment was being made for her, she might need to be measured or something. The 2 arrived at the trade alliance headquarters. Flower fairies fluttered along the road, working on flower beds and the irregular branches atop the canopies. Truth be told, the goblin-built trade alliance was rather progressive in thought. In any case, he knew of no other clan that could demonstrate the inclusiveness of the trade alliance. They welcomed every clan. And these clans were also willing to set aside their everyday prejudices to abide by the rules here. This sort of ability was not something just anyone could achieve. They moved along the road. The people of various clans were already coming and going incessantly. Many shops were running successful promotions, and some even had slogans like membership cards and sales day. It felt like walking into a large shopping mall. Fang Hao took Rolina for a stroll along the commercial street. Finding nothing of interest, they went directly to the Firehammer shop. Upon entering the shop, they saw 2 figures being pushed out roughly by several burly dwarves. Rules are rules, do you really think you can see a grandmaster just because you want to? Get out quickly. Scram. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude. The dwarves were ushering the 2 figures, a man and a woman, who staggered backward. As Fang Hao walked inwards, the 2 were driven back. They accidentally collided. They looked at each other in confusion, recognizing one another. Weighty. Fang. Mr. Fule. They called out each other's names respectively. Weighty was the first transmigrator Fang Hao had met at the Trade Alliance headquarters, affiliated with the Grey Dwarves. He was doing quite well, but his status was as a vassal to the natives, and many things depended on the approval of the dwarves. The 2 wanted to talk further when they heard a dwarf's raspy voice cursing, Get lost quickly, Firehammer doesn't welcome transmigrators like you. Make trouble again, and I'll smash. Mid-sentence, an item was thrown over. The dwarf caught it and saw that it was a Firebeard badge. His pupils shrank, and the anger on his face immediately turned to calm. Gentlemen, this way please, there's a free seat over there where you can sit and talk. Damn. Weighty was dumbfounded, and the female transmigrator was also agape, shocked at the change in the dwarf's demeanor. Let's go, have a seat over there, said Fang Hao. They sat down to the side. Weighty and the female transmigrator were both staring at Rolina. Dark gold hero, and a beautiful one at that. This was terrifying. The 2 discreetly watched Rolina while Fang Hao turned his attention to another woman. Black shoulder-length hair, wheat-colored skin. Wearing a high crown, an off-white shoulder cape gown with sleeves and collar embroidered with various intricate patterns and symbols. She exuded a mature yet enchanting air. The woman's attire was all too familiar to Fang Hao. It was the style of the Undead clan, and moreover, a traditional outfit for the undead. What's going on with you guys? Fang Hao asked curiously. Weidi's face turned slightly red as he simplistically explained the situation. The woman dressed in the undead clan's attire was named Cleolando, and she wanted to commission the fire hammer shop to forge a piece of equipment as a gift. She had previously made an appointment with a master craftsman, but for some reason, her slot had been taken by someone else. The woman then thought of asking Weidi to help her out. After all, Weidi was associated with the Grey Dwarves, part of the dwarf camp. Sadly, the firehammer shop didn't even care to consider the Grey Dwarves, let alone Weidi. They almost got beaten up and thrown out. As the three of them whispered among themselves, a dwarf came over and said, "Sir, Master Brinston invites you to the backyard." Fang Hao nodded and said to the dwarf, "My two friends had their appointment taken over, could you help check what happened?" The dwarf glanced at Weidi and the other and nodded, "Master Brinston just instructed us, a master craftsman has been arranged to address their issue." "Great, thanks." Fang Hao stood up and said to Weidi and his companion, "I'm heading over now." "Oh, thank you," they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. The dwarf led Fang Hao to the backyard. Grandmaster Craftsman Brinston came out wiping his hands on his apron. Scanning the two men, he spoke, "I've just informed you, and here you are. What exactly do you do? Got that much free time?" Fang Hao had been coming around every other day, and now he had rushed over at the first call. It made Brinston wonder if this man was some young master from a wealthy family with nothing else to do. "Free? I made time to come here, I'm pretty busy." Fang Hao replied hastily. "Come on, I can see you're just bringing a lady out shopping," Brinston said, eyeing their linked hands. Fang Hao smiled and continued, "Let's not joke, Master Brinston. Is the equipment I ordered ready? Let's see it." Brinston cracked a smile. He clapped his hands at someone behind him, and immediately a dwarf brought in 2 wooden boxes. With a thud, they placed them on the table. Fang Hao frowned slightly at the sound, it seemed quite heavy. Excessive weight wasn't a good thing for a mage. Even with high defense, he would just be a target. "Look at this first," Brinston said. Without hesitation, Fang Hao walked over and opened the first box. Inside was armor resembling scale mail, dark red overall with a matte sheen, and a fierce design. Flame Dragon Scale Armor, orange. Category, Chest Armor. Defense, Level 5 Defense. Effects, Physical Resistance plus 50%, Magic Resistance plus 35%, Fire Magic Amplification plus 55%. Set Effects, Physical Resistance plus 25%, Magic Resistance plus 15%, Fire Magic Amplification plus 35%, Fire Magic Consumption 25%, Magic Recovery plus 35%, Active Armor. Active Armor, Battle Armor made from uniform scales, covering the entire body through the chest armor core. Description: Battle Armor forged by a Grandmaster Craftsman using special materials, it provides strong defense and also confers a high attack bonus. Seeing so many effect amplifications, Fang Hao was a bit astonished. The chest armor itself possessed level 5 defense, with additional increases in physical and magic resistances. The set properties further amplified fire elemental magic. In other words, this set could deal and withstand damage, an incredibly impressive piece of equipment indeed. No wonder those who harmed members of the Dragon Clan were madly retaliated against. Even those who came into contact with or helped forge such items could be implicated. This made all races consider the Dragon Clan a forbidden topic, rarely brought up in conversation. Dragon scale forged equipment was simply too powerful. If it weren't for the deterrent effect on all races, many would risk the adventure of besieging Dragon Clan heroes. After all, a dragon's body was a treasure trove. "How is it?" Brinston, pouring himself a drink, asked. Fang Hao nodded, "Not bad." "Just not bad? Besides your materials, I personally contributed a lot as well, you seem to have very high standards," Brinston said after taking a sip. Fang Hao chuckled, picked up the armor, then furrowed his brows again, gazing into the treasure chest. "Just one piece? Is the other in the second box? Try this one on first. Put it on." "Yes." With Roland's help, Fang Hao donned the chest armor. The armor was weighty but within what his body could handle. As soon as he put it on, a light swept over his entire body. "Try using the active armor." Once the armor was on, Fang Hao could feel he had gained a new skill: active armor. Active armor. Clatter. A series of click and clack noises sounded. The chest armor seemed to come to life as scales flipped and unfolded. Then, the scales began to spread over his body until they completely enveloped him. Even his head was covered with a fierce helmet. Chapter 1123. Wow, is it really that magical? A muffled voice came from within the armor, said Fang Hao. It kind of felt like Iron Man's suit. Princeton laughed heartily, quite pleased with Fang Hao's astonished reaction. Just not bad. Great gear and masterful workmanship. Fang Hao praised loudly. Princeton's laugh grew louder and heartier. Of course, he had heard plenty of flattering comments before. But compliments like Fang Hao's, born out of genuine surprise, were way more heartwarming. The youth of today. How interesting. Deactivate the active armor. Whoosh. The armor quickly retracted, returning to its previous form, a breastplate. Fang Hao took another careful look at the armor and said, Master Princeton, with your skills, making it into a bracelet form of active armor would be so convenient. Humph. Do you think I just make whatever I want? And I don't need you to teach me. Princeton glared at him. 1 second he was all smiles, and suddenly he was a little angry. Can't a customer make a suggestion? So touchy. Fang Hao didn't argue and continued to check the other boxes. 2 sets of armor were inside. Dragon Scale Armor, Purple. Category, Breastplate. Defense, Level 4 Defense. Effect, Physical Resistance plus 25%, Magic Resistance plus 15%. Set Effect, Physical Resistance plus 10%, Magic Resistance plus 5%, Magic Recovery plus 15%. Description, Armor crafted from special materials by a distinguished dwarf craftsman. A purple set. Judging by the attributes, it was simply a lower-end version of the Flame Dragon Scale Armor. Level 4 Defense, and the bonuses to attributes were also reduced. Another point. This was ordinary equipment, not active armor, it was a 4-piece set. When worn, you had to put on the breastplate, battle boots, helmet, and gloves all together. But that's fine, as it was meant for Nisbet to wear, and they didn't need to take their clothes off to rest anyway. How about this piece? The craftsmanship of a renowned master isn't bad either, and it's something people outside can't even get, Princeton continued. Yet, very satisfied, Fang Hao picked up the equipment casually. Indeed, it was good, much stronger than the usual purple sets. He continued, next, about my wife's armor, do we need to take measurements or anything? Looking at Rolina, who was waiting by his side. Mentioned suddenly, Rolina felt a little embarrassed and gave him a look. You know about taking measurements? You're pretty knowledgeable, Princeton commented, then called 2 dwarves to take measurements and record the specifications and requirements for her race. Fang Hao's own armor prioritized defense and casting spells. For someone like Rolina, who belonged to the Blood Clan, her gear needed to cater to their particular characteristics, such as life recovery or bat-wing flight. Rolina's undying nature was her absolute advantage. While they were busy taking her measurements, Princeton said, those white temptress demons were inquiring about you recently. Did you mess with them and not pay up or what? The Firehammer shop and the Succubus cottage were just down the street from each other. There was a distance, but they were neighbors. They knew each other a bit. It seemed the white temptress demons had come here to inquire about something, which Princeton noticed. What did they want to know about me? I haven't had much contact with them, said Fang Hao. Princeton thought for a moment, then replied, well, it seems like they were asking about your purpose for being here, your name, your likes and stuff. It feels more like they're interested in you. Those succubi are very open, you lucky guy. Fang Hao frowned. He had eaten at the Succubus cottage and sold some demon materials to the shopkeeper there. Other than that, there hadn't been much contact. Why were they secretly inquiring about him? And the things they asked about didn't seem malicious. All trivial matters. Looking at Princeton and Rolina, who were both watching him, Fang Hao laughed and said, haha, true, it's not easy finding someone as stellar as me. Pfft. You little, Princeton nearly spat out his drink. Fang Hao continued, when will my wife's armor be ready? She's quite frail and needs some protection. We haven't even started. Princeton glared at him. And that Blood Clan woman didn't look frail at all. Once they finished taking Rolina's measurements, Princeton straightforwardly said, that's enough, you can go now. When it's ready, I'll notify you like I did today, no need to come over all the time. Alright then, thank you for your efforts, master. Fang Hao didn't linger and left the backyard with Rolina. He also stored the flame dragon scale armor he was wearing. Even though there were quite a few people wearing armor in the Trade Alliance quarters, armor made of dragon scales still required some discretion. Being too ostentatious would only bring trouble. After leaving the fire hammer shop, they saw Wadey and a woman clothed in undead garments, still chatting by the roadside. Seeing Fang Hao and his companion leaving, they quickly approached. Mr. Fule, you're out. Wadey said. Yeah, how come, haven't those dwarves made your gear yet? Asked Fang Hao curiously. If the dwarves truly didn't make the gear for the two of them, or their materials didn't meet the standard, Fang Hao really couldn't do much. After all, they only had a brief acquaintance, they weren't close enough to warrant his intervention. He wouldn't forcefully take a stand for them. No, Wadey hurriedly shook his head and explained, I told them you wouldn't mind, but Ms. Cleolando would still like to thank you personally. The woman bowed deeply, full of gratitude, and said, Thank you, Mr. Fule, for your help. If there's anything you need in the future, just let me know. Fang Hao took a careful look at her, noticing her outstanding appearance and demeanor. Of course, those who could make it to the headquarters of the Trade Alliance were all among the best of the transmigrators. No need for thanks, it was just a small effort, Fang Hao replied with a smile. By the way, are you from the Undead region? Yes, in the Desert of Death. It's quite a harsh environment there, life is somewhat more difficult, the woman answered softly. The Desert of Death should be the same place as the Undead Desert mentioned by Amanda before. It was the traditional territory of the Undead clan, not a civilization blended with the human kingdoms and the Undead, like Amanda. Yes, now that the World Channel is open, you can trade for anything you need to make up for the disadvantages of different areas. The four of them chatted as they walked towards the teleportation array. Yes, the World Channel has made our lives a bit better, the woman agreed without denial. Did you acquire some good materials? Looking for a master craftsman to make equipment? Fang Hao continued to inquire. The woman shook her head, slightly embarrassed, my territory is within the domain of the undead mage Bequil. I came looking for the master craftsman here to make a decent item. Ah, a gift. No wonder she was so dedicated. With such a respectful appearance, this undead mage must also be a hero of no low level. As they talked and walked, they arrived at the teleportation array. Fang Hao did not have plans to stay much longer, saying, we can chat more some other time, I have some matters to attend to. After saying that, Fang Hao, followed by Rolina, disappeared in the glow of the teleportation array. Wadey and Cleolando stood in front of the glow. Ah, still didn't have the courage to ask to add him as a friend, Cleolando sighed. Wadey laughed, forget it, he wouldn't have accepted. He had met Fang Hao several times before, yet they hadn't become friends. It was clear that Fang Hao was intentionally concealing his name, otherwise, he would not have used the false name Fule. Because he is number one in the world. Wadey's eyes widened suddenly, somewhat incredulous, how did you know? Cleolando smiled slightly, I wasn't sure at first, but seeing your reaction confirms it. You've gone too far, I've helped you so much. Alright, I'll treat you to a meal at the succubus cottage, a proper feast. That's more like it. Leaving the headquarters of the Trade Alliance, Fang Hao did not return to the main city but went directly to Eight Peaks Mountain. After exiting the teleportation array, the two followed a guiding dwarf to the royal palace. My lord, Miss Rolina, Belarga, the leader of Eight Peaks Mountain, promptly addressed them. After such a long time had passed, everything at Eight Peaks Mountain had gradually returned to normal. All areas had resumed work and returned to normal life. Fang Hao nodded, let's go to your place and talk. They arrived at the royal palace hall, where servants brought roasted tea and pastries. Once the servants left, Fang Hao took out the purple set of dragon scale armor, this is the dragon scale set I had custom made by a master craftsman. Belarga frowned as he picked it up to inspect, this is dwarf craftsmanship. Fang Hao nodded, yes, a dwarf master craftsman. Can you engrave it into a blueprint here? Although it was a bit underhanded, the work of a master craftsman took too long. A single set took half a month to produce, and the craftsmen in the shop could not work exclusively for him, as they needed to take care of other orders in the shop. Therefore, Fang Hao thought of having Belarga see if it was possible to engrave. As for the orange suits, due to the limited number of hero dragon scales, they would let the Grandmaster craftsman handle it for now. After all, the works of a Grandmaster craftsman couldn't be easily engraved. Belarga carefully inspected it again, stroking his beard in thought. Then said, "The highest skilled among us in 8 Peaks Mountain are only clever craftsmen, but they can try. Let them come over." Belarga gave the order, and soon a few bearded dwarf craftsmen walked in. After paying respects, they stood aside, proper and respectful. "Can you engrave this equipment?" Belarga pushed the gear forward. Several craftsmen crowded around to carefully inspect the equipment, murmuring amongst themselves. So ingeniously made. Such skilled craftsmanship, likely the work of a master craftsman. Yes, this set is a rare piece of fine work. Like judges, they began to discuss the work. When Belarga asked again, the dwarves finally looked up again and gave their answer. "The forging technique is quite sophisticated, we need to carefully disassemble and study the equipment. It is very likely that the equipment will be damaged and still not successfully engraved." Belarga explained to Fang Hao and the others on the side. Forging into equipment was not as simple as sewing together a few materials. Often, a component was formed after melting several or even dozens of materials onto one another. Thus, other than the original creator engraving it, it was very difficult for outsiders to engrave a blueprint from the finished product. After hearing his explanation, Fang Hao nodded, "I'll leave these 2 suits of armor with you. Successful engraving will be rewarded, and you will receive focused training from the domain." "Yes, my lord, we will do our utmost," several dwarf craftsmen replied. Fang Hao nodded, telling them to take the armor and go down. Returning to the main city, it was time for dinner. The family sat together for their evening meal. Then everyone went about their own business. Fang Hao lay on the rocking chair in the backyard, peeling dry fruits for the Red General. After finishing with a few, he planned to go to Lyss City. Rebecca was becoming increasingly enthusiastic. Just as he got up, planning to leave, the system's voice rang in his ear. "Lord Quest Initiation. Quest name, Old God Relics. Chapter 1124. Lord's Quest activated. Quest name, Old God Relics. Quest content, City Defense Battle. Quest description, in 10 hours, the main city will be transferred into the remains of the Old God's Divine Territory. Your domain will face the attack of the Divine Territory's guards. You can choose to hold the city or explore the Divine Territory. Death rules, if the Lord dies, the quest fails, and you will exit the Divine Territory space. Heroes can be resurrected at the Heroes' Temple if they die, but troops cannot be resurrected." Hearing the system's prompt caused Fang Hao to momentarily pause in the act of getting up. With a thought, he swept the enthusiastic Rebecca from his mind. A system quest had come up. At first, a quest would appear every 7 days, but now, there was no set pattern to their emergence. This quest was called Old God Relics. From the description, the main city would be teleported to a space within the Divine Territory and then come under attack from enemies within. Quest content, City Defense Battle. That meant simply defending the city was enough. And the penalty for failure this time wasn't so brutal. If the Lord died, the quest would be considered a failure and he would be teleported back. If a hero died, they could be resurrected using materials as long as they were bound to the hero's temple. One could say that, compared to before, the penalty was much lighter, at least the transmigrator wouldn't die. Just as Fang Hao reached this conclusion, his brows furrowed again. The sudden relaxation of penalty methods, where the transmigrator wouldn't actually die, did this indicate that the difficulty of the quest exceeded the capabilities of most transmigrators? Was the system worried that all the transmigrators would die off, and that's why it changed the rules? That, on second thought, it was quite frightening. Designating main city area, once quest starts, troops within the range will be considered participating in the quest. The system prompt sounded again. Whir. A surge of power appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the main city's region. Fang Hao watched as a faint blue light barrier encircled the main city in a certain range outside of it. The light barrier, invisible to the maids and patrolling soldiers, was presumably only visible to transmigrators. It covered the 4 large troop hiding caves outside the city. It seemed that the circle of light represented the area that was going to be teleported, with some structures such as troop hiding caves counted as part of the main city and would be transported along with it. Once he'd confirmed the area, he put away the demon doll. Opening the Book of Lords, Fang Hao flipped to the regional channel. Damn, a system quest has appeared. This time it's heading to the divine territory, maybe we'll even see gods. This quest seems easier, at least we don't have to worry about our lives. Quick, call back the troops from outside. We have 10 hours, prepare as much war materials as possible, a big opportunity to fight is coming. For thousands of days we raise troops, for one moment we use them. Brothers, let's kill. In this world, they're called gods, not immortals. The regional channel was filled with discussions about this quest. Even the usually silent ones had something to say at this time, sharing their thoughts. Overall, everyone seemed to look forward to this quest. After all, it had been a long time since a quest had come up. And this was a quest where they didn't need to worry about the risk of death, so naturally they were eager for a big fight. Then, Fang Hao continued to browse through the world channel. I am number 1 infantry in the troll camp, this quest is like it's made just for me. Finally, a system quest. I've saved up my forces for so long, now I can finally use them. Selling dwarf field cannons, great increase in defense when placed on city walls. Old god relics, maybe we'll even see a god. Damn it, I've just changed factions, haven't recruited enough troops yet. This quest must have some good rewards. The World Channel was also discussing this quest. Special transmigrator factions like Troll Camp and Dwarf Camp showed up as Fang Hao read through the messages, indicating that not a few transmigrators had switched factions. Then, a series of prompts appeared again. Your shop white steel katana has sold out, please restock. Your world shop military small round shield has sold out, please restock. Your world shop, please restock. Damn, here we go again. Every time a quest comes around, the sales of equipment always skyrocket. It could reach a month's sales in just one day. Of course, this was good news for Fang Hao. It was an excellent opportunity to gather resources. Fang Hao got to his feet and headed for the warehouse. First, he restocked the sold-out goods, then he crafted a large number of field cannons to put on sale. This was something he thought of after seeing someone selling them in the channel. Foremost, there was still a strong trust in firearms. Your world shop Generation I field cannon has sold out, please restock. What the hell? He had just put up 1010 cannons, and before he could even put up the cannonballs, they were sold out? This time he listed 10,100 cannons for sale. They started flying off the virtual shelves at a visible pace. Then, he continued to produce a large amount of ammunition, placing them in the shop. A few cannons would suffice, but cannonballs would be continuously consumed. They were a source of steady income. After listing the cannons, he also put up dwarf anti-air crossbow beds for sale, which were still selling like hotcakes. Once he had sorted everything out in the shop, someone at him in the domain channel. He opened it to take a look. Everyone was chatting animatedly. Dong Jiayu, at Fang Hao, Brother Hao, everyone wants to buy cannons too. They're asking if you have any insider prices. It still takes Jiayu, daring to stand out when it matters most. Yeah, a heroine. Hero +1. As soon as Fang Hao logged on, there were already people buttering up Dong Jiayu. It seemed as though it was Dong Jiayu who was supplying them with cannons. Scrolling up, they discovered that cannons were indeed on sale in the store. So, everyone wanted them. The direct purchase price wasn't low, hence the query about insider prices. After all, cannons were quite effective in city defense battles. Thinking it over, Fang Hao sent a message, here's the deal, members within the territory can buy 10 cannons at half price. If you want more than your quota, it's full price. Register with your own lords, and I'll hand over the cannons to them. Yes. Boss is so majestic. Half price, man, the boss is awesome. The channel became even livelier. The reason for limiting the half price to 10 cannons, with the regular price for additional ones, was the fear of reselling. Who could guarantee that someone wouldn't buy at half price and then sell for a markup in the World Channel? Otherwise, Fang Hao would be the one taken for a ride. After producing a large quantity of cannons and trading them to the vassal lords for registration, the returned goods also needed to be sent back to him. He then allotted 1,000 rifles and a vast quantity of ammunition to a few of his direct vassal lords. This was to bolster their combat power significantly. Indeed, every mission was an opportunity. Whether it was to obtain materials or the final reward, they had to strive hard for it. Fang Hao busied himself until late at night before returning to his room to rest. The next day, at 5 a.m. Dressed by Ira, Fang Hao put on his clothes and then his flame dragon scale battle armor. There were still 3 hours until the dungeon opened. After breakfast, Fang Hao used the Gate of the Worlds to transport all those not participating in the mission to the Sea City, the colossal ship. These included the maids, skeleton craftsmen, funeral priests, as well as harpies and dragons non-hero units. Even with harpies and dragons, there wouldn't be a significant help in battle. If millions of undead couldn't be overcome, neither could they make a difference. The craftsmen and maids were leading ordinary horses, purple-scaled horses, giant lizards, and other mounts from the territory. It looked like a massive migration was underway. Non-resurrectable troop types would die, and Fang Hao had an inkling that the difficulty of this mission would be high. He also feared the occurrence of some irreversible situations. "Master, are you sure there's nothing to worry about?" Ira asked with some concern. Fang Hao rubbed her little head. "Don't worry, there's no danger. As for you, watch over them and make sure nothing happens." "Oh, all right, Master. Please be careful," Ira leaned against him and said. Little White, on the other side, also leaned against him. "I must become a hero so that I can help the Master." The rest of the maids, too, watched him with wide eyes as if anticipating real danger. He gently patted the two. "All right, just think of it as taking a day off with everyone. Fish here, soak up some sun. The ship is still sailing, so don't jump into the water." "Understood, Master." He then gave a few instructions to the craftsmen, telling them to rest or work on the ship today. They would be able to return by evening. Everyone nodded and agreed. Back in the main city, Fang Hao brought over Amanda and Meat Fist to bolster the city's defenses. Time slowly ticked by. Amidst the anxious anticipation of all transmigrators, the countdown finally came to an end. A system notification followed. Old God Relics mission begins. In 5 minutes, the main cities of the Lords with territories will be transferred to the Divine Territory space. Countdown begins, 4:59. During this time, your territory will face the onslaught of the Divine Territory's defense forces. Please defend your city against the defense forces' attack. The system had given everyone sufficient time, with a final 5-minute countdown. Fang Hao was already prepared, and there was nothing more to do during the final countdown. He opened the Book of Lords, waiting for the last 4 minutes. Brothers, success or failure hinges on a single action. To conquer the Divine Territory, we shall become the new gods. It says in the introduction that, aside from defending the city, we can also explore the map. Maybe we can even counter-attack the enemy. I'm so excited, my stomach feels queasy. What should I do? Just right, when the fight starts, spray it in their faces. Heading to the Divine Territory, and you're bringing them something warm. Damn it. The anxiety was instantly diffused with chuckles. Bringing something warm, quite the considerate gift. As the system countdown hit 0. Transferring territory. An invisible force covered the entire main city region. In the next instant, the scene before their eyes blurred. When they opened their eyes again, they appeared in another space. The sky had no sun or clouds, yet it was abnormally bright. Surrounding the city was vast, flat land as far as the eye could see, without trees, plants, hills, or rivers. Just a dark red, blood-soaked, rotting mire stretching to the horizon. Corruption and filth pervaded the entire Divine Territory. It reminded Fang Hao of the temple at the bottom of the lake. Old God Relics mission activated. Good luck to you. Chapter 1125. Old God Relics quest initiated. Wishing you good luck. The system prompt appeared again, jolting Fang Hao back to reality. He didn't have time to analyze why the Divine Territory had become so corrupted. What he needed to do now was to prepare for the upcoming battle. As soon as the prompt ended, Fang Hao immediately used God's presence to check the troop hiding caves in all 4 directions outside the city. When he confirmed that the troops inside had also come along and the commands were without issue, he felt somewhat relieved. His vast forces would cost the enemy dearly even if they tried to kill them. Woo! At that moment, a resounding horn sounded from the sky. Drifting over from the horizon's end, it was clear and piercing. This was the charge horn. It seemed the enemy had begun its attack. There was no need to arrange for scouts, as silhouettes rushing towards them had already become visible at the edge of sight. Dong, dong, dong. Alarm bells from the walls on all 4 sides rang out in succession, indicating the presence of the enemy on every front. Fang Hao took out his monocular and looked back into the distance. He saw masses of hulking giants, draped in grey-brown battle armor, steadily advancing. Their armor and weapons were complete, but their staggering gait made them look more like rotten corpses in motion than even the regular skeletons' coordinated movements. Appearing one after another, there were about 500 in total. He climbed the watchtower to look towards the other two sides. The enemies looked the same, and their numbers were about the same. It seemed that the enemy forces were equally numbered on all four walls. Amanda, take Meat Fist, Spencer, and 20 Nisbets, and defend the West City Wall. Rolana, lead Aseti, Biahu, and 20 Nisbets, in charge of the South Wall defense. Beata, along with Nelson and the Lion King, and 20 Nisbets, hold the North Wall. Fang Hao instructed the heroes behind him. He had discussed the heroes' deployment with Amanda before coming. After all, each wall required defenders for a siege defense. There was plenty of manpower, so the main heroes to defend were determined by rank, with the other heroes serving as deputies. Yes, my lord. The heroes whose names were called quickly left for their assigned sectors. Fang Hao continued, Frederick, you take charge of the logistics, arms, and ammunition, together with Millie, ensuring ample defense munitions for every part of the wall. Yes, my lord, the orange dwarf skeleton hero answered with a fist salutation. Millie, however, was hesitant. I want to be on the battlefield, please let me join Beata. She and Beata were neighbors, and their sizes were quite similar. They had become good friends over time. Be good, or else I might have to report you to Ira when we get back, Fang Hao said. All right, I'll go. Is that okay? Millie followed Frederick towards the center of the city. After everyone was assigned, Dimitrija, Angia, Hilda, and the remaining Nisbets stayed with Fang Hao to defend the East City Wall. Without considering an attack for now, this arrangement was enough to hold all four walls. Time ticked away. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the distant enemy began to draw closer to the walls. Divine Realm Guards, Tier 10. Damn! The moment he saw the properties, Fang Hao nearly shouted out loud. Starting off with a Tier 10 unit. So they went for maximum difficulty right from the start. Moreover, this was a defense quest with wave after wave of reinforcement until the transmigrator was eliminated. Meaning, the first wave of enemies was definitely the simplest. But even the simplest was Tier 10. What would follow? Even with Fang Hao's numerous forces, he was somewhat concerned about what kind of enemies might appear next. The large and burly targets staggered forward in a run. They swayed, but their speed was still fast. After all, they possessed the base properties of a Tier 10, so there weren't any serious flaws. My lord, they have entered rifle range, Dimitrija spoke up. Fang Hao nodded, let the riflemen fire. Dong, dong, dong. The drums of war roared. Under the orders of the bound spirit guardians, the riflemen on the wall aimed at the enemy below. Bang! 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 Volleys of gunfire rained downwards. The bullets ricocheted off the heavy armor, ringing loudly as they bounced in all directions. Their defense was indeed very high. Clang! A dull sound echoed. A giant warrior's iron helmet flew off under the persistent hail of bullets, falling to the ground. Underneath, a rotted and hideous skull was revealed. But even with the little that remained of his facial features, Fang Hao recognized it at a glance, a troll. A higher level, bigger troll than those from the Bloodstench mountain range. Tap, tap. At that moment, a bound spirit guardian came rushing over. My lord, the other three sides are secure, all enemies eliminated. On the other fronts, some were taken out by cannon fire and some by direct dragon breath. Fang Hao allowed the enemies to come closer to clearly see their names and attributes. I know, he responded, then instructed, send out the bone dragons to clean them up. Who? A series of swooshing noises echoed. Several bone dragons soared overhead, breathing back and forth over the enemies below. When they were about 100 meters from the wall, the last enemy collapsed to the ground, their body turning into a puddle of putrid muck. Countdown, 9 minutes, 42 seconds. The countdown was probably the time for the second wave of enemies to arrive. Glancing into the distance, there was no sign of enemies. He said, have someone clean up the battlefield. The city gates opened slightly, and a few soldiers rushed out to collect the battle loot. Then they returned to the city and closed the gates tightly. Lord, these are the spoils of this battle. Rock iron armor, purple, stalagmite giant mallet, purple, Forgotten soul traces of prayer divine traces. Although the corpses had disappeared, the dropped equipment was preserved. This must also be part of the reward. The purple equipment was of decent quality, but these pieces were too damaged to be of much use. Wondering if blueprints might drop. The defensive power of this piece of equipment was quite high, bullets ricocheted off it in all directions. The stalagmite giant mallet was a huge stone hammer used by trolls, shaped like a trumpet, with the thinner end bound in leather. As a purple quality item, it was already a decent weapon. However, the troll faction was still a niche in the world and might not sell well. Besides the dropped equipment, there were also some materials. Forgotten soul was necessary for recruiting Nisbets. It was rare among rare materials. Collecting enough of it would allow for mass recruitment of Nisbets. Take these to the warehouse and inform the other walls that the next attack will happen in 10 minutes, arrange manpower to clean up the battlefield, Fang Hao continued. Yes, my lord. The wait. Fang Hao tried to open the Book of Lords. Channel functions were usable, but the shop and trade functions were grayed out and unavailable. It could be that the system had locked them, or it might be because he was in the Divine Realm space, rendering them unusable. Damn, this mission is poisonous. Starting with 10th tier enemies is just brutal. Lucky I bought cannons, a wild bombardment almost killed them. Otherwise, it would have been tough. Damn it, I should have bought more cannons to bomb those monsters to death. What kind of enemies do you guys have? I've got flaming-haired trolls over here, and they're tough to fight. Why is the trade channel closed? Anyone know how to open it? Damn it, my city gate has been chiseled with a big hole. Is there any dead brother who went out there and can actually resurrect? I don't think my gate can withstand a second wave. Fuck, what kind of herbs to cure stomach issues, I can't stop shitting here. The test of God. Amen. The first wave being 10th tier enemies was indeed a bit too exaggerated. Without the city walls to hold them off and allow the transmigrators to wear down these enemies, many transmigrators would likely be eliminated in the first round. Even with the walls, some people in the channels were complaining that their cities were about to fall apart, and they were done for. Woo! At that moment, the sound of the horn resounded once more. At the edge of his vision, shadows appeared again in the distance, but their numbers had doubled. A quick estimate suggested there might be over 1,000. Behind the ranks, there followed a large troll in tattered robes holding a magic wand, likely a mage-type long-range unit. The enemies approached bit by bit. And at a certain distance away, the wand-wielding trolls stopped their forward march. They began to gather magic power. Immediately thereafter, waves of grey buffs were bestowed upon the Divine Realm guards in front. It seemed like some kind of amplification spell. The Divine Realm guards continued to move forward. As they entered range of the cannons, Fang Hao decisively gave the order. Fire the cannons! The cannons had a much longer range than rifles. Upon his command, a series of booms rang out as cannonballs whistled through the air and smashed into the enemy formations. Boom boom! Explosions tossed the enemies into chaos. Even the 10th tier ones couldn't stand up to such direct artillery hits. The enemies pushed forward despite the cannon fire, covering some distance. The brown armored guards continued to approach with large strides. And the long-range trolls with magic wands also closed the distance slightly. They stopped in their tracks to gather magic. Under Fang Hao's watchful eye, they conjured boulders the size of wine barrels and hurled them directly at the wall. Fang Hao and the others were taken aback and quickly ducked for cover. Bang! A loud thud shook the wall itself. The walls, crafted by dwarven iron, would have possibly sustained a big hole if not for the fact that the conjured stones were not as sturdy as cannonballs. Are you all right? Angia helped him up. Protected within his dragon scale armor, Fang Hao shook his head and said, I'm fine, sent down the bone dragon to clean them all out. Whoosh whoosh. The bone dragon struck again, spraying death breath at the enemies. These enemies seemingly lacked any intelligence. Close combatants only knew to charge forward, while the mages circled in place, following the bone dragon and randomly casting earth elemental magic without any real strategy. As the bone dragon circled overhead, the enemies were once again wiped out. Clean up the battlefield, and call Spencer over. Soon, Spencer arrived by flight, landing beside Fang Hao. You called for me, my lord. Yes. There's some time before the enemies attack again. I need you to head in the direction from which they're coming and find out where exactly these ones are coming from. If there's any danger, return immediately. Understood, My lord! Spencer leaped from the wall and transformed into a dragon mid-air, heading towards where the enemies had come from. Chapter 1126. Opened the channel. Sure enough, it was filled with wails and complaints. Shit! These damn monsters, why are they so fierce? I even used fire oil, drenched these bastards in it, and they didn't react at all. With the enemy's strength and numbers like this, forget counterattacking, we'll be lucky if we can keep our asses intact. Tried it personally. Dying just makes you exit the instance. Your gear is transported back to the city as rewards, and doesn't get wiped. If you can revive, what's there to be afraid of? Lure them in for street battles. Those with weaker development had already been eliminated. But most were still holding on. After all, the enemies didn't demonstrate high intelligence, and the city walls provided solid defense. Surviving a few waves shouldn't be a problem. Whew! The sound of something whistling through the air rang out. Spencer descended from the sky, landing in front of Fang Hao. My lord, in the direction of the enemy's approach, I discovered a fortress-like structure outfitted with defensive machinery. I didn't get too close. A fortress. That meant the other directions probably had similar structures generating enemy waves. It really felt like a tower defense game, with wave after wave rushing in. I see, Fang Hao nodded to indicate his understanding. Ooh! The horn sounded again, and in the distance, a massive enemy force emerged. Their numbers had swelled past 2,000, including a towering scorpion-like crawling soldier species. Even trolls, whose stature was already imposing, paled in comparison to this scorpion unit. It moved rapidly alongside the troll army, closing in quickly. My lord, should we lead troops to capture that fortress? Dmitrija asked immediately. The enemy's location was now clear. Whether to attack them depended on Fang Hao's decision. Fang Hao carefully mulled it over but eventually shook his head. Let's wait and clear out these small fry first, gather more materials, and then decide. From a transmigrator's understanding of the tower defense mode, enemies were likely being spawned from the fortress. If they captured the fortress, even if they cleared the level, they'd miss out on opportunities to gather materials and equipment. Thus, Fang Hao decided to maintain the status quo for now. It wasn't like the enemies posed any real threat, and farming more materials seemed like a solid plan. Especially forgotten souls, which were a rare and precious material. These couldn't be obtained anywhere else. Whether or not he could assemble a 10,000-strong heroic army hinged on the loot gathered from this mission. Additionally, the dropped gear wasn't bad purple equipment of high value. While Fang Hao and Dmitrija were conversing, the enemies had already moved into the city's vicinity. The front line consisted of over 1,000 densely packed Tier 10 Divine Realm guards, while the rear was held by Tier 10 Divine Realm mages wielding magic wands. Most notable were the massive scorpion-shaped creatures interspersed among the ranks. Crouching while crawling, they were over 3 meters tall. Their razor-sharp legs gleamed coldly, slicing easily through stone ground and leaving precisely cut holes. On their spiny backs grew protruding scales, while their tails curved upward, resembling spears. Their faces and eyes had rotted into hollow voids, and beneath their hardened carapaces, their abdomens exposed decaying internal organs. Judging by their appearance, the environment had decomposed them into mere husks of their former selves. Mountain Crawler, Tier 10 Unit. Tier 10 units. They startled me, I almost mistook them for hero-level monsters. Fire the cannons, send the bone dragon out, and clean them up quickly. Boom! 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 Cannons roared, pounding the advancing enemy forces. The bone dragon swept overhead, releasing waves of dragon breath that scorched through the masses. Enemies who were already undead were shredded into heaps of mangled flesh and sludge. Once again, the battlefield became a brutal slaughter. The ferocious enemies didn't even get a chance to approach, they were reduced to corpses under relentless attacks, rotting into piles of dark red sludge. At that moment, one mountain crawler took advantage of the chaos and darted toward the base of the city wall. Clang! A sharp sound echoed. Its sword-like legs pierced directly into the iron-flooded walls. Clang! 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 With successive strikes, the creature began climbing upward. Shit, it's a wall climber. So these units could climb walls, scaling vertically without hindrance. At this angle, even cannon fire, rifles, or personnel on the wall would struggle to deal with them. Fang Hao gestured with his hand, summoning several wooden servitors to his side. Catch it! He pointed downward. The wooden servitors extended their vine-like arms, reaching down the wall to ensnare the scorpion, wrapping it up tightly and pulling it upward. Dmitrija deftly slashed its exposed head and severed limbs with a single swing. The vines released their grip, and the scorpion plummeted down the wall. It splattered into a mass of pulp. When the cannon fire and rifle shots ceased, and the bone dragon returned, the battle was officially over. Fang Hao immediately ordered a cleanup of the battlefield. Alongside previously dropped gear and materials, 2 special items stood out. Stimulating Crystal, Arthropod. Category, Bloodline Crystal. Effect, activates the bloodline energy of arthropod-type units. Description, a crystal storing unique energy, which has a chance to enhance the bloodlines of arthropod units. This item was dropped by a mountain crawler. After its body disappeared, a crystal appeared in the sludge. A thumb-sized, dark purple, shimmering crystal stone. It seemed as though liquid was swirling within it. According to the description, it would be useful for arthropod-type units. The only arthropod units in Fang Hao's territory were the Spiderlings from the Webweaver camp. Spiderling hero Domina had reached 98 loyalty points. No matter what tricks he tried, those last 2 points refused to budge, even though Domina seemed to enjoy these activities enthusiastically. This crystal might finally push that loyalty to max up to 100 points. Setting the spoils aside, Fang Hao continued waiting for the next enemy wave. The 4th wave brought the same 3 types of enemies, but in even greater numbers. The 5th wave introduced a hero leader, a blue tier 8 troll hero, clad in heavy armor and wielding a giant sword, riding a dinosaur-like mount. It looked both grand and intimidating. With a thunderous roar, it led the army in a charge. Yet, its flamboyance caught the attention of the skeleton engineers above. Several cannon muzzles locked onto it, and following 2 rounds of bombardment and group assaults from dozens of bone dragons, it was the first to be blown into shattered fragments. Its mount also perished, turning into decomposed sludge. Blood from their remains seeped into the dark red soil below. After clearing this batch of enemies, Fang Hao reopened the Book of Lords to check the regional channel. Shit, my entire army got wiped out. I'll have to repair the city walls when I get back. This dumbass mission gutted all my accumulated troops. Good thing I evacuated the farmers ahead of time, otherwise, they'd all be dead by now. Buying hero resurrection materials, PM me if interested. This mission is definitely rigged. These overpowered enemies are way beyond most people's capabilities. I think the system deliberately set this up to deplete all the troops we've built up. Makes sense. After 5 waves of attacks, the chatter in the channel had shifted. There was little discussion of combat anymore. Instead, frustration over the mission's difficulty and posts about resurrection material sales dominated. Some speculated the system deliberately imposed this challenge. After all, it had been a long time since the last system mission, allowing transmigrators to gather significant power. Most of these forces had now been decimated in this task. Even if the transmigrators survived, they'd face inadequate troop numbers when returning, leaving them vulnerable to bandits, raiders, and natives. Fang Hao watched the conversations unfold. But the next wave of enemies was slow to come. Fang Hao glanced at the time. It was now noon. The battle had raged for hours. He took out prepared food and delivered it to the inhabitants of the city. It was a good opportunity to replenish strength. Who knew how long this mission would last? Everyone grabbed a quick bite to eat. Dmitrija came over again. My lord, we found these 2 items where the enemy leader died, he said, handing over the loot. Command Gravity Greatsword, orange, rock armor Earth Dragon Shepherd's Flute. An orange weapon? Seeing the reward, Fang Hao's heart raced. This Divine Realm commander was impressive. Even a blue-tier squad leader carried an orange-grade greatsword. In the outside world, it would be a national treasure for a family or faction. Such wealth and extravagance. Command Gravity Greatsword, orange. Category, Greatsword. Damage, level 5 damage. Effect, Gravity Slash. Gravity Slash, Earth elemental gravity infused into the blade, creating immense pressure along the blade's trajectory when swung. Description, a formal greatsword designed for Divine Realm Guards commanders. Gravity Slash? Fang Hao picked it up and tested it on a wooden crate nearby. Whoosh! As the blade descended, immense pressure flared up. Crack boom! The crate shattered instantly, crushed to splinters. The blade hadn't even touched, yet the air itself was sliced by its force. Damn! So that's what gravity meant. It was definitely a solid weapon. After setting it aside, Fang Hao asked, "What about the armor?" "The armor is similar to that of ordinary enemies, but it was heavily damaged under concentrated cannon fire, so we didn't bring it," Dmitrij replied. "A direct hit from a volley of shells would ruin anything." Fang Hao nodded and turned his attention to the next item. Rock Armor Earth Dragon Shepherd's Flute. Category: Shepherd's Flute. Description: the first time it's blown, it summons a rock armor earth dragon to your side. Be mindful of the creature's accessibility point during use. The earth dragon was the mount seen earlier. Majestic and mighty, though a bit oversized for humans. Still, it was impressive. Fang Hao planned to summon it later, once back home. Several waves of enemies had made their attributes clear. Their entire theme revolved around earth elements, from their equipment, abilities, and even the greatsword's gameplay. The enemy must belong to some earth elemental troll tribe. At that moment, the system's notification sounded again. Phase 1 mission, Siege Defense complete. Phase 2 mission, War of Conquest begins. Trading channel activated, temporary shop open, countdown, 59 minutes 57 seconds. Mission details: you've drawn the attention of even stronger enemies. They're scrutinizing your intentions intensely and soon will rally a larger army to assault your city. You may choose to continue defending or launch a counterattack to explore their secrets. Good luck! Chapter 1127. After surviving 5 waves, there was still a second phase of the mission. Different from the first phase. The second phase not only involved defense but also mentioned counterattacking and exploring the enemy's secrets. This point implied that the location where the enemy spawned was also attackable. Could there be some secret inside? The secret of the old god's fall, or why this place was corrupted? Fang Hao immediately opened the trading channel and the shop, which were now accessible. Even though most of the transmigrators had been eliminated, his listed equipment and items, including cannons and cannonballs, were still selling rapidly. Spencer. My lord. Spencer stood respectfully to the side. Go scout again, see if there has been any change. Fang Hao continued to instruct. Yes, my lord. Spencer leaped from the sky and transformed back into a dragon to fly towards the distance. Regional channel. The second phase of the mission has started. I don't know if I can survive it. Damn, resurrection materials have skyrocketed. Selling a purple troll weapon. Trading for a human purple equipment of equal value, interested parties message privately. There's a second phase? It's already afternoon, are people still holding out? Damn the second phase, don't bullshit. Others might not know, but Lord Fang Hao should have no problem. Lord Fang Hao's shop is accessible, he definitely got out too, stop bootlicking here. What kind of enemies do you have? Mine can freeze, not sure if it counts as a water elemental. My enemy crackles with thunder, scares the life out of me. In the channel, people also mentioned the second phase. It represented that a certain number of transmigrators had also endured 5 waves. But many others who had been eliminated saw this message and thought it was just bragging. No one took it seriously. Attributes of the enemies were also discussed in the channel. Some faced water elemental enemies, others thunder elemental. There really were a variety of types. Ding! A private chat notification sounded. It was from Dong Jiayu. Brother Hao, I've held out until the second phase. Give me some support. What good stuff do you have? I'll reserve it for you. Boy, Dong Jiayu really was fierce to have survived the second phase. What do you need? Something that can defend the city. We've suffered heavy losses, and at this rate, I'll be eliminated in the next wave, Dong Jiayu said. Even if one did not counterattack and only defended, it was still a rare opportunity to gather materials. Holding out would benefit one's development greatly. I'll provide you with some cannons and thunder tubes. If necessary, pile up with thunder tubes. Remember to instruct your soldiers to throw them far away to avoid blowing up our own walls, Fang Hao continued. Okay. Fang Hao quickly transferred the organ guns and a large number of thunder tubes over. For transmigrators still in the divine territory, trade time was limited, so Fang Hao tried to make it as fast as possible. After the exchange was completed, the other side finally sent a message, okay, thanks, Brother Hao. Dong Jiayu's chat was terminated. Fang Hao immediately looked at the territory channel. Sure enough, there were a few who had held out for 5 waves. Even though the pictures they posted looked quite tragic, giving the impression they wouldn't last much longer. Apart from Dong Jiayu, among his direct vassals, there were Ma Tianyi and Li Rong. Ma Tianyi had talent himself, previously the alliance hierarch of the Mountain Sea Alliance, and he was doing well. As for Li Rong, there was no need to mention her, the wealthy lady of Silver Wing City, with 3 heroes under her command, it's normal she could endure. On the contrary, people like Fu Lei and Zhang Bin did not make it through. Ding! Li Rong was the first to send a private chat. Good daddy, quickly support me with some equipment. At this time, nobody will notice from Silver Wing City. I need organ guns, missile landmines, and the like. I'll try to last as long as I can. What missile? I'll give you some organ guns and thunder tubes. After it ends, put them directly in the warehouse. Okay. Li Rong agreed. Considering the supplies in the territory were plentiful, there was no lack of materials to make organ guns. The reason they were not sold on a large scale was mainly to protect the market for the organ guns. If everyone had organ guns, their value and advantages would no longer stand out. He immediately traded the organ guns and thunder tubes to Li Rong and Ma Tianyi. The other capable ones were supported with some by their respective lords. To strengthen the defense of the city. After chatting with several people for a bit, he immediately ended the chat. And began to busy himself with his own affairs. As Fang Hao was making his final preparations, Spencer landed from the sky. He said directly, "My lord, the fortresses in the 4 directions have changed. The buildings have expanded a lot, and there are guards on the walls." It was no longer just empty fortresses like before. One could now see the guarding soldiers. This should also substantiate the system's point about the option to counterattack. Good, I know, Fang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. After Spencer left, Fang Hao arranged some defense work. The 1-hour countdown soon came to an end. The second phase of the mission starts, wishing you good luck. As soon as the system's voice stopped, the bright sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds pressed down, the densely flocculent material enveloping the sky above the city. An intangible pressure loomed over everyone's hearts. Even dark gold heroes like Rolina and Amanda felt a deep-seated unease under the pressure at this moment. Fang Hao stood on the city wall, wrapped in dragon armor. He looked up at the sky, wondering if the enemy would just fall straight from the sky. Woo! At that moment, the sound of the horn rang out again in the distance. Shadowy figures appeared at the edge of sight. All troops on alert, as soon as they enter attack range, immediately launch an attack, Fang Hao shouted loudly. With the order given, artillery adjusted their aim, and rifles protruded from atop the walls. The bone dragons within the city, uneasily shook their heads and tails, also ready for action. The enemy targets drew ever closer. And soon, their physical features became visible to all. Giants nearly 7 or 8 meters tall came into view. These giants possessed humanoid shapes and features, their hair and beards ablaze with crimson flames as if they were ignited matchsticks rising into the air. They wore heavy armor, and the pale grey of their skin exposed beneath it was streaked with blood vessels as red as lava. In their right hands were enormous square-headed hammers, their surfaces also cloaked in flames. There was not a hint of emotion in the eyes of the giants. Even their pupils did not move an inch, like automatons they relentlessly advanced step by step. Starting with a slow march, they gradually picked up speed into a trot. The already dim environment lit up with these charging giants, appearing as torches, brilliant and eye-catching. This was the first time Fang Hao had seen such uniquely featured enemies. When discussing dwarfs, red-bearded and red-haired dwarfs are often called fire dwarfs. It's because their beards and hair resemble burning torches. But to actually see ones with heads like fiery furnaces, with flames blazing above and below, was truly a first. Nearly 1,000 flame giants, wielding their great hammers, began their charge. Their footsteps thudded against the ground, raising a pounding cacophony. The very earth trembled unstoppably. Fire giant, mythical troops. When Fang Hao saw their name, his eyes instantly widened. He blinked and confirmed it once more. Mythical troops. To think that there were troops beyond even the 10th rank, mythical troops indeed. Damn it! Boom, boom, boom. The cannons fired first, spitting out tongues of flame, and the heavy shells arced through the air. They crashed violently into the running giants. Boom boom. In an instant, smoke billowed, and nearby giants were blown away. Limbs were sent flying all over the place. But the bodies of the giants were far tougher than those of ordinary races. This dense barrage would have pulverized a 10th rank troop within the blast radius instantaneously. Meanwhile, most of the fire giants were only missing arms or legs, with only a few unfortunate enough to have their heads or chests blown apart, killing them outright. Even with arms and legs missing, these mythical troops maintained their combat power and continued their advance. Are they that tough? Dong dong dong. The organ guns began to fire, their sounds crisp like pipes. Masses of shells formed a barrier that flew out toward the enemy. Boom, boom, boom. The organ guns delivered an even more intense barrage. Like a falling iron net, they layered over the battlefield. The already dark and gloomy sky grew even murkier. The pungent smoke of gunpowder enveloped the walls, obscuring the view even more. The rifles also began firing. Bone dragons soared from the rear, diving toward the enemies outside the city. Who? And now, a series of whooshing sounds suddenly erupted. Giants running forward hurled their enormous hammers, spinning through the air like whirling wheels, aiming for the bone dragons flying above. The hammer's momentum was substantial, several pierced directly into the poured iron plates, embedding in the wall. With their hammers thrown, the giants had no means to combat the bone dragons. So they continued to charge forward, rushing toward the city walls. In the midst of the chaotic attack, 4 or 5 giants, covered in wounds, reached the wall. One bent over to form a step, and another climbed atop his comrade's body, leaping high into the air. Like a falling mountain, they crashed on top of the wall. Skeleton soldiers, kill them, Fang Hao ordered indifferently. A horde of white-bone warriors surged from all directions, swarming the enemies that had made it onto the wall. In the blink of an eye, they completely submerged them. Battles raged on the other 3 walls as well. Amanda conjured strands of golden liquid, drilling into the giants' nostrils and mouths. The next second, the fire giants who had just leapt onto the wall, had their heads explode like spiked projectiles, sprouting golden spikes that penetrated their skulls. They went limp in an instant, and were thrown back down below the wall. On Rollina's side, blood-red tornadoes ravaged the open grounds outside the city. The bodies of the fire giants, light as straw dolls, were swept up into the sky. In their constant struggles, their life force was drained, and their shriveled bodies were torn apart by the fierce wind. And all this only occurred a distance from the city wall, not a single fire giant approached. Watching the enemy be annihilated, with a few remaining for the bone dragons to dispatch. They didn't forget to fly up to survey Brother Hao's location. Assuring there was no danger to Fang Hao, they then lightly descended, settling comfortably into a soft chair. They opened a comic book, lightly licked a finger, and turned a page. Bayada's tactics were even simpler. Morphing into a dragon, accompanied by the carpet-like breath of the bone dragons. Then came the thunderstorms from the sky, slaying all the flame giants. Soon, the battles on all 4 walls came to end. The city once again sank into silence. Clean up the battlefield, replace the damaged machinery. Fang Hao ordered loudly. Rustle, rustle. All the soldiers sprang into action, beginning to collect the spoils of war. Mythical troops may sound terrifying. But they were still just troops, definitely stronger than 10th rank, but unable to match a hero's combat power. After a barrage of heavy fire, few remained intact. Sir, the spoils have been collected. Flame Warhammer, purple, giant battle armor, purple, forgotten soul. Chapter 1128. This somewhat dismayed Fang Hao. As the strength of the monsters increased, the rewards they dropped should have increased as well. It was still purple, was this not a form of mockery? Beneath the city walls, skeleton warriors carpet searched for equipment, for these flame giants had an attack move that involved throwing flaming warhammers. And the warhammers did not possess that characteristic of flying back on their own like Thor's in Marvel. Once thrown, they were gone. One had to search for them far and wide. Quite the hassle. Standing atop the city wall, Fang Hao glanced in the direction of the incoming enemy. He turned and said, Angia, go and inform the others, arrange for heroes staying behind on the walls to consider counterattacking the enemy based on the situation. Angia, who had been idly tapping her fingers with her legs crossed, sprang to her feet. Are we going on the offensive? All right. She dashed off, running along the city walls. Fang Hao did not plan to continue with the defense. According to the introduction for the second phase of the mission, transmigrators could counterattack, invade the enemy's city, and uncover their secrets. Secrets or whatever did not matter to him, and he had no interest in them. But the change in rules meant that defense was no longer the best approach, attacking could yield greater gains. The first round was, so to speak, a probe into the type and level of the enemy. Even mythical level troops did not exhibit overly formidable combat power. Troops were still troops. Reaching the mythical level, they still could not escape the impact of quantity on the battle situation. "Lord, you wish to counterattack?" Dmitrija inquired. "Yes, the enemy's levels are not high, we can attempt a counterattack. I can lead the troops to take the city for you," Dmitrija continued. Fang Hao shook his head. "No need, let's not invite trouble here. I will use God's presence to command the battle, you and Angia must just protect me." Dmitrija did not say much more, content with nodding in agreement. Now that God's presence had reached level 4, it could control 5 demon dolls at the same time. The distance over which God's presence could exert control had also greatly increased. According to the range Spencer had given him, there was no problem controlling the dolls in an offensive. Having thought it through, he immediately released a priest doll and checked the sufficient number of bound spirit guardians. He then headed straight for the troop hiding cave. Click! The concealed stone door of the troop hiding cave slowly opened, and a dense mass of undead swiftly emerged from underground at the command. The Whitebone army gradually filled up the empty ground. Woo! Only half of the troops had come out. The enemy's horn sounded once again. More flame giants, each topped with flames, reappeared on the horizon. In addition to their increase in numbers, the sky also lit up with birds whose wings blazed as brilliantly as flames, leaving behind crimson trails in the dim night sky. "Speed up the troop emergence," Fang Hao said gravely. One troop hiding cave had been filled with nearly 1,000,000 troops. These forces were mainly for defense against enemy attacks, so the troop types had been well arranged in advance. The troops in the front were still emerging, while those in the rear continued to pour out incessantly. Fang Hao, controlling the priest doll, sat astride a horse following the front line of the army, advancing and issuing orders to organize the defense. "Beat the drums! Raise the shield!" Fang Hao bellowed. Boom, boom, boom. Undead soldiers atop Whitebone rhinos began to beat the war drums. Circles of light covered all troop types. The skeleton warriors in the front raised their shields, and forces distributed around gradually congregated into neat formations. With each step closer, the flamebirds in the air sped ahead. They pulled ahead of the flame giants, taking the lead at the forefront. As both forces neared each other, the appearance of the flamebirds became clearer. Their tails blazed brilliantly, yet lacked the expected splendor. The skin was patchy and rotted, covered with uneven feathers, and hollow eye sockets hung with shriveled eyeballs. The sight was horrifying and bizarre, causing discomfort to any onlooker. Flamebird, mythical level troops. Another mythical level troop. And their name, even simpler, explained the elemental traits and category clearly. The flamebirds, heads drooping, charged towards the column. Bone dragons to meet the enemy. Yes. The bound spirit guardians quickly left, running towards the back. Soon, bone dragons soared into the sky, rushing headlong towards the flamebirds. The bone dragons were much larger than the flamebirds. But the standard for measuring combat power was not solely based on size. Bone dragons were only level 10, while the flamebirds were mythical level troops. Clearly, the flamebirds had a slightly higher attribute level. Fortunately, there were over 200 bone dragons, while the initial count of flamebirds was close to 20. The number was sufficient to compensate for the disadvantage in attributes. Roar! The bone dragons directly spat out beams of black light toward the flamebirds. The flamebirds, however, attacked by gathering power in their wings and beating them. In an instant, a wave of crimson heat like an explosion spread out, nearly illuminating the entire night sky. Bone dragons that couldn't dodge in time were enveloped in the hot wave. The white steel armor on their bodies began to distort and show signs of liquefaction. The bone dragons immediately dodged, scrambling out of the flames in disarray. But the flamebird seemed fixated on that particular bone dragon. Dragging its slender tail flame, it relentlessly pursued the bone dragon, unleashing wave after wave of intense, scorching flames. And behind it was more bone dragons, still attacking with dragon breath while following the flamebird. In the skies at that time, a chase between flamebirds and bone dragons unfolded. Fire waves and dragon breath continuously lit up the sky. Boom, boom. As the Whitebone army advanced, the flame giant troops also started running towards them at a rapid pace. Their heavy footsteps made the ground tremor with each step they took. Fang Hao watched the direction from which the flame giants approached. He continued to give orders, send fewer skeleton giant bats to circle over those guys, no need to attack. Yes, sir. Halt all troops, prepare for lightning strikes. Crash. The advancing skeleton army came to a stop, their right hands outstretched conjuring up spears of lightning flashing with thunderbolts. At this moment, the skeleton giant bats in the sky steered clear of the combat zone between the bone dragons and the flame birds, heading straight for the airspace above the flame giants. As soon as they entered the area, the dull-eyed flame giants looked up in unison, their gazes fixed on the sparse skeleton giant bats overhead. The next second, whoosh whoosh whoosh, flaming hammers were hurled into the air, aimed at the flapping giant bats. In the blink of an eye, all the flame giants had been disarmed, left with nothing in their hands. Nothing but their bare fists as they resumed their forward charge. Lightning strike, now! The bound spirit guardians relayed the command. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dense thunderbolts formed a bright white canopy, slicing through the sky, crashing into the ranks of the flame giants with a piercing crackle. Under the weight of numbers, the hurled thunder spears blanketed the enemy's entire area. Electricity spread across the ground, the damage taking its toll on the bodies of the flame giants. Attack, kill them! After a round of strikes, Fang Hao continued with his orders. Whoosh! Skeleton warriors lowered their shields, drawing their weapons from their waists and charging forward like mad, against the densely packed swarm of the undead. The mythical troops, the flame giants, didn't display exceptional combat power. Lacking hammers for weapons, their attacks were reduced to throwing punches and stomps. Each attack came with an effect of searing flames, turning the white bone within range to ashes. However, the ferocity of the flame giants did not alter the course of battle. After a struggle, they were overwhelmed by the white bone army, melting into muddy puddles that mingled with the land. After the flame giants vanished, the air chase also drew to a close. The last flamebird was enveloped by beams of light from all sides, turning to ash in the air, leaving not even bone fragments behind. The bone dragons, too, suffered some losses. 4 dead, with more than a dozen others sustaining fire damage. Their armor deformed, molten metal seeping into their rib cages. Fang Hao was somewhat surprised by the combat power of the flamebirds. Even against so many bone dragons, they still managed to kill 4. Truly fierce. Advance! Fang Hao gave the order again, the army stepping over the charred battlefield and pressing on. The enemy's fortress wasn't far from the city. Only due to some special reason was the enemy's city wrapped in a hazy energy. Only upon reaching a certain distance could one see the city's real form. This was a giant city. The walls, mottled and covered in fungus, seemed to stretch into the sky. The guards on the walls burned with flame, bearing the traits of the flame giants. Standing high above, they appeared like gods overseeing the mortal world. But just the sight of this city cloaked one's heart in an intangible pressure. Humans are minuscule, fragile. Beneath the walls, one could vaguely make out metal contraptions concealed in the mud. Sir, preparations are complete, reported a bound spirit guardian, hurrying over from behind. Fang Hao nodded and looked again at the towering city walls, commanding coldly, advance, prepare for a lightning strike. Advance, prepare for a lightning strike. Advance, prepare for a lightning strike. Crash! The skeleton sea launched a charge, rolling forth toward the city ahead. Entering firing range. The lightning strikes were readied in hand, cast toward the sky. Normally, the lightning strikes could surpass the height of ordinary city walls. But this time, the hurled thunder spears only cracked against the wall, failing even to reach the top. They cleaned the wall, leaving behind black stone bricks as moss and mud fell away. Seeing the lightning strikes ineffective, he ordered a direct charge. Crash! The white bone army surged into action, running toward the city walls below. Whoosh! Boom boom boom! Defensive flame giants atop the walls began their retaliation, throwing down huge fireballs like meteors. As they crashed into the skeleton sea, flames burst forth in all directions. Yet, the skeletons charged fearlessly onward. With their overwhelming numbers, they reached the base of the walls, scaling the uneven textures upwards. Soon, the entire wall was coated in white bone, spreading to other sides of the wall. Continuing the climb. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! One after another, flamebirds flew out from inside the city, trailing brilliant tails through the air, swooping at the climbing undead. Each wave of fiery blast wiped out large swaths of skeletons. Send out the bone dragons to clear those flamebirds. Observing the scene from afar, Fang Hao issued another order. Whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of bone dragons took off again, charging directly at the flamebirds. Once more, an aerial chase unfolded. Once the flamebirds were lured away, the undead resumed their gecko-like ascent. Watching from the battlefield as the undead army climbed and trails of flame fell from the sky, Fang Hao continued, "Send the skeleton giant bats with explosive tubes to fly over the city for the drop." "Yes, sir." The height of these walls was a barrier to the assault. Rifles and magic missiles couldn't reach this high. Even their attacks only knocked down climbing skeleton warriors. Thus, the ranged units nearby could only stand by. Like terracotta warriors holding rifles and wielding magic wands, standing still. But then, hidden within thick clouds, the skeleton giant bats, carrying explosive tubes, gradually approached the airspace over the city. Chapter 1129. Inside the city. The spacious city had few buildings. On the empty ground, countless fire giants kneeled densely. They wore battle armor, sat with drooping heads, and a short hammer beside them. Outside the city, the thunderous roars continued, as the fire giants seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. They still maintained fixed postures without any movement. Then, "Hoo!" A deep and clear horn sounded again from the horizon. The foremost fire giant's body suddenly shook, and with very stiff movements, gradually lifted his head. Flames of crimson surged from his head and beard, illuminating the dim square. Then, he shook his body and stood up. Picked up the weapon beside him. Opened the city gate. And walked out with large strides. The sudden sound of the horn made Fang Hao slightly startled. His gaze once again turned towards the city ahead. Was it an attack against him? Or a signal for the next wave of enemy attacks? Under his watchful eyes, the enormous city gates slowly opened. As the gates opened wider, the scene behind the gates could vaguely be seen. A large number of fire giants stood silently waiting behind the door. Despite the distance, the flames on their heads were extremely conspicuous, resembling torches lighting up in the night. The city gates fully opened. The fire giants charged out. Swinging their war hammers wide, they sent all the undead in front of them flying. Bodies of undead scattered like trash. Flying to the sides, bones disassembling in the air, or consumed entirely by flames. As fire giants flung undead aside, they charged destructively outward. The undead began retaliating, climbing along the bodies of fire giants, or continuously thrusting their weapons. Fang Hao glanced at the fire giants charging like raging bulls. He immediately ordered, "Ranged troops, attack the enemy." "Yes, my lord." Rattle rattle. Skeleton archers and undead mages immediately sprung into action. They began moving forward, spreading out. Reaching a certain distance. Pop pop pop. A dense barrage of bullets and magical missiles arced toward their target. The sudden ranged attack caught them off guard. With the dense damage, dozens of fire giants were immediately blown apart, turning into heaps of mush. And the remaining fire giants, under the coordination of melee and ranged attacks, consecutively fell to the ground. The rapid fall of the fire giants had no effect on the battlefield. The battle continued unabated. Densely packed, the undead army continued to climb the city walls, pounding on the now closed gates. The sky was full of meteors falling incessantly onto the ground, leaving behind deep craters while the splattering flames ignited the surrounding undead. In the sky, the chase battle between bone dragons and firebirds continued. Black columns of light and crimson flames constantly shone brightly in the sky. This aerial chase made it difficult to quickly determine a winner. Outside the combat zone of bone dragons and firebirds, above the dense clouds, the silhouette of giant bats was barely visible. These thick clouds provided excellent camouflage, though the altitude made it somewhat challenging for the giant bats. Packed closely, skeleton giant bats began approaching with their dynamite. Just as they approached the airspace above Giant City, they were spotted by the giant defenders on the walls. A stream of fire missiles soared into the sky. Skeleton giant bats started crashing down noisily. Dynamite dropped onto the ground, exploding with a loud bang. But more giant bats continued following orders, pressing forward. In terms of numbers, they had an overwhelming advantage, as the defensive fireballs were simply unable to eliminate so many bats. Once the skeleton giant bats, like a dark cloud, reached the airspace. The dynamite they carried pierced through the clouds. Like raindrops, they poured from the sky into the city, striking the kneeling fire giants. Spread across the entire city like scattered beans. Boom! Boom boom boom! A series of earth-shattering explosions resounded within the city, dazzling white lights lit up the sky, and the entire ground violently shook. As if the sky were falling and the earth was caving in. Fang Hao watched from afar, feeling somewhat anxious. The materials for making the dynamite were all quite ordinary, and Fang Hao had made quite a lot in one go. It was like throwing a hand grenade into a tin box. The square city kept collapsing and shaking, the defensive towers continuously fell into ruins. It seems, I might have used a bit too much. The explosions continued for several minutes before gradually slowing to a stop. Occasionally, a couple more sounds of delayed explosion dynamite could be heard starting to explode. Skeleton giant bats returned. Skeleton soldiers also took this opportunity to climb the ruins and launch an attack inside. Meanwhile, the city gates opened once again. Fire giants with missing limbs, staggering out. Before they even managed to rush out, skeleton warriors, like a flood, surged toward the city gate, forcefully pushing the fire giants back inside. Re-entering the city, they resumed fierce fighting. These fire giants were ultimately troops. Surviving such intensive bombing already proved their formidable attributes. Send in the bone giants, pull out 5 squads of ranged troops to advance, and take the high ground, Fang Hao ordered as he observed the battlefield. Upon receiving the order, several squads of archers and mages began approaching the city walls. Climbing atop deserted walls, they took positions overlooking the city and sniped inward. Behind the team, 20 bone giants nearly 10 meters tall strode out. Stepping heavily over the undead, they quickly started running. Approaching the city wall, they took off the iron chains wrapped around them and started whirling them. Then, they violently smashed it towards a fire giant emerging from the ruins. Bang! With one strike of the chain, the fire giant's body suddenly sank. He kneeled on one knee, flesh torn and bloodied. Meanwhile, his flaming hammer, disregarding the skeleton soldiers climbing his body, directly struck at the bone giant. Thud! The armor of the bone giant was instantly dented, and its body stumbled backward. It quickly regained its posture, and the chain whipped out again. Bang bang dong dong! 2 tall figures, chains and hammers, greeted each other's bodies. There were no fancy moves. Just brutal, flesh-to-flesh hits. From afar, Fang Hao watched in amazement. Relying on sheer numbers, the fire giant's strength hadn't seemed significant, since the skeleton warriors were of such a low tier. Death was to be expected. But now, in combat with the bone giant, it still demonstrated high combat power. The thick, human waist-sized chain could shatter city walls, yet it could not bring down the fire giant. Instead, a few hammer blows had the bone giant retreating repeatedly. It was only with the cooperation of other troops that they managed to kill the fire giant. And the bone giant's armor was heavily dented everywhere. Fang Hao's real body sat on the city wall, listening to the reports coming from the other 3 directions. Armies led by Amanda, Rolina, and Beata had also reached the enemy's city walls. The situation on top of the walls was the same as here. It was like replicating the past. Apart from different leadership styles, there wasn't much difference. It was all about amassing troops. How they piled up didn't matter as long as the result was unaffected. Ding! A notification sounded. Li Rong sent a private message. Humph! Your cannon isn't useful. Fang Hao was somewhat speechless. If it wasn't useful, could you have held on until now? You must be trashing your plate after eating. Did you get eliminated? Any losses? Asked Fang Hao. 2 heroes died, and finally, when I couldn't defend any longer, I went out and committed suicide. Li Rong's message came back. She had committed suicide. That truly took some guts. Even though knowing death meant exiting this divine territory, and wouldn't truly result in death. But how many people actually dare to face death? Li Rong, this woman, indeed had quite a bit of courage. Did you bind a resurrection point? I bound it to Silver Wing City, I'll just revive there. Alright, be careful during this time, don't let anyone take advantage of your reduced troop strength, Fang Hao instructed. Got it, you keep busy. Ending the chat, Fang Hao glanced at Dong Jiayu and Ma Tianyi, who hadn't sent any messages. They must be still in battle. Fang Hao opened the regional channel again, to see if there were any other messages. Some people still haven't come out, this is truly awesome. They might get stuck in the divine territory and can't come out. Our alliance hierarch just got out, gained a lot of good equipment, took off directly. Just closed the Book of Lords. On the frontline battlefield, a puppet controlled by God's presence suddenly felt a strong pressure overwhelm her. She abruptly looked up, only to see a figure clad in black and crimson armor, striding out from the city on the battlefield. The boss appeared. According to the rules here, it should be similar to the first phase task. After reaching 5 times, it's the boss's turn to appear. But Fang Hao's direct attack equated to the number originally planned for 5 phases. So, the others only defended up to the 3rd phase. His side was already at the stage of clearing the boss. Fang Hao carefully observed the figure. A giant figure, 6 to 7 meters tall, dressed in black and crimson fire-patterned armor, the armor broadened at the chest with a feminine waistline. Under a full-face helmet, a pair of golden pupils were visible. In her hands, she carried a long pole hammer, much taller than her. Probably over 10 meters tall. Even though no facial features were clear, if no other quirk existed, inside the armor should be a giant woman. The black-armored boss strolled out, casually waving, creating waves of flames that turned all approaching undead to ashes. The fire giants had dwindled under the assault of the skeletons. With no more opponents, the bone giants immediately focused their attention on this sudden black-armored foe. Both bone giants swung their chains toward the target. Whooshing through the air. Swoosh! Swoosh! As the chains swung forth, the black-armored boss instantaneously reacted, dodging the attacks while she quickly appeared next to each of the bone giants. The long pole hammer swung out, bang bang. 2 dull sounds echoed. Both bone giants stiffened, and the next second, flames soared from beneath them, engulfing their entirety. In the dazzling columns of fire, the figures gradually burned away. Damn, that's fierce. Wait, damn it, my bone giants. Fang Hao cursed inwardly. The recruitment of bone giants required a material called giant essence, rarer than the forgotten soul. Fang Hao had hoped to perhaps gain this material from this mission. But now, he began losing bone giants. This pained him so much he could slap his thigh. Miscalculated, damn. Had I known, I wouldn't have sent the bone giants out, I should have just used ordinary skeletons. After eliminating the bone giants, the black-armored boss began to charge through the skeletons. Her movement speed was extremely fast, as if treading on air, leaving a trail of blazing fires, an intimidating sight. Perhaps the commotion here caught the attention from opposite. From afar, those cold golden eyes instantly looked over, locking eyes with Fang Hao. A sharp intent to kill transmitted from her eyes. Not good. She is sentient, those eyes are not lifeless like the undead. At that moment, just as the black-armored boss pointed a finger. Whoosh! A giant spear of fire materialized out of thin air, speeding towards him. Directly aimed at his head. Fang Hao's eyes narrowed, his body dodged to one side. However, just as he thought he could easily avoid the strike, space suddenly twisted. The fire spear in front of him disappeared, and the black-armored boss appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Her warhammer raised high, ready to strike down. And that fire spear appeared at the original position of the black-armored boss, under the city wall. Crimson Flame War God Azrag, Orange Tier Hero, Tier 10. Chapter 1130. The black-armored boss suddenly appeared out of thin air, causing Fang Hao's heart to tremble violently. There was no time to think. With a flap of his bat wings, his body instantly shot up from the ground. Whoosh! The hammer, carrying blazing flames, smashed down fiercely. Boom! The skeleton horse below was directly shattered, and before its broken bones could scatter, they were engulfed and devoured by the flames. Turned directly to ashes. Bang bang bang! Boom boom boom! At this moment, the nearby troops also reacted. Bullets and magic missiles, like a huge net, enveloped the black-armored boss. The black-armored boss moved rapidly, killing the surrounding undead that pounced on her while trying to dodge all kinds of long-range attacks. But there were too many bullets and missiles. Even with her agile figure, her size was still as conspicuous as a small hill. Bullets and missiles were still pinging and banging against her body. Whoosh! Intense flames swept over again, killing a large number of undead archers below. Her cold gaze once again turned to the priest doll in the sky. She pushed off the ground with her feet, her figure shot up abruptly. Carrying a terrifying momentum, she charged at Fang Hao again. She was convinced that killing Fang Hao, the leader, would solve the problem. The nearly 10-meter-tall warhammer in her hands, carrying dazzling flames, slashed diagonally downward. The blinding wave of fire once again illuminated the entire sky. Clang! In the midst of the flames, the sound of metal colliding erupted. Fang Hao drew his sword to block. But in the moment of the weapon's collision, this body was sent flying. He felt as though he had been struck by a meteorite, falling rapidly. With a loud crash, he smashed into the muddy ground below. This demon doll, although also an orange body, belonged to the category of priest heroes and certainly couldn't match the strength of a hammer-wielding melee combatant. In just one exchange, he was immediately at a disadvantage. Damn! Fang Hao cursed inwardly. The armor on his body was scorched black by the flames, and the bat wings on his back were severely damaged. Flight would likely be affected. Moreover, this foe's jumps were too high. Flipping to his feet, Fang Hao didn't try to fly up. Instead, he ran directly toward the densest part of the skeleton army below the castle. I can't beat you, but can't my numbers overwhelm you? The large body of the black-armored boss fell from the sky. Without even looking at the other enemies, she bore the non-stop barrage of bullets and magic and charged straight in. Fang Hao glanced back and saw the black-armored boss following him, then turned his head and continued to flee. He made a beeline for the thickest part of the skeleton warriors below the castle. While the black-armored boss swung her warhammer to clear the approaching undead, she continued to pursue the bat-winged skeleton. As he neared the middle of the army, he was surrounded by layers upon layers of endless white bone. Fang Hao suddenly stopped and shouted loudly, "Prepare for lightning strike!" The black-armored boss following close behind suddenly had a bad feeling. All the packed undead, as if pressing the pause button, halted in their tracks. Spears of lightning condensed in their hands. Pairs of hollow eye sockets turned towards her, and those silver-glinting, lightning-charged spears gave her an extremely unsettling feeling. Like a target at the center, she was aimed at by a dense mass of skeletons. Fire! Whoosh! Silver spears of lightning, like a tightening fishing net, were thrown from all sides at the target. A body as huge as 6 or 7 meters couldn't possibly miss. Boom! Zap! Hundreds of thousands of lightning spears exploded on the black-armored boss. It was like a hail of flashbangs had been thrown. The entire sky emitted blindingly bright light. The energy charged with lightning properties, all converging on her. With so many people, even if they threw stones, they could smash a giant to death. And the black-armored boss, no matter how fierce, couldn't face such an attack. After being struck, her body started convulsing violently, then crashed to the ground with a bang. The nearby skeleton warriors were about to swarm over. Fang Hao immediately shouted loudly, "Take this giant hammer away, the farther the better, and bone giants, come hammer her to death." Dozens of skeleton soldiers lifted up the boss's giant hammer and turned to run. They quickly disappeared into the endless sea of skeletons, nowhere to be seen. Even Fang Hao couldn't tell which direction they had run. Finding it later might be tricky, it might be an orange weapon. The surrounding bone giants also quickened their pace and rushed over. 8 bone giants formed a circle. Swinging heavy iron chains in their hands, they started to bang down on the black-armored boss's body and head. The glossy armor began to twist and deform. From the gaps in the armor flowed crimson blood. "Attack faster," Fang Hao urged. Just when Fang Hao thought that it was all over and that the boss was about to be hammered to death, a low, angry voice emanated from inside the black armor. "Damn desecrators, you have angered me." As her words fell, the ground started to crack. Dark red mud began to dry and crack. Subsequently, the ground burst open, and jets of fire surged from beneath. Soaring into the sky, tongues of fire covered a vast area, swallowing both the bone giants and the ordinary skeletons in an instant, burning their bodies to ashes rapidly. Fang Hao loudly ordered the nearby skeletons to start evacuating outward, trying to minimize the number of casualties. And in the midst of the flames, the black-armored boss stood up again amid painful gasps. Fang Hao's soul fire in his eye sockets twitched as the lightning strike entered cooldown. He pulled over a nearby bound spirit guardian and whispered, "Have the skeleton giant bats carry the thunder tubes and blow her to bits for me." "Understood, my lord." The bound spirit guardian turned and left. The black-armored boss, after looking around and failing to find its weapon, turned its gaze back to Fang Hao and with a stamp of its foot, chased after him. On the western side, the enemy city. A golden pillar, set at an angle, blocked the city gates that were halfway closed. The skeleton soldiers gave up on scaling the walls. Instead, they poured into the city through the gates like a flood, overwhelming it. They knocked down the kneeling fire giants, taking over the entire city. In an instant, the sounds of grappling filled the city. The once spacious city became terribly crowded. There was no room to swing a weapon, the skeletons and fire giants were packed tightly together, one on top of another, in layers. Stacked up like arhuts, tightly packed. Amanda approached the city, guarded by her warriors. With a wave of her hand, the golden pillar behind her turned once again into liquid, surging toward the enemy in front. The large bodies of the fire giants made them easy targets. The golden liquid kept drilling into their bodies, then gathered in their heads and exploded violently, blowing their skulls apart. Not lingering on the battle before her, Amanda led her warriors past the main battlefield to a stone castle building. The walls of the stone castle were engraved with various patterns, depicting the life and ceremonial customs of the giants who once lived here. Amanda didn't look closely. With a wave of her hand, metallic liquid covered the carvings, and upon solidifying, recorded the content. Just as she instructed her men to carry away the solidified metal. A crisp click-click sound rang by her ear. The enormous stone statue at the center of the stone castle slowly opened its eyes. Revealing a pair of golden pupils, it looked at her. Boom, boom, boom. Groups of skeleton giant bats started a kamikaze bombing. Carrying thunder tubes, they relentlessly attacked the black armored boss. Even though the black armored boss unleashed wide-ranging fire elemental magic, it couldn't stop the intense bombardment. For a while, its body was blasted, reeling and about to fall again. The area that had just been cleared by the flames was once again filled with the undead. One could not tell where so many skeletons were coming from, it seemed they could never be killed off completely. The cold gaze swept over the field once more. Finally, in a corner, it saw the sneaky flight undead who was half a head shorter. With another point of its finger. Swish! A fire lance appeared and swept toward its target. As it approached, the positions of the two switched. The black armored boss had already reached the opponent, die, blasphemer. In the midst of the skeleton group, Fang Hao's body suddenly lunged forward to dodge an attack and without turning back, he shouted, "Prepare for the lightning strike." The black armored boss's heart tightened. The surrounding undead froze in place, their hands forming thunder spears crackling with electric arcs. Release! Boom! A barrage of thunder spears submerged the black armored boss once again. This time, the boss's body was thrown backward flying. Crashing to the ground, it plowed a massive furrow. Its breastplate shattered, revealing pale grey skin. The remaining bone giants charged up again. Their iron chains began spinning, pounding down with heavy thuds. This time, the black armored boss did not get up quickly. Blood poured from the cracks in its armor, its appearance pitiful. Dong! A dull heavy blow sent the boss's helmet flying off to the side. Under the helmet was the face of a human female. Pale skin, crimson shoulder-length hair, golden pupils, and a visage that was a very beautiful woman's image. Apart from her overly large size, she didn't look much different from a human. At that moment, the female giant had sustained serious injuries. Her head and the corners of her mouth were bleeding crimson blood. She lay on the ground, powerless, no longer struggling, but glaring at him with fierce vengeance. Her eyes filled with the resentment of a dying beast. She wasn't a corpse? Fang Hao was somewhat surprised, this boss was different from the previous fire giants and flame birds. Those were undead spirits. But the boss before him seemed more like a living creature. Whoosh! In the air, several more whooshing sounds rang out. As the bone giant swung up the iron chains, they aimed for the head. Don't kill her! Thud, thud, thud. 5 or 6 iron chains slammed down onto the empty ground beside them, creating deep pits. Fang Hao glanced at the enemy on the ground, who was now powerless to struggle. He continued, "Tie her up, take control." Thick as a man's waist, the iron chains tightly bound the black armored boss, with several bone giants unceremoniously sitting on her. Soon after, a bound spirit guardian riding a bone dragon rushed over. "My lord, the item you requested." Saying that, he brought out the golden seal. Chapter 1131. Use Law Mark. It was also a sudden idea. In the first phase of the task, be it troops or the boss, the bodies cannot be preserved after death. They would melt like wax oil into a puddle of blood mud. Merged into this land. With no bodies, there wasn't even a chance to create an undead hero. So, rather than having the black armored boss disappear after being killed, it might be worth trying the law mark. Perhaps, it could make the boss join the territory and work for him. Even if it failed, it was only a wasted opportunity of the law mark. No significant loss. Okay, Fang Hao took the stamp and then said, speed up the cleansing of the battlefield, and let's head back as soon as it's over. Yes, my lord. After the bound spirit guardians left, Fang Hao went directly to where the boss was being guarded. Turn her over. The bone giants cooperatively flipped her over, her front now facing down on the ground. The once imposing Crimson Flame War God now lay immobilized by iron chains, stiff as a plank. Allowing others to flip her as they pleased. Fang Hao didn't dare delay, knowing the black armored boss was exceptionally fierce. If it worked it would be best, otherwise, she still had to be killed quickly. To prevent her from recovering and rampaging again. Stepping over her massive body, he reached the broken spot on her back armor. Without any hesitation, he pressed the stamp directly on her grey skin. The moment the stamp touched the skin, a light swiftly traveled through the skin and entered the body of the black armored boss. At the same time, the system's notification sound rang in his ears. Crimson Flame War God Azrag has joined the territory through law mark. This unit will be constrained by the mark, following the basic rules of the Gold Law, unable to generate negative foundational thoughts against this force or its leader. The law mark can be used to cancel the marking effect. Hearing the prompt, Fang Hao was overjoyed. It really worked. It seems that recruiting heroes in the divine territory is also a form of reward. Azrag. Fang Hao softly called out. The tightly bound enemy, full of confusion in her tone but devoid of the earlier rage, asked, "What have you done to me?" "Nothing much, I just received the divine decree that instructed you to join my territory and work for me." "You're lying, what exactly did you do to me?" Azrag continued angrily. "You don't need to know that. You just need to understand that I will take you out of here and you will serve me." The black armored war god huffed, "Humph. You will also stay here attacking the divine territory, unable to escape." You needn't worry about that, just focus on healing." Fang Hao casually spoke. Then he said to the bone giants, "Release her." Jumping down from her tall physique, the bone giants began to unlock the iron chains circle by circle. The towering Crimson Flame War God sat up from the ground, looking disheveled, leaning against the wall behind her, her expression sour. Fang Hao looked up at her. Seeing that she had no intention of attacking, he continued, "Take a rest for a while, I'll take you back soon." The skeleton soldiers had already begun clearing the battlefield. Searching inside and outside the city for dropped equipment. Especially the 10+ meter spike mace carried away by the skeletons, it was unknown where it had been thrown. The Crimson Flame War God watched the slowly emptied city. Powerlessly, she closed her eyes. Various weapons and equipment were piled up. Although mostly broken, there were still a few usable ones. However, the size of the battlefield made the collection work very time-consuming. Back in the main city, the battle by the demon doll was over. Fang Hao could now divert his attention to other matters. He immediately released 3 warrior demon dolls, riding the bone dragon towards 3 other directions. If he wasn't mistaken, other similar bosses would appear in those 3 directions. These are all treasures. Acquiring these heroes was far more valuable than collecting a pile of useless purple weapons. The bone dragon flew swiftly, wind whooshing past the ears. The first destination was where Rolina was. Rolina and Amanda were both dark gold heroes. But if categorized by the type of hero, Rolina had the highest personal combat power, while Amanda leaned more towards wisdom and support. So, from afar, he saw a Crimson Flame War God, similarly dressed in black armor, being pursued by Rolina. The giant figure, wielding a similar long-handled war hammer, could only run, using teleportation skills for escape. Rolina, with her petite body holding a flaming giant sword, and a blood-red spear forming in one hand, chased from behind. The scene was familiar, but the hunter and the hunted had switched roles. Puff! A blood-red spear, with a puff, pierced through the black-armored boss's chest. The fleeing body suddenly lost balance, tipping forward due to inertia. Rolina's bat wing flapped. She quickly descended from the air, her crimson demon giant sword raised high, ready to chop off the opponent's head. The bone dragon was still approaching. Fang Hao immediately shouted, "Rolina, don't kill her. The life force of a hero is vigorous. Even with pierced chest and severed limbs, they usually wouldn't die outright." So, with the black armored boss's strength, though it seemed pitifully beaten and unable to rise from the ground, it probably wasn't dead, otherwise Rolina wouldn't need to deliver one final blow. From a distance, someone heard their name being shouted. Rolina paused for a moment while swinging the hatred tooth. Then, she abruptly turned her head and looked over coldly and angrily. Fang Hao tensed up and, seeing the weapon in her hand, guessed it could be because the demon weapon had been used for too long, possibly reducing her rationality. Descending from the air, Fang Hao immediately said, "Wife, it's me, Fang Hao. Leave this enemy to me, I have a better method." Rolina glared at him, the indifference in her eyes gradually fading. She moved aside and asked, "Is your side finished?" Fortunately, there was no problem. "It's finished, I just came over to deal with this boss." "What? Oh, her, killing her would be too wasteful. We can have her work for us in the future." Fang Hao pointed at the black armored martial god on the ground. Only when he got closer could he see that the black armor was full of holes. It seemed a lot more tragic than his own battle. Rolina nodded, indicating that he could handle it as he saw fit. Fang Hao didn't hesitate, he directly stepped on the body of the black armored martial god, finding a spot where the armor was shattered. He placed the law mark in his hand directly on it. The scenario was the same as before. Crimson Flame War God Alrag has joined the territory through the law mark. This unit will adhere to the basic rules of the gold law by the constraints of the mark and cannot harbor any negative thoughts towards the power or leader. The effect of the law mark can be cancelled. The system notification sounded. This hero had successfully joined the territory. However, the hero's current state was a lot worse than that on his own side, blood spreading on the ground, with no movement for quite some time. "Is it over now?" Rolina asked again. Fang Hao nodded, "Yes, it counts as joining the territory." At Amanda and Bayada's location, a similar event was unfolding. However, their combat power didn't lead to an overwhelming victory like Rolina's. By the time Fang Hao arrived, the battle had lasted a while before gradually nearing its end. After defeating the target and leaving it alive, Fang Hao used the law mark. The system notification appeared. It also meant that other heroes at 2 other locations had all joined the camp. At various locations, the cleanup of the battlefield continued. Fang Hao hadn't received a message that the mission was over. He also speculated whether there would be any subsequent missions. Soon, Dong Jiayu and Ma Tianyi successively sent him messages. Ma Tianyi was eliminated in the 3rd round, while Dong Jiayu, slightly stronger, went out in the 4th round. Unlike Fang Hao, they were defending. Fang Hao was attacking, he fought all 5 waves at once, so he finished earlier than them. Given their strengths, performing defense to this extent was somewhat surprising to Fang Hao. In the region, their strength had reached a top-tier level. After exchanging a few words with them, he switched back to the regional channel. "Anyone who can last till the 2nd stage is a boss. Our alliance hierarch only lasted 1 wave but reportedly got a lot of purple equipment. What's the use of these items if human troops can't use them and they are hard to sell? All that troop loss for a bunch of useless junk. Buying blueprints of blue quality constructs, anyone interested please message privately about price. If it's hard to sell in the channel, you can sell to the trade alliance. Each piece of purple equipment is worth thousands of warfire coins. Damn, I envy those who got purple equipment. Guys, Fang Hao's shop is still in mission closed state, how long has it been? Did he clear it all at once? Caught by a divine territories giant, kept as a male consort. Female giant? Human? Are they used to eating inakatake? Damn inakatake, that's too insulting. Envious of the female giant. Externally, to see who was still in a mission, one could check the shop status. During a mission, the shop would be closed. So, many used this to check which big shots were still in missions and who had come out. But now, it seemed most had already come out. In the discussion, only Fang Hao was mentioned as being in the mission. Indeed, there were female giants, but he had captured the female giant. As for the inakatake, it was just a joke for fun. While laughing and joking, there was nothing to it. Just then, the system notification appeared again. prompting him to immediately retract his thoughts. Stage 2 mission, Battle of Contest, is over. Stage 3 mission, Old God Relics, opens. Trading channel temporarily opens, trading shop temporarily opens, countdown, 29 minutes 57. Mission description, the Old God Relics have appeared, explore or continue to defend, complete the final test. Chapter 1132. Regional channel. The Big Shot store has opened, and he's come out too. Did Fang Hao bail out of the task? Did he clear it? You can buy things from Fang Hao's store now. To have held on till now, being first really means being first. The Big Shot must have gotten a lot of stuff, list some to broaden our horizons. The store had just opened, and someone immediately shared the news in the channel. It was like racing to break the latest news, the same message appeared one after another. In everyone's eyes, the opening of the store signified being eliminated. Their words conveyed a sentiment of admiration, saying things like being able to hold on until now is already impressive, being first is indeed first, and stronger than all of us. But still, there was a bit of schadenfreude. After all, no one wished to fall too far behind others. I was eliminated in the first round, and you've held out for so long. The rewards are also very generous, not mentioned aloud, but still hard to accept in the heart. Now that the world's first has also been eliminated so quickly, it proves that one is not too bad either. At least the gap hasn't grown too wide. Fang Hao didn't bother to check what was being discussed in the channel. He directly opened other people's stores and exchanged some of the listed food. There was no time to cook over a fire now. Getting some ready-made food, distributing it to all the living creature heroes, was good to take this opportunity to restore some stamina. While eating, Fang Hao analyzed the Tier 3 task. Old God Relics. It matched the name of the mission announced at the beginning by the system. It seemed that this should be the last stage. Given the intensity of this mission, it had already far exceeded the level of a normal transmigrator. For most people, just getting past the first tier was a big deal. Those who made it to level 2 were the elite of the transmigrators. In terms of equipment and military strength, they wouldn't lag far behind. And all this was under the protection of city walls. Without walls, the casualties would double. Now Fang Hao had reached the third stage. The mission briefing mentioned that the Old God Relics had appeared to explore or continue defense, to pass the final test. The task was the same as in level 2. You could choose defense or offense. According to the previous rules, it should be an increase in military unit strength and the enhancement of the boss's power. The Old God Relics, there should also be a lot of good stuff there. All along, the temple had never been short of gold, silver, and treasures, a great opportunity to get rich. While analyzing in his heart, time also ticked away. The 4 teams that had returned, laden with mountains of spoils of war, were still on their way back. No matter how much one urged, the speed of return had not improved much. Tier 3 mission open. Your actions have desecrated the majesty of the gods, your city area will receive disaster punishment. System's notification sound appeared again. But this time, there was an additional message. Your city area receiving disaster punishment. Damn. The system's tasks allowed for offense, and now they spoke of desecrating the majesty of the gods. They didn't bother to reason anymore. Crack. With the system voice fading, a thunderclap erupted overhead. The continuous dark clouds above the city formed a swirling air vortex. Seed fluff-like particles began to condense with the swirl. They became more and more noticeable. The people in the city, looking up at the sky, gradually became more and more panicked as their unease turned to fear. My lord, Miss Angia, something's not right, let's head down, Dimitrija immediately said. Fang Hao also instantly reacted. While walking down to the city below he shouted, notify everyone to seek cover and hide. Yes. Everyone scattered to seek shelter. The ordinary skeleton soldiers on defense also entered below the city walls. Soon, the city was emptied, everyone having taken cover. Meanwhile, the vortex in the sky grew faster. The seed fluff began to merge together, forming huge meteors. The next second. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking the air roared from above, as meteors ablaze with flames fell like a meteor shower. Boom boom boom. Meteors crashed into the city, buildings collapsed, and debris flew everywhere. The entire city seemed to tremble without stopping. Heads spinning, ears ringing with roars. It gave everyone the feeling that the sky was falling. Fang Hao and the others took shelter inside the Lord's mansion. As the core building of the city, it had the highest defense. Even if meteors struck it, there were only some damages but no collapse. But the trembling ground and the violent swaying of the chandeliers overhead still made people feel uneasy. Fang Hao hadn't expected that at the start of Tier 3, it would be a bombardment of meteors on the city. Luckily they had taken shelter in time, otherwise with bad luck, they might have been eliminated right away. Master, are we going to die? Millie desperately clung to him, burying his whole arm between her chest. She had been clamoring before to kill the enemy together with Beata. But now, with teary eyes, she was quite frightened. Die? No, we just need to wait for this attack to pass, Fang Hao said softly to comfort her. Sure enough, the explosion sounds outside quickly disappeared. Countdown to next disaster, 59 minutes 58 seconds. The prompt appeared again, causing Fang Hao's heart to tighten. This disaster was persistent. He estimated that his city wouldn't hold up for many more such attacks. Choosing to defend the city was simply untenable. All right, the meteor shower has passed, everyone gather your forces and return to your posts. Fang Hao stepped out of the Lord's mansion, only to see buildings ablaze and the ground littered with craters and rubble. Chapter 1133. Damn it, my beautiful city. Everyone respawn and start to exit the buildings to reorganize the defenses. Fang Hao called over to Spencer, who was walking by, and said, Spencer, scout the situation for me. Take note of any buildings and changes in the surroundings, and report back to me clearly. Yes, my lord. Spencer nodded, stepped out of the Lord's mansion, and transformed into a dragon, soaring into the sky. He flew right out of the city. Soon, Rolina and Beata returned first, flying back, while Amanda was a bit later, riding on a bone dragon. The troops were still on their way back when they discovered the meteor attack on the city, so they hurried back. Losing some troops was no big deal. But if Fang Hao died, that would be troublesome. What happened? Rolina asked with a frown. It's nothing, just some issues with the mission. Where are your troops now? Fang Hao continued to ask. They are on the way, and will be back soon. Good, there's another wave of meteors coming. We need to take the offensive and end this mission as soon as possible, Fang Hao said seriously. He briefly explained the situation to the three. This mission mode was highly disadvantageous for Fang Hao. If the troops were in the troop hiding cave, they couldn't come out in time when the enemy attacked. And if they were outside, they would be annihilated by meteors in an hour. Therefore, for this third phase of the mission, they only had one option, go on the offensive at full strength. They needed to quickly capture the enemy's divine relics. Spencer, transformed back into a bone dragon, soon flew back. He landed beside Fang Hao and reported, My lord, there is a huge palace to the northeast, and they have already begun to muster forces outside it. Northeast? What about other locations? Fang Hao continued to ask. I increased the search area but only found this one location, Spencer replied. It seemed that this third stage was different from the first two. The attack wasn't coming from all directions, but from only one location. Looking at the countdown for the meteor, there were a bit over 25 minutes left. Fang Hao immediately ordered, Amanda, Rolina, Beata, take your troops. I'll control the demon dolls. Let's head to the temple in the northeast and end this battle as soon as we can. All right. Everyone quickly left, and the four large armies began to converge. Together, they advanced toward the northeast. On the way, they encountered the army of fire giants. There were nearly 10,000 in number. But upon confrontation, the enemy's army was overwhelmed by the undead army and disappeared without a trace. The four armies had a total of 4 million troops. Looking around, the entire area was filled with the White Bone army. The city area was once again struck by meteors. Everyone hid inside the buildings, listening to the violent impacts outside. This time, there was no panic as before, everyone silently waited for the meteor shower to end. In the area channel. Am I blind? Why is the Big Shot store closed again? Is my system glitching? Damn, didn't Fang Hao just get eliminated? Is it like before, and he's entered the next stage? This is surreal. Do I even come from the same world as the Big Shot, or did I cross over at the same time? Why is the gap so huge? People who were in the middle of shopping suddenly found they couldn't proceed. Upon another look, the shop was sealed shut. They immediately shared the news in the channel. At this moment, the area channel exploded again. What's going on? All well-known figures in the region had been eliminated in the second stage. Yet Fang Hao had started again. Had he entered the third stage? What kind of strength must one possess to have held on until now? Fang Hao is terrifying. I heard his territory is still recruiting. Who has a connection? I want to join. No wonder, even after the Sea Mountain Alliance disbanded, they wanted to join his territory. Turns out he's so formidable, the Alliance hierarch has far-reaching plans. Damn, with transmigrators losing troops and their situation unstable, I also want to join the big shots territory. Somebody, offer me protection. Various messages kept popping up. When someone brought up joining Fang Hao's territory, they immediately received a lot of responses. Why join an alliance? Why join a power? Isn't it just to latch onto a strong leg, to have food in this world, and not be bullied? And right now, the strong leg was too obvious, they had all experienced the difficulties in the mission. Fang Hao's power was definitely the thickest leg to stand on. The army marched onward. They finally saw the temple ahead. Upon the heaven-reaching stone steps, a vast and majestic palace was built, surrounded by fire clouds, as if resting upon the clouds themselves. The palace emitted waves of light, exuding a divine aura. Kneeling at the base of the stone steps was a dense crowd of giants. Not only were there the familiar fire giants, but also many other various giant species. Their weapons had also changed from the usual hammers to several kinds. Magic wands, giant swords, and long blades. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands. They knelt en masse in the open ground, heads bowed towards the temple. They seemed like devout believers. Fang Hao did not immediately allow his troops to approach, instead he observed the environment from a distance. This open terrain, without walls or obstacles, was simply an excellent location for a melee. It was too advantageous for him. After noticing nothing special, he directly gave the order. Advance. The sound of movement filled the air. The undead army continued to approach, and the entire ground began to tremble violently. The giants kneeling there had flames ignite atop their heads, slowly awakening from their slumbers. They all turned in unison to face the enemy that had suddenly appeared. Prepare for lightning strike, Fang Hao shouted loudly. The order was swiftly relayed. The advancing skeleton warriors halted their steps, their hands conjuring lightning spears. As the enemy charged towards them, Fang Hao issued another command, fire. Whoosh! Skeleton warriors were an important part of the undead army. All four armies gathered, numbering over 1,000,000. The thrown lightning spears were like a silver firmament, covering the entire sky and lighting it up as if it were daylight. Bang! Crack! Lightning spears struck like a covering barrage, crackling throughout the enemy's area. After the dazzling silver light passed, the area ahead was cleared. The giant army of tens of thousands had only a few surviving giants staggering as they rose from the ground. Then, they were bombarded to the ground again by a denser barrage of magic missiles. After 2 consecutive strikes, only twisted and deformed equipment remained on the ground. No giant survived. Ah, this! Could the absence of walls make such a big difference? Fang Hao was somewhat surprised himself. There were so many new species on the other side, and he hadn't clearly seen their attributes or if there were any heroes. And they were all dead. Lord, the enemies have been cleared, said the bound spirit guardians, quickly running over. Ah, continue advancing. Prepare to attack the palace ahead, Fang Hao ordered again. The army stepped over the scattered equipment and continued forward. Just then, the grand doors of the Cloud Palace slowly opened. A colossal crimson figure emerged from within. Outside the temple, the advancing skeleton army once again halted. Fang Hao watched the suddenly emerged figure warily. A tall and strong giant. Different from the previously encountered black-armored martial god, he was bare-chested with well-defined muscles and no hair or beard, his crimson skin gleaming faintly, right hand holding a giant sword. His gaze swept over the army below, and his long sword swung through the void. Crack! A sound resonated, and the fire clouds above violently churned. Flame pythons burst forth from the clouds, baring their fangs as they dove towards the undead region. Fang Hao's expression tightened. Was this an area damage spell right from the start? He commanded coldly, attack, kill him. Chapter 1134. The enemy struck first, and Fang Hao naturally had nothing to say in response. He directly ordered the full army to attack. Skeletons covering the ground, avoiding the area where the fire pythons fell, began to charge forward. There was no strategy, nor was there any coordination. They simply brandished their weapons and moved forward in a frenzied march. Above the heads of the skeleton army, a dense swarm of skeleton giant bats, carrying thunder tubes, rushed in from the rear. Very quickly, they surpassed the infantry's pace and charged to the front. Buzzing, they flew towards the target temple. Above the skeleton giant bats, bone dragons circled. They remained alert, looking for opportunities to attack. Both the sky and the ground were filled with a pressing skeleton army, as if one were in the midst of hell. Looking at the giant bats swooping in first, the crimson giant showed no expression of any kind. With the long sword in hand, a fierce red glow rose, and with a fierce slash, he struck towards the direction of the incoming giant bats. Whoosh! A crescent wave of crimson sword glow swept upward. Boom! As the crescent flame swept across, it triggered a chain reaction. The thunder tubes exploded in the sky one after another, with a series of explosions resounding. Unbelievably domineering. This one strike killed at least tens of thousands of skeleton giant bats. Fang Hao's soul fire vibrated violently. Was this really a close-range attack, or was it a magic attack? Why did your sword technique seem more like a magic attack? After one move, the bats in the sky started exploding in a chain reaction. Even if the giant bats consciously spread to the sides to avoid the explosions, they still suffered considerable losses. At this time, the skeleton soldiers also charged up the stone steps from below. Their bones clacked as they brandished their weapons and struck at the enemy. The crimson giant's sword blade swung downward again, and the fierce blade glow reappeared. The skeletons at the forefront instantly turned into ash as they struggled within the flames. Roar! Several deathly dragon breaths shot from the sky. The crimson giant looked up, and with a push of his left hand, a barrier condensed in front of him, instantly blocking the dragon breath's attack. His other hand tightly gripped the long sword, repeatedly slashing and killing the approaching enemy. After blocking the dragon breath, the left hand pointed forward once more, and a waist-thick rain of fire once again fell from the sky, crashing onto the ground ahead. One man against thousands of troops. Yet he fought with overwhelming strength. Fang Hao, controlling a puppet, moved forward through the crowd and soon examined the enemy's attributes. Blazing Blood God's servant Adonis, Dark Gold Level 7 hero. Seeing the Dark Gold attribute, Fang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. The second stage had already presented 4 orange-colored bosses. The boss of this third stage would definitely be stronger. It was right that it was Dark Gold, as the might was frightening, but the level of attack output was more or less the same as the merfolk's ancient Blood God's servant. It still lacked the power of a demigod. After all, when they fought the Lord of Thunder, the enemy's skills were few, but the lethality was immense, and back then, one skill could kill hundreds of thousands of troops. The might and range were much greater than the Dark Gold level. Fang Hao returned to the rear, and Rolina landed beside him, asking, "They only have one person over there." The fight had been going on for a while now. The stone steps on the opposite side were already covered with bones, as well as a layer of grey ashes from the burning. But there had always been just that one person fighting, no second person could be seen. Yes, a Dark Gold Level 7 hero. Fang Hao remounted his horse. Rolina was a level 5 Dark Gold, which was slightly lower than the enemy. "I'm going to take him down," said Rolina, spreading her wings to fly up. Fang Hao grabbed her ankle as she was about to take off, hastily saying, "What's the rush? Just wait a bit, let the ordinary soldiers wear him down. I'd be so worried if you got hurt going up now." Rolina's face showed an unnatural expression, and she glanced around suspiciously, speaking in a hushed tone, "Don't talk about these things out in the open." "No more talking, just listen and wait," he said. Rolina didn't say anything more, withdrew her wings, and sat down to the side, watching the battle in front. Wave after wave of skeletons charged up the stone steps, while low-flying skeleton giant bats looked for opportunities to launch suicide attacks. Above the temple, bone dragons continually circled, occasionally spitting a breath or two to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. The blazing Blood God's servant continued to swing his long sword below, looking like a bright fireball. Dense skeletons rushed from all sides into the midst of the fireball. At the Trade Alliance headquarters, in the Succubus cottage, Lord of Succubus Yzabeth lay lazily on the couch, wearing a golden crown and draped in a thin, translucent veil. Her unblemished white skin was clearly visible beneath the veil, with a gold bell tied to the end of the tail that hung out. The bell jingled with her movements. Delicate fingers picked up a wine glass from the side, and she took a light sip, her red tongue gently licking her lips. Her every move was filled with a special temptation. Elegant and luxurious, yet sensual and enchanting. Gulp. The lesser succubi sitting below, seeing their ruler's demeanor, couldn't help but swallow hard themselves. Even they found it hard to resist the lord of succubus seduction. The sound of swallowing caught the attention of the lord, who shot them a seductive glance and softly said, "Come give me a massage." "Yes, lord sister." A lesser succubus stood up, knelt on the bed, her face flushed red, and gently began to massage. The lord closed her eyes, enjoying the service of the lesser succubus. Chapter 1135. Then, he spoke softly, "Has there been any news about that person?" The little succubus immediately replied, "I heard he went to the firehammer shop a few days ago and returned right after coming out. He hasn't been to the headquarters of the Trade Alliance since." "A bunch of stinky dwarves," the demon monarch cursed. Then, she continued to ask, "Has there been any interesting news lately?" The little succubus thought for a moment and continued, "There is one piece of news, I heard it from my sisters this morning." "What news?" "In the afternoon, a transmigrator came to Dream. Today they took on a mission where one of my sisters, responsible for entering dreams, saw many giants attacking a city in his dream." "Giants?" "Yes, in that person's dream, the entire city moved to a special location where it was attacked by the giants. However, after the transmigrator was killed by the giants, he came back to life, unharmed, as if he had just had a dream," the little succubus explained softly, furrowing her brow. "Dreams can be guided. Even if your entrance into the dream is an enticingly beautiful one, under certain special guidances, some secrets can be drawn out from the depths of your thoughts." But these system prompts and challenge tasks still confused the succubus somewhat. "Which is why it's said to be like having a dream. Real and false, it's quite dreamy." The demon monarch listened intently. They did not have their own territory and always lived within the premises of the Trade Alliance. They didn't have much contact with transmigrators, and knew even less about them. After thinking for a while, she slowly said, "Next time a transmigrator comes, pay attention to this matter. These transmigrators are quite intriguing." Yet, in her mind, the image of the transmigrator who had traded demon materials with her still flashed. A human transmigrator who managed to clear a demon camp was beyond her expectations and made her even more interested in this human. However, for some reason, this human seemed to show little interest in succubi, preferring the stinky iron-smelting dwarves instead. This couldn't help but make her wonder if there was something wrong with his sexual orientation. "Yes, Sister Demon Monarch," the little succubus answered, then softly asked, "Is the pressure all right?" "N." The little succubus gently massaged her as the demon monarch yawned from time to time. The Trade Alliance was too boring. They had lived here for decades. Though the headquarters of the Trade Alliance seemed bustling and lively, being unable to leave and always living in one place felt more like a prison. It imprisoned them within. Just then, the door was softly knocked on. "Shopkeeper sister, Mr. Clemente from the Trade Alliance is here." The demon monarch's brow slightly furrowed, instructing the little succubus to lower the bed's canopy, and said, "Let him in." The door opened, and a smartly dressed goblin walked in. He held a black briefcase and wore a monocle. Upon entering, he couldn't help sniffing the air filled with a fragrant scent. His gaze occasionally darted toward the canopy ahead. Barely visible was the silhouette behind it. "Mr. Clemente, may I know what brings you here?" From behind the canopy came a soft, beautiful voice, accompanied by the faint sound of bells. The goblin steadied himself and immediately said, "Miss Elizabeth, according to your contract with the Trade Alliance, this year marks the 50th anniversary of your shop's lease." "Ah! Look at me, I've completely forgotten about this. I'll have the money ready and send it to the Trade Alliance soon," the demon monarch said. "Miss Elizabeth, there have been some changes this year in the rules of the Trade Alliance's shops. I need to inform you," the goblin spoke again. "Please speak." "The Trade Alliance shops have become extremely scarce. Therefore, the rules for the shops will be adjusted accordingly. After the expiration of a shop contract, there will be 2 ways to obtain a lease." The goblin paused slightly before continuing. "One is for the sales volume to rank in the top 50 for 10 consecutive years, and it must be the most recent 10 years. The second is to be the sales champion of a Trade Alliance branch and participate in the shop's auction." It's not hard to guess the reason behind the changes in the Trade Alliance rules. The rapid rise of the transmigrators. With the scarcity of trade alliance shops and the current inability to expand the city zone, restrictions had to be set for the shops. If a certain sales volume was not met, continuation of business operation was not possible. After all, the trade alliance is ultimately a commercial platform, and the criteria for qualifications start with whether or not you can bring benefits to the trade alliance. This. Behind the curtain, there fell a silence. Was the Succubus Tavern making money? Obviously, it was. There was no problem coming up with renewal money, but with the rule change, it was a different story. Even if the Succubus Tavern made money, it was still a tavern that sold food, beverages, and dreams. It couldn't compare to those equipment shops that sold tens or even hundreds of thousands of items at once. Entering the top 50 was simply unachievable. As for the second condition, they lived at the headquarters and had virtually no contact with any branches. Moreover, the reputation of succubi was not very good outside, and naturally, they didn't have any friends. Thus, the second condition also couldn't be satisfied. Mr. Clemente, this is somewhat unfair, considering we are also long-term customers. More than 50 years of association can't just be overlooked because of a rule change. What if the fee was just increased? Behind the curtain, the tone took on a more serious note. The goblin, however, shook his head and said, I can't do anything about it, it's all decided by the higher-ups. There's only half a year left. Miss Elizabeth, please try to come up with a solution as soon as possible. Having said this, he didn't wait for a reaction from the other side and immediately got up and left the room. When the door closing sound echoed, the little succubus asked with some uncertainty, Demon Monarch sister, we only have half a year left. What should we do? After a brief silence, the Demon Monarch finally spoke softly, living in this small place for 50 years is truly a bit too dull. Why not find a territory to live in? Humph! A cold snort sounded overhead. The dense crowd of skeleton giant bats instantly split to both sides, clearing a path. A woman with bat wings dove down, holding a crimson, ferocious giant sword, and struck directly at the giant below. Clang! The sound of metal clashing exploded. The blazing blood god's servant blocked the attack with his giant sword held horizontally in front of him. Both the large and small giant swords erupted in massive flames. A powerful energy burst forth, and Rolina's body flew back several meters. Mid-air, she pointed, and the skeleton giant bats instantly blocked the road, rushing down with crackling sounds. The blazing blood god's servant, with his huge body, also staggered back 3 or 4 steps under this force before he could barely dissipate the power. Just as he stabilized his figure, swarms of skeleton giant bats had already plunged into his arms. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of explosive flames glittered. And the giant bats in the air struck like the surge of a floodgate release. Chapter 1136. Consecutive explosions released immense energy. From a distance, space began to twist, and the giant's figure was completely engulfed by the explosive flames. Even an entire thick city wall, facing such dense bombardment, would likely be directly blasted into ruins. Hey! In the dazzling explosion, a huge fire spear appeared out of nowhere, speeding outward. The moment it escaped the bat-winged bombardment, it transformed into a crimson giant figure. At this time, the blazing blood god's servant no longer appeared as majestic and solemn as before. His body riddled with wounds, like magma's crimson blood, flowed over his entire form, resembling a monster fished out from a sea of blood. The figure of the blazing blood god's servant had just appeared and hadn't made any move when Rolina's figure also emerged beside him. Die! Rolina's giant sword in hand burst out with a blood-colored sword light. Moonblade! The blood-colored sword light transformed into a moonblade that slashed down from above. The blazing blood god's servant, his eyes flashing with solemnity, raised his sword to block while midair. Thump! Powerful dark attributes exploded. In midair, terrifying energy fluctuations were unleashed. Rolina possessed the ability of flight, but the blazing blood god's servant did not. He could rely on his physical strength to briefly rise into the air, but he couldn't maintain movement in the air. Under the sudden downslash of Rolina's sword, he lost control of his body and began to fall downward. Roar! In midair, dozens of bone dragons rushed forward, following his falling body, exhaling waves of dragon breath. The black light columns enveloped his body. His already blast-torn skin began to turn purple and black, rotting and sloughing off. The blazing blood god's servant tried to counterattack with his sword. In midair, Rolina dived down again, sword in hand for the kill. In that instant, the sword light sparkled. Clink clink clank clank. Between the two, they had already exchanged hundreds of blows in quick succession. The blazing blood god's servant, despite having the advantage in level, and even stronger strength, was also hit many times by thunder tubes, dragon breath, and various insidious moves for a long while. His condition grew worse and worse, the power and speed of his moves gradually decreasing. On the other hand, Rolina wielding the sword. As the battle continued, her expression grew more and more crazed, her moves becoming simpler and more direct. Basically, she had no real techniques left, just blindly hacking away. Hey! Pairing blows with the bat-winged woman. The rest of his huge body still suffered the bone dragon's attacks. On both sides of his ribs, his legs, and other parts of his body, under the relentless death breath, flesh and blood peeled away layer by layer, exposing the stark white bone beneath. The shiny and holy blazing blood god's servant resembled more a giant rotten corpse that had walked out of a graveyard. Bang! The body of the blazing blood god's servant fell heavily to the ground, creating a terrifying trench. Struggling to stand up. Dozens of golden liquids instantly solidified into thick iron chains. Piercing through his exposed ribs, they were firmly tethered to the ground. Countless skeleton soldiers began to climb up along the ankles and chains to launch their attack. Compared to the towering staircase roads in the sky, the ground was better suited for the undead swarm tactics. The skeletons climbed up like ants. The number grew more and more, denser and denser. The blazing blood god's servant kept swinging his giant sword, chopping at the golden chains that entwined him. Flames from all around converged, slaughtering the approaching giant bats and skeletons. Suddenly, the body of the blazing blood god's servant staggered. Lifting his foot, he looked down. Only to find that the feet pulled from the pile of undead covering them were left without flesh. Just stark, chilling white bone. Before he could retaliate, the sound of something tearing through the air came from above once more. The bat-winged woman reappeared, with another sword strike coming down. Clang! The already unstable blazing blood god's servant's body fell backwards. Falling through midair, the iron chains that had pierced his ribs fiercely pulled him back. Bones and chains made a strained, taut sound. Rolina continued to pursue and attack. Her giant sword rained down like droplets. Clang 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 clang. Sparks flew everywhere. Ruthlessly pressing down on the backward tilting giant, she unleashed a frenzied assault. At the same time, the other troop types also didn't stop their attack. Skeleton soldiers began to chop at the thighs, while bone dragons continued to spit black light columns at the giant's unprotected areas. Rotted and detached flesh rained down from the sky, dripping onto the crowded skeletons below. The 10-meter-tall giant's body provided enough space for various troop types to find a spot they could attack. Crack! As the fight went on, a loud snap suddenly rang out. The lower body of the blazing blood god's servant was completely severed clean, the vertebral bones emitting a breakage sound. The entire rotted lower half that was reduced to white bone separated from the body at the waist and fell backwards. The remaining upper half also spiraled uncontrollably downwards. I. That's too brutal. Even though Fang Hao had seen many big events and had become accustomed to death and dismembered corpses, the sight of flesh brutally shaved off to expose white bone was somehow particularly distressing to witness. It was that sort of sensation where, through the demon doll, he felt a tingling pain in his lower body. Had the opponent not truly been difficult to handle, he wouldn't have wanted to kill his enemy in such a torturous manner. What's the matter with Rolina? At that moment, Amanda descended beside him, riding a bone dragon. What do you mean what's the matter? Fang Hao replied. Amanda glanced at the battlefield. Is her condition normal? Rolina's battle had become increasingly frenzied. Her eyes were crimson red, and the sword in her hands swung like a barrier. Even those who didn't know her could tell something was wrong upon seeing her state, or they might think she was mad to begin with. Fang Hao understood Amanda's implication and answered, it's because of that sword. It's an orange demon weapon. It boosts combat power, but at the cost of one's sanity. Are you sure it's okay to continue like this? Amanda asked again. Fang Hao looked in the direction where Rolina was and said, she's used it before. With her strength, the loss in sanity shouldn't be too much of a problem. In the main city, Rolina would tinker with that weapon every day. There had been no problem when fighting the black armored boss either. Only now, something seemed a bit off. Then, let's speed up the battle and end it quickly, said Amanda. Before leaving, she added, don't let her have that weapon again. Ah, okay, Fang Hao agreed with a nod. Amanda left him once more, riding the bone dragon towards the direction of the battlefield. The massive body of the blazing blood god's servant began to fall downwards. The broken golden chains turned back into liquid, forming a field of golden short spears below. The spearheads were sharp, aiming directly upwards. Bang! The body of the blazing blood god's servant landed heavily, only some parts of its tough skin were penetrated by the golden spears. Most of it, however, was merely bent and broken under the pressure. He tried to prop himself up with his arms to stand up straight. But before he could rise, whoosh! A familiar sense of danger struck again. Looking up abruptly, he saw Rolina already before him, her long sword stabbing out. The blazing blood god's servant's pupils constricted as he immediately reached for the long sword beside him. Crimson sword light burst forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The howling in the air pierced through the eardrums. Blood-red moon blades swept down like a storm, engulfing the surrounding space. Centered around Rolina, moon blades covered her vicinity, striking outward continuously. Thud, thud, thud. His body was left with sword wounds one after another, and blood gushed forth like a flood. The movements of the blazing blood god's servant became slower and slower, unable to keep up with Rolina's speed. Thunk! A dull sound echoed. The long sword in Rolina's hand pierced through the temple and deeply into the head of the blazing blood god's servant. There was no blood, but the body of the blazing blood god's servant froze in place, stationary and rigid. Rolina withdrew her long sword. The massive body then tilted stiffly to one side, falling over. With a loud crash, it hit the ground, shattering like a broken clay figure, instantly transforming into a scatter of blood mud that merged into the land. They had won, the boss had finally died. Joy surged in Fang Hao's heart. At that moment, Rolina sharply turned her head, her gaze coldly sweeping back toward him. Their eyes met for an instant, and Fang Hao's heart suddenly tightened. Within the regional channel. Fang Hao's shop isn't open yet, is he living in the divine territory now? Of all the top-ranking players worldwide, only Fang Hao remains. The world channel is buzzing about him. It's kind of terrifying, honestly. Just how high level are those city walls to withstand such a beating? I heard from those in Phase 2 that you can choose to attack later on. Maybe the boss is on the offensive. I just want to know if there really are female giants, and if they eat enoki mushrooms. Enoki, my ass. Even if you were stuffed in there, you wouldn't be enough. The channel was still busy discussing the current mission. It seemed that all transmigrators in the region, as well as the notables on the leaderboard, had already come out. All that was left was Fang Hao, the world's number one. Since his shop was still closed, it meant he hadn't emerged yet. People were speculating whether he might have really been detained by a female giant. Wow, our Rolina is awesome, this battle depended on you. A genius beauty with both looks and strength. Fang Hao maneuvered his demon doll closer and began praising her. He said whatever flattering things came to mind, not caring if they suited the situation. Rolina frowned at him and carelessly tossed her giant sword to a skeleton soldier. Her tone was cold as she asked, "No more enemies, right?" The diminishment of reason also depended on the user's level. It was like magic resistance, clearly, Rolina wasn't as severely affected as he and Amanda had thought. It indeed had decreased, but not to the point of losing control. She casually tossed the weapon aside without going berserk. Still, such matters required caution. Next time, they would find another weapon for her. No, there's none left. Are you hurt? I can heal you, Fang Hao immediately approached. Rolina brushed him aside, retorting, I'm fine. Have you ever seen a member of Blood Clan use healing magic? Right. As they spoke, the system notification appeared again. Congratulations, Lord, the Old God Relics mission is complete. Return countdown, 179 minutes, 58 seconds. Chapter 1137. System notifications rang in his ears, and the countdown for the meteor strike also vanished. Such a battle! The main city had been struck by meteors 4 times in total, resulting in collapsed buildings and pockmarked ground, leaving not a single smooth patch of land. This kind of disaster that couldn't be resisted was far more severe than an army besieging the city. Previously, after each strike, soldiers who had hidden would go out to guard the city walls, fearing an enemy attack. Later on, Fang Hao didn't let anyone go out. Only a few bound spirit guardians were left behind, hiding in the safer parts of the city walls, occasionally taking a quick look outside. If any enemy appeared, they would immediately ring the alarm bell, then everyone would come out. If no enemy came, everyone would hide inside the buildings. Now that the system notification appeared, it meant that the mission had completely ended. Alright, the meteor strike has ended. Clean up the city and transport all the spoils of war piled up outside the city to the central square. Fang Hao said as he removed his arm from Millie's embrace, addressing the hiding crowd. How do you know? Millie, once again hugging the arm that had been set down, asked. The battle in front has ended and the dark clouds outside have dispersed, of course it's over, Fang Hao immediately explained. A host of heroes and bound spirit guardians walked out the door to look up at the sky. The previously dense dark clouds had dissipated, revealing a bright sky. Seeing there was no danger, the crowd moved out. Angia was in the back row, and with a smack, she slapped Millie's buttocks, saying, "Stop hugging, get to work quickly." With her cheeks turning red, Millie retorted with a huff, "Angia, what are you saying?" After saying so, she also left the Lord's mansion. The crowd began directing the skeleton warriors to clear the square and the roads. They started carrying the spoils of war piled outside into the city. Speaking of spoils of war, most of them were already heaps of broken copper and iron that would be recycled once brought back. At the temple. After confirming that Rolina was unharmed, Fang Hao hurriedly controlled the priest puppet and rushed to where the blazing blood god's servant had died. Unfortunately, there was only a deep pit smashed out here, without so much as a single piece of bone shard left behind. It also quashed his idea of taking the bones back to create a skeletal hero. Glancing around at the troops, Fang Hao immediately gave the order, "Everyone, organize forces to clean up the battlefield, take away all spoils of war that can be carried, and be quick about it." Then he spoke to Amanda and Rolina, "Let's go inside the temple and see what good things we can find." Upon the command, all the standby skeleton warriors began to mobilize. They started cleaning up the battlefield, digging out equipment buried in the mud. Fang Hao led the two, along with a portion of the forces, directly mounted a bone dragon, and headed towards the temple at the top of the stone steps. These kinds of stone steps were clearly not built for humans. The height and width of each step was terrifying. When the skeleton warriors were attacking, climbing a step was like scaling a wall. It significantly increased the difficulty of the assault. Had it been normal living creature troops, they would be half dead from exhaustion before even storming up. The bone dragon flew directly to the top, and the three got off. A large number of skeleton warriors were still slowly climbing up. An imposing grand hall. More than half of the interior had collapsed, destroyed by the suicidal charge of the skeleton giant bats and the explosions of thunder charges. Only one side was relatively intact. Amanda manipulated gold to imprint the relief murals on the walls, while Rolina flew to the top, picking off some of the decorations to take away later. Meanwhile, Fang Hao's gaze landed on a huge collapsed statue in the middle. The statue was broken at the waist, the upper body falling to the ground, shattered. On the remaining half of the statue, a piece resembling a crystal shard was revealed, of considerable size. Last time, he had found a scale chunk on the statue of the god of fishmen. Wondering what kind of good item this might be this time, he clambered onto the altar, picking up the shard and placing it in his palm. Divine fragment. Description: a remnant of a shattered divinity. Damn. Divine fragment. Divinity is the power core of a deity, where the vast majority of a god's power is derived to manifest. If explained in transmigration terms, it's a powerful amplifying aura. Owning it can provide an exaggerated enhancement to one's body, mind, or skills, reaching the level of a deity. The shattering of a divinity also signifies the loss of the power to wield divine forces. Last time, defeating the Lord of Thunder God resulted in an entire divinity dropping, now only a fragment remained. It seemed these old gods were really dead, leaving behind only a shard. The description didn't even say what it was for. "How is it, did you find anything?" Rolina looked around and came over. "A divine fragment, what about you two?" Fang Hao asked. Rolina pursed her lips. Apart from various massively sized utensils, there were no valuable items. Fang Hao also meticulously searched around. Besides the divine fragment, there were just huge, exaggerated vases and gold and silver utensils. No other items were found. At that moment, the skeleton warriors that had climbed up the stone steps also entered the temple. Fang Hao continued to issue direct orders, move everything that can be taken away from here below, and speed it up. The skeleton warriors immediately rushed into the temple and began to move all kinds of artifacts down, piling them up together. Very soon, a long procession stretched between the main city and the temple, like ants searching for food outside. One after another, they moved back and forth between the main city and the temple, transporting all the spoils of war into the city. The sky grew increasingly dark. More and more people came to chat on the channel. Can you guys enter Fang Hao's store, or has it really not opened yet? I tried, but it's still closed. I guess everyone has already reached tier 4 or tier 5. Maybe the big shot found some bug and is farming inside at a slower pace. This isn't a game, what bug are they going to exploit? Do you think, since we can't enter the store, something might have happened to the big shot? Are you saying that Fang Hao is dead? Bullseye. The second-ranked player in the world had already come out before dinner and even shared some information about the inside on the World Channel. But for Fang Hao's side, night had fallen. Time to wash up and go to bed, and the store still isn't open. This led to all kinds of wild guesses. Could it be that Fang Hao's ability exceeded their expectations and he was still inside killing mobs, or did something happen, his avatar turned grey, and the store automatically closed? The latter was unlikely, but the former possibility was rather frightening. Are you pushing over the divine territory? Does it really take this long? Some people even tagged Dong Jiayu to ask if her avatar had turned grey, but they received no response. The reason for the high level of concern. There were quite a few people and powers paying attention to Fang Hao's progress. When the time came, they thought about probing to see if they could bring their alliances along. Their demands weren't high, they just wanted the same treatment as the Mountain and Sea Alliance. Congratulations, your old god relics task is complete. We are now transferring your main city out of the divine territory space. The system's voice had just ended, and before Fang Hao could prepare everyone psychologically, the scene before his eyes suddenly blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in his own territory. However, it was now night, and darkness enveloped everything in a tranquil silence. Looking up, he saw piles of loot forming small hills on the plaza. A smile appeared on his face. There were many casualties, but the spoils of war were even more plentiful. He glanced at everyone and said, "Organize manpower to take inventory of the spoils of war, then tidy up the city, toss out the rubble, and fill in the pits on the ground." "Yes, my lord," everyone nodded in response. They began to disperse and busily attend to their tasks. Angia walked towards the lord's mansion with Rolina and Amanda. As they sat in the hall, they began to chat. It was as if the orders just given had nothing to do with them. Fang Hao wanted to say something but swallowed his words. "All right, 2 dark gold, and one whose help in command would only hinder, better to leave it be. Let them chat then." Just as he was about to activate demon teleportation to bring Ira and the others back, so they wouldn't be blown away by the strong night winds and become untraceable, another notification sound rang by his ear. "Your reward is now being distributed. Reward distribution, all faction influence plus 1000, 1 dark gold treasure, 1 orange blueprint for your faction, and plus 500 warfire coins. Oh right, the task rewards come after a mission is ended. I almost forgot about that." Though there weren't many types of rewards, their quality was not low. 1 dark gold item and 1 orange blueprint. That was a huge gain already. Hoping just that the blueprint wasn't a duplicate. After all, each power has a limited number of orange buildings, just a few. If it turned out to be a duplicate, that would be a loss, and not easy to sell. Flame of Faith, dark gold. Category, Special Flame. Description, a flame condensed by the power of faith, which can provide a false soul flame to your troops. In Fang Hao's hand, he held a black lantern with no combustible material inside, only a black-green frame covered in mottled rust. What is this thing? It looked like an item past its prime, with no attributes added and a vague description. He examined it closely and instinctively blew gently at the position of the wick. Dust billowed. Whoosh, a crimson flame suddenly leaped up. Fang Hao was startled and instinctively leaned back. At the same time, whoosh whoosh. In the eye sockets of all the skeleton soldiers in the city, devoid of soul fire, a crimson flame rose simultaneously. Damn! Everyone in the city was taken aback. Dimitrija and others quickly ran over to protect Fang Hao. But it seemed, there was no danger occurring. "Come here," Fang Hao said to the skeleton warriors in front. Thud thud thud. 5 skeleton warriors approached and then bowed. "My lord, what are your orders?" Fang Hao and Dimitrija's group were all shocked. Skeleton soldiers were the lowest rank of skeletons, not much different from the wild skeletons spawned by dark energy. Now they had suddenly acquired red soul fire and could respond to commands. It was no wonder they were astonished. "Can you talk now?" Chapter 1138. Can you speak? Fang Hao asked subconsciously. The language of the undead was not a sound emitted by the flesh. Instead, it was akin to a transmission of information, directly to the recipient's brain. Thus, the soul was a crucial key for the undead to convey information. "Yes, my lord," the skeleton warrior responded respectfully. "Is it because of this lantern?" Fang Hao lifted the lantern he was holding. The crimson flame within the lantern was still vigorous. Aside from the color, it looked no different from a normal flame. "Yes, my lord," the skeleton warrior answered. It sounded like a repetition of his earlier words. "Tell me why?" Fang Hao asked in a different manner. "The flame of faith provides us with a basic soul, enabling us to understand your commands." The skeleton warrior stood still and answered. "What uses it? What can you all do?" "The basic soul allows us to better execute your commands, though our abilities are still limited to this body's strength," the skeleton warrior continued. Fang Hao, still not satisfied, conversed for a while and conducted some simple experiments. He somewhat understood the role of this soul given by the flame of faith. Simply put, it provided these soulless troop types with a false soul. Why it was considered false? Was because it gave the impression of repetitive speech and still rigid behavior. Take for example, the skeleton warrior. They still acted according to their inherent attributes. They could not learn new knowledge like a normal soul, nor could they complete complex technical tasks. It was more like a program had been upgraded, but not to the level of intelligence. Accompanied by Dimitrija, Fang Hao continued to inspect some troops. Aside from the skeleton warrior, other troop types like the skeleton archer, undead mage, and even the bone dragon had acquired souls. Having acquired souls, they could better understand the commands issued. When commanded not to damage the flower beds around, the bone dragon would carefully land, avoiding them. This made them more convenient and easy to control than before. After confirming that these troops were not dangerous, everyone dispersed to attend to their work. Fang Hao returned to the Lord's Manor, and hung the flame of faith lantern next to the bronze crane stand by the throne. The flame was still vigorous and gave off no smoke or smell. He wondered if this item was truly worth the dark gold rating. It was all right for him since he utilized it. But for another transmigrator, receiving this item would have been useless. Sitting on the throne, he did not immediately check the second reward. Instead, he opened the Book of Lords and sent a private message to Dong Jiayu. "Do you still have skeleton troops in your territory?" Dong Jiayu quickly replied, "Oh, Brother Hao, you're back. They were all saying you went to invite a female giant to eat enoki mushrooms." "What enoki mushrooms? That's nonsense. By the way, any changes with the skeleton troops over there?" Fang Hao continued. He wanted to determine the range of the flame of faith. Whether it was only in his territory or all his skeleton troops had changed. After a short while, Dong Jiayu replied, "I have 5 skeleton trolls left and over 200 skeleton soldiers, is there an issue?" Fang Hao had left her substantial forces, it seemed there wasn't much left. "No, haven't they changed at all? Like, their eyes, or can they speak?" Fang Hao asked directly. "No eyes, and they can't speak," Dong Jiayu replied. "Ah, it seemed the range of the flame of faith was limited. It's very likely only covered the main city area, unable to extend further." "Okay, I understand. Be sure to strengthen your defenses, I'll arrange some troops to be transferred to you tomorrow," Fang Hao continued. "Okay, thanks Brother Hao, I'm tallying up the spoils of war here, we'll send over the good stuff later." Fang Hao did not refuse, "Okay." After ending the chat with Dong Jiayu, Fang Hao continued to send messages to Zhang Bin, Ma Tianyi, and others. He inquired about the city's situation and personnel losses. He also asked about the skeleton soldiers. Their responses were the same as Dong Jiayu's. The skeleton troop type showed no changes, still the ordinary, unconscious skeletons. No occurrence of the soul fire. After finishing the chats, Fang Hao casually looked at the territory channel. People were still discussing the recent mission and how to utilize the spoils of war. After all, the equipment and weapons of a giant couldn't be used. Glancing briefly, he closed the Book of Lords. Fang Hao proceeded to check the second reward. A blueprint of his faction. Underworld Shrine, Orange Hard Iron Wood 3200, Ironized Wood 2500, Fine Stone Brick 2800, Precision Stone Brick 1800, Cast Iron Block 850, Fine Iron 150, Mithril 12, Metal Parts 550, Precision Parts 180, Shadow Essence 22, Death Trace 5. Description: a shrine controlled by the Corpse Witch, often used as a place for Corpse Witch priests to discuss and research. A building related to the Corpse Witch? The Corpse Witch held a high position within the undead faction. Not because of their combat strength, but because critical undead technologies were in the hands of these Corpse Witch and royal funeral priests. Amanda had once tried to persuade Nelson to stay in the Supreme Saint Golden City. Unfortunately, Fang Hao had disagreed. Anyway, a building related to the Corpse Witch generally had a significant function. Using the Book of Lords, he recorded the blueprint. He stood up and walked out of the Lord's Manor. Heading straight to the undead section, not far from the Viscera Museum, Fang Hao chose a spot and initiated construction. A vast radiance gradually formed the outline of the structure. From the light, it slowly became real. He confirmed the countdown. It needed about 2 hours. Fang Hao didn't plan to wait here, directly activated a teleportation screen, and vanished from the spot. When he opened his eyes again, he was already aboard the Sea City colossal ship. The howling sea wind and the constant swinging of the ship due to its forward movement surrounded him. In the dark environment, torches were lit along the deck. It was a sight of brightness. At a glance, one could see the busy skeleton craftsman. Lord! 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 No sooner had he appeared than the surrounding skeleton craftsmen greeted him. Fang Hao smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, the main city's task is done. Team leaders of all crafts, count your numbers, we'll be heading back soon." "Yes, Lord." The craftsman nodded in response. For these skeleton craftsmen, who had no particular interests or hobbies, coming here was just a change of workplace. Over the day, the ship underwent several refurbishments. The rudder was covered with leather, the hull reinforced with metal, and the mast railings were also fortified with a new layer of steel and leather. It was a case of seeing something that needed doing and doing it. They couldn't just sit idle. "Where are Ira and the others?" Fang Hao asked a skeleton craftsman. The craftsman replied, "Miss Ira and the others should be resting in the cabin." Fang Hao nodded and made his way down the stairs. As he descended a level, he saw the brightly lit interior of the cabin, filled with all the maids. Some were playing chess, others chatting. It seemed like they were all resting. Hearing someone coming down the stairs, they all looked up in unison. Upon seeing it was Fang Hao, everyone's face brightened. "Master!" With a rush, they crowded around him. They surrounded him in layers inside and out. "All right, get ready, we're going back." Fang Hao ruffled a few heads closest to him. At that moment, Ira and Little White came from behind. Ira asked, "Master, is everything done in the main city?" Mention of the main city reminded Fang Hao of the utterly changed city. "Ah, it's done." "How was your day?" he continued to ask. The maids smiled somewhat stiffly and said, "Very nice." They had clearly had their fill of play. On the ship, there wasn't much to do, and their movement was restricted. Fishing, enjoying the sea breeze once tired, it just felt uninteresting. "All right, let's prepare and head to the deck, we're going back," Fang Hao called out. The women began to move, gathering their belongings. A few maids who had caught some fish ran up to the deck. Fang Hao didn't delay. He released the Gate of the Worlds, allowing everyone to pass through. Then, he too stepped into the light screen. They returned from the troop hiding cave. The maids and craftsmen stood there dumbfounded. Where is this? Where had the city of their memories gone? What was this battle-scarred scene all about? When Fang Hao stepped out of the light screen, he explained to everyone that the main city had gone through a battle. Although some buildings were damaged, there had been significant gains. The damaged parts of the city would be slowly repaired. After the explanation, the maids went to check their quarters. If the rooms were uninhabitable, Fang Hao would arrange new accommodations for them. After the maids had left, Fang Hao continued towards the new building. After waiting about 10 minutes, as the light faded, the building appeared before him. Underworld Shrine. Category: Special Building. Capacity: 0/200. Description: Controlled by the Corpse Witch Priest, this shrine serves as a hub of discussion and research for the priest, where one can study the royal funeral. A place to train the Corpse Witch. Unlike regular barracks, where troops are recruited, the witch here needs to be trained, not just enlisted. Selecting some individuals, then learning, and finally the training of the Corpse Witch. It's essentially a school for the Corpse Witch. Fang Hao tried placing 200 funeral priests inside. Funeral priests could be recruited, available in abundance. But the system prompt was unsuccessful. Cannot place recruited troop type. This. They would need indigenous people or those who had been converted. Here at Fang Hao's, besides the recruited troop types, only the maids were left. Now, the maids are of high ranks, 7 or 8, even 9, soon to become heroes. Making them become the Corpse Witch, becoming the next Nelson. Probably no one would be willing. Fang Hao couldn't bear it either. But there was no solution. If there was nobody on his side, Amanda's side was a nation of the undead. Getting her to arrange for people to study there would not only solve the training issue of the Corpse Witch but also distract her from courting Nelson. Even, perhaps, increase Amanda's loyalty a bit more. Returning to the Lord's mansion. Angia, Rolina, and Amanda had gone directly to the amusement park construction site and were not in the hall. Ira thoughtfully prepared some supper. While eating, Fang Hao suddenly remembered the divine fragment he had obtained in the temple and immediately checked it out. Ability to devour divine fragment. Do you wish to devour? Devour. The crystalline divine fragment transformed into a powerful energy, directly entering his soul. At the same time, he could distinctly feel an energy merging into his divinity. Becoming a part of his thunder divinity. Successfully integrated divine fragment, your power of faith has improved. Unlocked traits: immune to flame, spirit of flame. Flame resistance, immune to effects of flame elements. Spirit of flame, fire type skills, additional effects plus 20%. Chapter 1139. In his rush to return, he almost forgot about the divine fragment. There was no notification when the DM doll held the fragment. But when he picked it up himself, the system immediately prompted him to devour it. After choosing to devour, the fragment directly merged into the original divinity. After the fusion, the power of faith within the divinity increased. Although he couldn't see the exact amount of the power of faith, he could still feel a significant enhancement. This was much faster than increasing faith by expanding the population. In addition to faith, there were 2 additional divinity effects attached. The effects of immune to flame and spirit of flame. The spirit of flame only added 20% to fire elemental skills damage, probably because it was just a fragment. The effect of immune to flame, however, was much more powerful. It wasn't that other people's skills would no longer harm you. Rather, effects like burning, fire poison, and spreading in the skills would no longer work. To simplify, from now on, walking through fire. The flames would no longer cause you any harm. This was something even the strongest fire elemental mage couldn't accomplish. It was more akin to a fire elemental spirit, made up of fire elements, and thus immune to fire. Tat tat tat. The sound of footsteps. Angia, Rolina, and Amanda were chatting and walking back. Seeing that Fang Hao had some late-night snacks, Angia immediately pounced on them, grabbing the food and stuffing it into her mouth while talking about selfish eating. Fang Hao glanced at her and said to Amanda, "Amanda, I actually have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Amanda sat down nearby. "I plan to build an underworld shrine in the Supreme Saint Golden City," Fang Hao said, sipping his tea. Amanda looked at him curiously. "What is that for?" "A place to cultivate the Corpse Witch. The Corpse Witch is extremely important to a power. I plan to build this structure in your area and put you in charge of it," Fang Hao said with a smile. "Really? Why?" Fang Hao thought for a moment and replied, "Mostly common troops are based here, and we don't need too many Corpse Witches, but for your area's development, it would be very beneficial." Gold-eating Queen Amanda, loyalty increased by 1 point, current loyalty is 99 points. The notification reappeared, Amanda's loyalty increased by another point. Even knowing that the increase would be lesser and slower as it progressed. The fact that it hadn't reached 100 points was still somewhat disappointing. "Thank you, my lord." Amanda stood up and bowed slightly. Fang Hao waved his hand. "We're family, what is there to thank for?" He continued, "The construction needs 200 people. You can start preparing when you go back and pick out suitable candidates. I'll find time tomorrow to come over and build it directly for you." Amanda had no objections. She nodded and said, "All right, I'll arrange everything tonight." After chatting for a while, they activated the teleportation screen and sent Amanda back to her own city. It was rather late, so Rollina dragged Fang Hao upstairs to rest. The next morning, as soon as he walked downstairs, he saw Dejin sitting silently in the living room waiting. Seeing Fang Hao come down, Dejin immediately said, "My lord, the loot has been tallied." As he spoke, he handed Fang Hao the inventory list. After the skeleton merchant returned, the task of categorizing and tallying the loot was given to them. All items were organized and registered by category. This would facilitate future sales. Purple weapons, 17,855 pieces, mainly stalagmite mauls and flame mauls. Purple armors, 9,875 pieces. Since the armor was a 4-piece set, logically, the number should be higher, but armor was the most damaged during battle. Most of it was blasted into a mess and could only be recycled back into raw materials. Actually, the biggest gains were those exotic materials. Traces of prayer, traces of spirit's earth. There were a total of 859 such trace materials. Star silver mithril, all kinds of essences, totaling 742. Forgotten soul 34 pieces, giant essence 12 pieces. Further down, there were orange weapons. There were 2 types: command gravity greatsword, orange, fury flame guardian sword, orange. One was dropped by the first wave's boss, and the second was dropped by the blazing blood god's servant at the temple. A blue hero and a dark gold hero were using the same level of weapons. This was somewhat unbalanced. But the dropped equipment was just part of the reward. Fang Hao, even if dissatisfied, couldn't change anything. The rest were other items salvaged. There were vases, chandeliers, gold and silver lamps, and plates, as well as a rockhead earth dragon shepherd's flute. The rewards looked plentiful and of high grade. But in terms of the overall development of the territory, they weren't actually much help. The weapons and armors were designed for the bodies of trolls and giants, and were basically of no use. The whole world channel, once opened, was full of sales for troll purple weapon gear, intended for exchange with human-sized gear. They simply couldn't be sold off. Even if there were a few transmigrators from the troll factions, they wouldn't buy so much stuff. All categorized. Fang Hao set the list aside. It has been categorized. Equipment and materials were sent to different warehouses. The plaza has been cleaned up, Dejin continued. You all have worked hard. It's what we should do, my lord. Fang Hao nodded and continued, "Bring those 4 black-armored giants to Lord's mansion. I want to have a chat with them." "Yes, my lord," Dejin bowed again and turned to leave. The greatest gain had to be the 4 orange giant heroes brought back last night. His luck wasn't bad either. Amanda had just given him 2 law marks not long ago, which had come in handy for this mission. Otherwise, these heroes would have just been slain, turning into a heap of sludge. He left the Lord's mansion. Right outside the door, several skeleton soldiers were using shovels to fill a large pit in front of them. Having the basic soul made commanding the skeletons much easier. He could directly tell them to fill all the pits in the city. Instead of standing by their side, filling one pit, and then giving orders to fill another. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy footsteps resounded as 4 towering black-armored martial gods approached. Their golden eyes scanned the surroundings. When they saw the humans in front of the Lord's mansion below them, their gaze simultaneously sharpened. A human, who didn't appear particularly strong. But soon, they felt a divine power emanating from this human. After exchanging glances, they gripped their long-handled war hammers and knelt on one knee. They humbly lowered their heads. "Your loyal servants, we offer our devoted faith to you," they said in a solemn tone, simultaneously. Crimson Flame War God Alurig's loyalty increased by 40 points, current loyalty, 88. Crimson Flame War God Amarag's loyalty increased by 45 points, current loyalty, 90. Crimson Flame War God Alrag's loyalty increased by 38 points, current loyalty, 85. Crimson Flame War God Azrag's loyalty increased by 35 points, current loyalty, 72. Fang Hao was just about to speak when the continuing system notification stifled his words. What's happening? I haven't even said anything yet, and the loyalty is shooting up. Could it be that I am different somehow? That shouldn't be the case. Last night, Amanda only increased by 1 point, making him feel like his charm had decreased. And now, it's rising so fast. The loyalty of these captive heroes, even after joining the camp, is usually very low. How is it that each has increased by 30 to 40 points? Instantly, their loyalty shot up to the values of 80 and 90. That's quite a high level of loyalty. They can complete any task assigned to them with great dedication. While surprised, he calmed himself down a bit. Fang Hao managed a smile and looked up at the 4 giant figures. I feel your loyalty. Stand up first. Thank you, Great Master. With the harsh sound of armor rubbing, the 4 giants stood back up. Their towering forms, like 4 small mountains, obscured the sun above. You may just call me Lord. Yes, my lord, the 4 nodded and responded again. Fang Hao nodded. Come, let me take you around the city and introduce you to the various areas. One of the giants lifted him onto a shoulder. Together, they walked outside. Not far away, the maids were all clustered at the corner, curiously watching. Although it wasn't their first time seeing huge giants, having seen bone giants and blazing blood gods' servants before, who were taller than these 4. They were merely curious and not frightened. They watched while asking Angia about these giants and what exactly had happened yesterday. In Silverwing City, the council hall. Councillors filed in one by one, taking their seats amid the soft singing. The sound of a bell rang, and the 6 leaders of the upper house emerged from the rear. After a brief discussion of some trivial matters, someone spoke out. We received news from Remat Harbor that Haber's fleet has returned. We wonder how the battle went and whether they managed to advance into Giant Claw Island. Yes, it has been almost half a month now, and the coastal areas are still sealed off. Lyss City should provide a solution, right? It seems Haber must have achieved some military exploits by now. Let us also witness Lyss City's accomplishments. As the topic of the Sea Tribe was brought up again, the councillors united to inquire. Although it was an inquiry, the mocking tone was evident. Half a month had passed, and through various channels, they had also received some information. Any attack on Giant Claw Island, Haber's fleet had long been chased east by the Sea Tribe. There was no talk of any military exploits. Everyone was watching how Lyss City would handle this, and whether Rebecca would be forced to give up her position in the upper house. The crowd was in an uproar. The position in the upper house. The representative from Lyss City, Palmer, stood up. The noisy scene quieted down slightly. Curious eyes turned towards him. Palmer cleared his throat and said, I shouldn't be the one to bring this up, but since everyone is curious, I'll briefly mention that Commander Haber successfully entered the central area of Giant Claw Island and destroyed all the defensive facilities of the Central Island's master city. After a brief silence, then, bursts of laughter broke out. Palmer, you really dare to say that? Do you think we are fools, unaware of everything? I heard that Haber's fleet was beaten by the Sea Tribe and ran off, hiding for several days before daring to show up. Palmer, remember your place, this is not where you can speak nonsense. Chapter 1140. In this world, the transmission of information was slow. Sometimes, something that happened in one place wouldn't become known for a year and a half, and it would slowly be forgotten. The Federation and the Sea Tribe had started a cold war, blocking off the sea between them and cutting off contact. It was very difficult to obtain any intelligence about the other side. Last night, Haber's fleet of aerial ships returned to the Federation's territory and docked at Lyss port for repairs. With the successful docking, a large group of transmigrators and soldiers also disembarked and returned to their respective cities. Transmigrators weren't part of the military and were not greatly deterred by the methods used to restrict the native people. Moreover, no one reminded them about any secrecy work. Immediately, the experiences of this journey were known to those who intentionally inquired and were relayed back to Silverwing City. The specific details weren't too important. But the nobles in Silverwing City sifted through and extracted one crucial piece of information. The fleet was attacked by the Sea Tribe just off Giant Claw Island, and after losing 2 aerial ships, they fled eastward, hiding out for several days. Only recently did they dare to emerge, firing randomly near Giant Claw Island before hurrying back. Once this news spread, it immediately garnered the attention of everyone. This morning's council meeting began with one member after another questioning Palmer. The scene was chaotic. Even Doherty and Archbishop Milton showed doubt upon hearing the rebukes from below. It seemed like the lower house had received some alarming news. Bang! Bang! Doherty struck the table forcefully to quiet the scene. He demanded in a stern voice, "No more noise, clarify the situation." Though he asked, he had more or less heard everything just now. There were allegations that the troops from Lyss City were falsely reporting their military achievements. After all, news from the Sea Tribe was blocked, so whether it was a victory or defeat was really just whatever Rebecca said. False reporting of military achievements. With Rebecca's audacity, it was uncertain whether she dared to do it. In face of Doherty's inquiry, a member of the lower house said, "Leader Doherty, our people inquired into Haber's fleet last night after it docked." Then, this person publicly recounted what he knew. Basically, Haber's troops hadn't achieved any real military exploits and had fled in disorder during the naval battle. They hid in one place for several days and then came straight back. Upon hearing this explanation, whether from the upper house or the lower house, everyone was wide-eyed. People inherently didn't believe that the human clan had the capability to attack the Sea Tribe, so naturally, they were more inclined to believe the narrative of defeat. The entire Federation couldn't handle the Sea Tribe. You expect Lyss City, a small border town, to accomplish that? Impossible. It seems Rebecca really had a huge gall to falsify such a thing. If it turned out to be true, it's not just about maintaining a seat in the upper house. Doherty would have Rebecca executed. The entire Federation was deceived by this sole person. Not executing her would mean losing all face of the Federation. Doherty's expression grew even more serious, and he demanded coldly, "Is what you said the truth?" "Doherty, I wouldn't dare bring it to the council without certain confidence," the man shouted, his voice brimming with conviction. Another person spoke, "I have also received information that can corroborate this." One by one, members stood up, affirming the veracity of this news. The council became noisy once more, with discussions focusing on the reckless daring of Lyss City. At the platform of the upper house, Palmer frowned as he watched below, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. The situation before him had evidently exceeded his expectations. By now, it might be difficult to resolve. At least, he had no evidence to effectively prove that Haber's military had successfully attacked Giant Claw City. "Palmer!" A stern voice called out from the side. The room fell instantly silent. All eyes turned toward Palmer. "Leader Doherty." Palmer responded. "Explain this matter." Doherty commanded. Palmer adjusted his collar and stood up, speaking softly. "Haber, commanding general, has indeed breached Giant Claw City and will return in a few days to provide everyone with proof. See, he has no real evidence." "Ha! Palmer, stop pretending. Just find any accompanying transmigrator and ask, why are you still so stubborn? Archbishop, do you have any suggestions?" Doherty's gaze turned to Archbishop Milton. Milton glanced below. "This matter concerns the entire Federation. I was against Rebecca's plan from the start, and now that it has come to this, it's difficult to rectify. We might start by revoking Lyss City's upper house status until Haber returns and the matter is thoroughly investigated." The Archbishop never liked Rebecca. Most of the council members from Lyss City were his people. With the current questioning, Milton naturally wouldn't allow Lyss City to remain in the upper house. "Guard!" Doherty commanded coldly. Frugnoelo. Amid the clanking of armor, 2 guards from the Hall of Justice walked in. Doherty scanned the room with a cold gaze and ordered, "Detain Palmer, suspend Lyss City's upper house status, and halt all Federation activities." Upon hearing the command, the guards marched forward. Palmer's expression turned grim as well, and he said sternly, "Leader Doherty, this is the council. Shouldn't we at least wait for Haber to return before making a decision? Merely based on the words of a few council members, you're revoking our upper house status. Are you nullifying the purpose of the upper house?" Chapter 1141. Palmer's statement made sense. In the lower house, several people accused each other in turn. To revoke identity and positions right away would make anyone talk nonsense. But Doherty didn't seem to pay any attention to these arguments. He was recalling the plan Rebecca had discussed with him before about attacking the Sea Tribe. Now that he thought about it, he had indeed been completely fooled. Doherty remained silent while the guards lifted Palmer and started dragging him away. In the lower house, some faces were mocking, while others helplessly shook their heads. The entire hall was in chaos. Various voices mixed together in a noisy clutter. Creak. At that moment, the sound of a door hinge squeaked, and the tightly shut main door suddenly opened. Sunlight streamed in from the doorway, and despite the dazzling light, two silhouettes were vaguely visible. Who is so disrespectful to the rules? Coming at this time, are they a fool? Even if you don't show up, people might not notice you, but by coming now, aren't you reminding others that you are late? As the footsteps drew closer. When everyone saw the faces clearly, they all felt a tightness in their chests. A woman in a blue long dress, her expression cold and noble, appeared before everyone. Rebecca had arrived. Many in attendance had targeted her, but it was undeniable. This woman truly possessed an appearance and demeanor that could captivate any man. Following by Rebecca's side was a gold-armored guard, his weapon taken but holding a brocade box, his piercing eyes scanning the entire room. Rebecca's sudden appearance once again plunged the scene into chaos. The Rebecca of now was not the Rebecca of the past. She was now someone who dared to confront Doherty, clearly well prepared for her arrival. Could there be more developments to this situation? Rebecca slowly walked forward, halting beside Palmer. Release him. The two guards frowned slightly, their grip on Palmer's arms tightening once more. Palmer, at best considered a civilian official, and older in age, immediately winced in pain, sweating from his forehead. Rebecca gave a slight sideways glance and looked at the guard beside her. Understanding her cue, the guard threw punches and kicks, and with two thuds, two Hall of Justice guards flew backward. The escorting golden armored guard was none other than the orange hero, Aceti. Although his forte was riding, dealing with two guards with his orange attributes was no trouble. Ah! A painful groan arose from a corner. Everyone was stupefied. This woman was fierce, coming here and attacking the people of the Hall of Justice right away. Was she seeking death? Those council members who previously denounced Rebecca suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Would this woman seek vengeance against them in the future? Rebecca, you have some nerve causing a commotion here, you must not want to live. Doherty's roar suddenly erupted. His shouting resounded through the hall, making everyone's ears buzz. Hustle and bustle. As Doherty spoke, a large number of Hall of Justice soldiers poured in, surrounding Rebecca and the others at the center. At Doherty's command, they would immediately seize the three of them or even execute them on the spot. Rebecca's heart tensed, but she maintained a smile on her face. Doherty, don't you want to hear how I will explain the matter with the Sea Tribe? It wouldn't be too late to deal with me afterward, don't you think? Doherty's expression was icy, but eventually, he lowered his raised hand and said coldly, Fine, since you're here, explain this matter then, I want to see how you'll explain it to everyone. Rebecca inwardly sighed with relief and briskly walked up to the high stage. In Lyss City, she took a seat at the upper council's location. Aceti and Palmer stood behind her, one on each side. Rebecca, stop wasting time, explain the matter with the Sea Tribe. Archbishop Milton urged. He too wanted to see what excuses this woman could come up with. Rebecca glanced down and spoke softly, Haber has returned and has brought back news that we've attacked the central area of Giant Claw Island, proving that the Federation has the ability and power to threaten the Sea Tribe. This was the information she had come to present. Yet, her initial intention was to claim credit and stabilize her position. Had she known such a situation would occur at the council, she wouldn't have come at all. Hearing Rebecca's words, everyone was momentarily stunned. This matched exactly with what Palmer had said. What sense was there in repeating it? Curiously, Rebecca asked, What? Is there a problem? You need to take responsibility for your words. Doherty paused, then continued. A council member questioned the accompanying transmigrator, who claimed that Haber never attacked Giant Claw Island and had merely hidden for a few days before returning. How do you explain that? In this era, claiming unearned rewards was not uncommon. Oh? Is that accompanying transmigrator present here? Rebecca asked. Doherty's gaze moved below, and the council member who had raised the issue shook his head. What do you have to explain? Doherty turned to Rebecca. Ha! Doherty, you capture people just based on hearsay without investigation. Well, I could similarly say that he is a spy from the Sea Tribe, disrupting the unity of the council, and have him arrested. Rebecca pointed at the man. Doherty's face started to turn pale. This woman was stirring up trouble again. There's no need for you to worry about others, first clarify this matter. At this moment, Dorothy had no patience to engage in a war of words with her. Chapter 1142. Rebecca really didn't want to enrage Dorothy here. Continuing, she said, what if I could produce proof? Produce the evidence, and all the merits I promised you before will be valid, Dorothy replied. All right, Rebecca nodded, slightly tilting her head, open the gift and show it to everyone. Asudi stepped forward and pulled the cloth cover off the gift box in his hands. Facing the crowd below, he pulled open the front wooden panel. Whoosh! In an instant, everyone's facial expressions changed simultaneously. In the box was a head with strange features, including gills typical of the sea tribe. The crowd below started discussing again. Whose head is this? What can a single head represent? How did she bring it in? Don't the guards care? Rebecca looked at Dorothy and said, others might not recognize him, but Dorothy, you should, right? Tell everyone who it is and see if that proves my words. Dorothy's eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. He naturally recognized the head. It was the island master of Giant Claw Island, Hirosh. A purple tier hero. How had Rebecca managed to capture the island master himself and bring back his head? Seeing that Dorothy did not speak for a long time, Rebecca directly said, this man is called Hirosh, the island master of Giant Claw Island, and also the representative of the sea tribe in recent negotiations. He should be enough to prove everything. Ah, this. The silence below deepened. Rebecca dared to say those words because she could certainly prove the identity of the head. Victory and beheading the enemy leader were different things. Beheading an enemy leader was indeed harder than winning some skirmishes. It was like directly beheading Dorothy of the Human Federation. Rebecca continued, I know many people have grievances against me, always targeting Lyss City, but I did not expect such a distortion of truth, using this matter to slander me, to slander Lyss City. The venue remained quiet. Rebecca went on, this time, when the Sea Tribe insulted the Federation and demanded an exorbitant compensation, I didn't rely on the Federation's troops, I went alone to fight the Sea Tribe. The aerial ship was shot down, and thousands of soldiers sacrificed for it, only to be stabbed in the back by our own upon my return. What am I supposed to do? As she spoke, her beautiful eyes were already filled with mists. Everyone was stunned, looking at Rebecca, who appeared wronged, with tears in her eyes. They felt the council had gone too far. She was fighting for the Federation, yet people were taking advantage of her and using lies to suppress her. Dorothy, as a leader, shouldn't you investigate these few who use this matter to slander a member of the upper council? Why not strictly punish them? Was it based on what the transmigrators said, or the intention of the Sea Tribe? This needs a proper investigation. This matter can't just be dropped. Dorothy's face turned red. He knew that Rebecca's tears were fake, but she indeed had presented evidence. The fact that Hirosh had been beheaded also meant that they had definitely breached Giant Claw Island. Take these few down for a strict investigation. The guards re-entered and approached the few accusing council members. Dorothy, as a leader, we're being wronged. We also heard it from those transmigrators, we didn't know this was fake. Amidst cries for mercy, they were dragged out of the council hall. After it quieted down again, Dorothy took a deep breath to calm himself down and continued to ask, Rebecca, since you've already breached Giant Claw Island and demonstrated the Federation's strength, what is your next plan? Share it with everyone. Rebecca stood up and said, it's quite simple. I will form a patrol fleet, specifically responsible for the safety of Federation Sea Territory ships, to prevent harassment by the Sea Tribe. A patrol fleet? The Federation's ships can't withstand the Sea Tribe. I can. I have a plan for this, and once implemented, the Sea Tribe will no longer be able to threaten the nearby seas. Everyone looked up in surprise. This woman was incredible, it seemed she was about to change the entire council's dynamic. Main city. Fang Hao, accompanied by 4 giants, wandered around the city. He introduced all the races in the city, the different areas' functions, and several important leaders and characters, helping them adjust more quickly to life here. But dealing with their size was a real challenge. At the very least, finding a place for them to live was a problem. Returning to the Lord's mansion, he sat on his throne. With anticipation, he opened the attribute panel of the 4. The same information for all 4 appeared before Fang Hao. Crimson Flame War God Alurug, Orange Tier 10 Hero. Chapter 1143. Crimson Flame War God Alurug, Orange Tier 10 Hero. Faction, Giant. Template, Gold. Racial traits, Living Creatures, Giant Body, Forged by Blazing Fire. Legion Talent, Giant Hero, Crimson Flame Leader. Skills, Transformation, Fire Walk, Flame Throw, Fire Elemental Spell Casting, Divine Faith, Martial God. Innate Abilities, Domain Command Mastery, Domain Halberd Mastery, Domain Tactics Mastery, Domain Religious Faith, Advanced Spell Mastery. Giant Body, Ancient Giant Bloodline, Resistance to Mind Control, Soul Disruption, Curses, Poisons, and other negative attributes plus 80%, Physical Resistance plus 65%, Magic Resistance plus 50%. Forged by Blazing Fire, Immune to Flame. Giant Hero, this unit commands Giant and Troll units, all attributes plus 50%, morale eternally high. Crimson Flame Leader, this unit commands troop units, combat power plus 50%, flame resistance plus 50%. Transformation, active, the Crimson Flame War God can transform into states equal to or lower than itself by using magic. In the new state, the effects of Giant Body and Giant Hero will not be applicable. Fire Walk, active, after casting, can switch places with a fire elemental spell of its own. Flame Throw, active, quickly condenses a flame spear and launches a ranged attack at the target, damage plus 75%. Fire Elemental Spell Casting, passive, this unit is a naturally born fire elemental spell caster, able to cast spells such as Hellfire and Wildfire Explosion without needing to learn or master them, also possessing strong magical learning capabilities. Divine Faith, passive, this unit is formed by Divine Faith, which keeps them closely connected to the divinities. This unit cannot be enhanced through the merit training ground but gains strength and promotions by serving their deity. Martial God, active, enters a peak state, senses enhanced, easily discerning enemy weaknesses, immune to illusions, interference and splitting skills, all attributes plus 300%, lasts for 30 minutes, cools down in 24 hours. Description: the Crimson Flame War Gods are loyal to the Spirit of Order, fully dedicated to fulfilling the will of the Divine. Looking at the string of attributes, Fang Hao was somewhat stunned. Another faction had been added, called Giant, and not Troll. This race did not exist on the continent at present. If it did, it would definitely be seen in the Trade Alliance. Among the racial traits of the Giants, there were two new traits called Giant Body and Forged by Blazing Fire. Giant Body, from the introduction, was quite domineering, increasing resistance to various negative states such as poisons and curses that are effective against living creatures. The Giants had increased resistance to them. In simple terms, it's about having good genes and a strong physical foundation. The second one, Forged by Blazing Fire, was immunity to flame damage. This was the same as the fragment of divinity obtained. It's also a very good ability. Giant Hero and Crimson Flame Leader were two Legion class skills. The first increased the attributes when leading giants and trolls, and the second increased combat power and added fire resistance. There was not much to say about them. Fang Hao's side was all undead units. Even the Bone Giant belonged to the undead and not the giant race. The Giant Hero was basically of no use, while the Crimson Flame Leader still had some effect. Continuing to look down at the skills. The first one, Transformation, made Fang Hao frown, as it allowed transformation into states equal to or lower than their own. Means that the four of them could take on different forms? Transformation might not be the exact term, it should be about changing the physical state. Does that mean they could shrink? The height of a giant was indeed a problem, houses couldn't be built. Fire Walk was a skill Fang Hao remembered vividly, it allowed an instant swap with the fire elemental spell they cast. His priest doll was nearly taken out by this move. There was damage to the wing position, which is currently being repaired at the Viscera Museum. Continuing to read, Fang Hao glanced at Flame Spear and then at fire elemental spell casting. Flame Spear was a method of attack, but he didn't know why it wasn't included in fire elemental spell casting. Fire elemental spell casting was a skill Fang Hao was also familiar with. It was similar to the Dragon Clan's spell casting. There might be some differences in the skill, but it seemed to be the giant's fire elemental magic. Heroes with such innate spell casting skills were usually from powerful races. Divine Faith, Fang Hao looked carefully, according to the description. These four war gods could not be upgraded through normal means, they needed to be promoted by the deity they worshipped. Deity. Does it refer to that perished old flame god? Wrong, now it should refer to himself, since he also possessed divinity and the four had sworn loyalty to him. If his divinity were to be promoted, these four people would also be promoted. At present, in his domain, no one had advanced from orange to dark gold, so the difficulty of promotion was unclear. Nor could it be certain which type of promotion would be easier. But Fang Hao always felt that this additional ability was a form of system restriction. After all, these four people were heroes rewarded by a mission, coming out as dark gold heroes directly would exceed the scope of their reward. The final skill, Martial God, was a powerful burst activation, increasing all attributes by 300%. To be used against powerful enemies. All in all, the skills of the Crimson Flame War God were quite good. Worthy of their orange tier 10 level. And the addition of these four greatly improved the overall strength of the domain. After looking through the attributes, Fang Hao stood up and walked to the door, call those four black-armored giants over again. Nisbet outside answered and quickly left. Shortly after, four tall silhouettes approached. Looking down at Fang Hao below, the leading Alurug spoke, "My lord, do you have any orders? I see that you can transform, can you shrink in size to be about the same size as us?" Fang Hao asked the four. "We can, my lord, do you need us to transform?" Alurug continued. "Yes." The four looked at each other, and a light covered their bodies. Then, under Fang Hao's gaze, the four quickly shrank. They kept shrinking until they were about 1.70 m, just slightly shorter than Fang Hao. Even their black armor and the halberd in their hands shrank along with them. It seemed to be part of active equipment. "Is this size acceptable, my lord?" Alurug's voice came from within the armor. No longer as deep and resonant as before. It was a softness characteristic of a human female. How long can you maintain this state? Is there any burden?" Fang Hao continued to ask. If they could maintain this size, then they could live normally in the city. That would avoid many troubles. There isn't too much of a burden, but the combat power will be greatly reduced, Alurug continued to answer. In this state, the status as giants, the giant hero status, they all become ineffective. For these four, without the giant body, their combat power was basically halved. The city is very safe, there's no danger. When it's time to fight, just change back, Fang Hao said, looking at the four, and then added, "Come, let's go inside and talk." He led the four miniaturized black-armored heroes into the Lord's Hall. The four were also somewhat curious. Especially due to their size, they had squatted all night in the plaza last night. Upon entering the hall, they began to look around everywhere. Fang Hao's place might not be comparable to the divine temples of the gods, but it was quite nice. The furnishings were complete, and there were also decorations from different races. "Take a seat." The maids were not present, so Fang Hao went down to the cellar to fetch drinks for the four. When he emerged from the cellar, the four had already removed their black full-face helmets, revealing faces that were almost identical to each other. Hair color, skin color, eye color, even their features, were all the same. "You all look the same?" Fang Hao asked in surprise. "Sir, we are sisters." "Damn, 4 sisters, that's quite thrilling." Fang Hao indeed became interested, handed over the fruit wine to the four, and then sat down beside them. He continued to ask, "You are sisters, can you tell me about your previous life?" Now it seemed that the giants were once a race, it's just for some reason, they had exited the main stage. Only in the system's missions could one see the appearance of giants. "Last night, we also talked about this. Perhaps it's because we slept too long, our memories are not complete. We only remember that we four were princesses of the giant empire, chosen as martial gods to guard the temple," Alurug said softly. "Oh? Then do you still remember the name of your former country, or what your parents were called?" A look of confusion flashed through the golden pupils of the four. In the end, they all shook their heads. They didn't remember anything. Amnesia? Fang Hao frowned and quickly analyzed in his mind. This wasn't amnesia, it was the system's restriction. Just like the recruitment scrolls that transmigrators could use. The heroes summoned by recruitment scrolls came with knowledge, skills, but the only memories retained were of their identities, the rest were gone. This, Fang Hao previously thought, was to protect the transmigrators. After all, if you retained memories of loyalty to a king, and then encountered them again, it increased the odds of betrayal. Now, it seemed possible that these recruited heroes had long since disappeared. Their memories had disappeared along with them. Not remembering is fine too, starting a new life with fewer burdens, Fang Hao said with a smile. The four looked at him with some confusion. Memories are a burden? It was the first time they had heard someone say that. By the way, who's the eldest among you, who's the second? It would be good for me to get acquainted. The one who always answered, Alurag, spoke first, I am the eldest. The second was Amarag, the third was Alrag, and the one he had defeated was the youngest, Azrag. Fang Hao couldn't remember the four's names, but when he looked at them, he got information prompts. The five of them sat together and chatted for a while. After introducing them to a few of the city's key heroes, he then took them to the residential area and built houses for them. Although they were four sisters, each had her own house. During construction, the silver dragon Beata clung to the wall, peeping over. Only her little head was visible, full of curiosity. After arranging for the four and having lunch, Fang Hao then went to Amanda's Supreme Saint Golden City to construct the underworld shrine for her. After the construction was complete, he sent in the 200 chosen undead into the building. Rainbow Pearl Island. Seated on a golden throne, the Sea King Saintsbury, ruler of the Sea Tribe, held court. Below him, a host of Sea Tribe ministers stood. Half a month had passed since the attack on Giant Claw Island. The islands of the Sea Tribe were abuzz with anxiety, and the council meetings were dominated by discussions of the incident. As everyone continued discussing island defense measures, a Sea Tribe guard hurriedly entered the hall. He saluted and said, Your Majesty Sea King, we have located the giant ship that attacked Giant Claw Island. The king's brow furrowed, and the officials instantly fell silent. Oh? Where is it? To which power does it belong? The king immediately asked. The soldier quickly replied, The giant ship is currently docked near a small reef in the Thornfin Sea, there are signs of undead around it, cleaning the ship's body. Merfolk? The Thornfin Sea is where the merfolk reside. Why would it be there? A merfolk vessel, the king questioned. It's not certain yet, it's some distance from the Thornfin Sea, and the likelihood of it being related to the merfolk is small, the Sea Tribe guard said. What's their strength? From what can be observed, they have a force of over 1,000. All right, you may leave now. The guard retreated, and the king and his council began to deliberate. After the discussion, the king promptly ordered, mobilize forces, and destroy the target vessel. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 1144. He looked up to the east, and the moon quietly rose. The nightstone emitted a hazy light, keeping the city lord's manor still bright. City Lord, Miss Rolina, the maid greeted respectfully as she saw the two appear. Rebecca, he inquired. Madam is in the bedroom, she has already washed up and is resting, the maid continued. All right, you may go on with your duties. Yes, my lord, the maid curtsied again and left the hall with her tools. The two ascended the stairs and gently knocked on the bedroom door. Thump, thump. As the door cracked open, revealing half of Rebecca's face. It was pushed open, and a figure lunged forward and planted a deep kiss. Rebecca was startled, but upon regaining her composure, her questioning gaze turned to the man at her side. It seemed to ask, what's happening? Fang Hao shrugged his shoulders, indicating he was clueless as well. It was already night. Rebecca was clad in a blue nightgown, her fair arms and neck exposed, as well as her crystalline, bare feet poking out from under the hem. Rolina was still donned in her dark green dress, her straight, slender legs sheathed in black stockings. The two embraced tightly, their contrasting figures pressing together, deforming each other. Fang Hao paid the two no mind. He shut the door behind him and leaned against the table, pouring himself a cup of tea. As he munched on pastries, he enjoyed the scene unfolding before him. After a while, Rebecca turned her head aside. Breathing somewhat heavily, she asked, What are you doing, coming on so strong without a heads up? Rolina licked the traces of moisture from her lips, replying, Does this need a heads up? Seeing Rolina about to pounce again, Rebecca quickly dodged a little. I still have matters to discuss, let's talk about this later, she said. Rolina raised an eyebrow. Fine, you two talk. After saying this, she walked toward the inner room. As Rolina left to tidy the bed, Rebecca adjusted her slightly disheveled gown, then sat sideways in his embrace. I thought you would not come today. The bedroom was carpeted, so they moved about without shoes. Her straight, plump calves rested on the armrest, her pale, unblemished feet gently swinging. Fang Hao instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist and immediately could feel the firm softness of her form against his, even through the silk pajamas, as supple and smooth as creamy gelatin. This is how you discuss serious matters? He thought to himself but said with a smile, the past few days, the transmigrators had a special mission, otherwise, I would have come sooner. Rebecca looked up at him with a glare, coming to see Eleanor, are you? Do you want me to call her to accompany you? Eleanor was Rebecca's personal maid. Fang Hao was startled, his mind automatically assuming they would be together. But of course, he could not say that now. With a resolute gaze, he answered, what sort of person do you take me for? Of course, I missed you. Rebecca pouted but didn't mind. She gently wriggled in his arms and continued, as if I would believe that. Fang Hao didn't want to dwell on the subject and immediately said, what happened at the council today? From what you've implied, it doesn't sound like it went smoothly. Rebecca had sent him a message through the sound transmitting shell that afternoon. She briefly mentioned the day's events at the council. Fang Hao received the news that Palmer was nearly imprisoned, and many council members were targeting Lyss City. But the specifics were still unclear to him. Hearing him mention the real issue, her demeanor became much more serious. It's also a good thing you brought back the head of Hirosh from Giant Claw Island, otherwise it could have been quite difficult to wrap things up. Then, Rebecca detailed the events that had unfolded at the council today to him. The issues that arose were beyond her expectations. Without Fang Hao bringing back the head of the island master, even if Haber had really breached Giant Claw Island, it would have been challenging to produce any substantial evidence on the spot. And those council members against her would have firmly denied it. What happened in the end? Any problems? Fang Hao furrowed his brow. Rebecca smiled again, nodding, the outcome was quite good. Haber will form a patrol fleet at Lemmat Port, and your transmigrators will join them. To control Lemmat Port and build a patrol fleet meant holding sway over the sea trade route, and any future shipments or trade caravans would depend on Rebecca's word. With real power, more people would actively seek to curry favor with her. Fang Hao nodded, well, you've thought it through. The second matter is that in 3 days, I will initiate and head to the Hall Sanctuary with Doherty's letter, hoping to gain something then, said Rebecca, her smile growing even more radiant. The Hall Sanctuary was where the Hall of Justice nurtured its loyalists. A place akin to a secret realm where one could inherit the legacy of older generation heroes. It could be said that anyone who entered would emerge as a hero, never below an orange grade. This was an important means by which the Hall of Justice maintained its leadership over humanity. Fang Hao nodded contentedly, good, once you become an orange grade hero, you can stand on equal footing with Doherty. Becoming a hero was significant for everyone. It affected not just influence but also physical fitness and lifespan. Then, let Sister Aseti accompany me, it's better to have company, and she can protect me, Rebecca pleaded with wide eyes. It seemed that she was still somewhat frightened about the outing. After some thought, Fang Hao concluded that there were enough heroes within his territory. Assigning Aseti to protect her would not be an issue. How about it, Lady Rebecca, do you think you should reward me? Rebecca's expression paused, still looking at him, last time, didn't I already reward you? Fang Hao smiled, that was last time. Before Rebecca could speak again, he immediately embraced her and bent down to kiss her. Woo! Rebecca's eyes, which had been wide, soon softened, and she opened her lips to reciprocate his advance. Tap tap tap. Footsteps sounded as Rolina walked out from the inner room. Seeing the couple entwined, she sighed helplessly. I knew it would be like this. She gently tapped the table, drawing the couple's attention. Rolina held up a foxtail she found in a drawer and spoke softly, found this in the drawer, want to try it? Give your good husband a proper thank you. Rebecca's cheeks flushed red, but she let Rolina pull her into the inner room. The next day, he returned to the main city, and it was already 8 a.m. Rolina went back to her room, and Fang Hao started to busy himself with his own matters. He went to the warehouse and looked at the huge amount of spoils from the divine territory. He had a slight headache. Tens of thousands of purple weapons and equipment, how to utilize them to exchange for resources for territory development, was a problem. These were troll and giant gears, and ordinary undead soldiers were not suited for the size and specialized hammer weapons. Previously, Fang Hao had considered equipping the trolls from the Bloody Mountains with these weapons. But after talking with Amanda yesterday, she had a different opinion. Trolls were simple-minded and fond of fighting. Since there were no enemies in the Bloody Mountains and not bordered by any forces, giving them such weapons and equipment would only make it harder to manage the Bloody Mountains. Over time, it might increase the chances of riots. After listening to Amanda, Fang Hao suddenly realized. He was always thinking of where to use these equipments but had not considered that these trolls wouldn't be on the battlefield. What's the point of giving them such gear? To use it to rebel against his rule? Eventually, he realized that these seemingly high-level trophies were of no use at all. As he contemplated amid the pile of weapons. Ding! A private chat notification sound came from the Book of Lords. He opened it and saw a message from Bai Xian. Fang Hao, when are you free? I'd like to meet and talk with you. What a coincidence! In fact, Fang Hao also wanted to talk to Bai Xian. Rebecca planned to organize a fleet to control Lyss Harbor, but there weren't that many people in Lyss City. There wasn't enough manpower to transfer there. Last night, she mentioned the possibility of adding a transmigrator and also offered Bai Xian a Federation official position. Fang Hao wanted to discuss this with Bai Xian as well. Now that she was seeking him out, he was curious to hear what she had to say and get this matter sorted. After deciding, he immediately replied, "Sure, do you have time now?" The reply came back quickly, "I'm free, let's meet at the Trade Alliance Tavern." Okay. He called Dimitrija and headed to the Trade Alliance's location. It was still the tavern on the second floor. When he pushed the door open, he saw Bai Xian sitting opposite the table. Beside her followed a blue hero dressed like a mercenary with a single-handed sword. Big Boss Fang Hao. When Bai Xian saw Fang Hao enter, she immediately stood up with a smile. The mercenary hero accompanying her glanced sharply at the two, but upon seeing Dimitrija covered in golden armor, he quickly diverted his gaze and sat down properly to one side. Alliance Hierarch Bai Xian, what did you call me here for? Fang Hao sat down at the table. Bai Xian gave a straightforward introduction of the incident with the aerial ship on its return journey. It sounded almost like a report, very clear. After finishing, she exchanged a few pleasantries, then hesitantly began, "Big Boss Fang Hao, our Straw Hat Federation would like to join your territory." Ah, this. Fang Hao was slightly startled. Initially, Fang Hao invited her to join his territory, but Bai Xian refused, opting to transfer the treasure map to him instead. It seemed Bai Xian preferred to run her own alliance and didn't want to mix into Fang Hao's affairs. But now, it seemed she had changed her mind. "May I know the reason?" Fang Hao asked. Bai Xian pondered for a moment, then said, "After this battle with the Sea Tribe, we realized our own strength. We could hardly develop with our own capabilities, so we'd like the big boss to take us in." From the aerial ship, they also saw the gap between themselves and Fang Hao. It was like they were in different eras. Aerial ship, orange cannons, thinking back to their own fleet, sea ships, ordinary field cannons. One was for attacking others, one for getting attacked. The difference was too great. Plus, after this Divine Territory mission, who knows how many people were trying to find ways to join Fang Hao's side. They were late, perhaps he wouldn't even want them anymore. Do all your members agree? Chapter 1145. Are all your members also willing? Fang Hao asked. As for Bai Xian joining, Fang Hao had no reason to refuse, especially since Rebecca was organizing a fleet, and it was precisely the time when the Straw Hat Nautical Group could be of use. However, he was unclear whether this was Bai Xian's own idea or the whole alliance's idea. Bai Xian still maintained her smile and continued, "This has already been discussed internally within the alliance, and everyone agrees to join your territory." Indeed, this had been agreed upon by all members. Only the alliance hierarch and the deputy would feel the impact on the alliance's rights. Ordinary members naturally preferred a stronger alliance. Being able to join Fang Hao's side was agreeable to most people. Fang Hao nodded and continued, "How many people are in the alliance?" "There are 72 now, 71 owning cities, all located around Lemate Port." It was indeed quite a few people. "Good, I agree to the inclusion of the Straw Hat Nautical Group," Fang Hao agreed. Hearing these words, Bai Xian showed a delighted expression. She really feared that due to her previous refusal, he might reject them this time. It seemed she had worried unnecessarily. How could the first in the world hold a grudge over such a thing? Right, Bai Xian managed to say after hesitating for a while. Fang Hao was not in a hurry to consume her Book of Lords. Instead, he said, I also have something to discuss with you on this end. What is it? Just tell me straight, boss. The Federation plans to form a cruising navy along the coast, and I plan to give you a few spots to place your people in, Fang Hao said. Bai Xian was taken aback, then delighted again. What a great opportunity! Could such good fortune come so quickly? Being able to establish a connection with the Federation and secure a position, even if a minor one, was beneficial for all transmigrators. Just after joining the territory, and already benefits were coming her way? She felt fortunate that she had come early. If she had delayed by a few days, perhaps this opportunity would belong to someone else. No problem at all, everyone obeys well, Bai Xian immediately said, not even asking further. Fang Hao nodded and instructed, then in the next 2 days, if you have time, go and find Haber and mention the formation of the cruising fleet, he'll know what it's about. Oh, the lead Haber. Yes, still Haber, let him assign you some official position when the time comes, hang a position in the Federation too. Oh, all right. The formation of the cruising team was also part of Rebecca's strategy. Aerial ships and sea ships, forming a cruising team to block the entry of the Sea Tribe and also to drive away some pirate-like ships. Bai Xian and her group were joining mainly because of the military power in her hand. To increase the number of military forces. They chatted for a while. Fang Hao took over Bai Xian's Book of Lords. After consuming it, he reset her as the governor of the original city. That completed the joining. Once you go back, bring all your members in, and remind them to keep the matters of the territory confidential. We have quite a few enemies, Fang Hao reminded again. Understood, Bai Xian immediately responded. Let's leave it at that for now, directly private message me if there's anything, Fang Hao said as he got up to leave. However, Bai Xian seemed to suddenly remember something and said, Boss, about my ship Queen Bai Xian, is it still in use? Fang Hao instantly remembered the ship. It was still hanging on the side of a giant ship. Indeed, he had forgotten about that. Sea ships were not cheap, and naturally, Bai Xian couldn't just abandon it. In a couple of days, I'll have someone send it back to you. Okay. Fang Hao left the private room. Bai Xian immediately opened the Book of City Lord and started checking. Actually, the Book of City Lord and the Book of Lords didn't differ greatly in functionality. Just that it had an additional territory channel. When opened, the top line was a small text notification. Bai Xian joined the chat channel. Then, messages began to scroll instantly. Is it the Bai Xian from the Straw Hat Nautical Group? Master Bai, you joined the territory too, awesome boss. At Bai Xian, Master Bai please share a photo. It's the brothers, can we see the legs? Bai Xian felt a bit overwhelmed, was she really that famous? But still, she sent a message, hello everyone, I am Bai Xian from the Straw Hat Nautical Group, please take care of me in the future. Holy shit! It really is Bai Xian. Master Bai is so good looking, please share a photo. Before Bai Xian could continue, the Book of City Lord once again showed a stream of notifications. Her heart raced with the rapid notifications. Fang Hao shared a blueprint with you, spiritual field. Fang Hao shared a blueprint with you, large quarry. Fang Hao shared a blueprint with you, heavy infantry training camp. Fang Hao shared a purple blueprint with you, Lionheart Knight training camp. Fang Hao shared a blueprint with you, Generation Field Cannon Blueprint. Information appeared as if flooding the screen. Blueprints that were hard to obtain through great efforts, today were being shared all at once. This feeling was like being in a dream. After a good while, reconfirming these were all genuine. Bai Xian picked up a glass of wine, took a light sip, and calmed her excited emotions. This step was the right choice, the right choice. Then, Bai Xian immediately sent this message to the Alliance channel. They agreed to all join Fang Hao's territory together in the afternoon. Returned to the main city. It was already approaching noon. After coming out from Bai Xian's place, Fang Hao made a detour to the Trade Alliance shop and had a chat with the goblin, Moru. It was not only Station 032, but the headquarters had also received a large amount of purple troll equipment. The price of troll equipment had been drastically pulled down to rock bottom. The purple equipment was now on par with the blue. This disrupted the market balance. The trade alliance would no longer accept it, and selling it as blue was not appropriate. They could only store it in the warehouse for now, waiting for a time when they had giants proficient with hammers to equip it. After having lunch, bone dragons roared across the sky. A figure fell straight from the air. With a tall figure, her body covered in black carapace, and sharp protrusions on her back. It was Fateweaver Domina. Fang Hao had contacted her yesterday to come over. Domina landed directly in the central square, looking at the nearby city that had been patched up, her eyes flashing with confusion. Had there been a battle here? Why did it look like this? After watching for a while, she headed towards the Lord's mansion. Hearing footsteps outside the door, Fang Hao looked up to see the tall Domina, wrapped in black carapace, walking in. Lord, Domina bowed slightly. Her tall figure made her walk resemble that of a model. However, the spider appendages swinging on her back looked dangerous to humans. Domina, you're here. Have a seat. Fang Hao said smilingly. Domina sat down and immediately asked, My lord, what happened here? I see many buildings outside bear marks of repair. Not just repairs, some places were still collapsed. Yes, we were under some attacks, but there's no danger now, Fang Hao replied. Domina frowned slightly. Attack? Who were they? I can bring troops to clean them up. It seemed she thought she was called to address the main city being attacked. No need, it has already been resolved, Fang Hao said. His gaze deliberately glanced at Domina's tier. She was now green tier 9, not considered a high-tier hero within the territory. But Domina was in charge of the mithril mine excavation work in the territory, which was also very important. Once Domina was replaced, the entire webweaver camp and the mithril mine would undergo major changes. That would be troublesome. Oh, then Lord, did you have me come here for something important? She asked, her cheeks suddenly flushing. Her expression was somewhat uneasy, her eyes occasionally darting this way. Seeing her demeanor, Fang Hao knew she was thinking of something else. After all, some of Domina's special small hobbies were also a way to increase loyalty. Cough, cough. Clearing his throat softly, Fang Hao said, There will be time for games later, but take a look at this first, see if it helps you. Saying that, he took out an excitation crystal and handed it to Domina. As soon as she received it, her eyes instantly widened, full of surprise. What's wrong? Lo Lord, I feel a strong energy in this, it should be very helpful for our enhancement, Domina said excitedly. Can you use it? Lord, you are giving this to me. Yes, otherwise why would I call you here? The description said, useful only for arthropod-type troops. In the territory, the troops in the webweaver camp belonged to the arthropod type. Moreover, Domina's loyalty was high, and the work she supervised was done conscientiously. The mine was running smoothly, and she also had some good interests. It was right to support her. Thank you, my lord. Fateweaver Domina's loyalty increased by 1 point, current loyalty is 99. While she thanked him, a system notification followed immediately. Loyalty increased by 1 point, reaching 99. Fang Hao did not mind but said, Don't thank me yet, first see how to use it. Domina nodded, tilted her head back, opened her mouth, and squeezed the crystal stone over her mouth. Crack! A crisp sound. The crystal stone instantly shattered, the dark green liquid inside flowing into her mouth. Even the surface shards turned into liquid at the moment of breaking. Domina swallowed it down directly. Her throat moved straight into her stomach. Domina's state began to change. She started to breathe abnormally rapidly, her skin reddening as if feverish. The carapace wrapping her outside also turned from black to a faint, dark green pattern. Bang! A sound like a bowstring being released echoed. In an instant, dense white spider silk exploded around Domina. The next second, it rapidly contracted, wrapping layers around her body. On the spot, a huge chrysalis was formed. Chapter 1146. Unexpectedly, the appearance of the cocoon also caught Fang Hao by surprise. He had believed that by taking the excitation crystal, one would either be promoted or experience a boost in their basic attributes. He never imagined such a reaction would occur. A large cocoon had formed right on the spot. Thud thud. Footsteps sounded, and Nisbet, who was guarding outside, walked in quickly. He came to check things out after hearing noises inside. He cautiously glanced at the cocoon and shielded Fang Hao behind him. Fang Hao hurriedly waved his hand, "It's fine, there is no danger for now, you guys stay here." "Yes, Lord." Fang Hao sat down while the two Nisbets stood guard beside him, one on each side. Although he didn't quite believe that Domina would pose any danger to him, it was still better to be cautious. About half an hour passed. The cocoon, wrapped in white strands, started to move slightly. Under the observation of one human and two undead, layers of silk fell off, revealing Domina inside, who now appeared slightly different. Her figure was still tall, and complex green patterns emerged on the black carapace, beautiful and mysterious yet also looking dangerous. The black carapace covered a larger area, now completely enveloping her body. She looked as if she was wearing a sculpted bodysuit, somewhat reminiscent of Spider-Man. Most notably, Domina had an additional pair of eyes above her brow bone. 4 eyes blinked and looked around. Queen of Fate Weaver Domina, Green Tier 10 Hero. Domina's hero prefix had changed. From Fate Weaver, it had become Queen of Fate Weaver. "Lord? What is this?" Domina, seeing Fang Hao pulling out his giant sword cautiously, asked curiously. Fang Hao regained his composure, seeing that there was nothing abnormal about her. He put away the Thunderhawk blade in his hand. "It's nothing. I just saw you wrapped in webs and thought there might be some danger," Fang Hao explained, and then continued to ask, "How do you feel?" Quickly, the carapace on Domina faded away. Her head and her pale neck and back were exposed. She had reverted to her previous appearance. Domina moved her body a bit and said, "I feel that my strength has increased a lot." Fang Hao took a look at her attributes. The attributes had a new racial trait, Demon Spider, and a new skill, Spider's Eye. Demon Spider Body, immune to mental control, plus 20% resistance to toxins, fire, ice, and other elements, plus 25% magic resistance. This new trait somewhat resembled the Crimson Flame War God's ancient giant bloodline. There were advantages in the physical body, with high resistance in some states. And the most astonishing aspect of Demon Spider was the immunity to mental control. This meant that all mental control skills were ineffective against her. After all, Domina was only a Green Tier 10 hero. The second skill, Spider's Eye, could be considered an offensive skill. Spider's Eye, active, this unit releases mental skills through its eyes, causing the target to experience states such as dizziness, disorientation, and hostility removal. Well, immune to mental attacks and then using mental skills to attack others, hey. Mental skills also have their classifications. For instance, like the White Temptress Demon, it can lull people to sleep, causing dreamlike states, whereas Domina's kind seems more like a disruption type. Fang Hao did not know much about mental skills, but he felt the White Temptress Demon's skills seemed more powerful. "Lord, I feel like I have been promoted," Domina stated after feeling her body for a while. Fang Hao turned around and did not hurry to take out the remaining excitation crystal. Instead, he said, "Come, I will take you to the merit training ground first for an assessment." After Tier 10, heroes needed to undergo an assessment. Being stuck at Tier 10 for Domina might have been due to the tier limitation. "All right, Lord." The two exited the Lord's mansion, directly heading towards the merit training ground. After giving her the materials and gold coins needed and after instructing her twice, Domina's figure disappeared into the altar. He did not wait in place, and instead walked towards the nearby Blackstone training field. Sitting down on the wooden bench at the entrance, watching the maids packing punches and kicking, the scene was quite spectacular. Ding! After watching for a while, the Book of Lords sent a private chat alert sound. It seemed there was a lot going on today. Opening it, he saw it was a message from Ma Tianyi. "Boss, I've encountered some trouble here." What could Ma Tianyi, who had many transmigrators under him, possibly trouble? What happened? "Nearby Orc City is starting to assemble forces, intending to attack our city." The aftermath of the Divine Territory mission had surfaced. Transmigrators, for the sake of their missions, had sacrificed a lot of manpower, and some even came back completely diminished. Some unstable natives started getting ideas. Like mountain bandits, thieves, or cities that previously had poor relations. They survived the missions but might get killed opportunistically by these individuals. "Give me more details," Fang Hao replied. After a brief pause, Ma Tianyi sent several messages, briefly explaining the situation. The Mountain Sea Alliance was in the Orc region, and it was inherently not a peaceful place. Mutual conquests and looting were common occurrences. Kenriva Orc City, considered the largest city nearby. The relationship with the transmigrators had always been strained, yet due to fear of military strength, there hadn't been many major actions. This time, they had directly arranged for the orcs to come and notify them, demanding that everyone in the Mountain and Sea Alliance submit and obey their commands. Otherwise, the orc armies would level their cities. Ma Tianyi immediately had someone investigate, and indeed, the orcs had mobilized their forces. It didn't seem like they were merely trying to scare them. After discussing it internally within the Mountain and Sea Alliance, and finding no good response, they had no choice but to ask Fang Hao for help. "You're giving us a heads up? You've mobilized troops and you're telling us in advance?" Fang Hao was puzzled. Ma Tianyi replied, "We're also somewhat unclear about it. It could be that they want us to surrender to avoid troop casualties, or perhaps it's just their usual style and they haven't altered it." Style? Yes, Kenriva City is the largest slave trader. They plunder and capture orcs to trade externally, their business spreading across orc territories as well as human outskirts. Seeing this message, that greasy voice of a slave trader involuntarily popped into his mind. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Could it be that the slave trader he had dealt with before was from the Mountain and Sea Alliance? Thinking it over, it was indeed possible. Being a slave trader wasn't a role just anyone could assume. The most important part was having strong backing and power, and having an orc city as support clearly met this criterion. It might really be the same group of people. "They want to negotiate with you? When?" "Tomorrow morning, within Kenriva." "I'm not sure whether or not to go," Ma Tianyi said. Fang Hao pondered for a moment, then asked further, "What's the strength of the opposing city lord?" "A purple orc hero, I've seen him before. They have quite a few troops, and once war breaks out, they have numerous suicidal squadrons." "All right, I understand. I'll arrange someone to handle this matter when the time comes, don't worry," Fang Hao reassured. With the strength of Ma Tianyi and the others, resisting the orcs was still a challenge. Fang Hao also just found a good excuse to unify the surrounding orcs. To bring them all within the bounds of his territory. "Thanks, boss." Yet. The two ended their conversation, and Fang Hao continued to sit in the wooden chair, watching the maids train. Time slowly passed by. In the center of the merit training ground, a light flashed. Domina, in her giant spider form, appeared from the light. Her huge black body and colorfully modeled belly immediately caught Fang Hao's attention. It seemed she had succeeded. He stood up and walked over. Domina's form rapidly changed, transforming back into her human shape. Fate Weaver Queen Domina, Blue Tier 1 Hero, ... She had indeed advanced to a blue tier. "Master, I've succeeded," Domina said, a joyful expression on her face. "Yeah, I knew you could do it." Thank you, Master," Domina said, her four eyes darting around cautiously. "Let's go back and try to see if we can still enhance." "Continue enhancing?" Domina asked, puzzled, following behind Fang Hao towards the Lord's mansion. Back in the hall, Domina continued to examine her own body. Her steps danced like piercing swords. The swooshing sounds filled the air. "Domina, don't break the vase, it's from the dwarves," Fang Hao reminded from the side. "Oh, all right, Master." Domina immediately ceased her movements, her gaze shyly shifting. "Then Master, what are we going to do next?" First, enhance a bit more," Fang Hao said, taking out another excitation crystal and placing it on the table. Domina's eyes widened again. "Master, you have more. Try it, see if we can still enhance." Fang Hao pushed the crystal forward. Domina eyed it seriously, then picked it up. Taking a deep breath, she crushed it above her mouth. The next second, the green liquid flowed into her mouth and was swallowed. Domina's skin quickly turned red, the dark green patterns on her carapace lighting up again. Her entire body seemed to boil like blood, steam rising from the surface as she began to struggle, her breaths heavy with suppressed pain. "Domina, are you all right? Your skin looks frighteningly red," Fang Hao tentatively asked. "It's nothing, just very hot, as if my blood is burning," Domina weakly replied. Blood burning? This situation, along with her condition, were very similar to the effects he had experienced when taking the Demon Dragon Potion. Fang Hao immediately exited the hall and spoke to a skeleton soldier outside, "Go get some cool water, put it in the bathhouse tub." "Yes." The rows of skeleton soldiers turned around. picking up buckets and began to carry water into the bathroom one bucket at a time. Meanwhile, Domina's condition had improved, but her body was still drenched in sweat from her recent state. Fate Weaver Queen Domina, Blue Tier 2 Hero. She had advanced another tier. So, 1 crystal per tier? The effects of the crystals were somewhat terrifying. Master, there's no need for them to hurry, I'm fine now. Domina said. Fang Hao shook his head, taking out crystals continually, piling them up into a small mountain on the table before him. I feel like you still need them, otherwise you might not make it through using all of these. Domina's 4 eyes widened, and the legs at her back suddenly tensed. She looked incredulously at the small mountain of crystals before her. Master, are all these for me? Of course. Fate Weaver Queen Domina's loyalty towards you has increased by 1 point, current loyalty is 100. Chapter 1147. Seeing loyalty reach 100 points, Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction. The reason he hadn't taken out all the crystals at once was precisely due to this consideration. If the first time did not increase by 2 points, he could always try a second time with the remaining crystals. Now, as he saw, it turned out just as he thought. The second time the other party reached shock and satisfaction at the same time, and loyalty increased by 1 point. It reached 100 points. Domina, looking at the crystals in front of her, asked with excitement, My lord, where did you obtain these? Just now you asked me who attacked the city, didn't you? These were obtained from those people, but now there's no way to get more. Only these are left, Fang Hao replied. 4 eyes, filled with gratitude, looked back at him. As if it was for her sake, obtaining these crystals, that the main city ended up in such a state. May I distribute a portion of these crystals to the warriors of my clan? Domina leaned forward, her face filled with anticipation. If you can reach the orange rank, then you may give the remaining ones to your people. If not, then wait until the next opportunity to obtain crystals, he said. Fang Hao needed Domina's level to be increased as granting too high a rank to the other spiderlings wasn't beneficial to the territory. Domina had 100 points of loyalty, but the spiderlings didn't have much. Watching over the mithril mine, with the spiderlings' current strength, was already sufficient. Ah, all right then. Domina resignedly agreed. The crystals were given to her by Fang Hao, for her own good. Although she still wanted to give some to the outstanding warriors of her clan, it was best not to say too much. In the Lord's manner, one after another, the skeleton warriors entered the bathhouse carrying buckets of water. A little longer to wait. Fang Hao poured her some fruit wine and continued to ask, The person I sent last time, how is he doing now? Do you mean Aragon? Yes, you remember his name, Hui. The Blood Prison was a building of the Blood Clan where humans couldn't survive long if locked inside. Therefore, he was sent to the mithril mine. There were 2 types of miners in the mithril mine, one being the skeleton dwarf miners recruited by Fang Hao, mining day and night. The other group consisted of bandits sent there, like those from the Life-Taker stronghold, who were also responsible for mining. It was a form of punishment. This person, I have a deep impression of him. He attempted to incite a miners' rebellion twice, and everyone knew him, Domina said, lifting her glass for a sip. Oh? He went there and still didn't behave. Transmigrators rarely accepted their fate. Especially someone like Aragon, second in the world, only to end up a prisoner because of one wrong move. But surely, in his heart, he was thinking of escaping and finding an opportunity to turn the tables. Later, those involved were fed to the queen giant spider as food, and he himself was hung for several days. Is he behaving now? Not exactly, it's just that no one believes him anymore. The several times he incited others, they were eaten, and when he came back, no one trusted him anymore. Therefore, such incidents stopped happening, Domina explained. Listening to Domina's words, Fang Hao could imagine the scenario. You incite everyone to escape, but in the end, the others get killed and only you returned unscathed. Who would still trust you? They would only think you are a pawn placed by the spiderlings. If he wasn't killed, that would already be a lucky outcome. Fang Hao laughed too, this second in the world had the gift of gab. Too bad his luck wasn't great. Just keep a close watch on him, don't let him escape. Understood. As the two spoke, a skeleton warrior carrying a bucket of water came in. He bowed slightly, My lord, the bathhouse has been filled with cold water. arrange for a few skeleton warriors to wait at the door for Miss Domina's instructions, Fang Hao said. Yes, my lord, the skeleton warrior nodded and walked outside. Domina looked at the talking skeleton warrior, then at Fang Hao. Was there a problem with her memory? These low-level skeletons shouldn't be able to speak. How come they suddenly started talking and being able to follow orders now? Fang Hao didn't explain but instead said, let's go, the cold water can relieve some of the pain. I have experience with this. The two entered the bathhouse. Fang Hao extended his hand, helping Domina step into the tub filled with cold water. The insect carapace covering her began to peel away in large patches, revealing skin beneath that was as white and peeled as a hard-boiled egg. The carapace concealed the important parts. Blushing, she sat in the tub. Fang Hao instructed, there are skeleton warriors outside the door. If the water warms up, have the skeleton warriors replace it with some cold water. Right within reach next to the tub was a small pile of excitation crystals. The rest was up to Domina and how much she could improve. If these things, like drugs, built up resistance and stopped being effective later, there would be nothing he could do. I understand, my lord, Domina nodded, directly grabbing a crystal, crushing it, and swallowing it. Her body reacted as before, but in the water, the condition visibly improved. Fang Hao left a few words with the skeleton warriors outside, then left the bathhouse directly. In Baixian City. In the city lord's manor. Baixian sat in the main seat, with many people sitting and standing below. These people were all members of the Straw Hat Nautical Group, more than 20 of them had followed Baixian in the battle against Giant Claw Island. Don't judge Baixian for being a woman, she still held quite a bit of prestige in the alliance. Big Sis Bai, what did Fang Hao say? Stop teasing us, one of them started. Immediately, the rest of them began to inquire as well. Did he allow us to join? He didn't make any unreasonable demands, did he? That's right, our hierarch. You can't be foolish, sacrificing yourself for our alliance. It's just a needle in a haystack, like being bitten by a mosquito. At first, the conversation was relatively normal, but as it went on, it started to go off course. It even made Bai Xian's face turn red, and she had no more interest in teasing. Stop! What are you all saying? Have you all been itching to be disciplined these past few days? Bai Xian said sternly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. The rowdy scene from just moments before suddenly fell silent. One by one, they scratched their heads and chuckled awkwardly. Bai Xian continued, Fang Hao is much more magnanimous than you all think, and he meant us no harm. Does that mean he agreed? Someone asked eagerly. Bai Xian nodded, agreed. Whoosh! Look at us, we're joining Fang Hao's territory. The alliance hierarchs got clout. I've heard that after joining, we can buy glass. Maybe we can even fit glass before the rainy season. Glass? I've heard that food and clothing are nothing to worry about. Then we can brag on the channel, no one to fear anymore. Bai Xian clapped her hands again, drawing everyone's attention. She said, Fang Hao himself said, don't reveal anything about the territory to outsiders. Don't bring trouble upon yourselves. We need to keep a low profile and stick close to this big leg. Everyone nodded, indicating their understanding. Fang Hao seemed amiable, but he had also killed quite a few people. Bai Xian continued, another thing, Trimit City is forming a patrol squad, and we've been given 5 spots. Anyone interested in joining, sign up now. Me, Sister Bai, I'm capable. I want to go too, count me in. Count me in too. It would be impressive to enter the Federation. Most people were eager to try and plan to join the Federation's army. Bai Xian nodded and began to select people. The rest of them giggled and continued to discuss the various benefits of joining Fang Hao's territory. Dusk fell. Domina stood up from her bath, her body glistening with drops of water. Her chitinous armor quickly spread over her, clinging to her like a second skin. Exiting the bathroom, she found the hall empty, no one in sight. At the entrance, she asked the guard Nisbet, where is the city lord? The lord should be in the backyard, or perhaps in his room, Nisbet replied. Domina nodded and turned to walk toward the backyard. Under the oak tree in the backyard, Fang Hao was sitting in a recliner, holding the Book of Lords, peeking at the channel chats. Footsteps sounded, and he saw Domina arrive with 2 cups of fruit wine, sitting down obediently beside him. Lord, I've finished, Domina said respectfully. Fang Hao looked at Domina, still wet with water droplets and her hair damp, finished. Queen of Fate Weaver Domina, purple tier hero. She had used the excitation crystal, not a waste of time. However, as Domina reached the blue 10th tier, she had undergone several trials. The higher the hero rank, the greater the difficulty in advancing. Domina had attempted 4 times before progressing from blue to purple tier. After returning, she continued to use the excitation crystals, finally reaching the purple 7th tier. But it stopped there, not reaching orange as Fang Hao had hoped. Lord, I did not reach orange tier, Domina said, lowering her head as if she had let down Fang Hao's expectations. Fang Hao looked away. It's alright if you didn't reach it. Just keep trying. He had instructed her to reach orange tier, not wanting her to hesitate to use the excitation crystals. If she truly couldn't reach it, there was nothing to be done. I failed your trust. Fang Hao waved it off. No worries, there's plenty of time ahead. Take it slow. Domina didn't say more, just sitting quietly. The whole city lord's mansion was empty. Maids were either training or at the amusement park, hardly here. Shall I take you back? Fang Hao offered. Domina felt her cheeks burn as if she had drunk crystals again. She bit her lip and managed to say, Lord, last time I went back, you said the next time I came we should continue where we left off. Somehow, she discovered she had developed a little hobby. It was only here that she dared to indulge a bit more. After all, it seemed the city lord also rather enjoyed these little games. Oh? Continue what? Fang Hao looked at her. Lord, you promised me. If we don't continue, I'll just go back, Domina said, somewhat annoyed. It was rare to see Domina, often so serious and stoic, show this frustrated and shy demeanor. He didn't tease her further, but stood up and asked, what should we use? Blushing, Domina pulled out a wooden board from behind her. That must hurt. It's fine, she insisted. Taking it from her, Fang Hao nevertheless found a cloth to wrap around the board's surface. Domina conscientiously bent at the waist. Don't hold that, just brace yourself on the stone table, Fang Hao immediately advised, stopping her from touching the oak. That oak was the fairy clan leader Shinasura's, not touching it wouldn't cause trouble. But one touch, and who knows if the other party would come over. He didn't want an audience for this kind of activity. Domina leaned forward, her hands on the stone table, as the chitin on her body swiftly shrank, revealing her fair skin from behind. Fang Hao frowned slightly. Was the skin of this insectoid warrior breed so fair? Lord, it's ready. Seeing no movement and feeling her body become tense, Domina looked back to remind him. Oh! Smack! A crisp sound echoed through the night sky. The Red General, flying overhead with food in his beak, was startled into a jerk. The food fell into the bushes, and he immediately dove down to search for it. The next day, 100-man cavalry charged rapidly along the rough dirt road. Only as they approached the distant city did they pull back on the reins and slow their horses down. On both sides of the road, makeshift shelters made of sticks and decaying leather were piled up. Through the greasy, torn leather cloths, one could see row upon row of iron cages. Much like a dockyard crammed with containers, packed tightly together, one after another. Dull, numb eyes peeked out from the cages, then quickly withdrew. Ma Tianyi didn't look at them, instead speaking to someone nearby, these are slaves from Kenriva city. They'll be sold to other tribes. Chapter 1148. The road was uneven and not flat. Iron cages filled with slaves lined both sides of the road. There were slave traders carrying buckets full of greasy food, scooping out thick morsels and putting them into the iron cages. This was the original order of the orcs. The strong ruled as kings, while the losers could only descend into the bottom rung of slaves. Along the dirt road, as they neared the city, their steps transitioned to blue brick pavement, making the walk much easier. Kenriva City, with its towering city walls. It seemed to be about 11 or 12 levels high. On the city walls, one could see guards in various types of armor conducting patrols. Ma Tianyi sat astride a horse, leading the group. This city's main source of income comes from the slave trade. They have their own armies to capture slaves, and captives from various tribes are also brought here to be sold. Riding beside him was a warrior clad in black armor. His body was completely covered by black armor, and all one could see were a pair of indifferent golden pupils, staring straight ahead. On one side of his horse hung a long-handled spiked hammer. A very uncommon weapon. Azrag. The 4th-ranked Crimson Flame War God. Ma Tianyi had dared to come here for this meeting because the hero by his side had reached the 10th tier in Orange. Tier 10. This was a hero that only appeared in legends. Is everything arranged? Azrag asked flatly. Ma Tianyi rode closer, lowered his voice, and said, everything is going according to plan. We will first meet with the Orc City Lord, and then my men will attack the city from outside, so we can directly take the City Lord hostage from within. This was their planned strategy. Simply put, Fang Hao wanted to take over this city. Ma Tianyi and Azrag, along with 100 soldiers, would enter the city first to negotiate with the slave owners. After the city was attacked from outside, attracting the city's military forces, Azrag would directly kill the city master inside, open the city gates, and occupy the city. It was risky, but it was also an opportunity for Ma Tianyi and his men to turn over a new leaf compared to the oppression of the slave traders. The group continued advancing. Ma Tianyi further inquired, Miss Azrag, are you confident? Azrag glanced at him with her golden eyes but did not answer, she just quietly walked forward. However, the disdain in her eyes was quite evident. Ma Tianyi gave an awkward smile and said no more. Indeed, a superior hero, so strong, so aloof. Approaching the city gate, he casually showed the token that had been given for the negotiation with the orcs the previous day to the questioning guard. The orc guard glanced at it and allowed them to enter the city. The city inside was much nicer than the outside, but the roads were still lined with slaves chained and shackled, being led to different places. They stopped in front of the clan leader's hall. Ma Tianyi handed his horse to an orc waiting by the side. Ma Tianyi, along with 2 regular human soldiers, entered the hall while Azrag and her people waited outside. Clan leader's hall. It still carried the rugged style of the orcs. Beast heads and swords decorated the walls. On the prime seat sat a tall orc hero. Bare-chested with red skin showing robust muscles. His large fanged mouth and 2 yellowish fangs protruding from the corners appeared like those of a man-eating beast. His right hand, thick with black fur, was holding 2 iron chains. At the other ends of the chains were 2 female orcs, crouched on all fours like beasts. Fear and unease filled their eyes. Slave King Uralisak, purple tier 8th level hero. The notorious slave owner was the very orc in front of them. In the eyes of slave traders, there was no difference between people and wild beasts. Those not killed after being captured were only worth something of value. Those that were hard to sell or had no value were chopped up to feed to livestock after their last bit of worth was squeezed out. Sit down, you're the last one to arrive, the slave king spoke, his voice deep. Ma Tianyi nodded and quickly took a seat to the side, the guards that followed stood behind him. On another side of the room, several transmigrators were seated. These were all hierarchs from nearby alliances. They exchanged glances, each filled with solemnity and unease. Who would have thought the slave king would trouble them at a time when they had no military forces? As everyone assembled, the slave king signaled someone on one side. A transmigrator sitting at the lower end of the table stood up with a smile, first bowed to the slave king. Then said, I am Diao Taining, met all the hierarchs here, not very powerful, now working for Uralisak the city master. The other transmigrators frowned, their eyes casting strange glances at him. Damn! They wondered. Why would the slave king come to trouble them precisely when they were without armed forces? So, there was a traitor among the transmigrators. Damn it! Everyone showed a look of anger. Diao Taining did not care and continued, we are all transmigrators, and our terrains are nearby. To live better and safer, Kenriva City will establish a new set of rules to ensure we all can survive normally. No one spoke, just looking at him. Unfazed, Diao Taining confidently walked back and forth in the central aisle, since no one objects, let me discuss the new rules. He paused slightly, then continued, first, under Kenriva City's call, each city must send troops when there's a battle. Second, each month pay a tribute of 200 slaves, whether by recruitment or plunder, the number must be sufficient. Third. Fifth, submit 50,000 warfire coins at year-end. These are the rules, I think nobody should have an objection. Chapter 1149. The transmigrators who attended this negotiation all had their expressions suddenly shift. Where was this a new rule? It was treating them as captive livestock. Constantly carving flesh from them, and when there was no flesh left, they would be devoured. submit slaves monthly, and even pay money annually. This was simply the lion's mouth wide open. Diao Taining, you're also a transmigrator. Recruiting these warriors requires soul crystals. Surrendering 200 people each month, how many can afford that? A person asked coldly. You can recruit, or you can plunder other tribes. There are plenty of orcs in this region. Can't you think a little? Diao Taining sneered. Plundering will lead to deaths, and may inadvertently reduce our forces. How? You mean you don't plan to abide by this rule? Diao Taining's expression turned cold as he looked at the speaker. Atop, the slave king with his massive jaw and fierce fangs also glared menacingly. It seemed that if he dared say even half a word of dissent, he would devour his head. The man's expression shifted, and he immediately said, Abide, we will abide. Yet in his heart, he was already cursively cursing Diao Taining, a dog taking advantage of his master's power. First agree, then go back and discuss with everyone in the alliance. Seeing that no one else spoke, Diao Taining's face still wore a smug smile, his gaze sweeping over the few individuals. Finally, his eyes landed on Ma Tianyi, and curiously he said, Alliance Hierarch Ma, I see your expression, it seems you're not quite satisfied. Previously, Ma Tianyi was the leader of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, now he was under Fang Hao's command. Once he was suppressed, the rest would not dare to entertain any other thoughts. Everyone was startled, this was deliberately seeking trouble with Ma Tianyi. Think tank Diao, if we want to abide by the rules but can't gather so many people, what then? Ma Tianyi asked. There was also a tense look on Ma Tianyi's face. But this tension came not from Diao Taining's words, but from the concern about the impending actions. After all, he was in the enemy's lair. Things could turn deadly for him first. Swish! Before Diao Taining could speak, the slave king, lethargically standing up, walked down pulling the iron chains. Two female orcs immediately stood up and followed him down. Submissive, like pets. You have two opportunities. If the number is insufficient, make it up next month. Fail to provide the people twice, and your city will be breached, and everyone will be sold as slaves, the slave king said as he stepped down, his deep voice resonating. Seeing the slave king coming down, Ma Tianyi felt the pressure too. He glanced outside the window, swallowed, and continued to ask, City Lord, your words are reasonable, but among the slaves, are there any differences between orcs and humans? Everyone was stunned. What is this situation, even agreeing with the opponent now? This didn't seem like the former alliance hierarch. The slave king's mouth split into a smile, seemingly very pleased with Ma Tianyi's words, no difference, as long as the number is met, it's acceptable. Oh, that's also reasonable, it's just. Before he could finish. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a loud alarm bell was rang, echoing throughout the entire city. Following that, noise started from outside the building. A large number of orc soldiers were assembling, racing through the city streets, rushing towards the walls. An orc guard also rushed into the hall. After confirming the situation inside, he urgently said, Clan leader, an undead army has been spotted approaching our city, assault is imminent. Undead? The slave king's expression also changed, he bellowed, nonsense, where are there any undead here? The orc hurriedly said, it really is the undead, and not in small numbers. The slave king, dropping the iron chains handily, shouted, bring me my armor. Just then, outside, a tumult of fighting erupted. Soon, a figure clad in black armor rushed in with a squad of human soldiers. The slave king's face immediately displayed a furious expression, are you seeking death? Dare to play games with me? Swoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, a dark shadow had already sped towards him. The warhammer in hand swung horizontally and thudded against the slave king's temple without any reaction from him. The immense force sent the slave king's body flying sideways. With a loud crash, he smashed into a wall, collapsing it. Everyone was terrified by the scene before them. The slave king, muscular as a bull, was flung away like swatting a fly. Without waiting for the slave king to get up, the black-armored figure chased after him again. The warhammer in hand slammed down repeatedly. The dull thuds of the strikes felt as if they weighed on everyone's heart. After a while, the black-armored warrior emerged, holding the warhammer in one hand and dragging the slave king, whose limbs were twisted and fangs shattered, with the other. He glanced at Ma Tianyi and said, I'll leave this place to you, I'm taking him to open the city gates. Ah, oh. Ma Tianyi replied dumbly, his heart still unsettled. The black-armored warrior walked out, leaving behind a group of transmigrators, dripping cold sweat and looking terrified. Ma Hierarch, is this your hero? Ma Hierarch, you're really fierce. So you had already planned the attack on the city? Ma Hierarch, with your strength, you could have informed us earlier. My people started to relocate, and now I have to call them back. From now on, the Azure Feather Gang will follow your lead. Ma Hierarch, feel free to speak up. Flattery poured in from all sides. Ma Tianyi swept his gaze over the crowd and ordered, detain everyone. The 100 guards who had come in pounced and subdued all the transmigrators. Ma Tianyi, what do you mean? Why are you capturing us? We don't have any grievance with you, what's the meaning of this? Ma Tianyi continued, folks, listen to me, it's uncertain if there are any special individuals among us. Before the city is taken, we'll have to inconvenience everyone, and after it's over, ensure everyone's safe departure. This was also done to prevent the news about the undead from spreading. First, they controlled the people, then they would deal with the situation slowly. In the crowd, Diao Taining was sweating profusely, he was done for. Having just attached himself to the slave king, that short-lived ghost was killed today, and his fate didn't look much better. At the city walls, the undead began their attack. Shouts and the sounds of battle filled the entire battlefield. Azrag, dragging the body of the slave king, walked directly under the walls. But seeing their leader slain, the orc soldiers lost the will to defend. The city gates opened wide, and the undead army surged into the city. Kenriva city had fallen. Lyss city. Rebecca and the city officials had finished discussing the last affairs. Then she headed to the second-floor library. Pushing open the door, she saw Rolina and Fang Hao already waiting inside. Do you want me to accompany you? Rolina said. Today was the day Rebecca was to head to the hall's sanctuary. The aerial ship was already prepared in the courtyard, undergoing final checks. No need, I'm going to the Hall of Justice, it's too dangerous for you, with Aceti following me, there will be no problem. Rebecca's face also showed some reluctance. You offend many people daily, who knows if someone will try to deal with you. Ah, but those are nobles from Silverwing City, would they dare make a move in the Hall of Justice? Don't worry, it will be fine. Chapter 1150. Rolina and Rebecca chatted. Fang Hao, on the other side of the screen, packed the exchanged items into his backpack. Soft armor, magic scrolls, revolvers, detonators, potions, teleportation scrolls, and other items. All of these were prepared for Rebecca. Although the possibility of danger wasn't significant, as Rolina said, Rebecca had offended quite a few people and had to be prepared for any eventuality. Finally, the bag bulged out. City Lord, at that moment, a soft and tender voice rang out behind him. Looking back, he saw his personal maid Eleanor standing behind him with her head bowed. Are you going together with us, Eleanor? Yes, I'm going to take care of the lady. After saying this, she stepped forward, raised her head, and looked at him with big eyes. During this time, I won't see you, my lord. Eleanor was Rebecca's personal handmaid. Knowing too many secrets, she was not allowed to marry anyone else. Thus, she was also entrusted to Fang Hao. According to Fang Hao's understanding, it was somewhat like the ancient handmaids who accompanied their mistresses when they married. My lord, I will miss you, Eleanor said softly. Fang Hao also felt warmed in his heart by this little girl. He pinched her small face and comforted her. Cupping her delicate cheeks, he planted a firm kiss on her tender lips. It's just a few days out. Take good care of the lady and yourself, and when you're back, I'll take you to my place to stay for a few days. Eleanor's cheeks flushed red. Yes, my lord. The two came out from behind the screen. Rolina was still incessantly giving instructions on matters to be cautious of. Fang Hao said, in the backpack, I prepared magic scrolls, detonators, and revolvers for you, as well as a teleportation scroll. The marked destination is Lyss City. If there's any danger, just come straight back. Rebecca nodded with a smile. All right, I know. You also need to look after things on this side, and if I come back to find something wrong, I'll fight it out with you. Don't worry, everything here will be fine. At that moment, the voice of a guard came from outside. Madam, everything is ready. We can depart now. Yes, I understand. Rebecca replied, then said to the two, "Well then, we're leaving." Several people opened the room door and walked out. They boarded the prepared aerial ship and headed towards Silver Wing City. Fang Hao and another returned to their own city. In the afternoon, Fang Hao went to Kenriva City, located in the Orc region. As he sat on the city lord's throne, system prompts immediately appeared. Kenriva City. City level, level 11. Attributes, livestock plus 25%, orc breeding and 35%. Description: a city with its properties can bring various different benefits to accelerate the construction and development of the city. A level 11 city, in the orc region, was actually not considered low. But the additional attributes were a bit too singular. The only thing in abundance was a 35% boost in breeding. It was considered the most encouraging of procreation among all the cities he had unlocked. Unlocked blueprints: Slave Hut Construction Blueprint, Orc Clan, Hunting Shack Construction Blueprint, Orc Clan, Orc Mess Hall Building Blueprint, Orc Clan, Raiders Den Building Blueprint, Orc Clan. After occupation, several types of building blueprints were unlocked, but they were all from the Orc faction. None of them were usable in his current territories. Fang Hao quickly reviewed them. 3 of the 4 blueprints belonged to barracks-type buildings. Slave Hut recruits a troop called Slave Suicide Squad. Hunting Shack recruits slave trading warriors. Raiders Den recruits a type of troop called Raiders. The remaining one, Orc Mess Hall, is a special building where troops eat. This faction's blueprints didn't seem to belong to the mainstream Orc faction, but rather resembled a category of slave traders. Like there being a bandit faction within the human faction. A niche branch. Apart from these blueprints, there weren't many other gains. After all, everything in the city was still quite primitive. At that time, Ma Tianyi walked in briskly with several human soldiers. "Boss, you're here," he greeted. "Seems like things went smoothly today," Fang Hao commented. "Yes, this siege went very smoothly. We didn't expend much force and took control of the city easily." Ma Tianyi summarized the process of today's siege. A city was taken within the span of a morning, which was even faster than a handover process. Without waiting for Fang Hao to speak, Ma Tianyi continued, "By the way, boss, several transmigrators participated this time, all alliance hierarchs from nearby. They all know about the undead sieging cities, and I've temporarily detained them. How should we deal with them?" Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, "Tell them, those willing to join us can be directly recruited, and send those who are not willing back." At this point in time, people from special factions were also beginning to appear. Many also guessed that Fang Hao belonged to the undead faction, so there was no point in deliberately hiding it. Those not willing to join could just be let go. "Understood," Ma Tianyi continued. "Also, there's a large number of slaves in the city, initially estimated to be close to 10,000. How should we deal with them?" At this time, it was peak season for slave traders. Naturally, there were many slaves. Fang Hao responded, "Don't release them yet. Tomorrow, the heroes I arranged will come over and take care of it. Tomorrow, Bronze Bull would bring the Tauren to take over the city. Then, orcs managing orcs would be easier than humans doing it." "Got it." "And Azrag?" "Oh, Miss Azrag is overseeing the troops in the barracks," Ma Tianyi promptly said. The Crimson Flame War God's ferocity had given Ma Tianyi quite a scare. The Slave King was the fiercest hero in the area. And collapses like a chicken in her grip, defeated in a single move. She hammered him around the room, and when he was dragged out, he looked truly pitiable. "Okay." Seeing that all the reports were done, Ma Tianyi continued, "Boss, I'll go talk to the other alliance hierarchs and see what they decide." "All right, go ahead." Ma Tianyi led his people away, heading towards one side of a building. Soon after, Angia came out from behind, bringing a pile of battle loot with her. These slave traders were indeed quite rich. Savings over 2 million warfire coins, not many orc cities could accumulate so much money. Among the spoils of battle, there was also a golden treasure chest. Upon opening it, acquired, Slave Trader's Thick Leather Helm Blueprint, green, Slave Trader's Thick Leather Armor Blueprint, green, Slave Trader. White Steel Cage Blueprint, blue, Ironwood Shackles Blueprint, blue, Beast Tooth plus 22, Warfire Coins plus 185. A flash of light, and the rewards appeared before him. The equipment blueprints were for the green-colored Slave Trader's set. Perhaps the equipment requirement for slave traders themselves wasn't high, they were all green-colored leather armor. It was relatively rare to find a green set in a golden treasure chest. Not very useful, he glanced at it and immediately took it into his inventory. The last two were blue blueprints. White steel cage, iron 220, cast iron block 180, white steel ingot 150, metal parts 85. Ironwood shackles, ironized wood 8, cast iron block 150, metal parts 7. Both were blue-colored prison gear. Especially the ironwood shackles, which had already employed ironized wood. This was a material for constructing territories at level 15, and to think it was used for prison gear. The slave traders had focused their development on capturing slaves. Having dealt with everything, Fang Hao temporarily left the place in the care of Ma Tianyi and Azrag. In 2 days, Bronze Bull would bring soldiers over to continue taking over this city. Upon returning to the main city, skeleton merchants began to tally the battle loot brought back. Is there still no market for those giant and troll gears? No, Dijin answered from the side, with the current market, it is very difficult to dispose of such a large quantity of weapons and armor. There was no helping it. The Divine Territory mission had completely disrupted the market's balance. A large amount of troll equipment had flooded the market. Transmigrators from the troll faction had snagged a bargain but still couldn't use up everyone's gear. Basically, nothing was selling on the market anymore. By the way, keep an eye out for the undead faction's aerial troop buildings, buy them if the price isn't outrageous, Fang Hao thought of the Dragon Clan and instructed. The current greatest enemy was still the Dragon Clan. According to the Trade Alliance goblins, the Dragon Clan was still exerting pressure on the alliance. Whether they could hold up over time wasn't certain. Once the location of his territory got out, it would trigger a great war with the Dragon Clan. What would come would not likely be just orange heroes. Rather, they might come in full force. All right, my lord, I'll keep an eye out for those, Dijin nodded. At that moment, light footsteps sounded from the second floor. Looking up, he saw Rolina standing at the top of the stairs. She spoke, Fang Hao, come here for a moment, I have something to tell you. Dijin, you guys keep busy, list everything once it's tallied, and move it to the cellar, that'll be fine. Yes. Fang Hao nodded, then went upstairs and followed Rolina into the room. He closed the door. He took Rolina's hand and let her sit on his lap. What's wrong? Rebecca will be back in a few days, you don't have to worry. Rolina hesitated for a moment, then said, I'm thinking of returning to Eternal Night City for a visit, it's been some time since I've been back. Last time, Rolina had mentioned wanting to go back to visit. But at that time, because the Dragon Clan was coming to attack, Fang Hao had not agreed. I'm afraid if you go, your family won't let you come back. Oh no, that won't happen, I want to talk to my mother about you as well, she should accept you. But still. But what? Rolina was somewhat displeased. Isn't your mother a demigod? What if she knows I've tricked her daughter and comes to kill me? Fang Hao said seriously. This wasn't an impossible scenario. The Blood Clan was no benign lot, they acted even more ruthlessly than the undead. Maybe they'd think he had deceived Rolina for decades and just come over to kill him. There'd be nowhere to reason then. Rolina was amused and laughed, don't worry, I'll make it clear to her, you saved me, and we are in love, nothing like that will happen. Fang Hao thought about it and decided he couldn't stop Rolina from visiting her family. Moreover, Rolina's mother was a demigod, effectively his mother-in-law. Having a demigod as a mother-in-law, nurturing a good relationship with her, could be beneficial for him. Benefits he couldn't get with any amount of money. All right, I'll have someone prepare some gifts tomorrow, you can take them back with you, I can't afford to appear too stingy. Rolina caught the hand that was reaching under her skirt, talk is talk, keep your hand to yourself. Okay, let's lie down and talk. Saying so, he took her and lay down on the bed. Before speaking, he pressed his mouth heavily against hers. Rolina's eyes widened as she gently patted his chest. Night fell. Not far from the Thornfin Sea, on a reef. Ancient blood servants, skeleton murloc priests, directed the skeleton warriors, continuing to clean up the enormous ship. Suddenly, the distant sea surface began to boil like bubbling water. Whiz whiz whiz. Iron spears shot out from beneath the sea. Ting ting ting. They each pierced the ship's body and the bodies of the skeleton warriors. The ancient blood servant leapt out from under the sea, looking towards the distant ocean. He saw countless members of the sea tribe peering over from afar. Beat the drums, prepare to meet the enemy.